Chapter 1. The Ambush on Uchiha Itachi. My name is M.O. Shin. I was merely a high school student until I inexplicably found myself in the world of Naruto, reincarnated into the Uchiha clan as Uchiha Izumi. Unfortunately, I encountered Uchiha Sasuke, who was of a similar age. At this very moment, I lay in ambush, targeting none other than the prodigious Uchiha Itachi, renowned for his intense devotion to his younger brother. The reason for my ambush stems from the peculiar golden finger I acquired. While others enjoy a plethora of buffs upon reincarnation swiftly dominating the world with the might of the Nine Tails chakra, I find myself in a rather pitiful predicament. Although I possess a system, it demands that I complete tasks to reap any benefits. The task I recently received was particularly absurd. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully refining chakra. The main quest has been automatically accepted. Ambush Uchiha Itachi. Reward will be dispensed based on task completion. With a 3-day time limit, failure will result in annihilation. Damn your system. That's Itachi we're talking about. Although he hasn't fully matured yet, he's still a formidable opponent. Are you trying to get me killed? Let's negotiate for a different target. Certainly, I can offer you the task of assassinating the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Brother, you are truly my kin. I retract my statement. I shall stick to the plan of ambushing Uchiha Itachi. The thought of attacking Sarutobi is ludicrous regardless of the likelihood of success. Even a mere shuriken thrown from 800 miles away would surely result in my demise at the hands of the Umbu, not to mention the unfortunate fate of being invited for tea by Ibiki. The only stroke of luck I have is being a member of the Uchiha clan, which grants me easy access to ninja tools. Otherwise, I doubt I would even catch a glimpse of the legendary Itachi. The training ground number 7 is a space exclusively designated for the Uchiha clan and one of the favored spots for Itachi during his leisure. The dense foliage makes an ideal location for ambushes. However, when faced with the illustrious Uchiha Itachi, Izumi felt utterly devoid of confidence. Straining to calm my racing heart, I finally spotted Itachi within my line of sight, and in that instant, I activated my traps. A flurry of kunai encircled him, soaring through the air. Though Itachi was merely a genin at this time, his actual prowess was akin to that of a chunin. He effortlessly evaded my traps with a graceful leap. However, before he could land, a wooden stake shot forth from the side and, surprisingly, sent him flying due to his inability to exert force while airborne. Did I actually succeed? Witnessing the legendary Itachi fall victim to my trap left Izumi incredulous. Could it be that I had inadvertently crossed into an alternate reality? Was this not the Naruto world? Or perhaps this Itachi was merely a counterfeit? As Izumi pondered, he sensed an ominous presence behind him. Before he could react, a cold kunai was pressed against his throat. Any movement would surely result in his demise. Brother Itachi, I harbor no ill intentions, it was merely a jest. Faced with Uchiha Itachi, Izumi felt no courage to resist. Not even a ninja. Should he manage to escape Itachi's grasp, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. In response to Izumi's explanation, Itachi displayed no reaction, maintaining his grip on the kunai. Very well, I shall speak candidly. I've heard from my parents that you are a prodigy among our clan's youth, and I sought to challenge you. Knowing you're a ninja, I set this trap here. Upon hearing Izumi's words, Itachi finally lowered his kunai. Whether he believed Izumi's explanation remained a mystery known only to him. As Itachi turned to leave, Izumi retrieved an explosive tag from his pocket, poised to throw it. Yet, just then, Itachi suddenly glanced back at him. Under the gaze of his Sharingan for the first time, Izumi felt as though death itself enveloped him, paralyzing him in fear and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Normally, being observed by the Sharingan would not daunt him, but he was acutely aware that he held an explosive tag. Although explosive tags are portrayed as trivial consumables in the manga, for the 4-year-old Uchiha Izumi, it was a weapon capable of causing fatal harm. The tag ignited, and as despair washed over his face, Izumi concluded that he might be the first transmigrator in history to inadvertently bring about his own demise. Desperately, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Itachi, too, had not anticipated such a turn of events. While he was displeased with Izumi's audacity to ambush him, He recognized the boy as a member of his clan. Thus, Itachi swiftly closed the distance, tossing the explosive tag aside while simultaneously tackling Izumi to the ground. Had Izumi opened his eyes at that moment, he would have realized that Itachi had performed the body flicker technique, a skill typically reserved for jounin, yet executed by a mere genin. Izumi did not meet death instead. He heard a resounding bang, and when he opened his eyes, he was greeted only by a cloud of white smoke. Shadow clone? These were Izumi's final thoughts before he succumbed to unconsciousness. However, as he lay unconscious, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Main quest completed. Task evaluation. C rank. Reward. Shuriken technique 5 Kanai. Deep within training ground number 7, Uchiha Itachi, engaged in conversation with Uchiha Shursui, suddenly turned his gaze to the outside. Itachi, what's the matter? A young member of the clan attempted to ambush my clone and ended up injuring himself. I'll go take a look. With that, he departed toward Izumi's location. An ambush? What intriguing young one. Upon regaining consciousness, Izumi found himself in the familiar confines of his room. Reminiscing about the day's earlier events, he recalled his ill-fated attempt to ambush Itachi. After all that planning, I managed to ambush only a shadow clone, and yet it was a complete success. It seems even a young Itachi far surpasses others in ability. After a brief self-assessment to ensure he was unharmed, he accessed the system interface. Uchiha Izumi Transmigrator. Ninjutsu 5. Taijutsu 3. Genjutsu 4. Intelligence 4. Strength 3. Speed 2. Chakra 5. Hand seals 6. Gazing at his dismal stats, Izumi felt at a loss for words. In the 4 years since his reincarnation, the only areas of improvement were chakra and hand seals, while the rest lagged far behind. Habitually, he opened the task list, expecting to see the ambush on Uchiha Itachi uncompleted, only to find that the task was highlighted, indicating completion. Puzzled, he wondered how this could be, as he had not even managed to touch Itachi, let alone injure him. The system mandated that he must inflict harm on Uchiha Itachi to fulfill the task, yet he had only faced a shadow clone. Even if he had destroyed it, that would hardly equate to injuring Itachi, would it? System, how did I complete this task? Even if Itachi's clone was obliterated by my explosive tag, it should not count as me injuring him. Shadow clones transfer knowledge and fatigue back to the original. Destroying a clone is thus defined as inflicting damage. System, I curse you. Why wasn't this made clear when the task was assigned? Frustration welled within Izumi as he longed to dismantle the system itself. Firstly, I'm not your servant. Secondly, you did not inquire. Chapter 2. Uchiha Shursui. Although Izumi felt he had been deceived by the system, the completion of the task meant he would not face annihilation. He clicked to confirm the task completion, leading to the receipt of a task reward package. Upon opening it, he found himself teetering on the edge of exasperation. Damn your system. You've got to be kidding me. The reward for the task is 5 kanai. Are you serious? I scrimped and saved to buy a dozen kanai for this ambush, and you offer me just 5? Are you toying with me? The task itself posed no challenge. The fault lies with your own foolishness. Who else can be blamed? Hearing the system's mechanical response, Izumi felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. You've won. You are undoubtedly a divine being sent to thwart me. In truth, the reward encompasses more than just 5 kanai. The kanai are merely a supplementary reward. The true reward is the shuriken technique and the throwing proficiency with kanai. Seemingly sensing Izumi's dejection, the system ceased its torment. Throwing technique? The one the Uchiha clan excels in? Upon hearing this, Izumi felt a flicker of hope. At this juncture, anything would be invaluable to him. With 3 years remaining until the Uchiha massacre, he must attain a modicum of strength, or he would be doomed to a fate of being merely a spectator. Indeed, to that moment, a plethora of thoughts surged into Quan's mind, and his body seemed to undergo some transformation. However, upon checking his data, he found no discernible changes. Is this it? What do you expect? Your proficiency with kanai and shuriken is now comparable to that of an average chunin from the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing these words, Quan felt a sense of satisfaction. The Uchiha clan's mastery of weapons like kunai far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, and achieving a level akin to that of Uchiha Chunin was indeed a remarkable feat. Just as Quan intended to exit the system to test his newly acquired abilities, he noticed a new task appeared on the taskbar. Upon opening it, he found himself teetering on the brink of a meltdown once more. Ding! Main quest acquired. Become friends with Uchiha Itachi. Achieve a favorability rating of 100. Task reward. Time limit, 1 month. Failure results in annihilation. Are you kidding me, system? First, you had me ambush Uchiha Itachi, and now you're telling me to befriend him? Is this some kind of joke? And a month to do it, with failure leading to annihilation? Other than annihilation, what else can you do? Moreover, why is the reward still a question mark? Are you going to give me a few kunai again? Oh, you don't like kunai? How about I change it to military rations instead? The unprincipled system retorted. Quan resolved to refrain from engaging with the system any further. He firmly believed that continuing the conversation would surely drive him to despair. Initially eager to experiment with his newfound abilities, he now found himself devoid of any motivation and simply laid down on his bed to rest. What Quan was unaware of was that since his awakening, a pair of eyes had been quietly observing him from a distance. Every one of his actions was being scrutinized. Fortunately, his interactions with the system remained confined to his mind. Otherwise, Uchiha Itachi would have known of his possession of the system. Seeing Quan asleep, Uchiha Itachi, who had been monitoring him, finally departed. He found today's ambush puzzling. There was no prior interaction between him and Quan, and the flimsy excuse for the attack did little to convince Itachi. The following morning, Quan rose early, had breakfast, and promptly made his way to Training Ground 7. Familiar with the narrative, he knew that the Itachi attending school was merely a shadow clone, while the real Itachi was with Shursui. If he wished to establish a rapport with Itachi, he could only wait there, especially since Itachi had already become a genin. Although he couldn't traverse the trees like a ninja, he was still capable of climbing them, so he perched quietly on a branch, awaiting Itachi's arrival. However, to his surprise, it was Shursui who appeared instead of Itachi. Who are you? Although he recognized Shizui's appearance, Quan feigned ignorance, as Uchiha Quan had never met Shursui. I am Uchiha Shursui. You must be the little rascal who tried to ambush Itachi, correct? Shursui was quite curious about Quan after all. Even among the battle-hardened Uchiha, it was unusual for someone to challenge Itachi, and upon meeting Quan, Shursui sensed no combative tendencies in him. My name is Uchiha Quan. Yesterday, I was the one who attempted to ambush Brother Itachi, but it seemed it was merely a shadow clone. If it weren't for Brother Itachi saving me, I would likely be dead by now. At this point, Quan's face flushed with embarrassment. Failing to ambush someone, and instead being saved by them, was undeniably humiliating, and he was determined to keep this incident a secret. The system indicated that there is evidence, complete with video material. Brother Itachi? Huh. He has become your brother now. Are you here waiting for Itachi today too? Yes. Yesterday, I encountered Itachi's clone, and I suspect he should be here today if he has no missions. Besides, I don't know any other places, so I can only wait for Brother Itachi here. I see. So what do you seek from Itachi? From your demeanor today, it seems you're not planning another ambush, but rather to confront him directly? Not at all. I wish to learn from Brother Itachi. Currently, I cannot attend ninja school, so I can only turn to him for guidance. Shursui, are you also here to find Brother Itachi? Knowing full well Shizui's purpose for being there, Quan continued to feign ignorance, as any hint of awareness could spell disaster. Quan, just as Shursui was about to explain his relationship with Itachi, Itachi happened to arrive. Brother Itachi, I wish to learn from you. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Quan promptly abandoned Shursui and rushed towards Itachi. Well, Quan has already called you Brother Itachi. Why not offer him some guidance? Understanding Itachi's likely refusal, Shursui interjected. Very well. Naturally, upon Shizui's suggestion, Itachi would not decline, and he nodded in agreement. What Quan had anticipated would take considerable effort to resolve was effortlessly addressed by Shizui's single remark. In Quan's eyes, as long as he secured Shizui's approval, his relationship with Itachi would surely flourish. The three of them entered the training ground together. Just as Quan was about to speak, he witnessed Itachi demonstrating his shuriken technique. Now, faced with the food before him, Hinata Tianyun found himself in a quandary. Neither eating nor abstaining seemed a viable option. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly swallowed the unpalatable fare, consuming it in a haphazard manner. Alas, who could blame him for his predicament, as he was in need of assistance? Hinata Tianyun felt a deep sense of resignation that, in truth, the culinary creations of Hinata Matsuen were of commendable standard. However, the plethora of raw fish and similar dishes did not align with the palate of one hailing from a different world, rendering the meal exceedingly unappetizing for him. All right, eat a bit more. Hinata Matsuen exclaimed, her joy evident as she noticed Tianyun finishing all the food she had served him, prompting her to add even more to his bowl. Observing this, Tianyun hastily interjected, "Dear mother, please stop. I'm already full. Our priority now should be to seek out the clan leader and the Hokage. That is of utmost importance." Hinata Matsuen paused, taken aback. "Tianyun, you seem quite mature today. Has something happened? You appear somewhat different." With that, she affectionately ruffled his hair, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern, which made Tianyun wary of saying too much, lest it deepen her suspicions. Remaining silent, he fixed her with a resolute gaze. After a moment, Hinata Matsuen, sensing his determination, shook off her doubts and remarked, "Very well. After I tidy up, we shall go find the clan leader." With this assurance, Tianyun rose and addressed her, "Mother, I shall return to my room to change my attire." Though Matsuen thought his clothing was not particularly dirty and did not require changing, she did not contest his insistence, and simply replied, "Let us meet at the main entrance in 20 minutes to head to the clan leader's residence together." Once she nodded, Tianyun dashed back to his room, eager to limit contact with Hinata Matsuen, the person most familiar to him, as he feared her growing suspicions. His intention was to avoid encounters with those who knew him well. He reasoned that in time, as everyone grew accustomed to his new demeanor, no one would question him further, allowing him some respite. Upon returning to his resting quarters, Tianyun swiftly changed his clothes and sat in contemplation, pondering how to navigate his meeting with the clan leader and the third Hokage, aiming to win their acceptance. Recalling the plot of Naruto, he devised a strategy and stepped out of his room with newfound confidence, heading towards the entrance to reunite with Hinata Matsuen. "Come here, Tianyun." Before he could reach the door, he heard Matsuen's call. Quickly concealing his confident expression, he donned a cheerful facade and hurried to join her. Yet, internally, he sighed repeatedly, finding the pretense of childhood quite exhausting. Once reunited, Hinata Matsuen took Tianyun's hand, leading him out of their home towards the residence of the Hinata clan leader. The environment surrounding the Hinata clan's abode was quite pleasant. As they walked towards the clan leader's mansion, the verdant trees lining the path provided ample shade, making Tianyun feel refreshed rather than overheated. Along the way, he encountered several adults from the Hinata clan, but they were all preoccupied, merely exchanging brief greetings with Matsuen and not paying him any mind. This suited Tianyun just fine, as he preferred to minimize conversation and thus reduce the chance of making mistakes. Upon arriving at the clan leader's residence, Matsuen and Tianyun were halted by 4 guards. One of the guards, recognizing Matsuen, inquired, "Matsuen, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's you, Brother Zhongyan. I came to discuss a matter with the clan leader regarding a reward. I would like the clan leader to permit Tianyun to attend the Konoha school," Matsuen replied with a smile, explaining her purpose. The guard known as Zhongyan cast a glance at Tianyun before stating, "This is a minor issue. There's no need to trouble the clan leader. Please take Tianyun to see the Hokage first. The clan leader is currently instructing the young lady, but I will convey your message to him during his break." "Ah, would that be inappropriate?" Matsuen asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Zhongyan shook his head, reassuring her it's fine. "The clan leader won't hold it against you that if there are any repercussions, just say it was my doing." After a moment's hesitation, Matsuen nodded. "Then I shall count on you, Brother Zhongyan. I will invite you over for dinner sometime." Zhongyan sighed. "No need for that. I used to be on the same team as Lei. Helping your family is reward enough for me. That I only hope Tianyun can thrive in the village school." But to the mention of Hinata Lei, Matsuen fell silent for a moment before bowing to Zhongyan. "Thank you for your assistance. That I will take Tianyun to see the Hokage now. We shall take our leave. Go ahead. I still have my duties," Zhongyan replied. After bidding farewell to Zhongyan, Meitsun led Tianyun towards the village of Konoha. The scenery along the way stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. As for not meeting the clan leader, Tianyun was indifferent, having perceived from Zhongyan's gaze that he held him in low regard, perhaps even disdain. This suggested that a child like him, lacking any talent, was of little consequence to the Hinata clan. Losing one more was inconsequential. Since he was already looked down upon, Tianyun found no desire to engage in further banter. The dismissive thoughts he had formulated about the clan leader during his earlier reflection faded from his mind as he walked, instead taking in the sights of Konoha, the shops and scenery he had previously encountered in the manga. Occasionally, he spotted familiar faces from Naruto, which piqued his curiosity and prompted him to scan his surroundings in hopes of encountering characters frequently featured in the manga. Unfortunately, as he reached the Hokage building, he saw none of the likes of Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, or Kunai Yui, leaving him rather disappointed. Despite his disappointment, the anticipation of meeting the astute third Hokage rekindled his focus, for he knew that if his disguise were to be uncovered, he would find himself in a world of trouble. Chapter 004. The third Hokage before the Hokage building, Hinata Meitsun, was once again stopped by two guards. However, due to the presence of the two pairs of Byakugan, the guards exhibited great courtesy, demonstrating their respect for the Hinata clan. One of the guards approached and asked, "What brings you here, esteemed ladies?" Hinata Meitsun, holding the Hokage in high regard, answered earnestly, "Please inform the Hokage that I wish to discuss a matter with him regarding my desire for my child to attend the Konoha school." The guard hesitated, as the Hinata clan typically trained their disciples within the clan and rarely permitted them to join the Konoha Ninja Academy. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a member of the Hinata family to request admission to the Konoha school. As in the past, only children sent by various clans had attended, primarily as a gesture of loyalty to Konoha. The more talented children generally remained within their own clans for training, making it highly improbable for them to be sent to the academy. After a brief moment of surprise, the guard quickly regained his composure and replied, "Please wait a moment. I will go inform the Hokage." "Thank you," Hinata Meitsun replied. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage leisurely enjoyed his pipe while gazing out the window at the scenery beyond. The past few years had been remarkably tranquil for Konoha, allowing him to relax and even wish for this peace to continue indefinitely. Yet he was acutely aware that peace was merely a fleeting state. War was the prevailing theme of the world, and ninjas existed to serve that purpose. Thus, while he relished his leisure, he approached his duties with utmost seriousness, determined to uphold the legacy of the first and second Hokages and maintain order within the village. Knock, knock, knock. Hokosama. Yejin requests an audience. The knocking interrupted the third Hokage's calm demeanor. Resuming his position behind the Hokage desk, he called out, "Yejin, you may enter." With that, Yejin pushed open the door. The third Hokage observed Yejin's peculiar expression and inquired with curiosity, "Yejin, what brings you here?" Observing your obedient expression, Yejin approached the desk and nodded, saying, "Lord Hokage, there's a woman named Hinata Meitsun outside who wishes to enroll her child in the Konoha Academy. I find it rather peculiar." The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan would send a few disciples to Konoha Academy at regular intervals each year. Demonstrating their compliance with the village that it was not the time for enrollment, and yet a member of the Hyuga clan was eager to attend school. He paused and inquired, "Is the child of considerable age?" Surely, they cannot be too old, for Konoha Academy is not easily manageable with older students. The third Hokage's concerns stemmed from the notion that the academy was meant to nurture loyal ninjas for Konoha village. He was reluctant to accept older children, as their perceptions would already be ingrained, making it challenging to alter their mindset. He did not wish to cultivate a child who would be loyal only to their family and not to Konoha. After careful consideration, Yijun recalled Hinata Tianyun's appearance and replied, "Lord Hokage, I believe this child has yet to reach the age of enrollment. Likely around 5 years old. I think Konoha Academy could accommodate him." The third Hokage sighed in relief. A 5-year-old child could indeed be accepted, and even if the child were not initially loyal to Konoha village, he could be gradually nurtured if an older child were brought in. It would be difficult to manage. Rejecting them would offend the Hyuga clan, placing him in a more challenging position. Contemplating further, the third Hokage stated, "Please have them come in to speak with me. I wish to meet them before making a decision." Ijin nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment, Lord Hokage. I will bring them up immediately." "Go ahead," said the third Hokage, intrigued by the child who voluntarily wished to attend ninja school. Wondering about their circumstances, could it be that they were ostracized within the Hyuga clan, prompting their choice of Konoha Academy? 2 minutes passed, and as the third Hokage pondered, he noticed two individuals entering the room. He quickly scrutinized Hinata Mitsuen and Hinata Teng, a seasoned veteran. The third Hokage immediately recognized Tianyun's extraordinary nature. The calm expression on the child's face exuded a unique confidence that was not typical of an ordinary person, but rather one possessed by a formidable individual. This struck the third Hokage as peculiar. How could such a child possess such a gaze? He found himself engulfed in deep confusion. "Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage, Lord Hokage," Hinata Mitsuen called out, somewhat exasperated, having approached the third Hokage, yet receiving no response as he remained fixated on Hinata Tianyun. Realizing the situation, she hesitated before positioning herself in front of Tianyun, blocking the third Hokage's view. With Tianyun now obscured from sight, the third Hokage finally came to his senses, noticing Mitsuen's serious demeanor. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage feigned calmness and asked, "Miss Hinata Mitsuen, do you truly wish to send Hinata Tianyun to the Ninja Academy? He does not appear to be of the appropriate age." Mitsuen nodded, bringing Tianyun forward and explaining, "This child has expressed his desire himself. He wishes to become a powerful ninja like his father. I believe he lacks talent for the gentle fist, so I sought the clan leader's permission to allow him to study at Konoha Academy, hoping he might grow stronger." The third Hokage glanced at the quiet Tianyun, took a couple of puffs from his pipe, and finally nodded, saying, "Very well, Miss Hinata Mitsuen. You may return home to rest for now. I will discuss this with Hinata Hayashi and send someone to inform you. Please await our message." Mitsuen felt a tinge of disappointment, as the third Hokage's lack of immediate acceptance implied potential complications for Tianyun's enrollment. However, since the third Hokage had spoken, she refrained from pressing further and simply replied, "Lord Hokage, then we shall await your news. Please notify me once you have made a decision." The third Hokage cast one last glance at the silent Tianyun and assured her, "I will make it a priority to inform you at the earliest opportunity." With that promise made, Mitsuen felt it was unwise to linger any longer, taking Tianyun by the hand as they exited the Hokage's office. Chapter 005. Kakashi as Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Mitsuen stepped out of the Hokage's office. Tianyun could no longer restrain himself and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel internally. Indeed, the Hokage is truly formidable. I am still quite inexperienced. Prior to meeting the third Hokage, Tianyun had been contemplating how to navigate the encounter, hoping to convince him that he was merely an ordinary child. Yet a single glance exchanged with the third Hokage revealed to him that his facade could not deceive the cunning leader, compelling him to lower his head in silence to avoid further mistakes. At this moment, Tianyun no longer yearned for admission to Konoha Academy. Instead, he contemplated how to alleviate the third Hokage's suspicions regarding his identity. Following the somewhat disheartened Hinata Mitsuen, he walked alongside her in silence. Heading back to the Hinata clan's residence, but on their way home, neither Mitsuen nor Tianyun spoke. Mitsuen felt embarrassed for not having fulfilled her objective of enrolling Tianyun in Konoha Academy, making her reticent to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, Tianyun was preoccupied with deliberations on whether or not he should still pursue attendance at Konoha Academy. In the Hokage's office, after watching Mitsuen and Tianyun depart, the third Hokage stood by the window, gazing at their retreating figures before returning to his desk. "Heifeng, come forth," he called after a moment of silence. Upon his summons, a shadow leaped through the window into the room, a black-clad ninja wearing an umbu mask. "Lord Hokage, how may I assist you?" the umbu ninja, Heifeng, inquired. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Investigate the information regarding Hinata Tianyun and Hinata Mitsuen. You have 6 hours to gather the most detailed report possible." "Understood," Heifeng replied succinctly before vanishing in a swirl of smoke. After Heifeng's departure, the third Hokage sat in contemplation for 5 minutes before continuing. Kakashi, step forward. I have a task for you. Visit the Hinata clan and inquire with Hayashi about Hinata Tianyun situation. Remember not to be too overt in your questioning to avoid raising suspicions. With a soft puff of smoke, Kakashi, his white hair partially obscuring his face, appeared in the Hokage's office, lazily asking, "Lord Hokage, I assent it a bit excessive to be so cautious over just a child." The third Hokage shook his head repeatedly, stating, "You have yet to engage with that child face to face. You would not understand the unique presence he emanates." At this point, he turned to gaze out the window at the drifting clouds, reflecting, "In him, I sense a confidence akin to that of the first Hokage, a confidence only possessed by the utmost of strong individuals. I cannot be mistaken. He is destined to become a remarkable ninja. That is quite a high praise." Kakashi mused silently. The third Hokage, catching the doubt in Kakashi's eyes, chose not to elaborate further, merely saying with tranquility, "Make your way to the Hinata clan. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Simply inquire about the circumstances surrounding Hinata Tianyun." The third Hokage has already issued his orders, and Kakashi can only nod in agreement, stating, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will ensure the task is completed. I trust you to carry out your duties, provided you do not squander my time. You must return to report before 4 in the afternoon." The third Hokage declared. Kakashi, feeling a sense of helplessness, acknowledged his reputation as the king of tardiness. Evidently aware that the third Hokage had forewarned him, "I shall take my leave," Kakashi said awkwardly, quickly transforming into smoke and vanishing. After Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing at the statues of his predecessors, murmuring, "Hinata Tianyun, Hinata Tianyun, I wonder what changes this young man's arrival will bring to Konoha." The leisurely demeanor of the third Hokage shifted the moment he set eyes on Hinata Tianyun, as he sensed that this was an individual not to be overlooked, dispelling his earlier tranquility. Standing atop the building, the third Hokage pondered for 2 hours before returning to his office to resume his daily duties. At precisely 3 in the afternoon, a wisp of smoke swept through the office. "Hokage, how goes the investigation?" the third Hokage inquired, setting down his documents, his expression serious. Hokage knelt partially, responding calmly, "Hokage-sama, Hinata Tianyun is the son of Hinata Matsuen and the late Hinata Leyu. 3 years prior. While on an A-rank mission in the Land of Thunder, Hinata Leyu met an unfortunate demise. Since then, Hokage-sama provided a substantial compensation to Hinata Matsuen. Over the past 3 years, she has diligently endeavored to train Hinata Tianyun, hoping to mold him into a ninja akin to his father. However, it appears that Hinata Tianyun lacks the aptitude for gentle fist and tends to be rather mischievous, resembling an ordinary child." Hearing Hokage's report, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is that all the information available? Surely there must be more detailed accounts." Hokage contemplated for a moment before responding, "I managed to gather some insights from 3 children who played with Hinata Tianyun. One of them mentioned that Hinata Tianyun has resolved to train diligently to become a powerful ninja, intending to cease playing with them in the future. Beyond that, there is little additional intelligence." The third Hokage felt a sense of frustration. The information regarding Hinata Tianyun was exceedingly mundane, portraying him as an ordinary child, making it difficult to reconcile this with the confident gaze and unique aura he had sensed. Perturbed, the third Hokage began tapping his pipe against his desk, and after 3 minutes, he took a deep puff and said, "You may leave for now. Continue to investigate further regarding Hinata Tianyun, ensuring discretion to keep this matter confidential." Understood, Hokage transformed into smoke and departed. At this juncture, the third Hokage found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to enroll Hinata Tianyun in the Ninja Academy. He resolved to await Kakashi's return before making a decision. Hence he continued to process the unfinished paperwork. An hour passed, and Kakashi arrived 10 minutes later than scheduled. However, the third Hokage, familiar with Kakashi's nature, deemed a 10-minute delay to be quite typical, but he directly asked the recently materialized Kakashi, "Kakashi, what information have you uncovered?" The third Hokage's concern for Hinata Tianyun left Kakashi feeling somewhat exasperated. Based on his inquiries, Hinata Tianyun appeared to be an ordinary child of the Hinata clan, not warranting excessive concern. Nonetheless, as the third Hokage had inquired, Kakashi proceeded to brief him on the situation, detailing his visit to the Hinata clan and awaiting the third Hokage's decision. Chapter 006. The elite class Kakashi's report to the third Hokage regarding his visit to the Hinata clan revealed that upon his arrival, he was promptly greeted by the guards and introduced to Hinata Hisashi. He subtly inquired about Hinata Tianyun and discerned Hisashi's attitude towards the boy. Hisashi seemed to have nearly forgotten about Hinata Tianyun, recalling only that a guard had mentioned something regarding him. For Hisashi, a clan member lacking the aptitude for gentle fist, it was inevitable that even without an application for the Konoha Academy, he would eventually send a child there by the time he turned 7 as a compromise with the village. Ultimately, Hisashi conveyed to Kakashi that the third Hokage need not worry about his stance, simply accepting Hinata Tianyun into the fold. Kakashi, cautious not to pry further, engaged in small talk with Hisashi for an hour before expressing a desire to explore the Hinata clan grounds, beginning to eavesdrop on conversations about Hinata Tianyun. Regrettably, the boy's presence was so minimal that after several hours of wandering, Kakashi failed to gather any concrete information regarding Hinata Tianyun, though he did acquire some details concerning Hinata Matsuin and Hinata Leiyu. Hinata Leiyu was 8 Nin of the Hinata clan, held in some esteem, and had perished in service to the village while on a mission, leading the clan to extend considerable care towards his wife and child. Faced with the passage of time, Kakashi ultimately had no choice but to return to the Hokage building and report to the third Hokage. Upon hearing Kakashi's account, the third Hokage felt an even greater sense of helplessness. He had hoped that Kakashi would bring back some news to inform his decision regarding Hinata Tianyun, yet now he had learned nothing more than that the boy was not regarded highly within the clan, leaving him in a state of indecision. Observing the third Hokage's uncertainty, Kakashi could no longer suppress his thoughts. Hokage-sama, the boy is merely 5 years old. There is no need for such concern. I believe we should allow him to attend the academy in Konoha, placing him in any class to facilitate his education. This remark sparked realization within the third Hokage. He had momentarily forgotten that Hinata Tianyun was only 5. Even if the boy possessed the potential to become a formidable ninja, that was a future consideration. With proper guidance, he could potentially become a significant asset to Konoha. Contemplating this, the third Hokage's spirits lifted, and he rapped his desk, exclaiming, "Kakashi, you are indeed correct. I need not fret excessively over Hinata Tianyun. Let us proceed with this plan. Your request involves a narrative filled with intricate details and character exchanges. Here is the refined translation. Please make another visit to the Hyuga clan and inform Hinata Mikura that I hold great admiration for Hinata Tianyun's aspirations, that I intend to transfer Hinata Tianyun into the elite class for his studies." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. The elite class comprised primarily of individuals with influential connections, either elite disciples for various clans or exceptionally talented students, given that Hinata Tianyun possessed only ordinary talent. It was astonishing that the third Hokage would place him in such a prestigious class. Enough of your musings, Kakashi. Simply convey the message as I instructed. The third Hokage's rare and authoritative command must be followed. Faced with the serious demeanor of the third Hokage, Kakashi had no choice but to comply swiftly, transforming into a puff of smoke and vanishing from the Hokage's office, like the Hyuga clan. Within the residence of Hinata Mikura, she was in a state of frustration as she prepared dinner. Her child had finally become determined, eager to attend the Ninja Academy, yet she found herself unable to assist with the enrollment process, leaving her spirits quite low. Compounding her distress, Hinata Tianyun had withdrawn into his room, refusing to speak, causing Mikura to feel a sense of guilt, believing she was unable to support her child, which in turn led to Tianyun's despondency. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Mikura, this is Kakashi, sent by the Hokage to inform you that tomorrow you are to take Hinata Tianyun to school. Mikura, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly stirred by the sound of knocking and Kakashi's voice, igniting a spark of excitement within her. She hastily set aside her cooking utensils, tidied herself, and rushed to greet him. Kakashi's name was well known throughout Konoha, and Mikura recognized him as an esteemed elite jonin highly regarded by the third Hokage. The fact that he had come to deliver such news left her both honored and astonished, prompting her to dash to the door. in his bedroom. Hinata Tianyun overheard Kakashi's announcement, yet he found himself in a quandary about whether he should indeed attend the Ninja Academy or remain with the Hyuga clan. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Mikura had already met with Kakashi, who conveyed the third Hokage's decision to have Tianyun join the elite class. Upon hearing this, Mikura's eyes sparkled with joy, and she fervently insisted on inviting Kakashi to stay for dinner. However, Kakashi declined, citing the third Hokage's anticipation of his report, and with a polite farewell, he transformed into smoke and vanished from Mikura's doorstep. Once Kakashi departed, Mikura excitedly rushed to Tianyun's room, exclaiming, "Tianyun, the third Hokage just sent word that you are to join the elite class starting tomorrow." Tianyun was taken aback. The conversation between Kakashi and Mikura had been too distant for him to grasp its content. Now, upon hearing his mother speak of the Hokage's decision, the astute Tianyun quickly realized the implications. The Hokage intended for him to forge ties within Konoha, ensuring that no matter what path he chose, a connection to the village would remain. This was a common strategy employed by the third Hokage to cultivate loyal talents. Relieved, Tianyun put on a facade of excitement and replied to Mikura, "That's wonderful, mother. I will study diligently and undoubtedly surpass Hinata Niji." Mikura, filled with emotion, embraced Tianyun and declared, "Good child, tomorrow you must learn to be independent in both study and life. Today, I shall teach you how to become a qualified ninja." Thus began Tianyun's reluctant acceptance of his mother's incessant chatter, which felt overwhelming, making him yearn for a breath of fresh air outside. Unfortunately, he could not escape, as Mikura held him tightly, and being a chunin, she insisted on sharing her wisdom. Chapter 007. Irek at the residence of the Hyuga clan, within the abode of Hinata Rizuo. After dismissing Kakashi, Rizuo felt increasingly perplexed. It was unusual for the third Hokage to send Kakashi regarding such a trivial matter concerning Hinata Tianyun. There must be something more at play. Therefore, Rizuo sought information regarding Tianyun and Mikura and discovered that they were merely ordinary members of the Hyuga clan without any distinctive attributes, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Rizuo had nearly dismissed the matter when he received word from his guards that Kakashi had again been dispatched by the third Hokage to inform Mikura that she was to take Tianyun to the elite class at the Ninja Academy the following day. Rizuo's mind raced with the thought that perhaps the third Hokage was deliberately attempting to win over the branch family, aiming to diminish the strength of the main house. However, he quickly set aside this notion, recognizing that the curse mark on the birds in the cage had rendered the branch family incapable of betraying the main house. Thus, it was unlikely that the third Hokage's intentions lay in that direction. Despite his deliberations, Rizuo could not fathom what made Tianyun worthy of the Hokage's attention. Ultimately, he hesitated and sent a messenger bearing gifts and financial support to Mikura's family, conveying his congratulations on Tianyun's opportunity to attend the elite class. Rizuo's reasoning was that regardless of Tianyun's potential for cultivation, by providing him with gifts, he signified that the Hyuga clan had not neglected him, ensuring that should Tianyun achieve success in the future, he would feel a sense of gratitude. Meanwhile, at Mikura's residence, Tianyun seized the moment when a messenger arrived with gifts to escape his mother's incessant chatter, finding a quiet place to rest and prepare for the following day at the Ninja Academy. He began to formulate a plan to initially target the children at Konoha Academy. Aiming to acquire their allowances, as his strength grew, he would gradually expand his endeavors throughout the village, ultimately aspiring to influence the entire ninja world. If all went according to plan, 10 years would suffice to conquer the world, allowing him to reunite with his 5 wives. With this thought, Tianyun returned to his room, content, and even feigned a desire to prepare for school to evade Mikura's call for dinner. Avoiding further conversation, the next morning, Mikura took Tianyun to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Gazing at the grand gates in a daze, she was suddenly struck by the realization that she had no idea where the elite class was located, leaving her to scan the area for other children entering the academy to ascertain their destination. Tianyun, on the other hand, was reflecting on the differences between the Ninja Academy in the anime he had watched and the actual Konoha Ninja Academy. Noting some discrepancies, though not particularly significant, Mikura and Tianyun stood in contemplation. A middle-aged ninja clad in chunin attire approached them, politely stating, "You must be Miss Hinata Mikura and student Hinata Tianyun." I'm the receptionist for the Ninja Academy, and the Hokage has instructed me to escort you to the office where you may wait for the elite class teacher to arrive and take Tianyun to class. With a smile, the middle-aged ninja continued, addressing the somewhat bewildered Mikura. Since Tianyun is still quite young, the Hokage has arranged for a teacher to introduce him, facilitating his interaction with the other students and helping him integrate into the class. Oh, I see. The Hokage is truly considerate of my child. Tianyun, I must express my gratitude to him, Mikura exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her. The middle-aged ninja shook his head. The Hokage is quite busy. Such trivial matters should not disturb him. There is no need for you to concern yourself, Miss Mikura. Very well, Mikura replied with a hint of resignation. That by 6:30 in the morning, children were beginning to arrive at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Observing the curious youngsters, the middle-aged ninja quickly urged Mikura. Miss Mikura, let us proceed to the office and settle in. In a short while, a teacher would arrive to escort Tianyun Hinata to the classroom. Miyamura Hinata, not wishing to draw attention to herself, especially from the younger children, merely nodded, grasped Tianyun's hand, and followed the middle-aged ninja. They swiftly reached a secluded office, where they settled onto a sofa to rest. After assigning seats to both Mimura and Tianyun, the middle-aged ninja stated directly, "Please wait here for a moment. I have matters to attend to. Shortly, Irika, the teacher of the elite class, will come to take Tianyun to class. Should Miss Mimura have any inquiries, she may converse with Irika at that time." Given that the individual had expressed the need to depart, Miyamura felt it inappropriate to press further. She nodded, allowing him to leave. Once the room was left with only herself and Tianyun, she began to chatter incessantly about how to foster good relationships with the other children. Tianyun, listening, felt drowsy, yawning repeatedly. After enduring half an hour of Miyamura's monologue, he finally heard the sound of the door opening and quickly turned to see Irika, the character who had appeared frequently in Naruto. Upon the door's opening, Tianyun immediately recognized Irika, for he had watched Naruto several times. Irika's distinctive attire and hairstyle were unforgettable. "Are you Teacher Irika?" Miyamura exclaimed, rising to greet him warmly. Irika, taken aback by her enthusiasm, soon regained his composure and replied, "You must be Miss Miyamura. I am indeed Irika, here to escort Tianyun to class." Miyamura, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with a man who would soon be her child's teacher, produced a small gift box from somewhere and presented it to Irika, saying, "Teacher Irika, my child Tianyun is still quite young. I hope you will look after him. These are homemade cookies. Please do not hesitate to accept them." Upon seeing the gift, Irika hesitated, initially concerned it might be something extravagant. But when he learned they were merely cookies, he reluctantly accepted them, swayed by the resolute expression in Miyamura's eyes that made it clear she would not take no for an answer. With Irika having accepted the gift, Miyamura's eagerness to engage him in conversation grew. However, Irika, perceiving her intent to exchange pleasantries, preemptively said, "Miss Miyamura, the other students are still awaiting my arrival in class. I should take Tianyun to his lesson now. You may rest here or return home. I will personally ensure Tianyun is escorted home later this evening and discuss his day's activities with you." Irika, needing to attend his class, also promised to visit her later that evening. Miyamura, recognizing it was inappropriate to hinder Irika from taking Tianyun away, held on to Tianyun for an additional 2 minutes of chatter, and only released him when she caught sight of Irika's exasperated expression. Chapter 008. Enrollment in the Hidden Leaf Village. At the Ninja Academy's elite class, Irika, maintaining a calm demeanor, led Tianyun Hinata towards the classroom. He had contemplated engaging Tianyun in conversation to ease his nerves. But upon witnessing Tianyun's remarkably composed expression, even more serene than an adult's, Irika found himself at a loss for words. Sighing inwardly, he simply escorted Tianyun to the classroom. Upon reaching the classroom door, Tianyun quickly spotted several familiar faces within, including Niji Hinata, whom he had expressed a desire to surpass, alongside his companions, Rock Lee and Tintin. As for the remaining faces, Tianyun hardly recognized them, and the individuals he wished to see, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and the rest of the 12 young ninjas, were nowhere to be found, leaving him feeling somewhat disappointed. It occurred to him that Hinata and the others were only 6 years old and not yet of school age. They would not begin attending classes until the following year, meaning Tianyun had arrived prematurely. Since he had not encountered anyone of interest, Tianyun's enthusiasm for his new classmates waned. Upon entering the classroom before Irika, he boldly approached the podium and declared, "I am Tianyun Hinata, and from now on, I shall be your leader. You are all to heed my commands. Do you understand?" Irika found himself at a loss for words. Feeling that the third Hokage had brought forth a troublesome character, and the notion that Miyamura expected him to watch over Tianyun seemed utterly absurd. Given Tianyun's demeanor, he hardly required supervision. He was clearly a troublemaker, prompting Irika to feel a throbbing headache. The elite class comprised the offspring of various clans, all of whom had undergone rigorous training. It was unlikely they would willingly accept a newcomer as their superior. Consequently, the classroom erupted in chaos. "Who is that little brat? So arrogant. I can't stand him," exclaimed a child from the Inuzuka clan, fuming. "Yeah, Inuzuka Hikaru. Let him see what you're made of after class," chimed in two other children seated beside him. "All right, just watch me," Inuzuka Hikaru replied. Brimming with confidence in the classroom, two children seated beside Niji Hinata leaned closer to him and asked, "Hey Niji, is that arrogant guy really strong? How could he be even more arrogant than you?" Niji furrowed his brow, observing Tianyun, but he had no recollection of him and was unaware that such a brash character had emerged from the Hinata clan. Nevertheless, as a fellow member of the Hinata clan, Niji did not wish for Tianyun to be bullied, especially by the two Uchiha clan members glaring at him from distance. Therefore, he stood up and beckoned to Tianyun, saying, "We are both of the Hinata clan. You should sit beside me, so we can look out for one another." The two Uchiha children, upon hearing Niji's invitation, realized that targeting Tianyun would not be as simple as they had anticipated. Considering Niji's status as the top student in the elite class, they lacked the confidence to take him on. However, Tianyun showed no gratitude for Niji's offer. After casting a glance at him, he proceeded to the third row of seats and declared to Inuzuka Hikaru, "Kid, this seat now belongs to me. You should move to the back row. Do not force my hand." Inuzuka Hirake was practically seething with rage. Hyuga Tianyun was far too arrogant. Here was Inuzuka Hirake, a top 10 student in the elite class, now being reprimanded by a mere newcomer. The two children seated behind him, witnessing Hirake's humiliation at the hands of Tianyun, eagerly chimed in, "Hirake, if you don't retaliate, your standing in the elite class will dwindle, and you'll be nothing but a lackey." Infuriated, Hirake could no longer contain himself. Especially with the taunts from the two children, he disregarded Irika, the teacher, still present in the classroom, and stood up, swinging a fist towards Hyuga Tianyun. "Hirake, stop!" Irika, who had been momentarily stunned by the unfolding chaos, finally snapped to attention and attempted to intervene. Unfortunately, Hirake was already consumed by his fury, ignoring Irika entirely. All he desired was to pummel Tianyun's detestable face into a pulp to vent his anger. The entire elite class consisted of children no older than 11, none even possessing the rank of a genin. Such individuals, regardless of their strength, could hardly compare to the seasoned Hyuga Tianyun. Although Tianyun's current strength was modest, even less than Hirake's, his combat experience far surpassed that of any ordinary genin, making him a formidable opponent. With a single deft maneuver, he effortlessly countered Hirake's attack, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Hirake, thrown aside by Tianyun's skill, fell face first onto the ground, resulting in a painful collision that elicited a cry of anguish. As he turned around, the entire class bore witness to his reddened nose, blood streaming down his face. Upon seeing the blood, Hirake's composure faltered, and he frantically attempted to staunch the flow from his nose. However, in his panic, he was utterly inept, nearly reduced to tears. Were it not for his pride as a member of the Inuzuka clan, he might have indeed wept, for he felt utterly humiliated to be bested by a child. Irika, equally bewildered, had not anticipated that 10-year-old Hirake would be so easily dispatched by Hyuga Tianyun, prompting him to regard Tianyun with a newfound wariness. However, this was not the time to confront Tianyun. He hurried to Hirake's side and addressed the class. "Everyone, please return to your studies. I will escort Hirake to the infirmary for treatment. Do not cause any further disturbances. Understood?" Irika's authority was still respected, and his stern warning prompted the students to avert their gazes, pretending the earlier incident had not occurred. Once the class had settled down, Irika swiftly took Hirake and left the classroom, heading towards the infirmary. Amusingly, Hirake seemed reluctant to accept Irika's help, struggling against him as he shouted towards Tianyun. "Hokage Tianyun, you wait. I will challenge you to a duel at noon." That was merely an accident. Tianyun, unfazed, merely scoffed at Hirake's bravado as he was being escorted out by Irika. "Little brat, go home and drink your milk, grow a bit stronger, and perhaps you might stand a chance against me. For now, you need to drink more milk." How infuriating! "I will kill you." Hirake was driven to madness by Tianyun's words, thrashing against Irika's back, demanding to be released so he could seek revenge on Tianyun. Yet Irika was resolute, forcibly leading Hirake away until they vanished from the classroom. Chapter 009 Battle in the Elite Class. With Inuzuka, Hirake, and Irika gone, Hokage Tianyun took the liberty of sitting in Hirake's former seat, exuding an air of nonchalance that drew the attention of the entire class. Yet, no one dared to provoke Tianyun further, for he had proven his strength. While Hirake was no slouch, ranking among the top 10 students, even the likes of the Uchiha clan members or Hokage would find it challenging to defeat him swiftly. However, Tianyun's recent display of prowess had clearly demonstrated the potential of the Hyuga clan's secret techniques, leaving the less confident students hesitant to engage him. Among the onlookers, only Hokage furrowed his brow at Tianyun, for he had not seen the technique Tianyun had just executed. It was not a known move of the Hyuga clan. Nonetheless, the fluidity of Tianyun's strikes suggested a connection to their clan's advanced techniques. Plunging Niji into deep contemplation, eager to grow stronger, Niji pondered whether mastering Tianyun's technique would elevate his own abilities. However, pride held him back from approaching Tianyun, especially given Tianyun's dismissive demeanor, which made it difficult for him to strike up a conversation. The thoughts of the elite class students were of little concern to Tianyun. He had rid himself of Hirake specifically because Hirake sat beside Tenten, the wealthiest girl in Konoha. Tianyun aimed to capitalize on his proximity to her. Once seated, Tianyun leaned toward Tenten with a cheerful smile and asked, "Beautiful lady, what is your name? Would you be interested in playing with me?" Tenten, intrigued by Tianyun, was not swayed merely by his looks, but rather by his evident strength. In response to Tianyun's inquiry, she proudly declared, "My name is Tenten, that if you wish to play with me, you must possess the strength to be first in class. Otherwise, I will not entertain you." Raising an eyebrow, Tianyun confidently replied, "First place is a trivial matter. I can achieve that by tomorrow. Just remember what you said." That Tenten rolled her eyes at Tianyun's bravado, retorting, "Prove it by taking first place, then we'll talk." "Stop boasting here." "Very well," Tianyun conceded. Recognizing that Tenten was too proud for him to sway, immediately he turned to the class, his tone growing cold, and declared, "You all heard what I just said. Hurry up and surrender, acknowledging me as your leader. Otherwise, when I teach you a lesson, don't come crying." "Enough. I cannot stand this any longer." A chubby boy could no longer contain his frustration and stood up, pointing at Tianyun. "Hokage Tianyun, do not get cocky. I challenge you to a duel right now. I have endured you long enough." Casting a glance at the boy's attire, Tianyun replied dismissively, "Oh, so it's the Akimichi clan's little chubby one. You are not worthy to challenge me alone. Gather 5 or 6 companions to take me on together." "How dare you? My name is Akimichi Daisher, not little chubby," the enraged Akimichi Daisher exclaimed, leaping onto a desk, aiming to crush Tianyun with his substantial weight. Chuckling, Tianyun raised a hand as Daisher descended, grasping the boy's ample belly. With a swift motion, he employed the same technique, spinning Daisher in the air before tossing him forward. "Ah, ouch!" Daisher cried as he landed near the front row, inadvertently crushing 2 classmates beneath him, all 3 letting out cries of pain. The entire class had witnessed Tianyun's handling of Daisher, and they now understood that he was not to be trifled with. Those without strength would do well to avoid provoking him. Thus, all eyes turned towards the Uchiha clan members, for the entire village knew of the rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. With Tianyun's current display of arrogance, curiosity swirled among the students about how the Uchiha would respond. The Uchiha siblings, aware that failure to act would lead to rumors that they feared the Hyuga, exchanged glances and knew they had to respond to avoid disgrace. "Let's take them on together." The individual in question proved to be quite formidable. One of the slightly older members of the Uchiha clan addressed a younger companion, saying, "All right, now let us join forces." The child named Hachiru added, "As members of the Uchiha clan, we must only face defeat, never surrender." With their resolve firm, the two children approached Hinata Tianyun and earnestly declared, "Uchiha now and Uchiha Hachiru challenge you." Hinata Tianyun, who had been observing the two Uchiha clan members, merely smiled and replied, "Go ahead. If you can manage to displace me from my seat, I shall consider you victorious. Do you look down on us?" Uchiha now retorted, displeased at "What do you think?" Hinata Tianyun responded with an air of disdain. Infuriated, Uchiha now directly instructed Hachiru, "Let's flank him. I refuse to believe we cannot force him from his seat." "Agreed now," Hachiru replied, equally incensed. Subsequently, Uchiha now leaped onto the table before Hinata Tianyun, while Uchiha Hachiru positioned himself on the table behind him, and both launched simultaneous attacks aimed at Tianyun's head. Seated comfortably, Hinata Tianyun chuckled lightly before extending both hands to grasp Uchiha Hachiru's and Uchiha Nao's fists. Utilizing the principles of Tai Chi, he deftly hurled the two Uchiha members in opposite directions, sending them tumbling over 10 meters away. The duo fell farther than a Kimichi Choji, owing to their greater strength. While Tianyun's technique capitalized on the principle that the stronger the attack against him, the greater the counterforce he could exert. Thus, Uchiha Nao and Hachiru brought this upon themselves. As for Tianyun's mastery of Tai Chi, it was a skill he had developed through extensive battle experience. After all, he was a seasoned warrior capable of grasping even the simplest techniques of utilizing force. Chapter 010. Skipping class Uchiha Hachiru and Uchiha Nao, having been cast aside by Hinata Tianyun, lay on the ground for a moment, groaning softly before slowly rising to their feet, their expressions dark as they glared at Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun smirked and remarked, "You two are not entirely pathetic. At least you didn't whimper like that chubby one. I suggest you seek out a healer for your injuries. I trust you are aware that you are wounded." Uchiha Nao shot a resentful glance at Tianyun before turning to Hachiru, saying, "Hachiru, let us return to treat our wounds. We shall avenge this insult in due time. We must depart." "But what about class?" Hachiru queried, visibly torn. "Class? What a joke. Do you wish to become a laughingstock? Hurry and follow me." Uchiha Nao retorted angrily. Taken aback, Hachiru quickly followed Uchiha Nao as they sprinted out of the classroom, vanishing in an instant. "Tch, how tiresome," Hinata Tianyun muttered, turning to Tianyun and asking, "My dear, would you care to join me in some amusement? I am now the foremost among us." Tianyun, surprised by Tianyun's prowess, hesitated to acquiesce and pointed at their classmates, saying, "They have not surrendered. You are not yet the victor." Hinata Tianyun, at a loss for words, noted that this spirited girl was quite a challenge. After a moment's contemplation, he stood up and glared menacingly at the entire class before declaring, "I shall grant you 5 minutes. Either surrender and admit defeat to me, or face the same fate as those two Uchiha fools and be driven from this place." With the Uchiha clan members subdued, the other students dared not provoke Hinata Tianyun, yet their pride prevented them from yielding. After one student bolted from the classroom, the remaining children fled in a frenzy, leaving Tianyun utterly bemused. In the mere 5 minutes following Irika's departure, only Tianyun, Tianyun, and Hinata Niji remained in the classroom, along with some who were reluctant to concede defeat and wanted to test their mettle against Tianyun's martial prowess. Tianyun, somewhat dazed, did not anticipate that her words would cause the entire class to scatter, and she helplessly turned to Tianyun and asked, "What now? If Irika returns, won't we be in trouble?" Hinata Tianyun dismissed her concern, stating, "Only the wayward children fear reprimand for skipping class. We have not done so. So why should we worry?" Tianyun was momentarily speechless, casting a glance at the nonchalant Tianyun before saying, "Very well, I agree to play with you, but do not cause any trouble. I would not want Irika to blame me." "I do not cause trouble," Tianyun replied coolly. "But did you not just instigate it?" Tianyun questioned, perplexed. Tianyun shrugged. "Did I strike first? I acted only in self-defense. You cannot blame me for that." Tianyun, defeated by Tianyun's shamelessness, stood up and said, "Since everyone has already left, I suppose I shall return home as well. Otherwise, Irika will surely be furious." With that, she began to make her way toward the door. "Hey, don't leave. Did you not promise to play with me?" Tianyun exclaimed, following her out. The classroom was soon left with only Hinata Niji, who found himself at a loss. unsure whether to stay or to leave. Sitting there in a daze. After 5 minutes of solitude, Irika returned with Inuzuka Pakin, who had completed his treatment, only to be taken aback by the emptiness of the classroom. Save for Niji, he blinked in confusion and asked, "Niji, where have the other students gone?" Hoping to learn the new gentle fist technique from Hinata Tianyun, Niji did not wish to offend him. He replied nonchalantly, "Irika-sensei, they mentioned family matters and left for the day." Irika, furious, felt insulted. It was implausible that the entire class had family obligations. He could not contain his ire and shouted, "Damn it! This group of rascals has gone too far. I will report this to the Hokage." "I am absolutely infuriated." With that, Irika stormed out of the classroom, forgetting about both Pakin and Niji as he sought out the Hokage to relay his grievances. Pakin, bewildered, looked at the now empty room and asked Niji, "What should we do now?" Niji glanced at Pakin, picked up a book, and said, "Do as you wish. If you want to go home, then go. If you wish to stay, then stay. It matters not to me." "We certainly will not have class today." Pakin, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly brightened and dashed out of the classroom, eager to enjoy the unexpected holiday. Meanwhile, the matter concerning Hinata Tianyun had slipped his mind due to his youth. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened with exasperation to Irika's furious report and consoled him. "Irika, I'm already aware of this situation. Take the day to rest. I will handle the matter, so you need not concern yourself further." With the third Hokage's words, Irika felt it inappropriate to inquire further about how the students would be disciplined, and he resignedly bid farewell, saying, "Hokage-sama, while I am not overly concerned about students skipping class from time to time, the fact that the entire class has done so this time is utterly outrageous. Please, I implore you to educate them. Otherwise, I shall find it difficult to continue as their teacher." "Very well, Irika, I understand. You may return now," the third Hokage replied, somewhat resigned. After Irika departed, the Hokage lit his pipe and mused, "Does this Hinata Tianyun truly possess a new form of gentle fist? Can it be confirmed? Or could it possibly be a secret technique of a Hyuga clan?" Just then, another voice echoed in the Hokage's office, cold and measured, responding, "Hokage-sama, if the Hyuga clan possessed such a technique, they would not conceal it. I believe that the technique Tianyun employs is indeed a novel form of gentle fist, seemingly designed specifically to counter strength-based ninja. That's so." The third Hokage fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Continue to monitor Hinata Tianyun and also investigate whether he has recently been in contact with any particularly noteworthy individuals. He may have acquired a new form of gentle fist technique from others." A mysterious voice responded, "Hokage-sama, such a new technique could not possibly have been created by outsiders. I believe it must have been developed by someone within the Hinata clan, as outsiders find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the intricacies of the gentle fist style, let alone create an entirely new form." The third Hokage nodded in agreement. "I share your thoughts. However, we cannot intrude upon the Hinata clan's dojo, as it would disrupt the peace of Konohagakure. Please make the effort to investigate whom Hinata Tianyun associates with and identify the most likely individual responsible for the creation of this new gentle fist." His subordinate acknowledged, and the mysterious voice fell silent thereafter. The third Hokage set down his pipe and approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of Konohagakure, murmuring to himself, "What a tumultuous autumn it is." Chapter 011. Leaving school within Konohagakure, Hinata Tianyun followed Tianyun out of the school. "Why are you following me?" "I'm heading home," Tianyun expressed her dissatisfaction. With unabashed determination to earn money, Hinata Tianyun earnestly replied, "I wish to accompany you to visit your parents, so that you may recognize me in the future, lest they remain unfamiliar with who I am." Tianyun, feeling quite vexed, retorted, "I certainly do not wish to bring a boy, especially one younger than me, home." Upon reaching a fork in the road in front of the school, Tianyun exclaimed, "Stop following me. I do not want you at my house. Hurry back to your own." "Are you abandoning me?" Hinata Tianyun gazed earnestly at Tianyun. "What do you mean by abandonment? I only just met you today. Do not cling to me." "Return to your own home," Tianyun replied angrily. "You promised to play with me." Hinata Tianyun insisted, refusing to relent. "I only agreed to play with you. Not that I would accompany you today." Tianyun shot back, narrowing her eyes. You are being unreasonable. Hinata Tianyun expressed his discontent. What? You call me unreasonable? Tianyun, amused yet irritated by Hinata Tianyun's audacity, decisively shook her head and proclaimed, I have decided not to play with you anymore. Return to your home immediately. I am going home now. With that, Tianyun turned left. Ignoring Hinata Tianyun entirely, today's children are truly not easily deceived, Hinata Tianyun sighed, deciding not to follow Tianyun any longer. After surveying his surroundings, he turned back towards the Ninja Academy, intending to rest before returning home at night. Returning to the Ninja Academy, he discovered that the classroom was devoid of students, and even Hinata Niji was nowhere to be found. He casually found a spot to lie down, preparing to rest while considering his next steps. Hinata Tianyun had deliberately established his reputation upon arriving at school today, aiming to garner the third Hokage's increased attention. This way, should he act out within Konohagakure, the third Hokage would shield him, recognizing his potential for investment. Additionally, he was aware that following today's events, even if the third Hokage attempted to obscure the information, Hinata Hizashi would inevitably learn of it. Consequently, Hinata Hizashi would likely regard him with greater importance, hoping to extract the secrets of the new gentle fist technique from him. Thus, positioned between Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage, he could reap the maximum benefit while ensuring his own safety. Of course, this was contingent upon Hinata Tianyun proving valuable to Konohagakure. Only then would the third Hokage be inclined to assist him, for the Hokage would not risk offending Hinata Hizashi to aid him otherwise. Hinata Tianyun's actions were, in truth, a desperate strategy, as he sought wealth that would inevitably attract the attention of both the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi. He preferred to cast some bait initially, ensuring that both parties would regard him with favor, thus allowing him to act without restraint and leverage these connections for profit. However, should the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi prove to be ruthless figures, akin to Shimura Danzo, Hinata Tianyun would not dare to employ such a scheme. This plan was only viable with the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, for they were competent politicians, not mere opportunists. They would compromise for mutual benefit rather than resort to reckless gambits. After contemplating for a time, Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat alleviated from his earlier frustration at being dismissed by Tianyun. He began to ponder when Hinata Hizashi and the third Hokage might approach him regarding the new gentle fist technique, as this could provide him with an opportunity to profit and enhance his own abilities. As time passed, noon approached, and although Hinata Tianyun could have eaten at school, the absence of his classmates left him unaware of the cafeteria's location. After some thought, he resolved to visit the renowned Itchara Ramen in Konohagakure to ascertain whether the ramen was indeed as delectable as rumored. As for the price, it was of no concern to him. For earlier that morning, Hinata Matsuin had bestowed upon him a substantial sum intended for bribing other children. Now that the children had been frightened away by Hinata Tianyun, that sum had conveniently found its way into his pocket. Just in time for a meal at Itchara Ramen. With determination, Hinata Tianyun exited the classroom and set off towards the school gates. At noon, the students of Konohagakure enjoyed a 3-hour recess, designated for lunch and relaxation. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the students would partake in outdoor training sessions, primarily focused on physical conditioning and basic techniques, while advanced ninjutsu remained unaddressed within the Ninja Academy. Nonetheless, despite this, many commoners sent their children to the academy, for it was there that they could learn ninjutsu and become genuine ninjas. Being a ninja was not merely an ordinary profession. Even a low-ranking ninja could earn tens of thousands in a month with diligent effort. While commoners struggled to make ends meet, with 5,000 being the peak of their earnings, this disparity elucidated why so many aspired to become ninjas. As Hinata Tianyun emerged onto the academy square, he observed clusters of students engaged in playful camaraderie, embodying a scene of harmony and tranquility. In this merciless world of ninjas, Konohagakure represented a veritable paradise. Watching the lively children, Hinata Tianyun reflected that had he been born in another country or ninja village, he might not only fail to find opportunities for wealth, but would likely have his earnings snatched away immediately. Standing motionless in the square, lost in thought, he inadvertently attracted the attention of other children, and soon too approached him. Sensing their intent, Hinata Tianyun turned to leave, not wishing to engage with a gaggle of young children. However, the two persistent children refused to let him go, calling out, "Don't leave. We just want to ask if you're the Hinata Tianyun who defeated the entire elite class. Please don't walk away so quickly." Hinata Tianyun paused, astonished that the event of the morning had already spread throughout the entire ninja academy. He had initially presumed the third Hokage would suppress the news, yet it appeared that he had done no such thing. It seemed he would soon find himself under the scrutiny of Hinata Hisashi, which posed a considerable inconvenience, for he remained uncertain whether the third Hokage would support him unconditionally. Contemplating these matters, Hinata Tianyun was eager to avoid any delays in his departure from the Ninja Academy, as he had no desire to explain mundane issues to a group of children. Chapter 012. Encountering Tianyun upon leaving the Konohagakure Ninja Academy, Hinata Tianyun inquired with passers-by about the location of Itchara Ramen and quickly found the esteemed establishment. Gazing at the sign before the ramen shop, he recalled the storyline of Naruto and, after a moment of reflection, prepared to step inside. Just as he was about to enter Itchara Ramen, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "You're just a little brat like the rest of them. What are you doing? Acting all nostalgic as if you were an adult. Are you feeling all right?" Hinata Tianyun turned around immediately, greeting the girl with a smile. "Oh, it's Tianyun. How did you know I was here? Did you come looking for me? I'm truly thrilled." Tianyun rolled her eyes at him and replied without reservation, "Don't get ahead of yourself. I simply came to buy lunch for my parents. They are quite busy today and have no time to return home for a meal. Really, Tianyun, can't you offer me a bit of comfort?" Hinata Tianyun, somewhat at a loss for words, chided Tianyun, urging her to move aside. "Make way quickly, I need to enter. Don't waste my time, I still have deliveries to make." Without hesitation, Tianyun dismissed Hinata Tianyun. All right, you going first," he conceded, stepping aside to allow Tianyun to enter the Itchara Ramen shop ahead of him, following closely behind her. The interior of the ramen shop was rather modest, accommodating around 10 patrons at most. However, considering its proximity to the Hokage building, Hinata Tianyun understood the constraints of the location. After all, space was at a premium, and if the shop were too large, it would struggle to turn a profit. Upon entering the ramen shop, Tianyun, familiar with the establishment, addressed the ramen chef, a burly man. With ease, "Boss, 3 bowls of extra-large chicken bone udon ramen." "Ah, Tianyun, here to buy lunch for your father again, are you?" The chef, clearly well acquainted with Tianyun, didn't even need to inquire about takeout, already knowing her intention. After speaking, the chef glanced at Hinata Tianyun, who stood behind Tianyun, and remarked, "What is this, Tianyun? You've brought a friend along." Tianyun tilted her head defiantly. "He is not my friend. He is a new student in our class. I'm not familiar with him, so don't mind him. Just hurry up and prepare my ramen. I need to get back to deliver lunch." The chef chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and addressed Hinata Tianyun. "Young man, do take a look at the menu and see what you'd like. I'll prepare Tianyun's ramen first, so please wait a moment." As Hinata Tianyun observed the chef's demeanor, peculiar thoughts began to swirl in his mind. Tales of the chef being a hidden boss from the Naruto series, allegedly concealed within the Hidden Leaf Village. Now that he stood before the chef, Hinata Tianyun realized those stories were mere fabrications. Judging by the chef's appearance, he seemed to possess no greater skill than that of a low-ranking ninja, far from any hidden figure. Upon hearing the chef's inquiry, Hinata Tianyun regained his composure and pointed to the menu on the wall, stating, "I'd like to try the seafood 3-flavor ramen. Please, let me see how well your ramen shop performs." The chef paused in surprise, responding, "Very well, I'll let you experience the quality of our Itchara Ramen. If you find it to your liking, do spread the word. You certainly know how to conduct business," Hinata Tianyun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the chef. It was evident to him that the chef had not underestimated him due to his youth, instead inviting him to promote the ramen shop, a testament to his acumen, explaining the shop's success. Amused by Hinata Tianyun's little adult-like attitude, the chef smiled and said, "All right, dear customer, please wait a moment. Your seafood 3-flavor ramen will be ready shortly. You may take a seat in that corner," observing Tianyun, still unwilling to acknowledge him. Hinata Tianyun shook his head and settled into a high seat reserved for children in the corner, awaiting his seafood 3-flavor ramen. Hinata Tianyun waited for his ramen. The clan leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hisashi, was preoccupied, he had received intelligence indicating that Hinata Tianyun had employed a new form of gentle fist, defeating all the elite class students at the Leaf Academy, including his prodigious nephew, Hinata Niji, who seemed reluctant to engage with Hinata Tianyun at all. New gentle fist technique? Hinata Hizashi furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe. The Hyuga clan's martial arts have been honed through rigorous training. Creating a new technique was no simple feat. The notion that a mere 5-year-old had mastered a new style seemed more plausible as a creation of an adult, passed down to Hinata Tianyun. With this thought in mind, Hinata Hizashi issued the same command to his subordinates as the third Hokage, to investigate whether Hinata Tianyun had recently interacted with any clan members. Simultaneously, he instructed his guards to deliver a substantial gift to the Hinata household. Hinata Hizashi believed that since Hinata Tianyun demonstrated the ability to defeat elite students, it indicated a certain talent within him, not the ineptitude of a worthless disciple, thus warranting investment in his potential. Moreover, as Hinata Tianyun was a disciple of the Hyuga clan, and now proved to possess some aptitude, he did not wish for the third Hokage to lure him away. Should Hinata Tianyun come to recognize only the Leaf Village and disregard the Hyuga clan, it would pose a problem. Hence his need to demonstrate some form of acknowledgement. Following the issuance of these commands, Hinata Hizashi turned to his attendant, saying, "Hizashi, go find Niji and inquire about today's events. Determine whether Hinata Tianyun truly utilized some new technique." Hinata Hizashi, a J-nin and a close aide to Hinata Hizashi, was also his cousin, well aware of the strained relationship between Hinata Hizashi and Niji. Thus, sending him to speak with Niji was a clear indication of his intent. However, Hizashi sighed as he replied, the actions taken by the clan leader were not voluntary. Why not seize this opportunity to explain things to Niji? It could also allow us to bring him back into the clan, considering he is a talent of some worth. Hinata Hizashi shook his head. Forget it. He is still young. Anything I say now would be beyond his comprehension. We'll wait until he is older and can discern right from wrong before explaining everything. Hizashi fell silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll send something over to Niji and casually inquire about Hinata Tianyun's situation. However, my relationship with him is rather ordinary. You may not share much with me that I understand, but you're the only one in the clan with a somewhat better rapport with him. I fear others might be dismissed by Niji. So, please make the effort." Hinata Hizashi sighed. "Then I will go," Hizashi replied. Chapter 013. Naruto at Itchara Ramen. Tianyun completed her takeout of 3 bowls of ramen, ignoring Hinata Tianyun entirely as she shot him a disdainful glance before departing. Hinata Tianyun sighed, bemused by the temperament of children, and awaited his lunch, eager to savor the offerings of the renowned ramen shop in the Leaf Village. The flavor of Itchara Ramen was indeed exceptional. The noodles were perfectly chewy, and the broth rich and savory. After savoring every drop, Hinata Tianyun contentedly set down his bowl and exited the ramen shop with a sense of fulfillment, with lunch resolved. The time was merely a little past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hinata Tianyun contemplated his next course of action and decided to explore the Leaf Village until 5 o'clock before returning home. Thus familiarizing himself with his surroundings, the entirety of the Leaf Village was encircled by a vast forest, creating an exceedingly comfortable environment. Coupled with the formidable protective barriers surrounding the village, safety was assured. As Hinata Tianyun wandered through the village, he attracted the attention of numerous passers-by, primarily due to his distinctive Byakugan, which was quite renowned. Many ordinary residents hesitated to greet him, while the ninjas preferred to avoid him altogether, fearing potential trouble. Given the immense size of the Leaf Village, it was impossible for Hinata Tianyun to explore it all. He merely strolled through several bustling streets before returning to a clearing near the entrance of the Leaf Academy to rest. This clearing served as a waiting area for parents picking up their children from the ninja school. As Hinata Tianyun arrived around 4 in the afternoon, several parents were already gathered, awaiting their children's release. Upon his arrival, the parents turned their gazes toward Hinata Tianyun. The Hyuga clan was prestigious, and though Hinata Tianyun was still quite young, he attracted considerable attention. Most of the parents present were the wives of ordinary ninjas, their status vastly inferior to that of the Hyuga clan. Naturally, they regarded Hinata Tianyun with envious eyes. Indifferent to the women's glances, Hinata Tianyun chose a spot beneath a large tree and prepared to close his eyes and rest while waiting for his mother to come pick him up. Just as he was about to doze off, He noticed the legendary protagonist hiding behind a nearby tree, gazing enviously at the students of the Leaf Ninja School. A spark of inspiration struck Hinata Tianyun, and he waved at the concealed Naruto Uzumaki, signaling him to approach. He gestured 3 times in succession. Naruto, like usual, stood at the school entrance, enviously watching the students who had parents picking them up or playing with friends. Initially, when he saw Hinata Tianyun beckoning, he assumed the gesture was directed at someone behind him, given his unpopularity in the village. However, upon seeing Hinata Tianyun wave him over 2 more times, he realized that the invitation was indeed for him. Overjoyed, Naruto ran over to where Hinata Tianyun sat beneath the tree, exclaiming, "Did you call for me? Do you want to play together?" Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at the excited Naruto Uzumaki and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "I am Hinata Tianyun, the foremost expert of the Konoha Ninja Academy. How could I possibly play with a little brat like you? I summoned you here to fetch me an ice cream." "That's impossible. How could you possibly be the top expert of the Ninja Academy?" Naruto exclaimed in shock, his mind not fully processing the latter part of Hinata Tianyun's statement. Hinata Tianyun shrugged, saying, "Just ask around, and you'll find out." Hinata Tianyun, never tell lies. Hurry and get me that ice cream. If the students are released soon, I won't have the appetite to enjoy it. Naruto, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced at the resting Hinata Tianyun and replied, "But you haven't given me any money. How am I supposed to buy it? I don't have that much cash." Hinata Tianyun glared, saying, "This is a chance for you to be my underling, and you dare to ask your boss for money? Am I to lose face?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll get you the ice cream, but you must acknowledge me as your underling. And you have to take me along whenever you go out to have fun." Hinata Tianyun nodded in satisfaction. "That can be arranged, but remember, the boss doesn't pay when going out. It's the underlings who foot the bill." "Do you have that much money?" Naruto felt like crying. He had encountered such a character as Hinata Tianyun, and it seemed his wallet would grow ever thinner. Nevertheless, despite this, Naruto did not wish to lose a newly found friend, for he sensed no disdain towards him in Hinata Tianyun's eyes, indicating that he was not being deceived. "All right, I agree that I'll go get you the ice cream right now," Naruto said, a mix of reluctance and excitement as he dashed out. Once Naruto departed, Hinata Tianyun resumed his adult demeanor, glancing at the young women idly staring at them, and leaned against a tree to rest with his eyes closed. He'll be honest, the women of the Konoha Ninja Village were quite appealing. This was largely due to the high salaries of ninjas. Beautiful women from across the Land of Fire were eager to marry ninjas, ensuring a life free from financial worry. And having a ninja for a husband provided a sense of security in these tumultuous times. This led to an influx of beauties flocking to Konoha. Moreover, women hoped their offspring would achieve greatness, and in a world dominated by nobility, it was exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise to noble status. Only by becoming ninjas could they aspire to a better position. Hinata Tianyun had no significant interest in the women of Konoha. His focus lay on enhancing his own strength to fulfill his ambition of becoming the world's strongest, so he could reunite with his wives. After lying under the great tree for approximately 7 minutes, Naruto Uzumaki scampered back to Hinata Tianyun, presenting an ice cream with a sense of pride. "Boss, look, I've got the ice cream. Will you acknowledge me as your underling?" Hinata Tianyun did not take the ice cream, simply responding with a satisfied tone. "Since you're so earnest, I will accept you as my underling. However, you can keep the ice cream for yourself. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Big brother, you are too kind to me," Naruto said, somewhat touched, as he retrieved the ice cream, unable to resist taking a lick. Just as Naruto was still basking in his feelings of gratitude, he was taken aback to see Hinata Tianyun being abruptly seized by a woman who appeared out of nowhere, who yanked him by the ear and began to scold him as they walked away. Naruto glanced at his ice cream in bemusement, realizing that Hinata Tianyun wasn't refusing to eat it. Rather, it was because his mother had arrived, leaving him no chance to enjoy it. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Naruto quickly finished the melting ice cream in a few bites, then looked enviously at Hinata Tianyun being dragged away, wishing he too had someone to scold him. Chapter 014. Returning home, Hinata Meat-Sai's mood throughout the day had been nothing short of tumultuous. In the morning, she had sent Hinata Tianyun off to school with a sense of unease. fearing he might be bullied in the elite class, and had provided him with numerous strategies to build rapport with his classmates. Once Hinata Tianyun was in class, she returned home, only to be gripped by worry once again about whether he was being mistreated. Her heart was restless, and she contemplated checking on him at the Konoha Academy. However, recalling the rule that parents must not interfere with school matters, Hinata Mitsai had to suppress her urge to see him. After a long wait until noon, her mood had finally calmed somewhat, and she prepared to rest before heading back to school to pick up Hinata Tianyun, just as she was about to take a nap. A plethora of gifts from Hinata Hizashi arrived at her home, without any explanation, merely congratulating her before departing, leaving her utterly bemused. Once the guards sent by Hinata Hizashi left, Hinata Mitsai hurriedly inquired around the village, trying to understand why the clan leader had sent her gifts. The information she gathered left her astounded, as for her own child. She was well aware of his character, but now she was hearing that Hinata Tianyun had swept through the elite class of the Konoha Ninja Academy, even overshadowing the prodigy Hinata Niji, which was beyond her wildest imagination. Returning to her residence, Hinata Mitsai sat in a daze for over an hour, and upon realizing that school was about to let out, she rushed to the Ninja Academy, arriving more than 10 minutes early at the entrance. As she arrived, she spotted Hinata Tianyun lounging leisurely, resting while a child was eagerly offering him an ice cream. This sight filled her with indignation, and she stormed over, seizing Hinata Tianyun by the ear and dragging him home. That on the way back, Hinata Mitsai did not inquire about Hinata Tianyun's day, as her mind was overwhelmed with questions that she couldn't possibly articulate all at once. She decided to take him home first and interrogate him slowly. After racing back to their residence, Hinata Mitsai firmly seated Hinata Tianyun in the hall, her eyes wide as she stared at his disinterested expression, momentarily at a loss for where to begin her questioning. Not saying a word, Hinata Tianyun broke the silence. "Mother, I'm hungry. Have you not prepared dinner?" "Dinner? You didn't remind me, and I almost forgot," Hinata Mitsai replied involuntarily, before suddenly recalling something, her gaze turning fierce as she glared at Hinata Tianyun. "What on earth did you do at school today? I told you to get along with your classmates, yet here you are." Fighting, Hinata Tianyun had already prepared a response for his mother, and now, as she scolded him, he quickly replied with a sense of grievance. "Mother, I did not fight. They attacked me first. I merely drove them away. Who knew the elite class students would be so incompetent? I defeated them with just one move." "Is that so?" Hinata Mitsai pondered for a moment, her doubt lingering, before her anger flared again. "Stop spouting nonsense. How could elite class students be defeated in one move? It seems I must discipline you today. Go straight to your room." Hinata Tianyun immediately raised both hands in surrender, earnestly saying, "Mother, I truly am not lying. If you don't believe me, just ask Hinata Niji. He witnessed everything." "Niji, could it be that what you said is true?" Hinata Mitsai began to waver, knowing that Hinata Niji was a genius who would not lie casually. Hinata Tianyun nodded eagerly. "We could go find Niji right now, and you will see that I only retaliated and did not attack my classmates. Is that so? Then I will take you to ask him." Hinata Mitsai stated, No. If I go, Niji will surely feel embarrassed to speak. It's better if you inquire yourself." "Mother," Hinata Tianyun shook his head. "What could possibly be embarrassing?" Hinata Mitsai began, but then fell silent. She recalled the rumors circulating in the village about Hinata Tianyun defeating the entire class, including Hinata Niji. Now, bringing Hinata Tianyun to find Niji did indeed seem inappropriate. After a moment of silence, Hinata Mitsai hesitated, unsure whether to believe Hinata Tianyun, before asking, "Tianyun, have you truly defeated Hinata Niji?" Hinata Tianyun promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Neither Niji nor I have engaged in any combat. I only sparred with 2 children from the Uchiha clan. The other classmates merely fled on their own." Hinata Mitsui immediately felt a sense of relief, joyfully patting Hinata Tianyun on the head as she said, "So that is how it is. I thought you had truly defeated Niji. It turns out you only bested 2 Uchiha kids. Defeating children from the Uchiha clan is hardly remarkable. You performed admirably today, so I shall refrain from reprimanding you. Take some time to rest. I will prepare dinner for you." After speaking, Hinata Mitsui, in high spirits, hummed a tune as she headed to the kitchen. In truth, Hinata Maitsuen understood well that the Uchiha children were not weak. Otherwise, she would not be so delighted to prepare a sumptuous meal for Hinata Tianyun. It was both a reward for his efforts and a testament to her years of guidance, which had finally transformed him into a formidable ninja. In the hall of the residence, with Hinata Maitsuen distracted, Hinata Tianyun resumed his adult demeanor, retreating to his room to change and rest, preparing to continue his charade of being a child to appease Hinata Maitsuen. For Hinata Tianyun, it was relatively easy to deceive Hinata Maitsuen. However, should he encounter the cunning third Hokage, his disguise would undoubtedly falter. In such a case, he would have no choice but to negotiate with the third Hokage, which he considered the only viable strategy to contend with him. Having spent 2 days in the Hidden Leaf Village, Hinata Tianyun finally felt a sense of belonging, despite some lingering skepticism from certain individuals. However, the current situation was relatively satisfactory in the days to come. As long as he managed to navigate the complexities presented by the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi, he could establish a stable existence in the village, gradually amassing wealth, enhancing his combat abilities, and ultimately conquering the ninja world. Of course, Hinata Tianyun aspired to achieve this conquest before the Fourth Great Ninja War, lest he be confronted by formidable entities such as Kagaya Otsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths, which would undoubtedly create a host of complications. Chapter 15. The Body Replacement Technique. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, after dining with Niji and Hinata Maitsuen, Hinata Tianyun returned to his room in a somewhat melancholic mood, clutching a stack of cash. This money was given to him by Hinata Maitsuen, who claimed it was a gift from Hinata Hizashi, of which she had generously allocated 1/10 as a reward for Hinata Tianyun. The source of Hinata Tianyun's discontent was the fact that he had only received 1/10 of the total sum, amounting to 100,000. Had he received the full amount, it would have been 1 million, just enough to enhance his physical abilities. Unfortunately, Hinata Maitsuen had concealed the remaining 900,000, which he could not procure. Her reasoning for withholding the money was that it was being saved for Hinata Tianyun's future marriage, leaving the 5-year-old feeling utterly speechless. Upon returning to his resting quarters, Hinata Tianyun glanced at the 100,000 in his hands and promptly deposited it into the system, thus augmenting his wealth by that amount. Just as he finished the transaction and prepared to lie down, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification, leaving him momentarily stunned. The system indicated that he could enhance the following ninjutsu: the Body Double Technique, the Body Replacement Technique, and the Transformation Technique. Hinata Tianyun was somewhat taken aback, for he was indeed familiar with these techniques, yet his chakra was insufficient to utilize them at present. The system's suggestion to enhance the techniques felt peculiar to him. After contemplating for a moment, he hesitated to make a decision on whether to proceed with the enhancement. During the ages of 1 to 10, a ninja's training primarily focused on physical conditioning. With only supplementary chakra training, mastery of the 3 body techniques was deemed sufficient. It was not until the age of 11 that serious chakra cultivation commenced. The rationale behind this approach was that chakra training demands significant physical stamina and energy, which children aged 1 to 10 are generally unable to endure. Of course, this did not apply to children from noble families or those with inherently robust physiques, as they received adequate nutrition from their clans, allowing them to withstand the demands of chakra training. Children like Hinata Tianyun, with average talents and lacking familial resources, typically began chakra training around the age of 7. Consequently, despite knowing how to execute the 3 body techniques, he currently lacked sufficient chakra to perform them. Moreover, during times of war, to cultivate combat-ready forces, most ninja villages would mandate that 5-year-old children begin chakra training to expedite their readiness for battle. However, those who commence chakra training without sufficient resources would likely only reach the rank of an elite nin in the future, making it nearly impossible to achieve the rank of nin, effectively rendering them as fodder. Hinata Tianyun spent an entire hour in contemplation before ultimately deciding to enhance a ninjutsu technique. After careful consideration, he opted for the body replacement technique, reasoning that if used effectively, it would significantly increase his chances of escape, thereby ensuring his safety. Investing 100,000 to enhance the rank body replacement technique, Hinata Tianyun immediately began to experiment within his room, and the results were exceedingly satisfactory. The system-enhanced body replacement technique was remarkably refined, and it seemed that his chakra had also seen a slight increase, enabling him to utilize the technique effectively. Furthermore, the system's version of the body replacement technique was flawless. With no risk of failure, he merely needed to master the timing and positioning for its application to achieve perfection. The only source of frustration for Hinata Tianyun was that his chakra enhancement was minimal, allowing him to perform the body replacement technique only 10 times before exhausting his chakra, necessitating further training to replenish it for subsequent uses. Although he contemplated enhancing his chakra, the exorbitant cost of 10 million berries for such an enhancement left him bewildered, and he could not comprehend the reason for such a steep price. Ultimately, Hinata Tianyun had no choice but to abandon that idea, opting instead to experiment with the body double and transformation techniques. However, he was disheartened to discover that his aptitude for ninjutsu training was mediocre. He could only produce a single clone that struggled to maintain its stance, while his attempts at transformation bore no resemblance to his intended form. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Tianyun recognized that the limited chakra afforded by the enhanced body replacement technique would not allow him to fully execute the body double and transformation techniques. He could only relinquish further training for now, waiting until he earned sufficient funds to enhance those techniques directly, which would render his mastery of the 3 body techniques even more impeccable. After 2 hours of toil, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Hinata Tianyun lay in bed, pondering how to extract an additional 200,000 from Hinata Matsuen, ensuring he could completely enhance the 3 body techniques. After an hour of deliberation, he devised 3 potential strategies, finally feeling satisfied enough to drift into slumber, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to present his plans to Hinata Matsuen the following day at 5 o'clock in the morning. Hinata Tianyun rose early to seek out Hinata Matsuen in the backyard of the residence, where she practiced for an hour each morning in a small training area designated for her as a CH Nin. Although Hinata Matsuen, as a CH Nin, had tasks assigned to her, there was a provision in the Hidden Leaf Village that permitted female ninjas with children under the age of 7 to forego such duties during peacetime, while still receiving certain allowances from the village. Moreover, as a member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Matsuen not only received support from the Hidden Leaf Village, but also additional assistance from her family, allowing her to sustain a comfortable life without work for the past 3 years. Nevertheless, the support from both the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hyuga clan was merely sufficient for basic needs. A more luxurious lifestyle remained out of reach. Fortunately, Hinata Matsuen possessed a strong disposition and was indifferent to the pleasures of life. The support she received was adequate for her and Hinata Tianyun to live relatively peacefully together. Arriving at the small training area behind the residence, Hinata Tianyun observed Hinata Matsuen practicing the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, standing quietly to watch for a while. The gentle fist technique, while not particularly powerful on its own, gained considerable strength when combined with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, amplifying its effectiveness tenfold. Without activating his Byakugan, Hinata Tianyun could not discern the intricacies of Hinata Matsuen's chakra pathways, and thus found her soft, flowing movements rather uninteresting. He called out to her, "Mother." Hinata Matsuen, with her Byakugan activated, had already noticed Hinata Tianyun's approach. However, she chose not to acknowledge him as her training was not yet complete. Now that he had called her, she had no choice but to conclude her session and inquire, "What is it? Can't you see that I'm training? Do not trouble me without cause. Hurry back and make your preparations, as I shall escort you to school shortly." Chapter 016. 200,000 Hinata Mikura suddenly erupted in anger, leaving Hinata Tianyun utterly speechless. Just yesterday, she had displayed an attitude of complete acquiescence towards him. Yet today, it had shifted dramatically, as if her praises from the previous day had become mere relics of the past. Despite his vexation, Tianyun knew he had to address his obligations, and thus he stated directly, "Mother, may I have 200,000 yen? I require it for my purposes." "What?" Hinata Mikura exclaimed incredulously. "Didn't I just give you 100,000 yesterday? What could you possibly need so much money for? I refuse to give it to you." Before Tianyun could finish his explanation, Mikura had already interrupted him, prompting him to express his frustration. "Mother, could you please allow me to finish my explanation? The money is for a legitimate purpose." "I am curious to hear what a child like you intends to do with such a significant sum. Mikura retorted, clearly unimpressed. Tianyun hastily elaborated, Mother, I have begun my studies in ninjutsu at school, and I have already mastered the body double technique. Thus, I need to purchase some supplements daily. There's a member of the Nara clan in my class, and I have heard that their medicinal herbs are quite effective. I plan to buy some from him that you've already started learning ninjutsu. Mikura looked at Tianyun in surprise, then furrowed her brow in discontent. What on earth are your teachers thinking? How could they allow you to study such things at your age? It is not conducive to your development. Tianyun shrugged dismissively. All my classmates are already learning ninjutsu. If I do not keep up, I will fall behind them. Mikura was momentarily at a loss for words. The students in the elite class were all disciples from prominent families, naturally having ample resources for training. It was hardly a problem for them to learn ninjutsu ahead of time. However, their branch of the Hinata clan was only a minor offshoot, lacking the sufficient resources to provide for Tianyun's training. This predicament left Mikura feeling conflicted, pondering whether she might need to undertake missions in order to earn some money for him. Suddenly, a thought struck Mikura, and she exclaimed with excitement, Tianyun, you just mentioned that you have mastered the body double technique, correct? Yes. What of it? Tianyun responded, feigning confusion. Mikura was overjoyed, never expecting her son to be a ninjutsu prodigy. She exclaimed, Excellent! Quickly demonstrate the body double technique for me. Tianyun nodded, saying, Very well, but you must strike me first. I will show you how it works that I assure you will be flawless. Flawless, you say? What a boast. Mikura scoffed as she raised her hand to strike Tianyun's head, doubting that a technique learned in merely a day could be anything close to perfect. However, she was soon left in shock. The moment her hand made contact with Tianyun's head, there was a loud thud, and he vanished without a trace, leaving only a block of wood on the ground. Mikura stood there, astonished. The body double technique had indeed been executed with remarkable precision. Not even she, Aunt Janine, could detect a flaw. Scanning her surroundings, she soon spotted Tianyun peeking out cheekily from behind a small tree, clearly enjoying her embarrassment. Since you dare to mock me, come here at once, or else you shall witness my wrath, Mikura shouted in anger. While chastising Tianyun, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to earn money to provide him with training resources. The thought of his remarkable talent being squandered due to a lack of resources weighed heavily on her conscience. As Mikura contemplated this, she turned to Tianyun as he approached her and declared, I will handle the transaction for the medicinal herbs with the Nara clan. You simply focus on attending your classes. Tianyun was reluctant to let Mikura go, as it would jeopardize his scheme to obtain money. He quickly replied, Mother, I've already arranged with my classmate from the Nara clan to bring some herbs to school for me to purchase directly. They are specially prepared by his father for him to sell. Mikura paused, not outright rejecting Tianyun's proposal, for she understood that even if the Nara clan sold herbs casually, those designed for their own children would undoubtedly be of the highest quality. After a moment of silence, she glanced at the excited Tianyun and said, Very well, I can bring you 200,000 to school. However, if you dare deceive me, you shall never see a single yen from me again. I would never deceive you, Mother, Tianyun vowed, patting his chest in assurance. Mikura nodded in satisfaction, saying, Then let us return. I shall give you the money when we arrive at school. Tianyun felt somewhat exasperated but dared not contradict her. If he upset Mikura, she might withhold the money, and he would have to endure this hour-long journey to school in silence. Understanding that her child was a ninjutsu genius, Mikura's focus shifted away from training. She decided to first escort Tianyun to school and later consider taking on missions near Konoha to earn some money for his expenses. With these thoughts in mind, Mikura took Tianyun's hand, leading him away from the Hinata clan. After purchasing some breakfast for him in the village, she dragged him along to the ninja school. At the entrance of Konoha Ninja School, numerous parents were already dropping off their children. As Mikura arrived with Tianyun, she reveled in the envious glances from others, secretly delighted, though maintaining an authoritative demeanor as a mother, continuously admonishing Tianyun. Tianyun's recent exploits had spread throughout the small village overnight. In this peaceful era, the emergence of a young prodigy from Konoha was certainly a topic of conversation. Parents with children at the ninja school looked upon Mikura with envy, and given Tianyun's status as a member of the Hinata clan, they felt a considerable social distance, lacking the courage to approach her. The only one feeling somewhat gloomy at the school entrance was Tianyun, as his mother's excitement resulted in a torrent of chatter. And he dared not interject, merely enduring her incessant remarks. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he noticed Hinata Niji approaching and quickly interrupted Mikura's monologue, saying, "Mother, Niji is coming. I need to prepare to enter the school." Mikura turned to glance at Niji, then ceased her chatter, handing 200,000 yen to Tianyun as she cautioned, "Do not let anyone deceive you, and be cautious when collecting the herbs," with a resigned tone. Tianyun replied, "The Nara clan has a stellar reputation. He wouldn't risk exposing himself by providing me with counterfeit goods." Hinata Mitsai pondered for a moment and decided not to continue her incessant chatter with Hinata Tianyun. After gently pushing him towards the entrance of the ninja academy, she waved goodbye and swiftly returned to the Hinata clan. Chapter 017. Earning money at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Hinata Niji observed Hinata Tianyun being ushered into the school by Hinata Mitsai. He quickened his pace, intending to catch up with Tianyun for a conversation. The previous afternoon, upon returning home from school, Niji discovered Hinata Raizong at his doorstep. Raizong often delivered supplies to Niji's household, making them quite familiar with one another. However, yesterday was not a scheduled delivery day, which led Niji to suspect that Raizong had come for a particular reason. As Niji had anticipated, after placing the items down, Raizong inquired about Tianyun's activities at school. Niji was not naive. He recognized that Raizong was inquiring on behalf of Hinata Rizuo, given Niji's long-standing resentment towards the Hinata clan. He had no intention of being truthful with Raizong and merely offered evasive responses before dismissing him. Once Raizong departed, Niji contemplated the possible reasons for Rizuo's visit, ultimately surmising that it must relate to Tianyun's newly acquired gentle fist technique. It was this new method that would undoubtedly pique Rizuo's interest. With this thought in mind, Niji felt an eagerness to discuss the gentle fist with Tianyun, hoping to gain insight into the training methods, and, in doing so, secure a rare victory over Rizuo, thus alleviating his pent-up animosity. However, Niji knew it was impractical to visit Tianyun at night, so he resolved to wait until the following day at school to seek him out. Upon arriving at the school entrance that day, Niji was intent on finding Tianyun, yet he hesitated as Mitsai was still present. Feeling somewhat bashful, he maintained a steady pace towards the ninja academy. As soon as Mitsai departed, he immediately dashed towards Tianyun, calling out, "Hinata Tianyun, wait for me." Having just received 20,000, Tianyun was preoccupied and paid little mind to Niji. He continued forward, depositing the 20,000 into the system and promptly learning the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. After mastering these two new jutsu, Tianyun was eager to test them out. With Niji in pursuit, he swiftly employed the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones of himself. Subsequently, the 3 clones transformed into Niji and fled in different directions. Niji, who was on the verge of catching up to Tianyun, was taken aback when the latter executed the shadow clone technique, followed by the transformation technique that mirrored his own appearance. This left Niji momentarily speechless. Niji was no fool. Despite Tianyun being only 5 years old, he executed the techniques with remarkable precision, something Niji himself could not achieve. This indicated that Tianyun was indeed a prodigy, pausing to observe the 3 Niji clones that had already sprinted far away. Niji decided against pursuing them further, uncertain of how Tianyun would respond to him. He resolved to wait until they were in class to gauge Tianyun's attitude. As Niji continued his contemplations, he soon noticed several children near the teaching building casting peculiar glances in his direction, which left him perplexed about what was transpiring. Upon entering the teaching building, he encountered 3 children from the Uchiha clan, who glared at him in anger and exclaimed, "You scoundrel, Hinata Niji, don't think just because you're stronger than us you can bully us. Today we're going to teach you a lesson." Niji frowned at the 3 unfamiliar Uchiha children and retorted, "Who are you? I don't even know you, so why are you bothering me?" One of the Uchiha children, upon hearing Niji's response, erupted in fury. "You impertinent fool. Just moments ago, you charged at us, ignoring our explanations, and knocked us to the ground, stealing all our money. Now you dare to play the innocent." Niji was momentarily rendered speechless, as he quickly deduced that it was Tianyun, who had transformed into him, that had caused the trouble. Although Niji had initially intended to clarify the misunderstanding, the three Uchiha children charged at him. His pride would not allow him to back down, and he engaged them in battle right there in the corridor. True to his reputation as a genius, Niji swiftly defeated the three Uchiha children, who were unable to endure even 5 exchanges against him. With a dismissive snort, he left the 3 Uchiha members, who were now in a state of despair, and proceeded towards the classroom. After being delayed by the Uchiha children, Niji arrived at the elite classroom, where he found one student already present, including Inuzuka Hyukai and Akimichi Daisuke, both of whom glared angrily at Tianyun. Hyukai was particularly incensed, as his seat had been usurped by Tianyun, forcing him to take a place at the back of the room. After taking in the scene in the classroom, Niji calmly approached Tianyun, who was lazily resting his head on the desk, and said, "Hinata Tianyun, what you did earlier was wrong that I wish to discuss it with you. Let us meet under the large tree in the square after lunch." Tianyun glanced up at Niji, a hint of indifference in his tone as he replied, "You want to learn my new gentle fist technique, don't you? Bring money if you want me to teach you, that if you don't have any, I won't bother with you. Hurry home and get some." Niji's lips twitched in irritation, at a loss for words. Finally, he managed to utter, "Fine. How much do you need for me to learn? Just name your price." Tianyun contemplated for a moment before stating, "Someone like you must be quite wealthy. So, I'll charge you 100,000. This is indeed a favorable price. 100,000 is not particularly substantial for Hyuga Niji," he stated with a direct nod. "Very well, I shall provide it. Currently, I do not have that amount on me. I will return shortly to retrieve it. Please wait for me for half an hour." Hyuga Niji, fearing that Hyuga Tianyun would have second thoughts, swiftly departed the classroom, leaving his classmates in a state of bewilderment as they gazed at Hyuga Tianyun. It is uncommon for ninjutsu, even taijutsu, to be imparted to others. Thus, the fact that Hyuga Tianyun sold ninjutsu for a mere 100,000 was perceived as excessively cheap, inciting discontent among the other students. Even if it were the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan, one would be unable to cultivate them, but merely referencing them would be worthwhile. After a brief 2 minutes, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and approached to inquire, "Hyuga Tianyun, are you still selling your ninjutsu? I shall offer 200,000, provided you are willing to teach me." Hyuga Tianyun cast a glance at the newcomer, who appeared to be a disciple from a lesser clan, and then surveyed the other classmates staring at him, that he responded nonchalantly, "Hyuga Niji is a member of my clan. I sold it to him at a discounted rate. If you wish to learn from me, present 50,000, and I shall teach you." The elite class students, each boasting at least 4 or 5 jonin within their families, earned approximately 1 million per month for missions, rendering the sum of 50,000 inconsequential. In pursuit of augmenting their clan's techniques, they rushed eagerly towards the exit of the classroom. That on the following day, at the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Tianyun once again led his entire class to skip lessons while he leisurely rested his head on the desk, awaiting the arrival of affluent patrons to shower him with money. Among them were even Inuzuka Pingue and Akimichi Daisher, whom Hyuga Tianyun had previously chastised, along with Uchiha Shinkao and Uchiha Ba, who had just arrived at the school entrance. They all hastened home to procure 50,000 from their families, as for seeking revenge against Hyuga Tianyun. Such thoughts had already been cast aside. Their sole focus was on acquiring his techniques. Precisely 7 o'clock in the morning, Irika cast aside yesterday's frustrations and, with a renewed spirit, prepared to properly instruct the students who had skipped class and ensure they engaged in training. To Irika's dismay, upon entering the teaching building, he encountered teachers from other classes who informed him that all their students seemed to have fled the school, absent from the classrooms. Hearing this, Irika rushed to his own classroom, only to find that Hyuga Tianyun was the sole occupant, having just enrolled the day prior. Suppressing his anger, Irika loudly asked the resting Hyuga Tianyun, "Tianyun, where have the other students gone? Why is everyone absent? Did you once again engage in a fight with them?" Hyuga Tianyun glanced up at Irika and calmly replied, "Teacher, I have not done anything today. They chose to skip class on their own." Irika's fury reached a boiling point as he retorted, "Tianyun, you study here. I must step out for a moment." With that, Irika exited the classroom in haste. Little did Irika expect that within 5 minutes of his departure, Hyuga would return to the classroom with 100,000 in hand. Subsequently, the other classmates returned in succession, crowding around Hyuga Tianyun to present their payments. Hyuga felt somewhat bewildered, having been the first to leave and entirely unaware of the events that transpired afterward. Now witnessing his classmates eagerly handing over money to Hyuga Tianyun, he found himself pushed aside in astonishment. Hyuga Tianyun, on the other hand, was elated, with 35 students in the elite class aside from Hyuga 100,000. The others each contributed 50,000, resulting in a sudden increase in his funds to 16,600,000. In truth, he could have garnered another 50,000. However, this sum was intended for Tianyun, who would become his major patron. He naturally did not wish to alienate Tianyun over a mere 50,000. Thus he graciously offered to teach her Tai Chi for free. Once all the classmates had completed their transactions, Hyuga pushed through the crowd to stand before Hyuga Tianyun. Frowning as he cautioned, "Hyuga Tianyun, your martial arts belong to the Hyuga clan. How can you so casually pass them on to outsiders? Are you not afraid of the clan's repercussions?" "Hyuga, it is my prerogative to teach whomever I please." Uchiha Shinkao, who had just paid, was unwilling to permit Hyuga to disrupt the proceedings. He quickly rallied his companions to block Hyuga from approaching Hyuga Tianyun again. "Precisely. Hyuga, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you," echoed several other students from different clans, eager to support Uchiha Shinkao. Though the inhabitants of Konohagakure generally held a poor opinion of the Uchiha clan, when it came to new ninjutsu, they were willing to stand by them to prevent Hyuga from ruining their opportunities. Pushed aside by Uchiha Shinkao and his entourage, Hyuga hesitated but ultimately refrained from further protest. Despite his strength, he could not withstand the collective force of the entire class and reluctantly stepped back. Tianyun, who had been watching from her seat, felt a slight shift in her impression of Hyuga Tianyun since he had not accepted her money. Hyuga warning prompted her to ask Hyuga Tianyun, "Tianyun, you won't truly face punishment from your clan, will you? How touching. Are you genuinely concerned for me?" retorted Hyuga Tianyun, eliciting a blush from Tianyun. "Who cares about you? Your fate is of no consequence to me." She shot back. Hyuga Tianyun sighed in disappointment. "Ah, I truly thought my sincerity would finally move you, and that you would be willing to play with me." Tianyun resolutely turned her back, refusing to engage with the theatrical Hyuga Tianyun. Noticing that Tianyun was genuinely ignoring him, Hyuga Tianyun hastily assured her, "Fear not, Tianyun. You needn't worry about any punishment for the Hyuga clan. This is a new martial art that does not belong exclusively to the Hyuga clan. I am free to teach whomever I wish. However, this technique is most effective when used by members of the Hyuga clan. While it may aid you against taijutsu practitioners, it holds little advantage against ninjutsu or jinjutsu users." Intrigued, Tianyun inquired, "If I were to master it completely, could I contend with a CH Nin?" Hyuga Tianyun chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. "Strengthening one's own abilities is paramount. Let me put it this way. If you are a genin and engage in close combat with a taijutsu focus CH Nin, you may achieve a stalemate. However, should your opponent be an elite CH Nin, your power will prove insufficient. Though capable of battling above one's rank solely in taijutsu, this was already classified as a mid to high-level ninjutsu." Upon hearing Hyuga Tianyun's explanation, the elite class students became increasingly excited. Among them, Uchiha Shinkao was the first to exclaim, "Hyuga Tianyun, we have already paid you. Please teach us without further delay." Hyuga Tianyun cast a displeased glance at Uchiha Shinkao and remarked, "The 50,000 was merely for my agreement to teach you. I never specified when the instruction would occur. If you wish to learn, you must make an appointment in advance. Each reservation costs 10,000. With a teaching duration of 1 hour. Uchiha Shinkao felt a surge of frustration. His face flushed red as he pointed at Hyuga Tianyun at a loss for words. Ultimately, he produced 20,000 and slammed it onto Hyuga Tianyun's desk, declaring, "Here is 20,000. Now teach me and Hachiro your martial arts immediately." Seeing Uchiha Shinkao offer money, Hyuga Tianyun promptly accepted it, stating with satisfaction, "I adhere to the principle of payment upon delivery. Since you have paid, let us proceed to train." With that, he glanced at the other classmates, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he added, "As Uchiha Ba and Uchiha Shinkao have already paid, I shall teach them individually." Those who have not paid must wait until I feel inclined to teach. He then turned to Tianyun, smiling brightly as he suggested, Miss Tianyun, you need not pay me again. Let's find a place to train together. I promise to impart all that I know. Tianyun, blushing under the envious gazes of her classmates, retorted, Hokage Tianyun, we have no relationship. I will pay you. I am not someone who cannot afford a mere 10,000. With that, she retrieved a note from her previously returned 50,000 and handed it to Hokage Tianyun, saying here, I'm also paying tuition, you know? Hokage Tianyun, however, refused to accept Tianyun's money, promptly returning it to her. No, we are dear friends. How could I accept your money? Quickly, put it away. To Uchiha Shinkao, the playful exchange between Hokage Tianyun and Tianyun appeared as flirtation, and he, eager to learn Hokage Tianyun's new martial arts, could not help but urge Hokage Tianyun, the other students have gathered 31,000. Take us to train at once. Hinata Tianyun glanced back at his classmates, and indeed found some of them had already borrowed 10,000 from those who had money, which they handed over to the new master of the Uchiha clan, just waiting for Hinata Tianyun to lead them to training. With their goal of amassing wealth achieved, Hinata Tianyun had no desire to provoke these second-generation students. After all, if he angered them, their parents would surely cause him trouble. Thus, he stood up and waved his hand, declaring, there is a small forest behind the school. Let us proceed to train there. Chapter 019. Turmoil. 600 meters behind the Konoha Ninja School lies a trial forest designated specifically for the students of the Ninja Academy to learn the art of forest concealment and various trap techniques. Leading his entire class into this training forest, Hinata Tianyun found a suitably sized clearing where the students could stand apart and began to instruct them. The principles of Tai Chi were not difficult to grasp, but mastering them would require considerable time and effort. After sharing some essential techniques with his classmates, he turned his attention to Tianyun, standing beside her and meticulously teaching her how to perform Tai Chi. Raise your arms a bit. Yes, now step back with your legs. Bend your arms a little more. Hinata Tianyun continuously guided Tianyun, occasionally correcting her movements, with all the other classmates focused on Hinata Tianyun and Tianyun. Her face began to flush a deep crimson. Nevertheless, Tianyun was eager to learn the techniques he was imparting, realizing that they were well suited for her, given her lack of close combat abilities and limited knowledge of ninjutsu and jinja. Although she felt extremely shy, she was reluctant to let Hinata Tianyun leave. After all, having such a knowledgeable mentor meant her learning pace would be significantly swifter than that of her peers. This was the very reason her classmates envied her. In truth, others also wished to be personally taught by Hinata Tianyun, but the moment they opened their mouths to request it, he would extend his hands and say, pay more, leaving them frustrated and compelled to walk away. Their thoughts were that since they had already learned the techniques of Tai Chi, they could simply train gradually in the future, avoiding unnecessary expenses. At the Hokage building in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received another report from an Umbu ninja, stating that Hinata Tianyun had sold the new gentle fist technique for 500,000 to his entire class, leaving the third Hokage somewhat bewildered as he had never encountered such a situation. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage inquired of the reporting Umbu ninja, launching, you mentioned you have observed Hinata Tianyun teaching his classmates how to use the new gentle fist technique. What do you believe is the rank of this technique? The Umbu ninja, launching, whose expression was concealed by a mask, spoke with a serious tone. Lord Hokage, in my judgment, this taijutsu is at least A rank. It is highly beneficial for any taijutsu practitioner. I advise immediate measures to prevent the leakage of this technique. The revelation that it was an A-rank technique shocked the third Hokage, who pondered before saying, you are correct. This technique must not be shared casually. Please notify the families of those who have already paid to learn that this taijutsu cannot be disseminated. Others wishing to learn must obtain permission from the higher-ups of Konoha. Launching added, Lord Hokage, there are 2 children from the Uchiha clan present. We find it inconvenient to notify them. The third Hokage understood the predicament of the Umbu and nodded. You need not concern yourselves with the Uchiha clan. I will assign others to inform them. Afterward, the third Hokage continued, please also inform the head of the Hyuga clan to inquire whether the Hinata family is in need of financial assistance. Should they require funds, Konoha is willing to provide support. Launching felt speechless. Wasn't this pushing Hinata Tianyun toward the Hyuga family? The third Hokage, however, had no intention of explaining himself to the Umbu. His aim was to ensure that Hinata Hizashi would offer some benefits to Hinata Tianyun's family, preventing him from selling A-rank techniques indiscriminately, which could lead to turmoil within Konoha. This situation greatly troubled him. The third Hokage had considered subsidizing Hinata Tianyun's family himself, but he understood that such actions would undermine the agreement between the Hyuga clan and Konoha. So he opted to do a favor for Hizashi instead. Finally, as Launching was about to depart, the third Hokage said, "Launching, Irika is waiting for me on the first floor. Please inform him that I wish to meet with Hinata Tianyun and ask him to bring him to me for a discussion." Launching received the third Hokage's instructions and vanished in a puff of smoke. At 9 o'clock in the morning, at the Hyuga clan residence, in the home of clan leader Hyuga Hizashi, he was teaching his daughter, Hinata, how to practice the gentle fist technique when suddenly a guard approached with news that the Umbu ninja Launching had come to see him with matters to report. It was a direct envoy from the third Hokage. Hizashi could not afford to keep him waiting. He promptly entrusted Hinata to a guard for instruction and hurried back to meet with the envoy. Upon entering the main hall of his residence, he immediately asked Launching, "What brings you?" dispatched by the Hokage during such a busy time. The Umbu ninja did not engage in any pleasantries and plainly stated, "Lord Hizashi, the Hokage has sent me to inquire whether the Hyuga clan has provided sufficient living expenses for the Hinata family. Currently, their son, Hinata Tianyun, is selling A-rank ninjutsu at the academy, which has caused the Hokage considerable concern." Hizashi was taken aback, stunned for a full minute before responding, "Please report back to the Hokage that I will immediately send someone to investigate this situation. I will provide a reply within 2 hours." With the Umbu ninja's task completed, he calmly nodded, "Lord Hizashi, I take my leave." "Please," Hizashi replied. As he watched the Umbu ninja depart, Hizashi furrowed his brow and called out, "Raizong, come here at once. Go investigate what has transpired at the ninja school and also check on the Hinata family's circumstances to determine if there are any issues." Hinata Raizong emerged from behind a beam in the room, saying, "Clan leader, could there really be a problem? How could Hinata Tianyun possess A-rank ninjutsu, let alone sell it?" Hizashi shook his head firmly. The third Hokage is not an ordinary person. He would not send someone without cause. The only explanation I can think of is that the new gentle fist technique Hinata Tianyun used yesterday might indeed be an A-rank ninjutsu. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Raizong immediately declared, "I will gather a team to investigate and report back within the hour. Go," Hizashi commanded. "Please investigate with greater diligence." Hinata Hizashi gestured. Without wasting any time, Hinata Hayashi swiftly summoned a group of Hinata clan members, dividing them into 2 teams to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Hinata Tenkyu and Hinata Miku. Chapter 020. Negotiation at 9:10 in the morning within the root office of Konoha Ninja Village. Shimura Danzo was engrossed in reviewing documents when a root guard entered to report, "Lord Danzo, the third Hokage has sent someone to deliver a letter and requests that you review it immediately." Shimura Danzo set aside the documents and calmly instructed, "Leave the letter with me, and you may step outside to await further instructions. I may require your assistance shortly." "Understood," replied the root ninja, bowing before retreating. Once alone in the room, Shimura Danzo opened the third Hokage's correspondence, quickly scanning its contents before furrowing his brow and muttering to himself, "Hinata Tenkyu, where did this fellow emerge from?" During this period, Shimura Danzo had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Although someone had briefed him on Hinata Tenkyu's situation yesterday, he had merely regarded the boy as a promising youth, not paying much heed to him. It was only upon receiving the third Hokage's letter, which urged him to inform the Uchiha clan to refrain from disseminating the A-rank ninjutsu taught by Hinata Tenkyu, that he began to take a measure of interest in the lad. After a moment of silent contemplation, Shimura Danzo ultimately decided to temporarily disregard Hinata Tenkyu. After all, he was merely a somewhat talented child. Presently, his priority lay in resolving the Uchiha clan's issues, and the Hinata clan's Hinata Hizashi was far from easy to handle. Should matters go awry, the 2 prominent clans of Konoha could rebel, plunging the village into a precarious situation. Setting aside the third Hokage's letter, Shimura Danzo exited the room and instructed the waiting root ninjas outside. Bring 2 teams to accompany me. We must pay a visit to the Uchiha clan at T9:30 in the morning within the training forest of the Ninja Academy. Irika finally located Hinata Tenkyu, who was enjoying some tofu with Tenten. As for the other students engaged in training, Irika chose to ignore them. Earlier, an Umbu ninja had approached Irika, providing a brief summary of Hinata Tenkyu's recent activities. Thus, Irika was already aware of the commendable deeds performed by the lad. Furthermore, with the 3rd Hokage wishing to meet Hinata Tenkyu, Irika felt it necessary to ensure that the Hokage was not kept waiting. Upon finding Hinata Tenkyu, he adopted a stern demeanor and said, "Tenkyu-kun, the Hokage wishes to see you. Please accompany me without delay." Hinata Tenkyu was in the midst of a delightful conversation with Tenten. At least, that was his perception, and upon hearing Irika's words, he could only comfort Tenten, saying, "Tenten, practice on your own for a while. I must meet with the Hokage. I will return shortly to continue your instruction." Tenten, already exasperated, rolled her eyes and retorted, "I no longer require your guidance. You should hurry to meet the Hokage. I'm going home now." "How heartless you are," Hinata Tenkyu muttered, exasperated. Irika, already feeling irritated due to Hinata Tenkyu's disruption of his classes over the past 2 days, could hardly tolerate seeing him engaged in light-hearted banter with Tenten. He snapped, "Tenkyu-kun, spare the trivial chatter and come with me. The Hokage is waiting." "What's the rush?" Hinata Tenkyu shot a glance at Irika's displeased expression. After venting a bit of frustration, he obediently followed Irika towards the Hokage's office. Hinata Tenkyu was fully aware that his actions today would soon attract the attention of the 3rd Hokage, so he had prepared in advance to mitigate any potential fallout. For instance, while he could have taught Tai Chi to all the students at the Ninja Academy for greater profit, he understood that such an endeavor would not be permissible within Konoha. Thus, he limited his instruction to the elite class, comprised of the offspring of high-ranking officials within the village, ensuring that the knowledge would not be spread beyond Konoha. This foresight was a backup plan devised by Hinata Tenkyu. Additionally, he sought out secluded locations for instruction to prevent other students from observing, all to keep Tai Chi from disseminating beyond Konoha. Following Irika, the two arrived at the Hokage's office 10 minutes later, where they found the 3rd Hokage resting. Upon noticing Irika and Hinata Tenkyu, the 3rd Hokage set down his pipe and addressed Irika. "Irika, please step outside for a moment. I need to discuss something with Tenkyu-kun. You can escort him back afterward." Seeing the serious expression on the 3rd Hokage's face, Irika quickly interjected, "Lord Hokage, Tenkyu-kun is still quite young and may not fully grasp the implications of his actions regarding ninjutsu. Please do not be too harsh on him, as his teacher. I too bear some responsibility. If you must punish Tenkyu-kun, I ask that you include me in the reprimand." The 3rd Hokage looked at Irika with a mix of understanding and resignation. Hinata Tenkyu's calm demeanor suggested he had anticipated the situation's outcome and required no defense from Irika. Thus, the Hokage shook his head and said, "Very well, Irika, I merely wish to have a conversation with Tenkyu-kun. He will not face punishment. Please step outside and wait." Irika let out a sigh of relief, bowed to the 3rd Hokage, and exited. Once Irika had left, the 3rd Hokage turned to the composed Hinata Tenkyu and inquired, "So, Tenkyu-kun, how have you been faring at the Ninja Academy? If you require anything, feel free to approach this old man." Hinata Tenkyu understood that the 3rd Hokage had already discerned his maturity, so he candidly replied, "Since you have asked, Lord Hokage, I will be frank that I require a substantial sum of money for my training, and I hope you can provide some assistance." The 3rd Hokage paused in thought before responding. "Have you not received over 10 million? Is that insufficient? It could adequately support several chunin." Hinata Tenkyu shook his head, declaring, "It is not enough. I need more funds, otherwise I would not resort to selling my martial arts." "You are quite the shrewd one for your age," the 3rd Hokage remarked, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well. I shall offer you an opportunity to earn money. Your martial arts are well suited for the taijutsu combat of ninjas. Konoha also requires such techniques. If you are willing to share your martial arts, I can ensure that those who learn from you will compensate you." The 3rd Hokage's proposal was indeed quite favorable. Should it come to fruition, Hinata Tenkyu would have a continuous source of income in the future. Unfortunately, Hinata Tenkyu was not concerned about what lay ahead. He merely wished to secure a quick profit to enhance his strength for self-preservation. Thus, he responded decisively, "Lord Hokage, could we consider an alternative? If you provide me with 10 million, I will hand over my martial arts to Konoha, with all future proceeds belonging to the village." The third Hokage was taken aback momentarily, questioning, "Are you truly in such dire need of money? This arrangement could be quite disadvantageous for you. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Hinata Tenkyu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, I ask for your consent, Lord Hokage." The third Hokage took a couple of puffs from his pipe and, after a moment of contemplation, replied solemnly, "Konoha shall not take advantage of you. Since you have chosen this path, I can grant you the opportunity to learn an A-rank ninjutsu. You may select one A-rank technique from the ninjutsu room. In a bid to win over Hinata Tenkyu. The third Hokage was willing to invest in him. Typically, no one offering ninjutsu would receive such treatment. His leniency stemmed from his recognition of Hinata Tenkyu's potential strength in the future, prompting him to invest early on. Chapter 021. New Ninjutsu within the Hokage's office. The third Hokage offered Hinata Tenkyu the chance to select an A-rank ninjutsu in exchange for his martial arts. A gesture meant to cultivate a rapport with the young lad. However, the Hokage was unprepared for Hinata Tenkyu's immediate response. "Lord Hokage, may I exchange the A-rank ninjutsu for 3 B-rank techniques?" The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Hinata Tenkyu in confusion. He began to wonder if the boy was too young to comprehend the substantial difference between A-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. Thus, the third Hokage, regaining his composure, explained, "Tenkyu, do you understand the power of A-rank ninjutsu? Such techniques are reserved for those of the highest rank, and B-level ninjutsu pales in comparison to A-level ninjutsu." Hinata Tianyun nodded and remarked, "Hokage-sama, I believe I am currently more suited for B-level ninjutsu. A-level ninjutsu feels rather distant for me." The third Hokage could not help but express his admiration, saying, "Indeed, it is wise not to be overly ambitious. A-level ninjutsu is indeed somewhat beyond your reach at this moment. In 2 years, you will be able to learn B-level ninjutsu. Your choice is commendable, and I can arrange for you to study 5 B-level techniques in exchange." Hinata Tianyun bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." After witnessing the bow, the third Hokage noticed that Hinata Tianyun's figure had disappeared beneath the desk, leading him to reflect on how Tianyun seemed far from a mere child, instead resembling a remarkably sensible adult. In truth, the third Hokage had entertained doubts about whether Hinata Tianyun had fallen under an illusion, and he had instructed the ninjas of the Yamashiro clan to set up a barrier outside his office. Any fluctuation of Jinjutsu would trigger a response from the barrier. However, upon Tianyun's entrance, the barrier remained unresponsive, coupled with his evidently commendable demeanor, leading the third Hokage to dismiss his earlier suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Tianyun was unaware of the third Hokage's testing. After bowing, he raised his head and addressed the Hokage once more. "Hokage-sama, I have one final request I hope you can assist me with." "Oh, what is it that you require my help with?" the third Hokage asked, surprised. Hinata Tianyun replied, "My mother, Hinata Mai-kan, is considering taking on missions to earn money that I hope that Hokage-sama will refrain from assigning her any dangerous tasks or sending her too far from Konohagakure." The third Hokage was genuinely taken aback for a prolonged moment, but he soon regained his composure and looked at Hinata Tianyun with satisfaction, his mood suddenly brightening. In the Hokage's eyes, Tianyun's protective attitude towards his mother indicated that as long as Konohagakure provided a safe haven for Hinata Mai-kan, Tianyun was unlikely to rebel against the village. This bond could serve as a form of leverage for the third Hokage. Becoming serious, the third Hokage said, "Very well, Tianyun-kun. Rest assured, I shall honor your request and act accordingly." Hinata Tianyun bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Hokage-sama. May I return home now? I believe the Hinata clan leader has been waiting for some time, and I would prefer not to trouble him." The third Hokage smiled and replied, "There is no rush. I have already informed clan leader Hinata Izumi. First, you shall select 5 techniques, and then you may return to the Hinata clan." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Hinata Tianyun reiterated his thanks. The third Hokage nodded and instructed, "Lansheng, Please escort Tianyun to choose his ninjutsu. Once he has completed his selection, take him to meet Irika, thereby fulfilling your duty. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the office, and an Umbu ninja appeared before Hinata Tianyun, stating, "I am at your service." The Umbu ninja, diligent in his duties, saluted the third Hokage before leading Hinata Tianyun out of the Hokage's office, down the stairs of the Hokage building, and into the underground passageway. They walked through the passage. Hinata Tianyun observed that rooms lined both sides of the corridor, each door intricately adorned with various patterns, clearly indicating the presence of numerous barrier seals. After proceeding approximately 100 meters into the underground passage, the Umbu ninja halted before a door, after performing a series of complex hand signs and placing his hand upon the door. It slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit room filled with scrolls. The Umbu ninja flatly stated, "The ninjutsu within are all B-level. You may select 5 scrolls. Each scroll's name is inscribed on the wooden table beneath it, and you have 10 minutes to make your choice." Hinata Tianyun shrugged, disinterested in the stoic demeanor of the Umbu ninja, and entered the scroll room to begin his search for applicable B-level ninjutsu scrolls. The quantity of B-level ninjutsu available was considerable, with an estimate of over 300 scrolls present. With 10 minutes on the clock, Hinata Tianyun was mindful not to squander any time, that he swiftly scanned the names of the scrolls and, after a thorough review, selected 5 B-level techniques that he deemed suitable for his use. The 5 B-level ninjutsu chosen by Hinata Tianyun were Shadow Clone Technique, Jinjutsu, Shadow Technique, Wind Release, Gale Technique, Earth Release, Stone Armor Technique, and Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Among these, 4 auxiliary techniques, while only the Fire Dragon Technique was of an offensive nature. The rationale behind his selection was straightforward. He wished to prioritize his safety. Moreover, he did not lack offensive techniques, as the Hinata clan's taijutsu was predominantly assault-oriented, and with his Byakugan activated, he would not be deficient in offensive capabilities, having acquired the 5 new techniques. Hinata Tianyun exited the scroll room in good spirits, following the Umbu ninja as they departed the underground passage. After the Umbu ninja delivered him to the lobby and handed him over to Irika, he vanished without a word, leaving Hinata Tianyun and Irika behind. Irika had been observing as Hinata Tianyun was escorted by the Umbu, hesitant to inquire about the matter due to the confidentiality surrounding Umbu affairs. Once the Umbu ninja had departed, he turned to Hinata Tianyun and said, "Let us go to your home. The Hokage has entrusted me with a bag to return with you." Hinata Tianyun was aware that the bag contained 1 million ryo provided by the third Hokage, and he did not wish for Hinata Maikan to find out. Thus, he quickly shook his head and replied, "Irika-sensei, the clan leader is still waiting for me. Please hand me the bag. I must first seek out the clan leader." Given the third Hokage's instructions, Irika could not refuse, but he understood that he could not accompany Hinata Tianyun to meet such a prominent figure as Hinata Hisashi. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Very well. I shall escort you to the entrance of the Hinata clan, and you may proceed inside on your OWN, as long as Irika does not hand over the money to Hinata Mikura. The rest matters little." Hinata Tianyun, having ceased his idle chatter, promptly follows in Irika's wake. Chapter 022. The money exhausted. Near the entrance of the Hinata clan's residence, after dispatching Irika, Hinata Tianyun hastily deposits all the cash from his wallet into the system, thereby augmenting his funds by an additional 10 million. Now, Hinata Tianyun's total amount stands at 10,091,000, while the sum of 16,900,000 he had received from his classmates has dwindled to a mere 100,000. The time Hinata Tianyun expended was during his instruction of those classmates in their training, where he seized moments to convert wealth into strength. With the 16 million, he has enhanced his abilities thrice. First enhancement. Hinata Tianyun expended 1 million to fortify his physique, elevating his physical attributes to the level of a standard chunin. Second enhancement. He allocated 5 million to awaken his Byakugan. Third enhancement. He invested 10 million to bolster his chakra, raising its capacity to that of an ordinary chunin. These enhancements have filled Hinata Tianyun with immense satisfaction, as his prowess has significantly escalated, transcending that of an ordinary student. Even if he were to leave Kanehagakure, as long as he remains cautious, he would not encounter excessive danger. The only source of discontent for Hinata Tianyun lies in the exorbitant costs associated with further enhancements. For instance, the second enhancement of his physique astonishingly requires 10 million, while the second enhancement of his chakra demands a staggering 100 million. Even more outrageous is the cost for the second enhancement of his Byakugan, which amounts to 500 million. This revelation has made Hinata Tianyun acutely aware that each subsequent enhancement incurs a drastically increased financial burden, compelling him to strive even harder to amass wealth. Naturally, Hinata Tianyun could also opt to undertake missions. For instance, the task associated with the second enhancement of his physique involved eliminating a Jonin, while the mission for the second enhancement of his chakra entails the defeat of 5 Jonin. The request for the second enhancement of his Byakugan is even more ludicrous, necessitating a confrontation with Hinata Hizashi, which is a feat beyond Hinata Tianyun's current capabilities. Ultimately, he resolves that earning money to enhance his strength is the safer route. However, should a Jonin come seeking death, he would reluctantly accept their goodwill and choose to fulfill the task. Having now acquired an additional 10 million, he examines the list of 5 new enhancement options, each requiring 2 million for activation. Without hesitation, he invests his newly acquired funds into all 5 new ninjutsu enhancements, thus depleting the entirety of his recent earnings. Nevertheless, mastering 5 B-rank ninjutsu elevates Hinata Tianyun's capabilities yet again, rendering him less concerned about his financial loss. Through 2 days of exploration, Hinata Tianyun has gained a certain understanding of the enhancement system. In order to reinforce an item, he must already possess it. The system does not concern itself with his ability to utilize it. For instance, when Hinata Tianyun had not yet acquired the B-rank ninjutsu the previous day, the system did not present those 5 enhancement options. Now that he has obtained the B-rank ninjutsu, albeit without having studied it yet, the system is already capable of enhancement, thereby conserving Hinata Tianyun's training time. One could say it is a matter of exchanging wealth for time. Standing near the entrance of the Hinata clan's estate, having completed the enhancements of the 5 B-rank ninjutsu, Hinata Tianyun, brimming with excitement at the prospect of reaping rewards from Hinata Hizashi, steps into the Hinata clan. 10 minutes later, upon nearing the residence of Hinata Hizashi, he is greeted by a guard, indicating that Hinata Hizashi has been awaiting his arrival. Young Master Tianyun, please, the guard addresses him with utmost courtesy. Hinata Tianyun, disregarding the guard's politeness, merely waves his hand and states, "Lead the way. The clan leader is waiting for me. Do not waste time." The guard, taken aback by Hinata Tianyun's demeanor, feels a twinge of displeasure. Yet, due to Hinata Hizashi's instructions to treat Hinata Tianyun with respect, the guard can only begrudgingly escort him to meet Hinata Hizashi. Hinata Tianyun's indifference toward the guard stems from his recollection of their previous disdainful attitude towards him. Now that he has risen in status, he sees no reason to treat these guards with kindness, for he is not one to overlook past grievances upon arriving at the entrance of Hinata Hizashi's residence. Hinata Tianyun's excitement is abruptly extinguished as he observes his mother engaged in light-hearted conversation with Hinata Hizashi in the hall. Damn it, Hinata Hizashi is truly insidious for inviting my mother here. Hinata Tianyun thinks, realizing that his plans for a financial windfall are likely thwarted. Feeling dejected, he enters the hall, where he cannot display his displeasure in front of his mother, and instead adopts a respectful demeanor, saying, "Mother, clan leader, Tianyun has come to seek your guidance." Hinata Mikura is in good spirits, as Hinata Hizashi has just informed her of his willingness to provide resources for Hinata Tianyun's training, along with the promise to teach him some advanced secret techniques of the Hinata clan. Upon Hinata Tianyun's arrival, she immediately stands, pulling him towards Hinata Hizashi, exclaiming, "Quickly thank the clan leader for the training resources he is offering you." Hinata Hizashi, however, would not allow Hinata Tianyun to bow, having already perceived the displeasure on his face. Furthermore, having learned from the 3rd Hokage that Hinata Tianyun is no ordinary child, possessing a mature mindset, he swiftly intervenes, saying, "No need for such formality, Lady Mikura. Tianyun is also a genius of the Hinata clan. Assisting him is tantamount to assisting our family." With that, Hinata Hizashi adds with a smile, "Moreover, I have a request. I hope Tianyun can teach my inept daughter, so she can learn his new combat techniques. This way, we will be even. Isn't that inappropriate? Tianyun is still quite young. How can he teach the young lady?" Hinata Mikura expresses her concerns in her heart. She is eager for Hinata Tianyun to instruct Hinata. Yet she fears that her child may not adequately teach her, potentially jeopardizing their relationship with the main family, which causes her inner conflict. Hinata Hizashi chuckles. In the realm of the capable, age does not hinder. A bright child like Tianyun can surely teach my daughter well. Lady Mikura need not worry. Let this matter be settled. Resolute in his decision, Hinata Hizashi's insistence leads Hinata Mikura to relent, once again pulling Hinata Tianyun close. Saying, Tianyun, ensure you teach the young lady well. Our branch family's mission is to protect the main house. Hinata Tianyun, being of shorter stature, cannot be seen by Hinata Mikura when he bows his head. Yet Hinata Hizashi, standing opposite him, catches sight of the disdainful expression on Hinata Tianyun's face. This realization confirms to Hinata Hizashi that mere flattery will not win over Hinata Tianyun's favor, and that substantial benefits or exchanges are necessary. Chapter 023. The Gift in the Hall of Hinata Hizashi's residence. Following the agreement reached with Hinata Mikura, the two engage in further conversation, leaving Hinata Tianyun to the side. Feeling somewhat bored, he finds a spot to sit and rest. However, as he settles down, he catches a glimpse of Hinata Hanabi peeking from behind a column on the left side of the hall, curiously glancing towards the room. Upon noticing Hinata Tianyun's gaze upon her, Hinata Hanabi quickly retracts her head, hiding behind the column to avoid being seen. Hinata Tianyun certainly remembers Hinata Hanabi's appearance, but he holds little interest in the child. Seeing her retreat, he simply closes his eyes. Adopting a demeanor of indifference, Hinata Mikura, in high spirits, pays little mind to Hinata Tianyun, her attention entirely focused on Hinata Hizashi. Conversely, Hinata Hizashi, recognizing that the day's focal point is Hinata Tianyun, observes him occasionally, noting the latter's aloofness. This realization leads Hinata Hizashi to understand that merely courting Hinata Mikura will not win Hinata Tianyun's favor. He must offer something of value to earn his goodwill. Having resolved to win over Hinata Tianyun, Hinata Hizashi wastes no time, directly addressing Hinata Mikura. Miss Mikura, I have prepared 3 scrolls of ninjutsu from the Hinata clan for you to take back and instruct Tianyun in his training. I also wish that Tianyun could become a prodigy of the Hokage clan. Hinata Matsuin was overjoyed. Although Hinata Hizashi had not specified the rank of the ninjutsu, she instinctively understood that it must be of at least B rank. After all, the ordinary ninjutsu of the Hokage clan could be practiced freely without the need for scrolls. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Hinata Matsuin expressed her gratitude to Hinata Hizashi, preparing to pull Tianyun over once more to extend her thanks. However, upon seeing Tianyun dozing off, she was instantly filled with rage, vowing to discipline the disobedient Tianyun when they returned home. As for the gathering in the hall, Hinata Matsuin would not dare reprimand Tianyun, for she needed to maintain her composure before the clan leader. Hinata Hizashi, on the other hand, was unconcerned, knowing that Tianyun belonged to the Hokage clan and that he would have ample opportunities to gradually earn Tianyun's acknowledgement. He gestured to the waiting guards to present 3 scrolls of ninjutsu to Hinata Matsuin. Once she accepted the scrolls, Hinata Hizashi said to her, Madam Matsuin, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger any longer. Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, I will have Hinata visit your home to learn the new gentle fist ninjutsu from Tianyun. Hinata Matsuin promptly nodded, saying the clan leader is too kind. I will make the necessary preparations to ensure that Tianyun diligently instructs the young lady. Hinata Hizashi nodded in satisfaction, stating, Then I shall not see you out, but feel free to stay a while longer if you wish. If you prefer to leave, do so at your convenience. We are all kin, so there is no need for excessive formality. Hinata Matsuin, however, dare not linger in the main family's residence. Her visit had already felt somewhat awkward, and with Hinata Hizashi departing, she was eager to take her leave. She quickly bid farewell, saying, Esteemed clan leader, I must return to prepare lunch, so I shall not delay here any longer, and I will take Tianyun back with me. Very well then, you may return. Hinata Hizashi did not impede her. Sending a guard to escort Hinata Matsuin and Tianyun out, Tianyun, having been subjected to Hinata Hizashi's subtle jabs, was already in a foul mood. Upon hearing that Hinata Matsuin was leaving, he immediately stood and followed her out of the hall. Once Hinata Hizashi saw that Hinata Matsuin and Tianyun had exited and were no longer in sight, He sighed as he gazed in the direction they had departed, remarking, "The third Hokage is indeed astute. Tianyun is truly exceptional. It seems my plan to win over Matsuen was misguided. I should have focused directly on winning over Tianyun." From the shadows of the hall, Hinata Izong approached Hinata Hizashi. Inquiring, "Clan leader, what shall we do now? Will Tianyun refuse to impart the new gentle fist to us? That is a powerful A-rank ninjutsu. If utilized by the Hyuga clan, it may even reach S-rank." Hinata Hizashi shook his head, reassuring, "Do not worry. That Tianyun is quite clever that he will share it with us, but we may need to offer him some incentives. Otherwise, he might take his time teaching us. He is merely a branch family member. Why not simply demand it from him? Why go through such trouble?" Hinata Izong frowned in question. Hinata Hizashi glanced at him, responding calmly, "They did not willingly become branch family members. If we, the main family, continually demand without offering anything in return, the branch family will inevitably become estranged from us. I do not wish for the Hyuga clan to reach such a state. Let's not speak of this matter again." After contemplating further, Hinata Hizashi added, "I have heard that the third Hokage offered Tianyun 1,000,000 for that ninjutsu. Our Hyuga clan cannot afford to be stingy. Find an opportunity to present that 1,000,000 to Tianyun, but remember to keep it from Matsuen. I suspect that boy has a fondness for money and may attempt to pocket what the third Hokage and I provide. If it falls into Matsuen's hands, he will undoubtedly be dissatisfied at a mere child. How could he possibly have such a penchant for money? I truly do not understand." Hinata Izong muttered in bewilderment before replying. "Understood, esteemed clan leader. I will make the necessary arrangements." Hinata Hizashi nodded, saying, "Let it be so. I must also have a word with Hinata, instructing her to diligently learn from Tianyun tomorrow if she masters that new gentle fist technique. Our Hyuga clan's strength may once again rise, allowing us to suppress the increasingly unhinged Uchiha clan." That's the head of the clan. Hinata Hizashi was well aware of the issues concerning the Uchiha clan. To ensure the safety of the Hyuga clan, he deemed it necessary to bolster their defenses against them as Hinata Hizong, Hinata Hizashi's personal guard. He was equally cognizant of the Uchiha issue. Upon hearing Hinata Hizashi's remarks, he solemnly bid farewell, setting off to address the matter regarding Tianyun. Meanwhile, our Tianyun was currently undergoing endless torment, as Hinata Matsuen incessantly questioned him on their journey home. "Tianyun, what is this new gentle fist about? Tianyun, has the Hokage spoken to you? What did the Hokage say? Tianyun, what was with your attitude towards clan leader Hizashi? Do you have a death wish? And who taught you that new gentle fist technique? I have never heard of it. Show me a couple of moves when we get home." Tianyun remained silent, refusing to answer any of Hinata Matsuen's questions, just as her frustration was about to boil over. Tianyun activated his Byakugan, causing Hinata Matsuen to gasp in shock and momentarily forget all her previous inquiries. Hastily examining Tianyun's eyes, trying to discern whether his Byakugan was genuine. Chapter 024. Doubt with only 300 meters left to their home. Hinata Matsuen, still holding Tianyun, scrutinized his Byakugan closely, even unable to resist touching it a couple of times. In a somewhat peculiar tone, she asked Tianyun, "Have you really awakened your Byakugan? Could it be painted on?" Tianyun, feeling somewhat exasperated, struggled against Hinata Matsuen's grip, saying, let me down, mother. You're holding too tightly." Hinata Matsuen realized that her previous questions had been somewhat foolish. After all, the Byakugan was the most familiar thing to the Hyuga clan, and if it were painted on, it would be obvious at first glance. After releasing the struggling Tianyun, Hinata Matsuen became animated, thrilled that her child, barely over 5 years old, had already awakened the Byakugan, an extraordinary prodigy of the Hyuga clan. She could hardly contain her excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to announce this news to the world, her expression twisting into a joyous grin. Tianyun, however, did not wish for his Byakugan to be exposed so soon. Promptly cautioning, "Mother, please do not speak of my awakening. Otherwise, the clan leader might react unpredictably." Hinata instantly came to her senses, understanding Tianyun's implication. After a moment of silence, her brow furrowed in contemplation. After all, Tianyun was a branch family member. If others discovered that he had awakened his Byakugan, it was uncertain what decisions the main family might make. They might even decide to transfer Tianyun to the main family to serve as a lifelong guard. something Hinata certainly did not desire for her son. After pondering for a while, she looked at Tianyun, who had already retracted his Byakugan, and earnestly remarked, "Tianyun, you are right. It is best not to disclose this matter. This time, Mother will heed your advice to this point." Hinata Matsuen's expression shifted from serious to somewhat peculiar as she added, "By the way, are you truly my child? For I do not recall raising such a clever child." Hinata Matsuen was not foolish. The changes in Tianyun over the past few days were too sudden, entirely unlike her previous son. She could not help but harbor suspicions, though the third Hokage had informed her that Tianyun was not under the control of any external genjutsu, nor had any signs of a soul swap, leaving her with no choice but to trust that her child remained her own. Tianyun was no fool either. He had anticipated that his closest mother would harbor doubts about him. Thus, he had prepared some explanations in advance. Now that Hinata Matsuen was inquiring, he feigned contemplation before saying, "Of course, I am your son, Mother. It is just that a few days ago, I suddenly gained some newfound confidence that I do not know how it happened. I only know that the information I received has been beneficial to me. That's so." Hinata Makura felt a twinge of perplexity, accompanied by a slight furrow of her brow. In response, Hinata Vinyun hastily clung to her legs, playfully declaring, "Dearest Mother, regardless of how I may change, I will always remain your son. Please do not fret over my affairs. I shall be capable of taking care of myself from now on." Hinata Makura found herself in a quandary, unsure of how to confront Hinata Tianyun at this moment. When Tianyun had previously kept his newfound intelligence to himself, she had managed to deceive herself into believing that he had merely become suddenly astute. However, upon Tianyun's revelation of the additional knowledge residing in his mind, Mikura was compelled to acknowledge that her son was no longer the same as before. This realization left her in a state of distress, contemplating whether she should seek assistance to erase the memories housed in Tianyun's mind. Yet, with Tianyun's sudden transformation into a prodigy, Mikura felt an undeniable reluctance to revert her child to his former, less capable self. Furthermore, the act of memory erasure could potentially inflict further harm upon Tianyun, intensifying Mikura's inner turmoil. Sensing his mother's conflict, Tianyun quickly took her hand, guiding her home while reassuring her, "Dearest Mother, do not overthink it. Am I not still the same as before? Just consider that I have merely matured, and you shall find nothing strange about it." As Mikura gazed upon Tianyun's visage, she could discern no differences from her son. With a resigned sigh, she finally acquiesced, "Very well. I shall strive to accept that you have grown. However, I hope, Tianyun, that you do not change too rapidly, for I may struggle to cope." Tianyun placed a hand upon his chest in earnest assurance. "Rest assured, dearest Mother, no matter how much I may transform, I will never forget the lessons you have imparted to me." Mikura's emotions were a tangled web. After casting one last glance at her son, she uttered, "Let us hope so. For now, I can only endeavor to adapt to the present version of you. Just ensure that you do not disappoint me." "I will ensure that I never disappoint my mother," Hinata Tianyun declared resolutely. "After all, she is my own flesh and blood." Despite the sudden and somewhat peculiar changes in him, Hinata Maikon ultimately accepted the present Hinata Tianyun. However, she found herself at a loss for words on how to communicate with the now mature Hinata Tianyun, leading her to refrain from speaking further. Hinata Tianyun, on the other hand, was not overly concerned. Once Hinata Maikon returned home to prepare dinner, he settled in the hall to ponder his next course of action while also practicing the new ninjutsu he had just learned, the shadow clone technique. Hinata Tianyun promptly created 5 clones of himself and commanded, "4 of you, proceed to train the Hinata clan's ninjutsu. I shall remain here to have a proper conversation with my mother." The 4 shadow clones exchanged glances before swiftly exiting the hall, vanishing from sight. While the original Hinata Tianyun awaited their return, he had specifically prepared the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu, for this moment, intending to utilize lower-tier ninjutsu for the clones to practice, thereby saving a considerable amount of resources, an approach that suited his current situation perfectly. As for the drawbacks of the shadow clone technique, he was aware that the clones might not always obey commands. Hence, he allocated each clone only a day's worth of chakra. Should they disobey, they would automatically disappear after 1 day, a unique effect bestowed by the system-enhanced version of the technique, according to Hinata Tianyun's estimation. This functionality was likely a hallmark of mastering the shadow clone technique, though few had achieved such proficiency, leading to a scarcity of individuals capable of controlling their clones effectively. After dispatching the 4 clones to train, Hinata Tianyun continued to contemplate other matters, such as how to synergize the newly acquired ninjutsu and strategies to amass greater wealth to enhance his strength. After an hour of idle musings, Hinata Maikun returned with food to share dinner with Hinata Tianyun. However, she struggled to adjust to the now mature version of her son and found herself at a loss for conversation. To bridge the gap, Hinata Tianyun feigned a childlike demeanor to coax a smile from Hinata Maikun, gradually uplifting her spirits. Yet he felt a tinge of frustration. Pretending to be a child was exhausting. But he persevered for the sake of his mother. Chapter 025. 3 days throughout the afternoon, Hinata Tianyun refrained from attending the ninja school, opting instead to comfort the somewhat conflicted Hinata Maikun. After dinner at 6 o'clock, Hinata Maikun finally came to terms with the unexpected maturity of her son, regaining her former zest for life. Recognizing that her child no longer required her care, the spirit of a ninja within Hinata Maikun stirred, prompting her to train diligently for the next half-month to reclaim her previous combat experience before embarking on missions. However, she remained oblivious to the nature of the tasks that awaited her, taking care of children, searching for lost items, and running errands. Having convinced Hinata Maikun, Hinata Tianyun no longer interfered with her plans. Exhausted from the day's charade, he retreated to his room to rest. Upon entering, he noticed a box and a piece of paper on his desk. Approaching, he discovered the note indicated that the 10 million ryo contained within was a gift from the clan leader. Hinata Hizashi, not lacking in cleverness, had sent it along. Satisfied, Hinata Tianyun ignited the paper and stored away the 10 million ryo. Promptly reinforcing his physique once more, in an instant, the wealth vanished. And as he moved about his room, he noticed a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, now estimated to rival that of an average chunin, a development that pleased him greatly. Yet, like before, he harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. The cost of the 3rd physique enhancement had escalated to 100 million ryo, a daunting prospect for him at present. Hinata Tianyun contemplated that it was time to commence business dealings with the Tian family. For accumulating a substantial sum of money in a short span appeared increasingly challenging. Lost in these thoughts, Hinata Tianyun drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, others found themselves unable to sleep soundly. The first, Naruto Uzumaki, who had ventured to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja School that afternoon, hoping to speak with Hinata Tianyun. However, he soon overheard rumors that Hinata Tianyun was a prodigious ninja, admired by the entire Konoha school, which filled Naruto with uncertainty, fearing that Hinata Tianyun might no longer wish to associate with him. The second, Hinata, who rarely ventured outside, was instructed by Hinata Hizashi to begin training under Hinata Tianyun in the new gentle fist technique, with the stipulation that she must master it within 3 months. This demand left Hinata in a quandary. She harbored an aversion to Hinata Tianyun, and his indifferent gaze from the previous day unnerved her, leading her to believe that he was difficult to approach. Furthermore, the 3-month timeline seemed too brief for her to confidently learn the new technique. The third, Uchiha Fuyuki, who had been visited unexpectedly by Shimura Danzo, who demanded he hand over Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Ba to the Root organization. Naturally, he refused Danzo's proposal in response. Danzo insisted that if he did not surrender them, he must ensure that Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Ba would not disclose the details of the new gentle fist technique, or else the entire Uchiha clan would be compelled to forfeit 3A rank ninjutsu as compensation. Uchiha Fuyuki realized he had been ensnared by Danzo's machinations, but felt he had no choice but to comply, for to refuse a second time would be tantamount to severing ties with Konoha. Uchiha Fuyuki's inability to refuse left him in a foul mood, especially given the recent tumultuous events within the clan, further disrupting his sleep. The fourth group, the elite class students learning the new gentle fist technique, who upon discovering they were studying an A-rank ninjutsu suitable even for children, found themselves overly excited and unable to sleep. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that while entry may be easy, mastery is a challenging endeavor. Some may spend their entire lives striving to reach the A-rank proficiency in this martial art. After a night of rest, Hinata Tianyun rose at 6 o'clock to head to school. S for Hinata Maikun. Having recognized her son's keen intellect, she ceased accompanying him, allowing him to go alone while she remained home to train. Aiming to recover her strength that had waned over 3 years of little exercise, Hinata Tianyun leisurely made his way to the Konoha Ninja School, as he no longer required the guidance offered there. Were it not for the need to conceal his true capabilities and to initially amass wealth in Konoha, he would have already set out on missions to earn money elsewhere, places he believed to be his true paradise, where greater fortunes awaited. Strolling to the school at a relaxed pace, complemented by a breakfast stop along the way, Hinata Tianyun arrived after 7 o'clock. Well past the start of classes, the schoolyard had emptied of students, and he entered the ninja school alone. Dismissing the theoretical teachings of the ninja students, he wandered the teaching building, observing the conditions of other classes and discerning the distinctions from the elite class. To his dismay, he soon realized he had become a notable figure at Konoha School. As he strolled past other classrooms, every student fixated their gazes upon him, making him feel uneasy, prompting a hasty exit. With his plan to observe other classes thwarted, Hinata Tianyun reluctantly returned to the elite class, for there was still Tianyun, with whom he could converse, perhaps even strike a deal that in the elite class. Irika was left helpless as numerous students had taken leave, claiming they'd trained too late the previous night and had not rested adequately. Consequently, only 13 students attended class, with so many absentees. Irika could not cover essential lessons, so he announced that today they would recite the 32nd rule of the Ninja Code, allowing the 13 students to engage in self-study while he retreated to his office for a break. Of course, he intended to hold the outdoor training session in the afternoon, as missing one class would not significantly impact attendance. Thus, upon Hinata Tianyun's arrival in the elite class, he found only 13 classmates present, with not a single teacher in sight. However, with Irika absent, Hinata Tianyun felt a sense of relief, for his primary aim was to interact with Tianyun. Upon spotting her, he disregarded the presence of other classmates and teachers. Focusing solely on her as a prominent figure in the elite class, his entrance drew immediate attention, but the classmates quickly retreated to their seats, mindful not to disturb the conversation between the two. Chapter 026, Weapon Enhancement in the Elite Classroom. Hinata Tianyun gravitated once more toward Tianyun, who appeared somewhat exasperated, unsure of how to address him. Although young, ninjas typically mature quickly, and she was no fool. She could discern that Hinata Tianyun held little fondness for her, or else she would not have been so indifferent toward him. Yet Hinata Tianyun continued to pursue her, which frustrated her further, leading her to believe he was somewhat peculiar, clinging to someone he did not even like. Now, as Hinata Tianyun approached once more, Tianyun bluntly stated, "Tianyun, if you have something to say, just say it out. If not, then please leave. Otherwise, I will simply relocate to another area." The children of today truly lack charm. Hinata Tianyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After grumbling internally, he decisively remarked, "Tianyun, I heard that your family runs a weapon shop. Might I have a look at the ninja tools crafted by your family?" "Is that all?" Every day, Tianyun found herself in a state of perplexity. She produced a kunai and handed it to Hinata Tianyun, saying, "Here, consider it a reward for not charging me tuition. Please do not bother me again." No, I do not seek your ninja tools. In truth, I possess a unique ninjutsu that can enhance the hardness of weapons. I conducted an experiment on ordinary tools and discovered that it can double their strength. Therefore, I need to test it on your family's finest kunai, Hinata Tianyun hurriedly explained, intentionally piquing Tianyun's interest. As expected, her curiosity was ignited, for her family dealt in ninja tools. To claim she was indifferent to such matters would be utterly implausible. In fact, she even exclaimed with excitement, "Are you serious? Can you demonstrate it for me?" Tianyun's sudden outburst drew the attention of all the students in the classroom onto her and Hinata Tianyun. In a hushed tone, he urged her, "Shoo, keep it down. This is a secret of mine. Please do not spread it around, or I shall cease to seek your company." Tianyun pondered for a moment. Recognizing the immense value of a ninjutsu that could augment the hardness of weapons, she nodded and whispered, "Very well. Let us head to the forest where we were yesterday for a trial. If you can truly accomplish this, I shall take you to my home to test some high-grade ninja tools. Agreed. Let us proceed. Hinata Tianyun decisively took her hand and led her out of the classroom. Tianyun, intrigued by the veracity of Hinata Tianyun's claims, did not resist his pull and followed him outside. The moment they departed, the elite class erupted with excitement. Wow, Hinata Tianyun is remarkable. He has already won over Tianyun so swiftly. While that fool Inuzuka Pengue has pursued her for 3 years without success, Hinata Tianyun is a genius. How could that simpleton compare? Indeed, if only I had Hinata Tianyun's talent, I would have already won the affections of Mei Hui from the adjacent class. It truly is disheartening to witness such disparities among us. In reality, nothing had transpired between Hinata Tianyun and Tianyun, yet the gossip within the elite class swiftly spread throughout the ninja academy. In the training forest of the academy, Hinata Tianyun brought Tianyun beneath a secluded tree and inquired about the kunai she had given him. Is this kunai of special quality or merely ordinary? Of course, it is custom-made, Tianyun replied proudly. What is its worth? Hinata Tianyun asked. Why are you so concerned with money? Just demonstrate your ninjutsu for me. Tianyun chastised him impatiently without knowing its value. I cannot risk using it carelessly. If I were to damage it, I would have no means to compensate. Hinata Tianyun countered. Tch, what a miser. I've already gifted you that kunai. If it breaks, I shall not demand compensation from you. Now, hurry and demonstrate, Tianyun urged. Initially, Hinata Tianyun wished to ascertain the kunai's worth to gauge the price for its enhancement. However, observing Tianyun's demeanor, he realized that if he did not first perform the enhancement, she would divulge nothing further. Thus, he resigned himself to the task at hand. Gripping the kunai, Hinata Tianyun feigned a series of exaggerated movements, shaking it until Tianyun could no longer discern its form. He then selected the enhancement option within the system. Enhancement cost 300,000, but upon completion, Hinata Tianyun ceased his motions and examined the kunai closely. Before he could discern any notable differences, Tianyun's eyes gleamed with excitement as she snatched the kunai from his grasp. She began to rub and strike the kunai, exclaiming with exhilaration, "This is truly impressive. The sharpness has doubled, and the hardness has also doubled. What an exquisite piece! Hey, that kunai belongs to me, you know," Hinata Tianyun exclaimed. Eager to reclaim the kunai, for he had invested 300,000 in its enhancement. If Tianyun were to keep it, he would suffer a significant loss. Tianyun swiftly tucked the kunai back into her pouch, dismissively stating, "It's merely a kunai. When we return home, I shall gift you 3 more. You are such a miser." Hinata Tianyun could only feel speechless, contemplating that acquiring 3 kunai was not a loss at all. He nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. You shall provide me with 3 kunai of the special kind from your family." Having witnessed Hinata Tianyun's capability to enhance weapons, Tianyun joyfully declared, "Very well. It is a trivial matter. Now, come with me to my home, and I shall introduce you to my father." With that, she seized Hinata Tianyun's hand and dashed home, oblivious to the strange gazes of passers-by. Acquaintances and children. Moments ago in the school, it was Hinata Tianyun who had pulled Tianyun out of the classroom. Now it was she who was leading him back home. The 2 pieces of gossip would surely spread, leaving them unable to clarify their relationship. Unbeknownst to them, upon reaching her family's ninja tool shop, Tianyun proudly presented the kunai that Hinata Tianyun had enhanced her father, saying, "Father, take a look at this kunai." Tianyun's father, initially pondering whether his daughter had begun a relationship with Hinata Tianyun by bringing him home for inspection, shifted his focus upon seeing the kunai. His professional instincts kicked in, and he began to rub and strike the kunai, muttering to himself, "Whose kunai is this? How can it surpass our custom-made kunai by a factor of 2? This should be impossible." Chapter 027. Collaboration in the Ninja Tool Shop. Tianyun's father found himself in a quandary, unsure of what to say. His dilemma stemmed from the fact that the kunai in his hand was of superior quality compared to their own. And if the other party could mass-produce such a tool, their family shop might face closure due to the insurmountable quality gap. Furthermore, he speculated whether this could be a new manufacturing technique that could greatly enhance ironworking standards. Igniting his desire to uncover this potentially revolutionary method, After a moment of contemplation, Tianyun's father turned to her with a serious tone, asking, "Where did you acquire this kunai? Take me to see the source." "Haha, father, you have not noticed the mark on the kunai, have you? Just take a closer look," Tianyun replied with pride. Noticing the mark, Tianyun's father quickly examined it and was taken aback to recognize their family emblem. This revelation deepened his frown as he pondered. What is the meaning of this? Have our imitations now surpassed our craftsmanship? How can this be? "Ha, father, you are mistaken. This kunai is indeed one of our own creations," Tianyun explained, her excitement palpable. Her father, astonished, inquired, "Who crafted this? I must reward him generously and promote him to overseer." With a gleeful smile, Tianyun introduced Hinata Tianyun to her father, saying, "He is the one who made it. Father, you should appoint him as overseer." Hinata Tianyun had already made an impression on Tianyun's father, especially since the third Hokage had personally sent someone to inform him to prevent the transmission of a new gentle fist technique. It would be foolish not to pay attention to Hinata Tianyun. However, upon hearing Tianyun claim that he was the craftsman, he found it hard to believe. After all, a craftsman was not as common as cabbage. How could someone so young be so proficient? He admonished Tianyun, "Do not speak nonsense. Tianyun is merely a child. How could he be the craftsman of this kunai?" Tianyun, feeling even more triumphant, replied with a smile, "Father, do not misunderstand. I never claimed that Tianyun created the kunai. I merely stated that he enhanced do not confuse the two. To Tianyun's father, craft and manufacture meant the same thing." He frowned and asked, "Tianyun, could you clarify your statement? I do not comprehend what you are saying." Now, Tianyun ceased her playful antics and explained earnestly, "Tianyun possesses a unique ninjutsu that can enhance the capabilities of weapons. The kunai you hold is the one I gave him to enhance. That not an impressive ability?" Tianyun's father, now serious, regarded Hinata Tianyun with a penetrating gaze and stated, "My name is Taisheng. Tianyun, would you permit me to witness this ninjutsu that can enhance weapon strength?" Hinata Tianyun glanced at Taisheng and replied, "I can certainly demonstrate, but I do not wish to waste my energy. Therefore, I require payment up front for the performance that I trust that you would not object." "Mr. Taisheng, how could you speak to my father like that?" Tianyun expressed her dissatisfaction daily. She was about to continue her outburst when Taisheng quickly intervened, saying, "All right, Tianyun, what Tianyun said is correct. I should indeed pay first. Please refrain from interjecting. This matter is between us." Chastened by Taisheng's reprimand, Tianyun shot a resentful glare at Tianyun and Taisheng, exclaiming, "Do as you please. I'm going back to my room to rest. I don't wish to see either of you." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Taisheng promptly turned around and retrieved a stack of money from the shop, along with the kunai, which he handed to Tianyun, saying, "Here, little brother Tianyun, 1 million should suffice, right? If it's not enough, I can prepare more. 1 million. That's rather mediocre," Tianyun replied, accepting the cash and kunai. He tucked the money into his clothing and then waved the kunai around in a theatrical manner for about 20 seconds before handing it back to Taisheng, saying, "Take a look at this." Taisheng, with keen insight into weaponry, recognized the kunai's enhanced quality even before touching it. Upon grasping it and inspecting it closely, he confirmed that it was indeed twice as sharp and sturdy as before, causing his admiration for Tianyun to shine through his eyes. However, Tianyun nonchalantly remarked, "This belongs to the bloodline ninjutsu. It's impossible for you, boss Taisheng, to learn it," abruptly dousing Taisheng's excitement. Disappointed, Taisheng glanced at Tianyun, and a clever idea struck him that he proposed, "Little brother Tianyun, what do you think about collaborating? You enhance the weapons and I'll handle the sales. We can split the profits 50-50. What do you think?" 50-50. "Are you sure?" Tianyun replied, somewhat taken aback by Taisheng's generosity. He had not expected Taisheng to offer such a substantial share, as he initially anticipated a 30 to 40% cut, considering he was merely providing a service while Taisheng supplied the materials and conducted the sales. Taisheng's tone was resolute. "Rest assured, little brother Tianyun, this is a long-term business venture that I would never let you suffer losses. As long as you agree to collaborate, I will consistently share 50% of the profits with you." With Taisheng's magnanimity, Tianyun decided not to dwell further on the matter and simply said, "Deal. From now on, I am an ally of Boss Taisha." He then informed Taisheng, "I must let you know that my chakra is currently limited. I can only create 10 kunai-sized weapons daily. Large weapons would deplete my chakra with just one. Thus, for the next couple of years, I will not be able to provide many weapons. Once I grow stronger and my chakra increases, I can produce more. Did I ask for your understanding, Boss Taisheng?" Though somewhat disappointed, Taisheng accepted this, recognizing Ri Xiong Tianyun as a genius from the Hyuga clan, under the watchful eye of the third Hokage. And he dared not offend him. Noticing Taisheng's dejection, Ri Xiong Tianyun chuckled. "It seems you've forgotten the principle that rarity adds value." Taisheng, being a businessman, immediately grasped the implication of Ri Xiong Tianyun's words. Internally cursing him for being clever, he nodded and replied, "I understand your point, little brother Tianyun. I will do my utmost to provide high-quality weapons for your enhancement." This was precisely what Ri Xiong Tianyun desired. He had no intention of wasting time on ordinary weapons. Satisfied that Taisheng comprehended his intentions, he nodded and began discussing ways to maximize their profits. Chapter 028. Enhanced Body Technique at Tian's Family Ninja Tool Shop. Ri Xiong Tianyun engaged in a lively discussion with Tian's father, quickly reaching an agreement on how to generate profit. 10 o'clock in the morning, Ri Xiong Tianyun left behind 10 enhanced kunai for Taisheng and headed back to the Ninja Academy with Tian, who had been forcefully thrust into accompanying him on their way to school. Tian glared at Ri Xiong Tianyun, dissatisfied, and demanded, "What on earth did you say to my father? Why does he insist I accompany you to school?" Ri Xiong Tianyun rolled his eyes, replying, "You should ask your father. I never told him to bring you along, though. As if I believe you. You definitely said something to him," Tian retorted angrily. Ri Xiong Tianyun shook his head, saying, "If you don't want to go to school with me, you can go home. I won't stop you." Though Tian was unwilling to follow him, her father's warning gaze compelled her to comply. Sulking, she followed behind Ri Xiong Tianyun as they made their way to the Ninja Academy. Resembling a couple in a spat, Ri Xiong Tianyun glanced back at the discontented Tian and sighed. Understanding that Taisheng's intention was for her to cultivate a good relationship with him to ensure continued collaboration. However, he had little interest in childish antics. His initial engagement with her was merely a prelude to today's transaction. Now that the deal was struck, he preferred to distance himself from her, but out of respect for the 50% share Taisheng promised, he felt compelled to tolerate her presence. Arriving at the academy's entrance with the unwelcome company, Ri Xiong Tianyun turned to Tian and said, "You should head to class now. I have matters to attend to." Not wanting to be seen with him any longer, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of passers-by, Tian shot him a glare before dashing into the school. With Tian dispatched, Ri Xiong Tianyun made his way to the Itchara Ramen shop. Upon entering, he called out to the chef, "I'd like a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen, but hold the mountain grease. Mountain grease adds flavor. Don't you like it?" The chef asked with a smile that Ri Xiong Tianyun waved dismissively and retorted, "What I like is irrelevant. Just do as I say, or I won't pay. Understand?" All right, I get it," the chef replied with an exasperated shake of his head as he began preparing the ramen. At 10:40 in the morning, it was not yet mealtime, and Itchara Ramen had only Ri Xiong Tianyun as a customer. As he sat down, he pondered how to utilize his considerable savings of 560,000 yen. Initially, he had only 160,000, but Taisheng had insisted on giving him an additional 400,000 as an advance on his wages when he left the ninja tool shop. While the chef prepared the ramen, Ri Xiong Tianyun contemplated the enhancements he could make. Firstly, he could enhance some basic ninjutsu from the Hyuga clan, but he felt that doing so would be a waste, as their power would not significantly increase. That he decided against enhancing these and concluded that it would be more beneficial to let his shadow clones train over time. Next, he considered the 3 B-rank ninjutsu he had just obtained from Hyuga Hisashi. But enhancing all 3 would require 600,000 that after some deliberation, he opted to postpone that as well. Ultimately, he settled on enhancing the body technique for a second time, which cost 100,000 per enhancement. As a foundational ninjutsu, he was unsure of the changes that might occur with the second enhancement, but he thought it worth the 300,000 to test it out. He proceeded to invest the funds into enhancing the body technique once more. After completing the enhancement, Tianyun felt it inappropriate to demonstrate it in the ramen shop. Just then, the tonkatsu ramen was ready, and he prepared to eat before finding a suitable place to test his new body technique. However, his experimental plans were thwarted when a lively figure burst into Itchara Ramen, exclaiming, "Big brother, I can't believe you're really here. I thought I was seeing things on the way. Ah, it's you? What brings you to find your big brother?" Tianyun recognized the voice as that of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, more excited than ever, beamed as he heard Tianyun address him as little brother. Overjoyed, he called out to the chef, "Boss, I want a bowl of tonkatsu ramen too. Today I'm treating my big brother." "Wow, Naruto, you're feeling generous today." The chef chuckled. "Of course, my big brother is here for ramen. How could I not be generous?" Naruto exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at Tianyun. The chef, not disliking Naruto, smiled and replied, "Go ahead and have a seat. Wait for 2 minutes, and you'll be able to savor the ramen." Uzumaki Naruto, in a burst of enthusiasm, dashed over to sit beside Tianyun, who was already relishing his bowl of noodles. "Big brother, why aren't you in class? Did you scare off those students again? Stop with the nonsense. Your saliva is about to land in my bowl," Tianyun said, casting a disapproving glance at the drooling Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto quickly wiped his mouth, despite the non-existent drool, and cautiously reassured, "Don't worry, big brother. My saliva won't fly over to you. Please don't chase me away." Faced with the pitiful sight of Uzumaki Naruto, Tianyun shook his head in resignation and said, "Fine, if you wish to stay, just don't ask too many questions. Later, accompany me to a place. I have something I need your help with." Uzumaki Naruto immediately perked up, thumping his chest and declaring, "Big brother, rest assured, whatever it is, I can handle it." "All right, quickly finish your noodles. It might get a bit tough later," Tianyun said, gesturing towards the freshly served ramen. Perhaps it was the enticing aroma of the ramen that captivated Uzumaki Naruto. He merely nodded, refraining from responding to Tianyun's words, and began to devour the ramen with great enthusiasm, making Tianyun also find the noodles appealing. In truth, Tianyun was not particularly hungry himself. But seeing Uzumaki Naruto enjoying the meal so much, he decided to finish his own bowl of ramen as well. After Uzumaki Naruto paid the bill, the two of them exited the ramen shop together. Chapter 029. Power in a small grove within Kanahagakure. Tianyun found himself somewhat disoriented, though he remained within the village. This spot was where Tianyun had instructed Uzumaki Naruto to find a quiet place, and Naruto had led him through a series of twists and turns within the village. Upon arriving at the small forest, Uzumaki Naruto proudly proclaimed, "Boss, this is my secret base, and no one will find out. Just tell me what you need." Tianyun glanced around and noted the absence of any onlookers. However, considering Uzumaki Naruto's unique identity, he took advantage of Naruto's distraction with a small creature in the forest to swiftly activate his Byakugan and scan the vicinity. Tianyun's suspicion was confirmed. At the moment he activated his Byakugan, he spotted some Umbu members in the distance. They were quite far away, likely there to ensure Uzumaki Naruto did not leave the village. Since they could not observe the happenings here, Tianyun retracted his Byakugan and confidently addressed the overly excited Uzumaki Naruto. "Stop looking. It's just a squirrel. I have something for you to do. So don't waste my time." Uzumaki Naruto snapped back to attention, puzzled. "Big brother, what could I possibly do in a place like this? Are you asking me to train with you?" Tianyun nodded. "You could say that I want to practice the body flicker technique, and you will be responsible for attacking me while I defend against your strikes using the body flicker technique. Surely you can manage that." Uzumaki Naruto hesitated. "I sent that a bit inappropriate. You are my big brother. What if I accidentally hurt you? Do you really think you could injure me?" Tianyun scoffed. "Show me your true strength. I want to see just how capable you are." Uzumaki Naruto, feeling somewhat insulted, retorted, "Even if you're my big brother, you shouldn't underestimate my abilities. Today I will defeat you. All right, bring it on." Tianyun beckoned with a finger, adopting a condescending attitude towards Uzumaki Naruto. Enraged, Uzumaki Naruto lunged at Tianyun, aiming a kick at his leg, intent on knocking him down as a means of victory. In his mind, Hinata Tianyun appeared younger and, despite his prowess, could not possibly be that formidable to avoid injury. He deliberately targeted Hinata Tianyun's legs. However, Uzumaki Naruto soon found himself in shock. Although he had clearly kicked Hinata Tianyun's leg, it felt as though he had struck a solid stone, causing him to cradle his foot in pain. "What just happened, big brother?" Uzumaki Naruto asked, perplexed as he sat on the ground, staring at the unmoving Hinata Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun remained still and silent, and suddenly, with a loud thud, he transformed into a wooden log, leaving Uzumaki Naruto wide-eyed in astonishment. While Uzumaki Naruto had seen the body replacement technique before, he had never encountered one that transformed into a log so long after being struck. As Uzumaki Naruto stood there in a daze, Hinata Tianyun, hidden behind a tree, was quite pleased with his enhanced body replacement technique, which seemed to maintain his original form for 3 seconds and would not transform into a log after taking a hit. If utilized correctly, this 3-second window could easily allow Hinata Tianyun to eliminate an unsuspecting jonin, making him very satisfied that the 1 million he spent was worth it. After testing the body replacement technique, Hinata Tianyun stepped out from behind the tree and approached the still-stunned Uzumaki Naruto, saying, "All right, get up quickly. We need to continue our training." Once Uzumaki Naruto regained his senses, disregarding the lingering pain in his foot, he excitedly stood up and asked, "Big brother, what was that body replacement technique just now? I felt like I kicked the log, but you maintained your original form and walked out from behind the tree. What in the world is going on?" Hinata Tianyun would not divulge the secret to Uzumaki Naruto. Instead, he shot him a glare and said, "Does big brother need your inquiries? Prepare yourself. We are starting the second experiment." With that, Hinata Tianyun created 3 ordinary clones and instructed Uzumaki Naruto, try hitting each clone once. Now thoroughly intrigued by Hinata Tianyun's training, Uzumaki Naruto wasted no time and struck the left clone, resulting in a loud puff of smoke as it vanished. Realizing the left clone was an illusion, Uzumaki Naruto immediately attacked the middle clone, but upon landing his punch, it too burst into smoke. Excited, he charged at the final clone. The right clone was indeed the real Hinata Tianyun, who had initially stood in the middle. The moment he realized he could switch positions among the 3 clones, he swiftly moved to the right as Uzumaki Naruto attacked his central form. The enhanced clone technique now allowed for seamless transitions between clones, and Hinata Tianyun was extremely satisfied as it served as a powerful life-saving skill, worth every penny of the 1 million spent. With the clone technique successfully tested, Hinata Tianyun raised his hand to block Uzumaki Naruto's punch, stating, "All right, training is temporarily over. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then you will continue to accompany me in training." "Already taking a break? I still have plenty of energy," Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed. Naruto Uzumaki felt a tinge of frustration. He was far from weary. Hinata Tianyun opted for a brief respite of 5 minutes. Not to rest, but to contemplate the enhanced applications of the shadow clone technique. He shot a glare at Naruto, urging him to behave, and then settled onto a relatively clean patch of ground to ponder. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and after organizing the materials on the secondary level of the shadow clone technique, Hinata Tianyun commenced a series of experiments with Naruto in the forest, exploring various applications of the technique. Today marked a revelation for Naruto. The intricacies of Hinata Tianyun's clones were bewildering. After 2 hours of relentless attacks, he had yet to land a single hit on Hinata, leaving him breathless and envious of his companion's prowess. Following their rigorous experimentation, Hinata Tianyun, satisfied with the demonstration of the technique's power, cautioned Naruto to keep their activities discreet. He then generously bestowed 5,000 yen upon Naruto, instructing him to treat himself to ramen, and made his way back to the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy in high spirits. Receiving the 5,000 yen and being privy to Hinata Tianyun's secret made Naruto feel like a loyal confidant. He disregarded his fatigue and eagerly dashed to the Itchara Ramen shop. Chapter 030. Instruction. As Hinata Tianyun sauntered into the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The entire class had ventured outside for lessons. Leaving the classroom deserted, he seized the opportunity to find a seat and rest, awaiting the end of the school day at 5 o'clock. Lying on his desk, he was not truly asleep, but rather engrossed in contemplating ways to earn more money. Currently, Hinata Tianyun had an agreement with Tianyun's father to fulfill 10 orders of kunai enhancements daily, each priced at over 600,000 yen. After deducting the enhancement cost of 200,000, he earned around 2 million yen each day, in a month. That amounted to 60 million yen, which, while substantial, was insufficient for Hinata Tianyun, who aspired to enhance as Byakugan, requiring 500 million yen, an endeavor that would take him 10 months to achieve, a timeline he found unacceptable, in his mind. He believed he must reach the level of a jonin within a year, but given his current rate of income, that seemed implausible. Thus, he sought alternative methods to amass greater wealth. However, after deliberating for some time, he realized that generating income was not his forte. He could hardly conceive of any means to earn money outside of his system's capabilities, which left him feeling quite disheartened. He could supply Iron Shung with more enhanced weapons daily. Yet such actions would attract undue attention, and should his strength prove inadequate, he could not safeguard his earnings. Consequently, he refrained from indiscriminately increasing the quantity of enhanced weapons. Ultimately, Hinata Tianyun recognized that everything hinged on strength. If he possessed Jonin-level abilities, he could directly enhance others' bodies, jutsus, and chakra for considerable wealth, rather than engaging in the cautious undertakings he currently faced. With a sigh, he rose and exited the classroom, deciding to return home first. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received a report from the Umbu at 4 in the afternoon, indicating that Hinata Tianyun had been playing with Naruto Uzumaki for 2 hours, given Naruto's significant status. The third Hokage was taken aback and inquired of the Umbu ninja about how the two had become acquainted and whether there were any underlying motives, wondering if Hinata Tianyun was intentionally approaching Naruto. The Umbu ninja replied, "Lord Hokage, Hinata Tianyun and Naruto met the night before last tea that time. Hinata was resting at the school gate when Naruto came by to play and was called over by Hinata, who asked Naruto to buy him ice cream, insisting that Naruto pay for it. That little rascal is quite miserly," the third Hokage remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. "And what about today? How did they end up together?" The initiative came from Naruto, who sought out Hinata. Hinata was originally heading to Itchara Ramen alone, and Naruto spotted him on the way and followed. The Umbu ninja added, "Ultimately, it was Naruto who ended up paying for the ramen." The third Hokage sighed and shook his head in exasperation. Let it be. Since Hinata did not deliberately approach Naruto, they may as well be friends. Naruto needs companionship, even if it comes from shrewd little rascal. The Umbu, tasked with shadowing Naruto, was well aware of his identity. With the Hokage's orders issued, he nodded and departed to continue monitoring Naruto, the Hinata family estate, as Hinata Tianyun leisurely returned home. He found that Hinata Maitsuen was absent, having left him a note stating she would be training and suggesting he eat outside. How inconsiderate of Hinata Maitsuen. Knowing her son was a genius and intelligent, she still could not be bothered to prepare a meal for him. Did she even remember that he was her son? After a brief moment of lamentation, Hinata Tianyun casually scavenged for something to eat at home. As Hinata was scheduled to come over soon to train in the new gentle fist technique, leaving him little time to venture out for food out of course. His lack of dinner was entirely due to his assumption that Hinata Maitsuen would prepare a meal, leading him to saunter home and waste time. Had he anticipated this, an hour spent at home would have sufficed for a meal, like tea 6 o'clock in the evening, having hastily eaten a few snacks. Hinata Tianyun lounged on the steps before the main entrance, watching the sunset when a guard from the Hinata clan arrived promptly, escorting Hinata to his doorstep. The guard greeted Hinata Tianyun courteously and, bringing the timid Hinata before him, said, "Young Master Tianyun, the young lady has arrived. Please provide her with proper training." Lying on the steps, Hinata Tianyun smirked and lazily responded, "Let the young lady come inside. You may wait outside. Our training sessions will last 1 hour each day. I do not have the time for extended lessons. You may do as you please during that hour." The guard felt somewhat vexed. Hinata Tianyun's demeanor was more commanding than that of the clan leader, prompting him to consider reprimanding him. Yet, recalling the clan leader's instructions, he could only endure and respectfully said, "I shall wait here. After an hour, I will escort the young lady home. Suit yourself. Hinata, come on in." Hinata Tianyun spoke and directly entered the residence. Hinata, having observed the guards for an entire evening, could only follow behind Hinata Tianyun with trepidation after receiving a nod from the guards. Slowly making her way into the estate in an open area beneath a large tree. Upon noticing Hinata approaching, Hinata Tianyun called out, "Hurry up, my time is quite precious." Hinata felt a sense of grievance. Her upbringing had been exceedingly strict, instilling in her the importance of maintaining decorum while walking, unlike ordinary people who could skip about freely. Thus, her current pace was merely her customary speed. After being urged by Hinata Tianyun, she could only hastily jog to his side, lowering her head and softly saying, "Tianyun-sensei, please instruct me." Hinata's demeanor rendered Hinata Tianyun speechless. After a moment of internal lament, he stated, "I will first demonstrate the entire set of movements. You must memorize them all. Later, you will practice on your own, and I will gradually correct your erroneous postures." "Understood," Hinata replied with a single word, not daring to lift her gaze to meet Hinata Tianyun's eyes. Hinata Tianyun frowned slightly and said, "Do not keep your head down. I am about to begin teaching you, so raise your head and observe carefully." Hinata complied, yet Hinata Tianyun was met with the sight of tears welling in her eyes, accompanied by a look of distress that momentarily made him feel as though he had committed a wrongdoing. Chapter 031. Instruction to Hinata's sense of grievance stirred a fleeting ripple in Hinata Tianyun's emotions. But having matured mentally, he quickly regained his composure and refrained from looking at her troubled expression any further. "All right, pay close attention to my movements. If you misremember even a single step, do not blame me later," he remarked blandly. With that, Hinata Tianyun stepped to the center of the clearing and slowly performed the Tai Chi movements. Throughout the demonstration, he refrained from offering any explanations, as the slow nature of Tai Chi rendered verbal clarification unnecessary. Even a fool could comprehend the actions clearly. After completing the set, Hinata Tianyun inquired, "Did you see my movements clearly? If so, come over here and stand properly. We will commence formal training. You have only 1 hour, so do not squander it." Coming from a prestigious lineage, Hinata underwent rigorous training, and she certainly could recall Hinata Tianyun's leisurely movements. Upon hearing his question, she quickly set aside her doubts, nodded, and briskly approached him, saying, "Tianyun-sensei, please guide me," before beginning to practice Tai Chi in front of him. However, Hinata's execution of the Tai Chi movements was even slower than Hinata Tianyun's. Despite this slowness, Hinata Tianyun was not foolish. He immediately recognized that her movements were impeccably standard, devoid of any deviation, thus requiring no correction on his part, which left him quite satisfied. Since Hinata displayed no flaws, he need not focus on her instruction and could enjoy a moment of leisure. Consequently, he settled himself on a nearby stone step and told Hinata, who was practicing Tai Chi at a leisurely pace, "Today, perform this set of movements 10 times earnestly, and you may go home. Tomorrow evening, I will teach you something new." Hinata was more than eager for Hinata Tianyun to leave her be, allowing her to immerse herself fully in the new soft fist technique. Observing her training from the sidelines, Hinata Tianyun noted that she did not slack off. Her dedication was evident. It seemed that Hinata Hizashi had instilled a strict discipline in her, rendering his supervision unnecessary. After a while, he simply closed his eyes. Half an hour into her training, Hinata glanced at Hinata Tianyun, who appeared to have dozed off, and inwardly chastised his lack of diligence, compelling her to continue practicing the new soft fist technique. In truth, she longed to inquire about the purpose of such slow movements, which seemed devoid of any visible power. Yet Hinata Tianyun's indifferent demeanor kept her from approaching him with her questions. Time passed gradually, and after completing 10 repetitions of Tai Chi, Hinata noticed that an hour had nearly elapsed. Upon finishing her training, she looked once more at Hinata Tianyun, only to find him awake and watching her. "Sensei, may I return now?" she asked directly, having seen him awaken. Hinata Tianyun glanced at her, noting the beads of sweat on her forehead, which indicated her earnest training, and nodded. "All right, you may go home. Return tomorrow evening." With permission granted, Hinata hurriedly jogged away from the clearing, heading towards the estate's entrance, seemingly eager to avoid lingering even a moment longer in Hinata Tianyun's presence. Hinata Tianyun paid little mind to her hasty departure. Upon seeing her leave, he stood up dusted himself off, and returned to his room to rest while contemplating how to earn money in the future. A little after 8 o'clock, Hinata Maitsun returned home and found Hinata Tianyun lying on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, prompting her to ask, "Tianyun, what's the matter? You seem rather troubled." Without turning his head, Hinata Tianyun replied, "Of course, I am pondering how to make money. What else could possibly vex a genius like me?" Hinata Maitsun found his unthinking response amusing and couldn't help but say, "Why does a child your age need so much money? I heard you made over 10 million at school. That should be more than sufficient for you to spend lavishly by the time you become a genin." Hinata Tianyun snapped back to attention, turned to look at Hinata Maitsun, and was met with her extending a stack of money towards him. "Here, this is 2 million that if you find yourself short on funds, you can temporarily use this. I will give you more in due time." Hinata Tianyun stared at the money without making a move. After a moment of stunned silence, he abruptly sat up and declared, "No need. That amount is of no use to me. What I require is funding in the billions. You should keep that money. Mother, you need billions?" Hinata Maitsun shook her head in resignation, retracting the money. "Well, I can't help you with that. I doubt even Lord Hokage could assist you. You might as well keep worrying." Hinata Mikura considered Hinata Tianyun's words to be utter nonsense and promptly turned to leave his room, leaving Hinata Tianyun momentarily stunned. After Mikura departed, Tianyun shook his head in resignation, produced a 1,000 yuan banknote, and commenced an experiment he had just conceived. When Mikura had handed him the money, Tianyun suddenly recalled that the system could enhance anything. An idea sparked in his mind. What would happen if he directly enhanced the banknote? Filled with excitement and anticipation, he focused intently on the 1,000 yuan note and activated the enhancement function in an instant. The banknote in his hand transformed into a 2,000 yuan note. Bewildered, Tianyun contemplated the implications, for in the world of Naruto, the only currency exceeding 1,000 was 10,000. Thus, the 2,000 note was non-existent, rendering his enhanced banknote worthless. Moreover, the cost of enhancing the note was also 1,000, meaning he had not profited at all from this endeavor. Frustrated, Tianyun retrieved several coins with denominations of 10, 100, and 500 to conduct further tests. He discovered that the enhancement cost was equivalent to the face value of the coins, making it impossible to profit from enhancing banknotes. After devising a potential money-making scheme only to find it unviable, Tianyun lay back on his bed, pondering how to earn money. Progress in this regard was slow, and boredom soon enveloped him. For an entire week, his routine comprised attending classes, returning home, instructing Hinata Hanabi, sleeping, and then repeating this cycle the next day. Of course, unbeknownst to others, Tianyun secretly released 4 shadow clones each day to train in ninjutsu, all while maintaining a low profile. Each time his clones ventured out, they assumed the appearance of different individuals. And with their Byakugan abilities, they evaded detection, rendering their activities exceedingly discreet. Chapter 032. Lurking in the hidden leaf village. After a week's time had elapsed, the atmosphere suddenly grew lively due to the emergence of high-priced ninja tools in the village's weapon shop. With the cheapest priced at 600,000 initially, no one was willing to purchase such expensive items until a genin bought one and used it to effortlessly sever an enemy's weapon during a mission, thereby bringing fame to the high-priced tools. The prominent clans of Konoha, not lacking in wealth, flocked to the shop upon realizing the effectiveness of the weapons. However, the shop had already posted a notice indicating that due to the difficulty of crafting advanced ninja tools, only 10 would be available each day, with a limit of 1 per customer. Frustrated, the errand boys from various clans began to camp near the shop, eagerly awaiting its opening each day to compete for purchases, turning the weapon shop into the most bustling establishment in Konoha in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage expressed concern regarding the ninja tools, recognizing their potential to significantly enhance the village's combat capabilities, a matter he could not afford to overlook. Precisely 3 in the afternoon, while Hinata Tianyun lay idly sleeping in the ninja academy, the third Hokage was engaged in discussion with a member of the Umbu regarding Tianyun. The third Hokage inquired, "Hokage, how is the investigation you were tasked with proceeding?" The Umbu ninja Hokage replied, "Hokage-sama, the matter concerning the ninja tools appears to be related to Hinata Tianyun, although I lack concrete evidence." The third Hokage felt a headache coming on at the mention of that troublesome child and continued, Have you uncovered anything of significance? After a moment of hesitation, Hokage stated, I have observed that Tianyun, the daughter of iron, brings a sealing scroll for ninja tools to school each day, along with a considerable amount of money. However, by the time she returns home in the evening, the money has vanished while the sealing scroll remains. Hokage speculated that Tianyun's avaricious nature might link him to the ninja tools and intended to investigate further. Yet he found that Tianyun was exceedingly vigilant. Upon nearing him within 100 meters, Tianyun would consistently glance in his direction, preventing Hokage from getting too close, thus yielding no true intelligence regarding the ninja tools. The third Hokage expressed surprise. You mean to say that Tianyun was able to detect your presence? You are an elite Umbun ninja. How could that child possibly sense you? After a moment of silence, Hokage replied, I suspect that Tianyun has already awakened his Byakugan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perceive my existence. Awakened at the age of 5, the third Hokage mused aloud, gripping his pipe, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After 10 minutes of silence in the Hokage's office, he finally ignited his pipe, took a deep drag, and declared, very well, cease monitoring that child to avoid drawing his attention. Inform Iron that all his ninja tools will be acquired by Konoha as strategic reserves, and ensure he offers a favorable price to prevent those weapons from falling into the hands of outsiders. Understood, Hokage responded before vanishing from the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, in the training square of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Hinata Tianyun reclined on a shaded stone, gazing at the clouds above and the children training below. Although there were still classes for his elite class, his classmates were engaged in practicing shuriken, throwing, and combat drills, leaving Tianyun to rest alone. This circumstance arose because after teasing Irika with his superior transformation technique, Irika had become disinterested in instructing Tianyun, feeling he had little left to teach him. The other elite students, witnessing their teacher's deference, dared not provoke Tianyun and chose to ignore him instead. The only one maintaining a semblance of camaraderie with him was Tintin. However, Tintin was not particularly fond of Tianyun, perceiving him as overly mature and feeling they were not of the same age, thus unable to relate to one another. Her amiable stance towards him was solely due to her role as a liaison and delivery person between her father and Tianyun. Money, Tianyun exclaimed, lying on the stone and watching the clouds as if they were morphing into currency, prompting a sigh of reflection. Throughout the past week, he had failed to devise a viable money-making strategy. While he could easily exploit the system for profit, such actions would thrust him into life-threatening peril. The only feasible methods for Tianyun to generate income required him to leave Konoha, as any actions taken within the village would inevitably attract attention, posing significant risks. However, Tianyun understood that leaving Konoha was not an immediate option. Firstly, the Hinata clan would not permit his departure. Secondly, the third Hokage would not allow it. And thirdly, Mikura would not agree to it. Ultimately, Tianyun himself was not prepared to leave, still needing to amass strength. Thus, Tianyun resolved to endure a year in Konoha, accumulating enough power to later request graduation and embark on missions to earn money. During this year, he aimed to cultivate a sense of tranquility, allowing the third Hokage and Hinata Hisashi to gradually deepen their trust in him and lower their guard, thereby facilitating his integration into Konoha. When the time came, with their support and a reservoir of strength at his disposal, he could act more boldly, pursuing lucrative opportunities and rapidly enhancing his capabilities. Having formulated this plan, Tianyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Establishing roots in the ninja world within a year, with the formidable Konoha as his ally, he believed he could conquer the world of Hokage in less than a decade. With his spirits lifted, he observed his training classmates and suddenly found them endearing. Rising to his feet, he approached them, finally stopping beside Tintin with a cheerful smile. Tintin, would you like to train with me? Tintin, engaged in a spar with another female student, quickly halted her combat upon Tianyun's arrival, allowing him to converse with Tintin. The reason for her compliance was that word had spread throughout Konoha that Tintin was Tianyun's little girlfriend, and given Tianyun's dominance in the academy, she naturally refrained from provoking either him or Tintin. Upon seeing Tianyun approach, Tintin rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "Who would want to train with a weirdo like you?" Afterward, she waved to the departing female classmate. "Ayu, come back here. let's continue our training and ignore that guy. With Tenten uncooperative, Tianyun could only shrug in resignation and approached Irika, who was supervising the students' training. Irika-sensei, would you like to train with me in transformation techniques? Today, I find myself in good spirits, and I feel no need to resort to transformation techniques. Irika waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head, and exclaimed, "No, you should just go play elsewhere. The last time you transformed into me. Running around half naked, I became the laughingstock of the school. I certainly do not wish to provoke you again." That Irika's demeanor was quite exasperating. It was merely a trivial matter. Why must he take it so seriously? Hinata sighed repeatedly. Irika cast a sidelong glance at the grown-up Hinata Tianyun and replied with a wry smile. "Well, you may not care. I certainly do, if you were not only 5 years old. I would wish for you to graduate and leave me in peace. Please, do not come over to bother me." Hinata Tianyun felt a pang of helplessness. He had finally found himself in a good mood and was eager to play with his classmates and teachers. Yet no one paid him any mind. With a shake of his head, he made his way toward the school entrance. Chapter 033. 9 months Hinata Tianyun had intended to remain in seclusion for a year. But only 9 months had passed in tranquility as the second year of his arrival in Konoha approached, and a new batch of students was set to enroll in the Konoha Ninja Academy. Irika informed him that the third Hokage had decided to allow him to graduate directly that time. Hinata Tianyun had yet to accumulate 5 billion. He had been contemplating how the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi were gradually beginning to trust him, allowing him to sell more enhanced weapons and earn additional funds. Suddenly, the third Hokage instructed him to graduate and take on missions, which left him feeling somewhat reluctant, prompting him to rush to the third Hokage's office. In the span of nearly a year, Hinata Tianyun had become quite well known in the Konoha ninja village for several reasons. First, his newly developed gentle fist technique had gained recognition from the majority of Jonin in Konoha, with many Jonin having studied it, creating a sense of indebtedness among them toward Hinata Tianyun. Second, he had gradually revealed his prowess to others, having playfully teased several Jonin at the Konoha Ninja Academy, resulting in the teachers there avoiding him, which led to an understanding throughout the village that Hinata Tianyun was a prodigious talent capable of sparring with Nin at the tender age of 6. Third, secrets rarely remain hidden for long, especially as the daughter of Tetsushin frequently interacted with Hinata Tianyun. Thus, the ninjas of Konoha had come to know that the high-grade ninja tools from Tetsushin shop were supplied by Hinata Tianyun. Coupled with the fact that those ninjas wielding such tools performed remarkably on missions, Hinata Tianyun had gained a certain level of fame throughout the ninja world. There were even spies from other ninja villages who attempted to probe and capture him. However, those individuals were swiftly dispatched by the bodyguards dispatched by Hinata Hizashi, never managing to lay a finger on Hinata Tianyun as for why Hinata Hizashi provided bodyguards for Hinata Tianyun's protection. It was simply because Hinata Tianyun could offer assistance to the Hyuga clan. Not only had Hinata Tianyun's gentle fist technique enhanced the strength of the entire Hyuga clan by a third, but his ability to produce enhanced weapons compelled Hinata Hizashi to ensure his safety, as the Hyuga clan also required weapons. After Hinata trained alongside Hinata Tianyun for 3 months, Hinata Hizashi insisted on having Hinata continue to be mentored by him, claiming it was more fitting for a genius ninja to teach her. In truth, he aimed to foster a good relationship between Hinata and Hinata Tianyun, hoping that Hinata Tianyun might develop a favorable sentiment toward the Hyuga clan in his feelings toward Konoha. As for coercing Hinata Tianyun, Hinata Hizashi did not dare to do so at this juncture, for Hinata Tianyun had become a treasured asset to Konoha, should he attempt to force Hinata Tianyun. The third Hokage would likely whisk him away and assign Umbu to protect him. Fourthly, there was a less favorable aspect of Hinata Tianyun's reputation. His notorious stinginess. He was known to trick others into paying for his ramen and never spent a dime when treating others to meals, embodying a mentality of only taking without giving. While it was not uncommon for ordinary individuals to be somewhat miserly, Hinata Tianyun's extreme wealth coupled with his parsimony made him a singular case in Konoha, to the extent that some had begun to secretly refer to him as the Iron Rooster, of course. This moniker was only whispered among friends, for there had been instances when someone had spoken ill of Hinata Tianyun. only for him to transform into that person's south-naked form and parade around Konoha, leaving that ninja nearly mortified to the point of wanting to dig a hole and hide. Consequently, few dared to speak ill of Hinata Tianyun, as his transformation techniques were remarkably flawless. Even Nin struggled to discern the difference at the time. Everyone believed the ninja was merely running about in the nude, only to later realize that it was Hinata Tianyun who had ensnared that unfortunate soul. With such renown, Hinata Tianyun made his way to the Hokage building without anyone hindering him. He ascended to the third floor and, with a swift kick, burst open the door to the Hokage's office. "You old man." Just as Hinata Tianyun was about to unleash a tirade against the third Hokage, he noticed the presence of others in the office, prompting him to quickly shut his mouth and glance at the others present. Inside the Hokage's office were the high-ranking elders of Konoha, including the ominous Shimura Danzo, who leaned on a cane, half of his face shrouded in shadow, and two other solemn-faced elders, Uzumaki Korin and Mito Kazan. Hinata Tianyun's sudden intrusion caused the three elders to fix their gazes upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly stated, "If the three advisors have matters to discuss, please do so. I will return shortly." With that, Hinata Tianyun turned to leave. "Wait, come back. I have something to discuss with you." "Little rascal," the third Hokage called out, leaving Hinata Tianyun feeling rather exasperated. Over the course of these past 9 months, he had indeed encountered the three advisors, but they were not nearly as amiable as the third Hokage. They perpetually wore stern expressions, making Hinata Tianyun reluctant to be in their company. Shimura Danzo merely nodded in acknowledgement, while Mito Kazan and Uzumaki Korin consistently addressed him in a tone akin to that of adults chastising a child, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. Despite his reluctance, now that the third Hokage had invited him to stay, he could only pout and return to the Hokage's office, in the presence of Uzumaki Korin and Mito Kazan. Hinata Tianyun dared not act defiantly. Otherwise, he would find himself subjected to yet another lengthy lecture. Thus, he assumed a demeanor of compliance and settled into a chair at the side of the office, patiently awaiting the conversation among the four high-ranking officials of Konoha. Once seated, the four elders resumed their formal discussions. The third Hokage addressed the others, stating, "The fourth Kazekage has sent a message requesting our assistance in supplying them with some specialized weapons. What are your thoughts?" Listening closely, Hinata Tianyun grasped the implications of the third Hokage's words. He understood precisely why he was asked to remain. Although the ninjas of Konoha were generally aware that the specialized weapons were the result of Hinata Tianyun's handiwork, to prevent other ninja villages from discovering this, the third Hokage had ordered everyone to keep this information under wraps, maintaining the facade of ignorance regarding the origins of the weapons. Now that the third Hokage had retained him, Hinata Tianyun sensed that trouble was brewing, yet he recognized this as a lucrative opportunity, prompting him to perk up his ears to hear the four officials' deliberations. Chapter 034. The Deal in the Hokage's Office. The third Hokage relayed the fourth Kazekage's request, prompting the hardliner, Shimura Danzo, to assertively rap his cane against the floor, declaring, "Absolutely not. We do not have enough ninjas for ourselves. How can we possibly provide for others? I refuse to consent to this matter." Following Danzo's remark, Mito Kazan immediately chimed in. "Danzo makes a valid point. We cannot allow specialized weapons to circulate beyond our borders. However, given that Sunagakure and Konoha are allied villages, a direct refusal to the fourth Kazekage would jeopardize our alliance." Uzumaki Korin, a longtime collaborator with Mito Kazan, swiftly grasped the underlying sentiment of Mito Kazan's statement and proposed, "How about this? We allow the fourth Kazekage to purchase them at a premium price, and we shall provide them with only 100 weapons." Danzo, visibly displeased, could do little to sway Mito Kazan and Uzumaki Korin's decision, and he merely snorted in discontent, signaling his dissatisfaction. Once the three advisors had concluded their discussion, the third Hokage's gaze shifted toward Hinata Tianyun, startling him into a state of alarm. He quickly closed his eyes, feigning ignorance, as he was not eager to offend anyone on either side. Attempting to feign sleep, the third Hokage, however, was determined not to let Hinata Tianyun off the hook. After a loud cough to draw attention, he addressed the pretender, "Tianyun, why don't you share your thoughts, as the creator of those weapons?" Do you believe it is appropriate to provide them to Sunagakure? With his eyes closed, Hinata Tianyun cursed the shameless third Hokage in his heart. The man had put him in a precarious position. If he agreed to sell, he would offend the scheming Shimura Danzo. If he refused, he would surely face repercussions from Tsunade Sho. Caught in this dilemma, he found himself at a loss for words. Stop feigning sleep and respond. Tsunade Sho exclaimed, quickly exposing Tianyun's ruse. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and said, with the four esteemed adults present, how could I possibly dare to interject? Tsunade Sho, adopting a stern expression, retorted, if you have something to say, then say, I do not think we are unaware of your cunning. You little rascal. Tianyun's lips twitched, and he finally uttered, I concur with Lord Danzo's opinion. We should not sell to the Sand Ninja Village. His agreement was not born from genuine support for Danzo, but rather from the realization that selling weapons to the Sand Ninja Village would yield no profit for him, as all the earnings would go to the Hidden Leaf Village. Noticing Tianyun's compliance, Danzo smiled and nodded at him. Yet in Tianyun's eyes, Danzo's smile was far more menacing than his usual demeanor. Danzo had intentions of bringing Tianyun under his wing, but with the third Hokage and Hinata Hisashi safeguarding him like a precious gem, he could find no opportunity to do so. Nevertheless, Danzo harbored no ill will towards Tianyun. His abilities were of great value to the Hidden Leaf, and even if he were to ascend to Hokage, Tianyun's talents would be a significant asset, leading him to treat Tianyun moderately well. The third Hokage, observing the exchange between Danzo and Tianyun, cleared his throat and said, Tianyun, the Sand Ninja Village is our ally. A direct refusal may not bode well. Would you be willing to exert yourself a little more and produce some specialized ninja tools for us? Cursing silently in his heart, Tianyun lamented the third Hokage's cunning ploy. While outwardly he expressed, Hokage-sama, my chakra reserves are limited. Producing 10 weapons a day is already quite taxing. The third Hokage glanced at the feigned calculations of Tianyun and replied nonchalantly, Tianyun, I recall that you were able to produce 10 weapons 9 months ago. I can see that your chakra has now reached the level of a lower ninja. You wouldn't happen to be unwilling to work hard for the Hidden Leaf Village, would you? With the third Hokage's implications laid bare, Tianyun could only respond with frustration. Hokage-sama, creating these weapons is quite laborious for me. Surely you cannot expect me to exhaust myself. How about I increase my output by 3 weapons per day? The third Hokage shook his head in resignation, saying, I require 20 weapons daily, and I will compensate you with 5 million each day. What do you think? Deal! Tianyun eagerly accepted, realizing there was profit to be made. His eagerness provoked both Tsunade Sho and Mito Gate in to the brink of reprimanding him. But with the third Hokage and Danzo still present, they could only stifle their words for the moment. As for Danzo, he merely furrowed his brow before relaxing. In his mind, he concluded that since Tianyun had a penchant for money, he must possess a weakness, and those with weaknesses are the easiest to manipulate. Ultimately, the third Hokage, having anticipated that offering more money would persuade Tianyun, promptly declared, very well, since Tianyun is willing to produce additional weapons, let us sell 500 to the fourth Kazekage. We can also earn some profit from this to subsidize the finances of Konohagakure. Tinaka-Karu and Mito Kazumi nodded in agreement with the third Hokage's proposal. Upon seeing that the other 3 had acquiesced, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and turned to leave the Hokage's office. As soon as Danzo departed, Hyuga Tianyun hurriedly followed him out, knowing that if he lingered, the elderly Tinaka-Koha would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to lecture him extensively. Do not forget the promise to provide 20 weapons starting tomorrow. I will discuss it with Tetsushin. The third Hokage called out to Hyuga Tianyun as he noticed the latter's hasty exit. Having already exited the office, Hyuga Tianyun responded, I understand, and rushed out of the Hokage building. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he felt a pang of frustration, realizing he had forgotten to inquire why the third Hokage wanted him to graduate early. With a sigh, Hyuga Tianyun decided it would be best to return home first. He had no desire to confront the third Hokage again, as that would only invite a stern reprimand from Tinaka-Koharu. For the past 9 months, Hinata Mikami had largely remained at home, having discovered that the tasks assigned by the third Hokage were merely at the genin level, leaving her utterly unmotivated. Additionally, With Hyuga Tianyun being wealthier than she found no need for his assistance and thus chose to continue her training in solitude. Furthermore, unbeknownst to her, Hyuga Tianyun had discreetly enhanced her physical capabilities twice, leading her to believe her training was yielding results, which in turn spurred her on to strive toward becoming a chunin within 2 years. Chapter 035. Strengthening the three-body technique. Upon returning to the estate, Hyuga Tianyun found that Hinata Mikami was not home at this hour. She was likely at the training grounds, seeking out beasts to engage in combat. Hyuga Tianyun casually seated himself and began contemplating the challenges that lay ahead, pondering how best to address them. Firstly, the fact that the third Hokage wanted him to graduate indicated that there was a task awaiting him. Given his current strength, undertaking a mission would be perilous, especially since the 4 great villages of the ninja world were already aware of his existence. Should he dare to leave Kanehagakure, the number of ninjas tasked with capturing or eliminating him would likely far exceed the hairs on a cow. Next, Hyuga Tianyun speculated on what the third Hokage might require of him. Considering his present status, the third Hokage would not likely put him in harm's way, as that would be detrimental to Kanehagakure as well. This conundrum left Hyuga Tianyun puzzled regarding the third Hokage's intentions behind his early graduation, which seemed illogical. Lastly, there was the matter of strength. Over the past 9 months, aside from spending 1 million on secretly enhancing his mother's physical capabilities twice, he had refrained from further expenditures, saving all his funds. Accumulating over 570 million, he now had sufficient resources to enhance his Byakugan once. Initially, Hyuga Tianyun had intended to save up to 700 million to strengthen his Byakugan body and chakra, but it now appeared prudent to first bolster his strength to preempt any unforeseen complications. After careful reflection, Hyuga Tianyun concluded that the most advantageous asset for him at present was indeed the Byakugan, owing to its formidable reconnaissance capabilities, which would enable him to evade numerous dangers. With a decision made, he promptly invested 500 million to enhance his Byakugan. As the enhancement commenced, Hyuga Tianyun sensed a peculiar void in his consciousness, prompting him to hastily activate his Byakugan for testing. As anticipated, he discovered that the curse mark of the caged bird had been lifted, leaving only the pattern on his forehead. While he was elated at the removal of the curse, he felt somewhat disheartened, as his current focus was on augmenting his strength rather than merely dispelling the curse. Given his relationship with the Hyuga clan, it was inconceivable that Hyuga Hizashi would impose a curse mark upon him, rendering the presence or absence of the caged bird irrelevant. Thus, spending 500 million to eliminate a curse mark left Hyuga Tianyun feeling quite disgruntled. However, having completed the enhancement, he knew the system would not refund his expenditure, leaving him with no choice but to accept the outcome. Finally, upon glancing at the amount required for another enhancement of his Byakugan, which amounted to 5 billion, Hyuga Tianyun felt an urge to retch, realizing he would need to wait a considerable time before he could afford it. After sighing for 2 minutes, he examined his remaining 70 million in savings and hesitated before deciding to spend 30 million to enhance the basic three-body technique for the third time, eager to discover the power it would yield post-enhancement. Once the enhancement of the three-body technique was complete, Hyuga Tianyun ventured into the courtyard to conduct experiments, as the confined space of his room was inadequate. 20 minutes later, he concluded his tests with a sense of satisfaction. The enhanced shadow clone technique allowed him to freely switch between clones while simultaneously increasing their strength, enabling them to engage in combat with adversaries before vanishing. Now, Hyuga Tianyun's clones possess capabilities akin to those of shadow clones, with the sole distinction being that while shadow clones shared memories upon dispersal, they also evenly divided the user's chakra, thereby weakening the main body. In contrast, the enhanced clones, although lacking memory sharing, required significantly less chakra and would only dissipate when injured, depleted of chakra, or voluntarily released. Having examined the differences between shadow clones and enhanced clones, Hyuga Tianyun determined that he would utilize the enhanced clone technique in battle, reserving the shadow clone technique for training, thus allowing him to balance both cultivation and combat for the enhanced substitution technique. The second enhancement had allowed the substitute object to maintain the appearance of the original body without vitality, making it discernible upon close inspection, serving only as a means to confuse the enemy. However, after the third enhancement, Hokage Tianyun discovered that the substitute could now exhibit signs of life, showing injuries and even bleeding, significantly enhancing its deceptive capabilities compared to the second enhancement. The only drawback was that the substitute form of Hokage Tianyun could neither attack nor escape, resembling a person with restricted movement, which could easily arouse suspicion in adversaries. Nonetheless, Hokage Tianyun found the substitution technique to be sufficiently enigmatic. With proper application, his chances of evasion would greatly increase, as no one would suspect that an apparently bleeding figure was, in fact, a mere wooden object. The third enhancement of the transformation technique left Hokage Tianyun exceedingly pleased. While the second enhancement had made his transformations more lifelike, the third enhancement allowed him to transform into various entities, even endowing him with some abilities of those objects. For instance, during his recent tests, he discovered that the small bird he transformed into could fly, and the animal forms he adopted could run faster than a human. It was reminiscent of the 72 transformations, though Hokage Tianyun felt it fell short of perfection, as any object he transformed into would vanish upon being attacked, rendering it impractical for combat. However, he remained undeterred. Given his current strength, he believed that after 2 more enhancements, his transformation technique would approximate the capabilities of the 72 transformations, potentially granting him combat power through his transformed objects. Having completed the tests of his new 3-body technique, Hokage Tianyun felt immensely satisfied. Although the techniques lacked direct offensive power, they significantly improved his survivability, effectively doubling his chances of survival. In high spirits, he resolved to venture out to celebrate, treat himself to dinner. In return, thus avoiding the unpalatable fare prepared by his mother, Hinata Mikami A.S. for the remaining 40 million, Hokage Tianyun already harbored a plan. He would wait for the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage to initiate trade, aiming to earn enough to accumulate 200 million, at which point he would enhance both his body and chakra, thereby further augmenting his strength. Chapter 036. The Jin and Hinata at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Hokage Tianyun arrived at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, coinciding perfectly with dinner time. Upon entering, he spotted Akimichi Daiken, the older brother of Akimichi Daisuke, enjoying a meal that he swiftly approached Daiken and sat down beside him. Having dined with Akimichi Daisuke several times, Hokage Tianyun had established a loose acquaintance with Daiken, and now, seizing the opportunity, he sought to partake in the meal once more. Akimichi Daiken, now a genin, had just completed a mission with his companions and had come to enjoy dinner. Hokage Tianyun's unexpected appearance left him somewhat speechless, as he and Hokage Tianyun were not particularly close. However, given Hokage Tianyun's notoriety, Daiken could hardly claim ignorance of him. Moreover, as a classmate of his brother Daisuke, he was acutely aware that if he were to drive Hokage Tianyun away, there was no telling how Daisuke might retaliate at school. Thus, he reluctantly allowed Hokage Tianyun to join him for dinner. Akimichi Daisuke's 2 companions, belonging to the Yamanaka and Nara clans, were also acquainted with Hokage Tianyun, though not as familiar as Daiken. Upon seeing Hokage Tianyun approach, they recalled the tales of his frugality and recognized his intent to mooch a meal, prompting them to roll their eyes and ignore him. After all, Hokage Tianyun's appetite was modest, and he could hardly consume much. Daiken alone could easily out-eat him 20 times over. Furthermore, their family elders had advised them to steer clear of Hokage Tianyun, leading them to disregard whatever meager sum he might spend on his meal. Unbothered by the trio's scrutiny, Hokage Tianyun devoured 20 pieces of grilled meat and downed a large cup of juice, patting his belly in satisfaction as he turned to Daiken and said, "Thank you for the hospitality. Having recently graduated, I am set to become a genin in just 2 days if you come by tomorrow. I shall treat you to a meal." Naturally, Akido Taihei is well aware of Hinata Tianyun's notorious reputation for never footing the bill. Upon hearing that Tianyun intended to treat, he quickly interjected, No. We have a mission tomorrow, so we won't be returning to the village." With an arched brow, Hinata Tianyun remarked, "What a pity. I seldom offered a treat, and it appears you shall miss out on this occasion," internally cursing Tianyun's shamelessness. Akido Taihei replied, "There's nothing we can do. Our mission cannot be delayed." Before he could finish, Nara Chiofu, seated across from him, suddenly inquired, "Tianyun, you just mentioned you were about to graduate and become a genin. Aren't you only 6 years old?" Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "It's not my choice. The third Hokage forced my graduation. I had hoped to remain in school for several more years. His somewhat disrespectful attitude towards the third Hokage caught Naruto off guard. But he swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, Tianyun, congratulations on nearing your genin status. I wonder if we might have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. I find myself rather looking forward to it. Surprised by the suggestion of collaboration, Tianyun shook his head and replied, No, I cannot partner with the impoverished. Come back to me when you have 1,000,000 Ryo in savings. Naruto was at a loss for words. Realizing that engaging in conversation with Tianyun had been a mistake, despite his astonishment that Tianyun could graduate at such a young age, he opted for silence. Noticing the lack of conversation and that Akidu Taihei and the others had begun to eat grilled meat, Tianyun stood up out of boredom and walked outside the barbecue shop. At T6 in the afternoon, he needed to return to train his protege, Hinata. He planned to rest for a while before instructing her. Speaking of Hinata, Tianyun had managed to extract a fair amount of money from her. Every time she brought change, he had taken it, which was why he could continue to teach her. However, it was not truly about the money from Hinata herself, but rather from Hinata Hisashi, for without his guidance, Hinata would not carry around 50,000 Ryo daily. That was evidently the teaching fee provided by Hisashi. Since he had accepted payment, Tianyun could not allow Hinata to remain stagnant in her progress. Thus, he discreetly used the funds acquired from her to enhance her physical capabilities and refine her Hyuga clan techniques. With Hinata's strength increasing, Hisashi was delighted and encouraged Tianyun to continue teaching, even occasionally offering him additional money as a token of gratitude. Returning to the estate at 5:40, Tianyun decided to rest under a large tree in the courtyard, as Hinata would invariably arrive promptly at 6 for training. 20 minutes later, Hinata approached the estate, spotting Tianyun napping on a wooden chair from a distance. To be honest, Hinata felt both admiration and annoyance towards Tianyun. Her admiration stemmed from the knowledge that he was younger than her, yet remarkably strong. She suspected that even the guards assigned to accompany her might struggle against him. Conversely, her annoyance was multifaceted. Firstly, Tianyun would bluntly demand money from her, and if she refused, he would feign lethargy, claiming headaches and insisting she train alone. His demeanor made it painfully obvious that he was simply pretending. Secondly, his teaching style was lackadaisical. He typically allowed her to train on her own while offering minimal guidance, often appearing as though he were asleep in his chair. Thirdly, Hinata felt that Tianyun lacked the vivacity and charm typical of a child. His adult-like demeanor made it difficult for her to relate to him, and she often felt wronged by his authoritative tone. Despite these grievances, Hinata could not deny the progress she was making. She felt her abilities approaching those of a genin, and thus, although she disliked Tianyun, she was compelled by her father to continue training with him. Yet, within her heart, a sense of confusion lingered, as she could not comprehend how her strength was improving despite Tianyun seemingly not imparting any substantial lessons. Chapter 037. Negotiation in the courtyard of the Hinata estate. Hinata approached Tianyun and, as per usual, placed the 50,000 Ryo on the wooden chair where he lay resting before proceeding to train on her own. However, today, to her surprise, Tianyun sat up and beckoned her over, as if summoning her. Hinata, perplexed, inquired, Is there something you need, Master Tianyun? I haven't completed my training yet. Patting the seat beside him, Tianyun gestured for her sit and replied with a smile. Today, I wish to inform you that starting tomorrow, you need not come here for training anymore. Taken aback, Hinata hesitated before asking, What do you mean? Are you no longer willing to teach me? Do you truly wish to part with me? Tianyun teased, a smirk playing on his lips. And no, I do, Hinata stammered, her words tumbling out in a flustered manner. Deep down, she was reluctant to spend time with Tianyun, but upon realizing her response might seem disrespectful, given his role in her development, she felt a pang of guilt. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she grappled with her feelings. Unfazed by her embarrassment, Tianyun continued earnestly, I don't care whether you like me or not. I will be frank, if you cannot adopt a more resolute character. I fear your future achievements will be limited. Observing Hinata as complexion pale, Tianyun shook his head. Look at you. I haven't even uttered anything more outrageous, and you've already turned this way. If you don't make a change, you may very well remain a sheltered lady within your clan, vulnerable to enemies who might seize the opportunity to eliminate you. Irritated by Tianyun's words, Hinata glared at him and retorted, "My affairs are none of your concern. I will grow stronger on my own. Stop spouting nonsense." To her chagrin, Tianyun found her anger amusing and chuckled. "Remember this feeling. If you wish to avoid being looked down upon in the future, hold on to this emotion and train diligently. Do not forget what you said today." After a moment of stunned silence, Hinata gazed, astonished at the already departing Tianyun, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as her hesitation grew, a distant voice called out, "Go home. Please inform your father that I shall pay a visit tomorrow, and I will clarify your matters with him as well." After receiving the arrangements from Hinata Tianyun, Hinata felt a sudden pang of melancholy as she watched Hinata Tianyun disappear from her sight. Over the course of 9 months of training, although Hinata Tianyun had not spoken to her extensively, every conversation had been precisely focused on her core issues, a fact that Hinata was acutely aware of. Now that Hinata Tianyun was no longer guiding her, she sensed that her future progress would not be as swift as it had been over those 9 months, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive, momentarily lost in thought. Hinata Tianyun, feeling a sense of relief at having distanced himself from Hinata, returned to the estate in good spirits, engaging in conversation with Hinata Mikura, who had already returned home to prepare dinner, discussing his impending graduation. During this period, Hinata Mikura had come to accept and become familiar with the new Hinata Tianyun, and she no longer felt the need to interfere in his affairs. Now that Hinata Tianyun mentioned his graduation and the commencement of his true ninja career, Hinata Mikura felt compelled to discuss some ninja-related matters with him, prompting her to start lecturing him. Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that seeking out Hinata Mikura had been a mistake, yet he found himself unable to leave, thus resigned to listening to her recount her experiences as a ninja. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, as Hinata Mikura continued her discourse, the third Hokage and Hinata Nichizu were deliberating an issue. Hinata Nichizu had learned in the afternoon about Hinata Tianyun's upcoming graduation, and after some contemplation at home, he arrived at the Hokage building after dinner to discuss Hinata Tianyun's situation with the third Hokage. Upon entering the third Hokage's office, Hinata Nichizu directly stated, "Nichiren, I would like to discuss the matter of Hinata Tianyun's graduation and how we should arrange his future." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, understood well the significance of Hinata Tianyun to the Hyuga clan and replied with a smile, "Nichizu, you need not worry. Hinata Tianyun is also crucial to the village of Konohagakure. I will ensure he is kept out of harm's way, so rest easy on that front." Hinata Nichizu shook his head and explained, "My concern is not for his safety. Rather, I wish to discuss the possibility of assigning my daughter, Hinata, to work alongside Hinata Tianyun. That would suffice for me." The third Hokage paused, somewhat taken aback, and asked with a hint of confusion, "Nichizu, your daughter is only 7 years old. Are you truly considering having her undertake missions? Would that not be inappropriate? She does not possess Hinata Tianyun's abilities. What would you do if something went awry?" Hinata Nichizu sighed. "My daughter's character is quite timid, and she lacks natural talent in her training. I had originally planned to wait until she turned 7 to send her to the Ninja Academy. However, after these past few months with Hinata Tianyun, I have observed her rapid progress and believe she can still be salvaged." The third Hokage quickly grasped Hinata Nichizu's intent and frowned. "Nichizu, I had initially intended to assign an Umbu ninja to serve as Hinata Tianyun's supervising instructor. Now that you want to include Hinata, one Umbu ninja may not suffice to protect both children. I can have Hinata Nichizu protect them," Hinata Nichizu asserted. The third Hokage was well aware of Hinata Nichizu's formidable strength, yet he understood that placing Hinata Tianyun entirely under the control of the Hyuga clan would not align with the interests of Konohagakure. After contemplating for a moment while rubbing his pipe, the third Hokage suggested, "I believe it would be more suitable for Itachi Kakashi to protect Hinata Tianyun and Hinata. What do you think?" Hinata Nichizu had already anticipated that the third Hokage would not permit Hinata Nichizu to accompany Hinata Tianyun and Hinata, so he hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. "I can recognize Itachi Kakashi's abilities. Let it be him." The third Hokage, understanding Hinata Nichizu's stance, concluded, "Then let us proceed with that arrangement. I will also need to find another genin to accompany them." so I will not keep you here any longer. Having achieved his objective, Hinata Nichizu refrained from further discussion with the third Hokage and simply stated, I will send 10 clan members to contribute to Konoha Corps. Please take good care of them. With that, Hinata Nichizu departed. By sending 10 clan members to the third Hokage, Hinata Nichizu ensured a proper arrangement. Otherwise, his sudden decision to assign Hinata to the third Hokage would have jeopardized the agreement between the Hyuga clan and Konoha Corps. The third Hokage understood the implications of Hinata Nichizu's gesture and silently signaled his agreement, signifying the completion of the transaction. Chapter 038. Teammates the following morning at 9 o'clock in the Hokage's office. Hinata Tianyun had intended to approach the third Hokage to discuss his graduation. However, the third Hokage, with a beaming smile, presented Hinata and another girl he did not recognize, exclaiming, Tianyun, with your current strength. Remaining at the Ninja Academy would not be ideal. I have arranged for you to have 2 companions. You shall work well together and undertake missions henceforth. This is Hinata. I need not elaborate further. This is Kimura Kokomi, 9 years old, and an elite genin. You 3 must cultivate a good rapport as you're now comrades. After examining the situation, the third Hokage looked at Hinata Tianyun with a grin, prompting Hinata Tianyun to suppress the urge to deliver a vigorous punch to the Hokage's face. Just as he had begun to feel a sense of relief, the third Hokage had once again thrust 2 burdens upon him, obstructing his plans to earn money, which left Hinata Tianyun far from pleased. Thus, he voiced his discontent. Old man, are you deliberately creating trouble for me? The third Hokage's lips twitched, fully aware that Hinata Tianyun would respond this way. Yet, in the presence of the 2 girls, Hinata Tianyun showed no regard for his feelings. The third Hokage, feeling annoyed, pounded the table and firmly declared, regardless of whether you like it or not, you must take them with you. Otherwise, you shall not leave the village. Stubborn old man, you win this round. Hinata Tianyun grumbled under his breath, realizing the third Hokage had made up his mind. The third Hokage, disinterested in further banter with Hinata Tianyun, issued a direct order. You 3 ought to go familiarize yourselves with one another. Tomorrow morning at 9, your supervising instructor will be waiting for you at the gates of Konoha Corps. Hinata Tianyun, still disgruntled, retorted, First, give me my money. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge any instructor, and I intend to go on strike tomorrow. The third Hokage waved his hand in resignation. You can collect it from Tishung. I've already provided him with the funds for 3 months' worth of weaponry. Damn it, that scoundrel Tishung should have informed me immediately. I'm going to teach him a lesson. With that, Hinata Tianyun transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished from the Hokage's office. Left in the Hokage's office, Hinata and Kimura Kokomi exchanged glances before turning their attention to the third Hokage, seeking guidance on their next steps. The third Hokage, feeling a headache coming on, advised you 2 should head to Hinata Tianyun's home. He will inevitably return. You can take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves. Hinata, already well acquainted with Hinata Tianyun, promptly suggested to Kimura Kokomi, shall we set out and explore for a while? The fellow won't return home until the afternoon. Kimura Mikami may be young, yet she is no ordinary ninja. Rather, she's a child meticulously trained by the Umbu. Before joining the team of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Tianyun, she had already been thoroughly briefed on the various identities of both Hyuga Tianyun and Hyuga Hinata. Consequently, she naturally came to understand their personalities as well in response to Hyuga Hinata's invitation. Kimura Mikami merely nodded and departed alongside her. The third Hokage, having sent off the trio, suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Kakashi, pondering whether he could subdue that insufferable little brat. The third Hokage shook his head in resignation, contemplating the misfortune that might befall Kakashi, particularly with that cunning Hyuga Tianyun involving the Taishing family's ninja tool shop. Hyuga Tianyun arrived within 5 minutes from the Hokage building, excitedly rushing in to find Taishing. Taishing, the proprietor of the shop, was responsible for overseeing operations and conducting business. Naturally, he wouldn't linger in the forge like a laborer, but rather remained at the shop to attend to customers. Over the past 9 months, Taisheng and Hyuga Tianyun had become quite familiar, and the shop staff recognized Taisheng as a wealthy patron. Upon seeing Hyuga Tianyun, the staff promptly ushered him to the reception room at the back to meet Taisheng. Taisheng, who was enjoying his afternoon tea, immediately discerned the purpose of Hyuga Tianyun's visit from the boy's excited expression. After waving the staff away, Taisheng, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Young Tianyun, I understand why you are here, but I truly do not possess that much money. The funds provided by the Hokage are only sufficient for purchasing materials. If I were to give you everything, I would be unable to fulfill the Hokage's commission." Hyuga Tianyun's enthusiastic demeanor instantly faltered. Earlier, while on his way, he had considered that the third Hokage had mentioned providing 3 months' worth of funding to Taisheng. Calculating an average of 12 million per day, that amounted to nearly 1 billion over 3 months. Initially, Hyuga Tianyun had thought it remarkable that the Hokage was so generous as to provide a lump sum of 1 billion. However, it now seemed that the third Hokage was merely deceiving him, attempting to send him away. After a moment of silence, Hyuga Tianyun, feeling somewhat displeased, inquired of Taisheng, "How much funding did you actually receive? Please enlighten me." Taisheng promptly replied, "Only 400 million AS for the remaining 600 million. The Hokage stated that it would be dispersed once the fund from Sand Ninja Village arrived." Hyuga Tianyun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That old coot," before directly telling Taisheng, "Hurry and bring me 200 million. The remaining 200 million will suffice for your material purchases. That don't attempt to deceive me." Taisheng felt somewhat speechless. 200 million was indeed enough for the weapon materials, but when labor and other miscellaneous expenses were accounted for, it would fall short. However, since Hyuga Tianyun demanded it, he had no choice but to comply, planning to temporarily cover the shortfall with his own savings until the Hokage disbursed the final payment, at which point he could recoup his losses. Having made his decision, Taisheng replied without hesitation, "Very well, I shall fetch it. Tianyun, please wait here for 5 minutes." Though he could only procure 200 million, of which 100 million would go towards enhancement costs, Hyuga Tianyun's mood soured, and he waved Taisheng off that in the ninja world, currency comes in denominations of 10,000, so 200 million did not occupy much space. Taisheng emerged carrying a leather suitcase, which contained all the 200 million in banknotes. After depositing the 200 million into the system, Hyuga Tianyun stood and declared, "All right, have the finished weapons delivered to my home. I will refine them at my leisure, and you can come to collect them once a month. My mother will hand them over to you." With that, Hyuga Tianyun left the ninja tool shop without a backward glance, leaving Taisheng with a mix of resignation and delight that in the Hyuga clan's residence within Konoha village. Hyuga Hinata and her teammate Kimura Mikami had initially intended to explore the village. However, Hyuga Hinata lacked any shopping skills and found herself at a loss for words with Kimura Mikami. Ultimately, Hyuga Hinata could only lead Kimura Mikami back to her home to rest and await lunch before heading to Hyuga Tianyun's residence. In truth, Hyuga Hinata had considered visiting Kimura Mikami's home, but after inquiring about its location, she could not continue the conversation when Kimura Mikami calmly replied that she was an orphan from Konoha village, and the orphanage was her home in her own abode. Hyuga Hinata felt more at ease than outside, engaging in conversation with Kimura Mikami about her understanding of Hyuga Tianyun, while also introducing herself to Kimura Mikami. Kimura Mikami felt somewhat helpless regarding her 2 future teammates. One was the obedient daughter of the Hyuga clan, while the other was a strong and eccentric elder. Both of their personalities were rather peculiar, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt overwhelmed by the task assigned to her by Danzo. As the two conversed about mundane topics in Hyuga Hinata's room, noon swiftly approached, prompting Hyuga Hinata to stand and say, "Let us go, Mikami. We shall wait for Tianyun at his home. He may return for lunch. And if he is not there, we can wait a bit longer, and he will surely come back for his nap. What shall we do then? We haven't had lunch yet," Kimura Mikami asked, somewhat puzzled. Hyuga Hinata retrieved some snacks from her pocket and offered them to Kimura Mikami, saying, "Let us head over first. If Tianyun's mother is home, we shall have lunch. If not, we can nibble on these for now, and then we can go eat in Konoha village together this afternoon." With a twitch of her mouth, Kimura Mikami accepted the snacks, feeling increasingly at a loss for words regarding Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Tianyun. She decided to silently accompany Hyuga Hinata as they set off. Hyuga Hinata, familiar with the route, led Kimura Mikami to Hyuga Tianyun's residence, where they noticed smoke wafting from the kitchen. Hyuga Hinata joyfully exclaimed to Kimura Mikami, "Aunt May is home. We shall have lunch today." Kimura Mikami felt somewhat exasperated. It was merely a meal, yet Hyuga Hinata appeared so elated, as if she had never had lunch before. It struck her as quite childish and immature. Hyuga Mei treated Hyuga Hinata quite differently from how Hyuga Tianyun did, genuinely regarding her as a young lady, which endeared Hyuga Hinata to her. Upon seeing Hyuga Mei at home, Hyuga Hinata's spirits lifted, and she pulled Kimura Mikami toward the kitchen door. "Aunt Mei, I'm here. This is Kimura Mikami, the new teammate assigned to Tianyun by the Hokage. We came to find him." Upon reaching the kitchen door, Hyuga Hinata eagerly introduced Kimura Mikami, ensuring Hyuga Mei understood their purpose for visiting. Hyuga Mei, who was busy preparing a meal, recognized from Hyuga Hinata's introduction that they were Tianyun's assigned teammates, and she welcomed them with a smile, saying, "Come in and help. That rascal Tianyun might not return for lunch. And it seems you both haven't eaten, so stay here and have something to eat. He will certainly come back for his nap." Hyuga Hinata nodded and led Kimura Mikami to a small dining area beside the kitchen, where they sat quietly at the table, patiently waiting for Hyuga Mei to finish preparing lunch and bring the food to them. Kimura Mikami, seated beside Hyuga Hinata, couldn't help but whisper, "Hinata, shouldn't we help Aunt Mei?" Hyuga Hinata shook her head, replying, "No, Aunt Mei prefers not to be disturbed while cooking. She says she needs to improve her culinary skills, lest Tianyun constantly complains about her cooking." Kimura Mikami felt somewhat speechless. Essentially, Hyuga Hinata implied that Hyuga Mei's cooking was subpar, yet she still came to mooch off the food. It left her wondering how Hyuga Hinata's palate functioned. Did she truly enjoy peculiar-tasting dishes? As Miki Kimura pondered, she increasingly found Hinata Hyuga somewhat peculiar. With this thought in mind, Miki lost all anticipation for the noon meal and felt disinclined to engage in conversation with Hinata. She chose instead to wait in silence for Mikura Hinata to bring lunch. Eager to assess her culinary skills. 10 minutes later, both Hinata and Miki were served dishes prepared by Mikura. Having already tasted Mikura's cooking, Hinata was accustomed to the flavors and enjoyed her meal. However, it was Miki's first experience, and upon taking her first bite, she grimaced, realizing why Tenkyu Hyuga was reluctant to eat Mikura's fare. The flavors were indeed rather strange, as if the seasonings were either excessively abundant or woefully lacking, with not a single dish being just right. Miki, being an elite genin trained by Shimura Danzo, would never openly criticize Mikura's cooking but feigned calmness. Eating a few bites alongside Hinata, the lunch concluded swiftly, and, as they finished, they heard someone approaching the residence, humming a tune. "Money, oh money, you are so lovely, a day without you leaves me in disarray." Upon hearing the voice outside, Mikura remarked, "That insufferable brat is back. Only he sings such absurd songs. You two should go find him. I'll handle the cleanup here. Isn't that rather inconsiderate? How about we assist Annie with the tidying up before seeking out Tenkyu?" Miki suggested. Mikura shook her head with a smile. "You don't understand. Once that brat lies down asleep, he won't bother with either of you. You might end up waiting for 2 hours until he wakes up to speak with him." Miki felt exasperated, silently cursing Tenkyu for his peculiar behavior. Hinata, well acquainted with Tenkyu, recognized Mikura's words as truth and took Miki's hand, bidding farewell to Mikura before heading to the entrance of the residence to await Tenkyu's return. As Miki followed Hinata, she increasingly found Tenkyu difficult to deal with, for he was unlike any ordinary child, resembling an adult who insisted on having everything his way. Reflecting on the task assigned by Danzo, Miki felt a sense of helplessness, believing it would be challenging to extract the information she sought from Tenkyu, whose personality was utterly inscrutable. In Chapter 040. Teammate 3, Tenkyu spent his morning in a secluded spot, investing a fortune to enhance his physical abilities for the third time, subsequently testing his strength. The results were gratifying. His physical power had reached the level of an average Jainin, allowing him to contend with enemies using his peculiar body duplication technique. If he could exploit an opponent's weakness, Tenkyu believed he could defeat them, filling him with delight. In good spirits, Tenkyu found a place to enjoy lunch, wishing to avoid Mikura's unpalatable cooking, and hummed a tune as he returned home for a nap. Upon reaching the entrance of the residence, he encountered 2 burdensome individuals, causing his mood to sour. Approaching them with an air of superiority, he declared, "Listen well, you two from now on, I am your leader. What I say goes. You must obey me, and there shall be no defiance. Understand? Hinata, lacking assertiveness and recognizing Tenkyu as her master, nodded in agreement. All right, I will heed your commands from now on. I will never defy your will. Master, Tenkyu nodded in satisfaction and turned to Miki. What about you? What will you choose? If you refuse to listen to me, I will inform the Hokage to deal with you. The choice is yours. Miki was infuriated, confronted by a boy 2 years her junior. Her training had instilled a sense of restraint, yet she felt an overwhelming urge to punch Tenkyu in the face. However, recalling the mission assigned by Danzo, she begrudgingly replied, I will follow your orders. Whatever you require, I shall do. Though Miki verbally acquiesced to Tenkyu, she had resolved to create trouble for him in the future, intending to vex him and demonstrate her prowess. Unbeknownst to Tenkyu, who was satisfied with Miki's submission, he told both Miki and Hinata, All right, I'm going to take a nap. You two may return home that we shall meet at the barbecue restaurant at 6 in the evening. With that, Tenkyu paid no further attention to Hinata and Miki, striding past them and into the residence. Stunned, Miki watched as Tenkyu unilaterally made arrangements and could not help but turn to Hinata. Hinata, does he always act this way? How do you manage to get along with him? Hinata, slightly bashful, shook her head. As long as we obey him, he can be quite agreeable. You'll understand once you spend more time with him. Miki's lips twitched in disbelief as she scrutinized Hinata's face for a prolonged moment, saying, It seems you alone can tolerate his eccentric temperament. I cannot accept being compelled to comply with him at every turn. Hinata, growing anxious, cautioned, Miki, please do not act recklessly. He can be terrifying when he loses his temper. Even my father does not dare to provoke him. Miki scoffed internally, thinking Tenkyu was merely 6 years old and could not possibly be that formidable. She doubted that Hayashi Hyuga would be genuinely afraid of Tenkyu. Rather, she believed he was simply yielding to him, but of course. Miki kept her thoughts to herself, and seeing Hinata's worried demeanor, she offered reassurance. All right, I will follow your lead. Where shall we go now? Should we both head home and regroup later? Relieved that Miki had ceased her resistance to Tenkyu, Hinata exhaled. Very well. You should return home to rest. Let us reconvene this evening. Remember to carry some money with you. Tenkyu will not pay for his food, so be cautious that Tenkyu's stinginess caused Miki's lips to twitch once more as she nodded in agreement. Yes, I will make sure to bring enough money, so you need not worry. Hinata, let us be on our way. In the afternoon, they agreed to meet. After setting a time with Hinata Hyuga, Michiru Kokomi left the Hyuga clan on her own accord. She resolved to return and conduct a thorough investigation into the situation surrounding Tenkyu Hyuga, determined to uncover the truths hidden beneath the surface. Otherwise, she could not be certain of her ability to accomplish the mission. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they gathered at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, where Tenkyu Hyuga arrived promptly. Upon entering the establishment, he immediately spotted Hinata and Michiru seated at a table to the left. With Hinata waving enthusiastically at him, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Hinata's spirits were high, as tomorrow marked her first mission and her inaugural departure from Konoha, a prospect that allowed her to momentarily escape the rigid constraints that had long confined her. Conversely, Michiru, seated beside Hinata, maintained her usual businesslike demeanor, showing little enthusiasm upon Tenkyu's arrival. To be frank, Michiru was quite a charming young lady, with her long crimson hair cascading down and a delicate, adorable round face. Coupled with her aloof expression, she resembled an enchanting ice princess. Yet, Tenkyu had little interest in such a young girl. His eyes were set upon his beautiful wives, and in comparison, neither Michiru nor Hinata could hold a candle to them. Hinata and Michiru had chosen a 4-person booth, with the two of them sitting on one side, leaving Tenkyu to occupy the opposite seat. He gestured to the waiter and ordered, "Let us start with 3 glasses of juice. And please bring 3 more in 10 minutes. Tenkyu's arrangement elicited an involuntary eye roll from Michiru, who thought it rather generous to order without offering to pay. The waitress, familiar with Tenkyu, exchanged a peculiar smile with Michiru and Hinata before retreating to the counter to prepare the juice. Tenkyu was well aware of the waitress's thoughts. She likely found it amusing that he had 2 young ladies treating him. However, he was unconcerned. Being young, he anticipated that others might merely label him as stingy without further scrutiny. Should he persist in this behavior as he matured, he would undoubtedly become a notorious figure in Konoha. The trio, Tenkyu Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga, and Michiru Kokomi, formed a small team of genin and shared a silent dinner at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Marking the completion of their first joint gathering, as the meal concluded, it was the affluent Hinata who paid the bill. Tenkyu patted his backside, informed them he would see them in the morning, and swiftly departed the restaurant, vanishing from their sight. Chapter 041. The mission the following morning at 8:59 a.m. At the entrance of Konoha village, Tenkyu arrived, glanced at the two well-known guards, waved hello, and approached Hinata and Michiru, who had been waiting for some time. Observing his surroundings, Tenkyu noticed their supervising instructor was yet to arrive, prompting him to inquire, "How long have you two been here?" "Have you seen our instructor?" "I don't know," Michiru replied bluntly, unimpressed by Tenkyu. "We've been here for an hour and haven't seen our instructor." Hinata, eager to avoid disappointing Tenkyu, quickly added, "We haven't seen the instructor yet." "What kind of teacher is this?" Tenkyu expressed his dissatisfaction. "He arrived later than I did. It's evident he looks down on me." Consequently, Tenkyu turned to Hinata and suggested, "I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's go eat. Let that latecomer wait for us and understand our frustration." Michiru rolled her eyes, noting that Tenkyu had arrived just a minute before their agreed time, yet had the audacity to criticize others for being late. However, given their instructor's tardiness, she found merit in Tenkyu's plan to make him wait. Hinata, hesitant about keeping their teacher waiting, murmured, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We should wait a little longer." Tenkyu shot her an irritated glance and replied, "What is so special about a teacher? Can't they be late? Trust my judgment. Let us grab breakfast and then return." Just as Tenkyu's words settled, a figure clad in a mask, concealing half of his face, landed before them from atop the village gate. "Where are you three off to?" the ninja inquired. Upon recognizing the individual, Tenkyu sighed in exasperation. "Ah, it's the late King Kakashi Hitaki. So, you're our supervising instructor. This is going to be troublesome. What a dreadful start to the day." Kakashi leaped down, casting a glance at Tenkyu, and said blandly, "You children are not charming at all. You show no respect for your teacher." While Tenkyu and Michiru listened nonchalantly to Kakashi's lecture, Hinata felt somewhat embarrassed and avoided meeting his gaze. Kakashi was reluctant to take on the role of their instructor, yet the third Hokage had insisted, leaving him with no choice but to accept the responsibility of safeguarding Hinata and Tenkyu. However, upon meeting them today, Kakashi realized that all three were troublesome in their own right, and his head began to throb at the thought of managing them. Tenkyu mused on Kakashi's lack of decorum, knowing that it would be challenging to manage the group and anticipating future complications. Michiru considered the influence of the roots, undoubtedly carrying Danzo's intentions, while managing Michiru would be straightforward. Kakashi himself could not be certain whether she would heed his guidance. Hinata, projecting an image of fragility, would retreat behind Tenkyu at the slightest provocation, clearly lacking her own opinions, making her growth seem an uphill battle. With a sigh, Kakashi observed the trio and shook his head helplessly. "Regardless of your thoughts, I am your instructor from now on, and you must all heed my instructions. Now, let us set off to complete our mission." "Understood," Tenkyu responded listlessly. "Very well," Michiru replied calmly. "Okay, sensei," Hinata exclaimed with a hint of excitement. The trio's responses varied, but Kakashi, indifferent to their attitudes, resigned himself to the task at hand. He would treat this as a mission assigned by the third Hokage and merely act as a bodyguard for the three children, leaving everything else to unfold as it may. Leading the three along, Kakashi ventured beyond the village, while Hinata and Tenkyu eagerly observed their surroundings, curious about the environment. In contrast, Michiru, having previously embarked on missions beyond the village, found little interest in her surroundings, quietly trailing behind Kakashi as they moved beyond Konoha. The landscape revealed lush green forests and gentle hills, none exceeding heights of 300 to 500 meters, along the winding paths through the forest. Tenkyu noted numerous humble abodes belonging to villagers who cultivated crops and grains. The Land of Fire was blessed with a favorable geographical environment, allowing for 2 harvests each year, which explained its abundance of food and the envy of neighboring nations and smaller countries. After 2 hours of following Kakashi, Tenkyu admired the natural beauty of the Land of Fire's mountains and pastoral scenery, though his curiosity gradually waned as boredom set in. Among the 4 Only Hinata retained her excitement, as this was her first mission, and she felt a tight knot of anxiety, fearing that any misstep on her part could jeopardize their success. An hour passed before Kakashi halted near a mountain devoid of trees, but abundant in vegetable fields. He pointed toward it and declared, "Your task today is to clear the weeds from the medicinal herb fields on this mountain, that I hope you can complete it within 3 days." "What? You expect us to do farm work? What kind of absurd mission is this? I'm not doing it." Hinata Tianyun expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. Mukimura Kokomi cast a sidelong glance at the medicinal herb mountain, her brow furrowing in silence, having already commenced her reconnaissance and assassination tasks at the root level. She was reluctant to engage in agricultural labor. Upon hearing Kakashi's instructions, Hinata Hanabi felt a wave of excitement and anxiety dissipate, believing that such a simple task would pose no challenge, and she gazed contentedly at the expansive medicinal herb mountain. Observing the attitudes of the three, Kakashi, uninterested in further conversation, declared, "I have accepted the mission. Whether you are willing or not, it must be done. For the next 3 days, you will remain here to assist in weeding the medicinal fields." Hinata Tianyun, disgruntled, questioned, "Are we to undertake such tasks in the future? As talented ninjas, shouldn't we be in the land of fire, protecting the princess and prince?" Kakashi cast a dispassionate glance at Hinata Tianyun and stated calmly, "It is futile to voice such concerns. Konoha Village has regulations that stipulate one must complete 20 D-rank missions before being eligible for C-rank missions. What a ridiculous rule! Who was the fool that established it?" Hinata Tianyun grumbled. Kakashi shook his head and urged, "Get to work. The remuneration for this task is quite substantial. If you manage to clear the weeds from the entire medicinal herb mountain, you will each earn 2 million. This is considered a high-income task among D-rank missions. Chapter 042. Task 2 earning 2 million over 3 days is indeed substantial for a D-rank mission, but for Hinata Tianyun, who typically earned 4 million in a day, this task held little allure in his mind. He preferred missions that involved protecting the wealthy, allowing him to reap significant rewards. He had no interest in mundane agricultural labor. However, given Kakashi's demeanor, it was evident that declining the task was not an option. Without hesitation, Hinata Tianyun summoned a shadow clone, instructing, "You handle the task, while I take a moment to rest." The shadow clone shot a disgruntled look at Hinata Tianyun, but ultimately complied, knowing that with the system at Hinata Tianyun's disposal, it was futile to resist. Kakashi, Mukimura Kokomi, and Hinata Hanabi were left speechless as they witnessed Hinata Tianyun's clone laboring while he lounged on a nearby stone. Nonetheless, there was nothing they could say. After all, the work done by the shadow clone would still be attributed to Hinata Tianyun. Hinata Hanabi and Mukimura Kokomi begrudged their inability to perform shadow clones, wishing they could likewise rest. As for Kakashi, after a moment of surprise, he remained silent, understanding that when the shadow clone dissipated, the physical exertion and memories would return to Hinata Tianyun, rendering it akin to him doing the work himself. While Hinata Tianyun rested, Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to following the shadow clone into the fields of the medicinal herb mountain, with Kakashi and Hinata Tianyun's original body remaining at the base of the mountain. Hinata Tianyun, lounging, called out to Kakashi, who was seated nearby, engrossed in a book, "Kakashi, I've heard you possess a technique called Raikiri, capable of slicing through lightning in the sky. Would you be willing to teach it to me?" Kakashi, peering at Hinata Tianyun with one half-open eye, eventually returned his gaze to his book, replying slowly, "Your chakra is insufficient to perform Raikiri. Moreover, the chakra of your Hinata clan is predominantly of the yang nature, making the use of Raikiri improbable. That's so," Hinata Tianyun said, surprised to learn that the Hinata clan's chakra was of the yang attribute. After pondering, he persisted, "Just tell me how to use it. If I can't, I promise not to share it. What do you think, Kakashi-sensei?" This marked the first time Hinata Tianyun addressed Kakashi as sensei. Kakashi set his book aside and asked, "Is your desire to learn Raikiri so fervent? What motivates this interest?" "Of course, it's because it's cool and powerful," Hinata Tianyun replied without hesitation. Kakashi shook his head in exasperation, sensing that Hinata Tianyun was primarily drawn to the technique's aesthetic rather than its efficacy. He picked up his book again, stating, "If you wish to learn, seek out Lord Hokage. This is an A-rank ninjutsu and cannot be casually shared." "How stingy," Hinata Tianyun retorted, displeased. Kakashi paid him no mind, choosing instead to focus on his reading. Dismissing the annoying boy. Feeling disheartened, Hinata Tianyun, realizing that Kakashi was ignoring him, decided against further conversation. Remembering that he had yet to eat breakfast, he stood up, announcing, "I'm going to find some food. Don't wander too far and return promptly." Kakashi reminded, watching as Hinata Tianyun ventured into the forest. The land of fire is rich in resources, and food is plentiful. The forest teems with animals. After casually exploring for half an hour, Hinata Tianyun managed to catch 3 wild rabbits and a reckless boar that attempted to attack him. Having secured his food, instead of returning to Kakashi, he found a clearing in the forest to roast the 3 rabbits before dragging the boar back to the medicinal herb mountain. That be why the time Hinata Tianyun returned. It was already 3 in the afternoon. After tossing the boar to Kakashi, he settled down for a nap, sleeping soundly until 6 in the evening when Hinata Hanabi roused him for dinner. Hinata Hanabi and Mukimura Kokomi, both possessing the strength of lower ninjas, found the task of weeding to be physically manageable. Though they felt mentally drained, appearing lethargic, Kakashi did not prepare dinner, and Hinata Hanabi lacked the skills to cook, while Hinata Tianyun was too lazy to do so. Ultimately, it was Mukimura Kokomi who prepared the boar for their meal. After dining together, they followed Kakashi to a small wooden cabin at the edge of the mountain to tidy up and prepare for rest. This small cabin was originally a place for the owner of the medicinal fields to work and rest, but due to illness, he had reluctantly hired ninjas for assistance. Otherwise, he would not have spent money on weeding. The reason for hiring ninjas instead of ordinary people was that the citizens of the Land of Fire understood that ninjas were the most efficient workers. Hiring 5 ordinary individuals would likely yield less result than employing a single lower-ranking ninja. Thus, the owner preferred to pay a premium to ninjas for swift completion of the weeding rather than to engage a multitude of ordinary workers over several days. The 3-day weeding task passed quickly, and Kakashi returned with the 3 weary lower ninjas to the ninja village to submit their mission and accept new tasks, which of course were also D-rank missions for the next month and 6 days. Kakashi led them through a series of tedious tasks around Konoha, causing Hinata Hanabi, who typically approached missions with great seriousness, to grow increasingly weary. Upon completing their 13th D-rank mission and returning to Konoha, Hinata Tianyun informed Kakashi at the village's entrance, "Kakashi, for the next 5 days, I will not be participating in missions. The Konoha Ninja Academy is beginning its enrollment for new students, and my younger brother is also starting school. I wish to see him off." Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. "Then let us all take a 5-day break. We've been working for a month. It's time to rest. You all should return home. Let us reconvene here at 9 o'clock in the morning 5 days from now. Now, you're dismissed." As the sun began to set, Hinata Tianyun departed without a backward glance. Witnessing his departure, Hinata hurriedly bid farewell to Kimura Kokomi before following closely behind Tianyun, both making their way back to the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, Kimura Kokomi cast a fleeting glance at the already departed Kakashi before swiftly vanishing into the streets, intending to return to the route to report on her recent activities and findings. Chapter 043. The start of school in the Hidden Leaf Village. Hinata Tianyun parted ways with Kakashi at the village gate at precisely 4:30 in the afternoon. Instead of heading home directly, he made his way to the residence of Uzumaki Naruto, eager to check on his condition. Over the past 10 months since his arrival in the village, Tianyun had only taken Uzumaki Naruto as his sole subordinate, while he occasionally encountered the other members of the 12 ninja team, who tended to disregard him. Initially, Tianyun had envisioned gathering all of the 12 ninja as his followers to satisfy his whimsical desires. However, as it stood, he could only command Naruto, Hinata, and a somewhat disobedient Tenten, as for Uchiha Sasuke, the Inazuka Kiba trio, Hyuga Haruno Sakura, Yamanaka Ino, Rock Lee, and Inazuka Kiba. He had only seen them once or twice in 10 months, each time accompanied by adults, rendering him unable to engage with them. Approaching Naruto's home, Tianyun stood at the entrance and called out, "Uzumaki Naruto, your elder brother has arrived. Come out and greet me, or else you shall face dire consequences." At the sound of his voice, a cacophony erupted from the second floor, followed by the hurried footsteps of Naruto, descending the stairs, culminating in the door being flung open with a loud creak. Naruto appeared utterly exhilarated and immediately inquired, "Big brother, are you free the day after tomorrow? I'm about to start classes at the Ninja Academy, and you must see me off." Tianyun gently patted Naruto on the shoulder and replied with a smile. "Rest assured, you are my only little brother in the Hidden Leaf Village. How could I possibly neglect to send you off? I've already requested a 5-day leave from my teacher, Kakashi, to accompany you to school." Naruto's excitement surged, as he had initially presumed that Tianyun would be occupied with missions and unable to see him off. Now, learning that Tianyun had taken leave to escort him, tears of joy streamed down his face. And he could not help but lean against Tianyun. "Do not come any closer. I would rather not have your tears stain my clothes," Tianyun promptly interjected, halting Naruto's advance. Naruto, feeling somewhat dejected, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Come on, boss, it's just a piece of clothing. I can wipe it off, and if necessary, I'll buy you a new one." Chuckling, Tianyun replied, "You a penniless brat, think you can afford my attire? This is a specialized combat outfit from the Hyuga clan. Each piece valued at 1,000,000 yen." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tianyun's clothing, momentarily at a loss for words, for he had never encountered such a sum in his life. However, he quickly regained his composure and retorted, "What is so special about 1,000,000? Once I become a ninja, I'll earn 1,000,000,000. Don't underestimate my abilities, big brother." All right, if you can indeed manage to earn it." Tianyun shook his head. "Now, let us celebrate your official enrollment by indulging in a feast at the barbecue restaurant." At the mention of the barbecue restaurant, Naruto exclaimed exuberantly, "How about we switch that to Itchara Ramen? I think it would be delightful to go there instead." Tianyun scrutinized Naruto from head to toe and asked, "You wouldn't happen to be broke, would you? Such occasions are not meant for ramen." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naruto admitted that he indeed had no money in his pocket. Recognizing the expression on Naruto's face, Tianyun sighed and said, "Very well, this time I shall treat you. Just remember to repay me once you become a ninja." Instantly elated, Naruto closed the door behind him and exclaimed, "Let us go, big brother, we're off to eat barbecue." Tianyun frowned slightly and remarked, "You wouldn't be planning to skip out on the repayment, would you?" Naruto cheerfully replied, "Of course not. I will absolutely pay you back." Tianyun smirked, observing Naruto's carefree demeanor, thinking to himself, "I trust you as far as I can throw you." Ultimately, Tianyun refrained from saying anything further. After all, he had amassed over 1,000,000 yen from completing rank missions during this time, so treating Naruto to a meal was a small price to pay. Besides, as the protagonist, Naruto would undoubtedly have opportunities to earn substantial amounts in the future. Allowing Tianyun to recoup his losses at the barbecue restaurant upon their arrival, it was just in time for dinner, and the establishment was already bustling with patrons, including his classmates Akimichi Choji, Inazuka Hinata, Kimatajiro, Mitsuki Shizuku, and a few unfamiliar faces. Curious about the gathering, Tianyun sent Naruto off to order while he approached Choji's table to inquire, "What brings you all here?" "ISNT, it's still class time for your elite class." Though Tianyun seldom interacted with his classmates at the Ninja Academy, he had also refrained from provoking others. The other students were aware of his prowess and thus did not instigate any conflict, leaving his relationships with them rather ordinary. Seeing Tianyun approach, Choji initially assumed he was there to mooch off their meal. However, upon realizing Tianyun merely had a question and did not intend to sit down, he answered, preparing to dismiss him. Tianyun, we graduated a week ago. Now, only 7 of us remain in the elite class, and that is thanks to your assistance." "Excuse me, what assistance did I provide?" Tianyun asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Choji clarified, "Don't you remember? You taught us the new gentle fist technique. After some training, our teacher deemed us ready to graduate as genin. The remaining 7 could also graduate, but since they are all under 10, the Hokage has instructed them to continue their studies until they turned 10. Tianyun had not anticipated such an outcome from his actions and had never considered this possibility. Shaking his head, he replied, "That is a result of your own hard work. I cannot take any credit for it. I shall take my leave now." Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly recalled something and turned back, asking, "By the way, what are Niji and Tintin up to? Have they graduated, or are they still attending classes?" Choji responded, owe them. They're still under 10 and have been compelled to stay for another year. They no longer attend classes and have instead been assigned by the Hokage to teach the new students. I see, Tianyun replied, shaking his head in resignation. Enjoy your meal. I have other matters to attend to. So I won't disturb you. Chapter 045. The start of School 3 at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. Parents accompanied their children as they awaited the opening of the school gates. Among them were Hinata Tianyun and Uzumaki Naruto, who were also part of the waiting crowd. Due to Tianyun's youthful appearance, any unfamiliar individuals might easily mistake him for a student. However, in the Hidden Leaf Village, it was highly unlikely anyone would confuse him for a student, as his name had become widely known throughout the village, making it improbable for anyone to be unaware of him. Naruto, brimming with excitement, observed the throngs of new students arriving at the school. Yet, he noticed that the parents of those students tended to steer clear of him, which added a touch of disappointment to his thrill. Tianyun, meanwhile, remained focused on observing the incoming students, hoping to spot any familiar faces. Hey, what are you looking at? Suddenly, someone tapped him from behind, and Tianyun recognized the voice as Ten's. Turning around, Tianyun asked, "What brings you here so early?" "Little girl, ISNT, it's still class time for your elite class?" Every day, Tian pouts and remarks, "Our elite class has been entirely disbanded. Teacher Irika is set to lead a new class, leaving us 7 remaining students to stay at the ninja school as temporary teaching assistants for a year until graduation." Hinata Tianyun noticed that Tian's tone was noticeably displeased when she mentioned the need to remain as an assistant for a year. Reflecting on it, he understood. Given that Tian had been secretly strengthened by him a few times, she could now hold her own against Hinata Niji and was naturally reluctant to stay at the school. As for the rationale behind Hinata Tianyun's enhancements for Tian, there was no need for justification. He had received billions in wealth from Tian's father, and augmenting her abilities was simply a matter of course. After indulging in these thoughts, Hinata Tianyun continued to inquire, "I was asking why you arrived so early, not why you're at school." Tian shot him an annoyed glare and, seemingly in a foul mood, replied, "It's all because of Lord Hokage, who insisted we come to welcome the new students and set an example for them." Hinata Tianyun felt somewhat exasperated, retorting, "Why are you venting at me for the Hokage's actions? I didn't make you come here. If it weren't for you, our class wouldn't have disbanded, and I wouldn't have to take on the role of an assistant." "Fine, I'll ignore you. Hurry and welcome your new junior." Hinata Tianyun decided it was better to avoid confrontation. "Don't go. Stay here and talk to me, or I'll have to welcome the students," Tian insisted, pulling him back as he attempted to leave. "Goodness, you truly know how to shirk responsibility, dragging me into your predicament," Hinata Tianyun said, gazing at her in disbelief. "What? You unwilling?" Tian shot back with a scowl. "Indeed, I'm not particularly eager," he replied candidly. "Unwilling or not, you will accompany me today," she declared, holding on to him resolutely. Hinata Tianyun felt quite at a loss. He couldn't just engage in a physical altercation with a mere 8-year-old girl. Just then, Uzumaki Naruto, who had been observing the other students, bounded over to them. Noticing Tian clinging to Hinata Tianyun's clothing, he curiously asked, "Big brother, is this going to be my sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law, my foot." Hinata Tianyun delivered a swift tap to Naruto's head, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head as if she yes not. "Then why hit me?" Naruto protested, looking somewhat aggrieved. With Naruto's interruption, Tian felt a bit shy about continuing to hold on to Hinata Tianyun. Releasing him, she said, "Forget it, you all hurry along. I'll manage the reception for the new students today." Hinata Tianyun pointed at the crouching Naruto and suggested, "He is also a new student. Why not take him inside? This way, you'll have something to do instead of just waiting here." Tian shot a disdainful glance at Naruto and said, "Let that blonde go in by himself. I only welcome the girls. I have no interest in boys." "You're rather headstrong." Hinata Tianyun shook his head in resignation, then turned to Naruto. "Just head inside on your own. It seems there are more and more students arriving." Upon mentioning enrollment, Naruto became excited, standing up to wave at Hinata Tianyun. "See you later, big brother. I'll come find you tonight. I'm heading in first." With that, he dashed into the school. After Naruto left, Hinata Tianyun remained at the school entrance, as he had yet to see the other male protagonist. He leaned against the door, continuing to observe. 5 minutes later, the parents of the Inoshikacho trio arrived, bringing Narashika, Yamanaka, Ino, and Akimichi Choji to the entrance of the Konoha Ninja School. Among them, Narashikaku, Shikamaru's father, had exchanged a few pleasantries with Hinata Tianyun at the third Hokage's place. So upon seeing Hinata Tianyun at the entrance, he nodded in acknowledgement, causing the three children to glance curiously at him before their parents ushered them inside. In the next 10 minutes, Hinata Tianyun spotted Reno Sakura arriving with her mother, followed by Inazuka Kiba and Yamanaka Shino with their mothers. And finally, Erjuzi made his appearance. Surprisingly, accompanying Uchiha Sasuke was his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, a mysterious figure in the 10 months since Hinata Tianyun's arrival in Konoha. This was his first encounter with him. From his inquiries, he learned that Itachi was still working in the Umbu and rarely returned to Konoha. Now that he had unexpectedly appeared, Hinata Tianyun was more intrigued by Itachi than by Sasuke, which made Itachi frown at as an Umbu member. Itachi was naturally aware of the new prodigy, Hinata Tianyun, although they had never had the opportunity to meet. However, Hinata Tianyun's gaze made Itachi feel as if they were somewhat familiar, which puzzled him, leading him to scrutinize Hinata Tianyun in return. Observing his brother's focused attention on Hinata Tianyun, Sasuke inquired, "Brother, who is that guy? Is he also a new student?" Itachi replied, "That is the Hinata Tianyun you mentioned wanting to surpass. He has already graduated and is likely just here to take a look, having lived within the Uchiha clan." Sasuke was aware of Hinata Tianyun's reputation, but had never laid eyes on him. Upon hearing Itachi say that the figure leaning against the wall was indeed Hinata Tianyun, he eagerly pulled Itachi along to approach him, declaring, "Hinata Tianyun, I will surpass you eventually." Hinata Tianyun glanced at the exceedingly arrogant Sasuke and replied coolly, "You might want to surpass your brother, Uchiha Itachi, first before you even think of comparing yourself to me. You still have a long way to go." Dismissing him with disdain, Sasuke bristled with anger, ready to argue, but Itachi quickly intervened. "Enough, school is about to start. You should head in." Consider yourself lucky," Sasuke huffed, storming into the school in a fit of frustration. Chapter 044. The start of school 2 at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. After chatting with Akimichi CHG, Hinata Tianyun returned to Naruto's side only to discover that Naruto had ordered over 20 plates of grilled meat and was already devouring them. Hinata Tianyun plopped down opposite Naruto, visibly displeased, and remarked, "Naruto, are you planning to make me repay all the meals you've treated me to today? Let me tell you, no matter how much meat you eat today, you'll have to pay me back double in the future." Naruto seemed indifferent to Hinata Tianyun's words, continuing to grill and eat without a care. He mumbled something in response, but Hinata Tianyun couldn't quite catch it. "Speak clearly, don't talk with your mouth full," he said, tapping the table in dissatisfaction. After swallowing a piece of meat, Naruto finally articulated, "Don't worry, big brother. I'll make sure to pay you back in the future." With that, Naruto resumed his enthusiastic feast, and Hinata Tianyun suspected he might end up losing out since Naruto would likely forget all about today's promise before long. With a resigned sigh, he decided not to press the issue further. After all, a meal only cost a few thousand ryo, and if he lost out, he could always recoup it later. With that thought, Hinata Tianyun joined in on the barbecue, though his appetite was not nearly as large as Naruto's. After finishing 2 plates, he found himself losing his appetite and opted instead to sip on juice while watching Naruto polish off the remaining 20-plus plates of grilled meat. Dinner was delayed by a whole hour due to Naruto's antics. As they left the barbecue restaurant, Hinata Tianyun told Naruto at the door, "All right, you can head home now that on the morning of the enrollment day at 6 o'clock, come find me in my house. Otherwise, I want to wait for you." "Okay, big brother," Naruto replied cheerfully, patting his round belly. The two then parted ways, each heading in different directions. Hinata Tianyun strolled back to the Hyuga compound, and upon his return home, he discovered Hinata conversing with his mother, Hinata Miku, at the table in the living room. "What brings you here?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, frowning at Hinata. Hinata was momentarily taken aback by his question, unsure of how to respond. How does one speak to a lady of her stature? Are you feeling a bit restless? Upon encountering the awkward Hinata Hyuga, Hinata Mitsai immediately rose to reprimand Hinata Tianyun, assuming a stance that suggested she might resort to physical confrontation. Startled, Hinata Tianyun hastily replied, "All right, take your time chatting. I shall return to my room to rest. Feel free to converse for as long as you wish." However, upon noticing Hinata Tianyun attempting to leave, Hinata Mitsai quickly called out, "Do not depart, young lady. This is for you, a monetary gift. The clan leader hopes you will diligently guide Hinata, hence the delivery of this sum." The mention of money caused Hinata Tianyun to halt in her tracks, turning around with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "How much? Is it over 10 million? She inquired eagerly. "You wish for 10 million? How extravagant!" Hinata Mitsai retorted with a roll of her eyes before continuing. "The clan leader intends to provide you with 5 million each month to ensure you properly mentor the young lady." Disheartened by such a meager amount, Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "Forget, I have no time for this. I am a man whose worth fluctuates by hundreds of thousands every minute. How could I possibly waste my efforts for such a paltry sum?" Hinata Mitsai then approached Hinata Tianyun, delivering a sharp rap to the top of her head. "Why all this unnecessary chatter? Regardless, I've already accepted the money, so you must teach her whether you like it or not." With the funds now firmly in Hinata Mitsai's possession, retrieving them would prove exceedingly difficult. Frustrated, Hinata Tianyun rubbed her head and conceded, "Fine, I agreed to provide guidance. That's satisfactory. You may continue your discussion. I shall return to my slumber, as I am quite fatigued." With that, she swiftly made her exit. Observing Hinata Tianyun's departure, Hinata Mitsai turned to comfort Hinata Hyuga, saying, "Do not worry, young lady. Tianyun has agreed to teach you, and your skills will undoubtedly improve." Hinata Hyuga nodded in agreement, but remained silent. The reason Hinata Hyuga approached to deliver money to Hinata Tianyun was entirely due to Hinata Nichizu's belief that following Hinata Tianyun would enhance Hinata Hyuga's abilities. However, after more than a month had passed, Hinata Nichizu was disheartened to find that Hinata Hyuga had not made significant progress, even less than when she trained for an hour daily with Hinata Tianyun. Reflecting on the situation, he surmised that the lack of financial incentive for Hinata Tianyun had hindered his commitment to properly mentor Hinata Hyuga. Determined to rectify this, Hinata Nichizu decided to offer monetary compensation to Hinata Tianyun for his guidance. As long as Hinata Hyuga could flourish, he was indifferent to the expense. However, he found it awkward to approach Hinata Tianyun directly and thus sent Hinata Hyuga to consult with Hinata Mitsai. During this period, Hinata Nichizu had come to understand Hinata Tianyun's character, realizing he responded better to gentle persuasion rather than force, making Hinata Mitsai the ideal intermediary. That evening, after a discussion that extended until 7:30, Hinata Mitsai personally escorted Hinata Hyuga home before hastily returning to confront Hinata Tianyun, who had been resting in his room. Hinata Tianyun felt quite helpless, knowing that his mother had been raised with the principle of safeguarding the main family of the Hyuga clan, and it was only natural for Hinata Mitsai to be displeased with his lackadaisical attitude towards Hinata Hyuga. However, Hinata Tianyun harbored little fondness for the Hyuga clan and had no intention of remaining loyal to them, rendering Hinata Mitsai's lecture a monotonous drone in his ears. After half an hour of lecturing, Hinata Mitsai noticed that Hinata Tianyun appeared to be in a daze, on the verge of sleep. Unable to resist, she lifted her hand, intending to give him a gentle rap on the head to ensure he paid attention. However, she suddenly remembered that her son was not just any ordinary boy, but a prodigious talent with his own pride. His loyalty to the Hyuga clan did not necessarily mirror her own, as not every branch family member was willing to accept the constraints imposed upon them. With a resigned sigh, Hinata Mitsai departed from Hinata Tianyun's room. Lacking the motivation to continue her admonishment. Chapter 046. Itachi at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja School. Upon entering, Uchiha Sasuke looked towards Hinata Tianyun and, with a cold expression, inquired, "Do I know you?" "You seem remarkably familiar." Hinata Tianyun chuckled softly and replied, "The illustrious genius ninja, Uchiha Itachi. As another ninja, also deemed a genius, I naturally take an interest in your affairs, and if you consider that familiarity, then I suppose it holds true." Uchiha Itachi shook his head, saying, "That is not quite what I meant. What I intended to convey is a sense of profound familiarity." Hinata Tianyun smiled and retorted, "But this is our first meeting, is it not? What leads you to believe we are so well acquainted?" "Intuition," Uchiha Itachi responded succinctly. Hinata Tianyun raised an eyebrow and said, "Very well. I have nothing further to add. Kindly retract your jinjutsu and refrain from employing such trivial tactics, as they hold no effect on me. If you possess true skill, then show it." Uchiha Itachi was genuinely taken aback. The inducement technique he had just employed was typically undetectable even by seasoned genin. Yet this mere 6-year-old child had seen through his jutsu. He could not help but admire Hinata Tianyun's prowess. Withdrawing his technique, Uchiha Itachi regarded Hinata Tianyun earnestly and said, "No wonder you are the foremost genius of the ninja school. I apologize for my earlier actions. Perhaps we may converse further another time." After offering his apology, Uchiha Itachi turned and departed. Once Uchiha Itachi was gone, Hinata Tianyun could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The Jinjutsu had almost compelled him to reveal his inner secrets. Had it not been for the system notification indicating an additional enhancement option, he might have unknowingly succumbed to the illusion. The thought of potentially divulging his secrets sent him into a cold sweat, prompting him to consider strengthening his soul abilities, that if he failed to do so, encounters with Jinjutsu experts like Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly leave him vulnerable. However, upon seeing the exorbitant cost required for soul enhancement, Hinata Tianyun could only lament, as the staggering amount of 10 billion left him disheartened. After a moment of reflection, he began to contemplate the recent revelation. He could enhance the jutsu directed at him by his enemies. This notion struck him as peculiar, that he wondered whether the enhanced attack would be more potent than the original, or if it could potentially be reflected back. Such questions warranted further exploration. With these thoughts in mind, Hinata Tianyun decided not to linger at the entrance of the ninja school any longer, dismissing concerns about Uchiha Itachi as he made his way back to the Hyuga clan's residence. His purpose was to seek out Hinata Hyuga. She was the only one he could trust enough to experiment with jutsu. Curious to see what results would ensue, frequent visits to the home of Hinata Nichiza meant that the guards recognized Hinata Tianyun, allowing him to pass unimpeded to the exterior of Hinata Hyuga's quarters. Having already risen to train, she was now preparing to eat breakfast. Upon hearing footsteps outside her door, she immediately deduced that it was Hinata Tianyun and set down her meal to greet him. Contemplating the jutsu experiments, Hinata Tianyun addressed Hinata Hyuga. "Hinata, find a secluded spot. I wish to conduct a jutsu experiment. Make sure it's a quiet place." Obediently, Hinata Hyuga led him through the estate along a few winding paths to a particularly small dwelling, stating, "This is the meditation room that I often practice here, and no one ever comes, so we can experiment without worry." The meditation room was situated at the rear of Hinata Hyuga's home, surrounded by small groves of trees, ensuring privacy from any onlookers. Pleased with the location, Hinata Tianyun remarked, "Let us proceed inside to conduct our experiment. It will not take long. Just 5 minutes." While curious about the type of jutsu Hinata Tianyun intended to test, Hinata Hyuga lacked the courage to inquire further, thus following him into the meditation room. The meditation room spanned approximately 300 square meters, with a ceiling height of around 10 meters. The walls were constructed from grayish wooden planks, while the floor was covered in earthy-hued boards. After surveying the room, Hinata Tianyun turned to Hinata Hyuga and asked, "Do you know how to perform Jinjutsu?" "The most basic type will suffice. I only know one Jinjutsu. The most elementary binding technique," Hinata Hyuga replied. "That will do. Please cast it upon me," Hinata Tianyun instructed. "Isn't that inappropriate?" Hinata Hyuga hesitated. "What is there to fear? It is merely a binding technique. Do you really think you could pose a threat to me?" Hyuga Tianyun advised Hyuga Hinata. Contemplating the situation, it was evident that Hyuga Hinata had a clear understanding of Hyuga Tianyun's strength. She felt that even an average Chunin would not stand a chance against him. Thus, she nodded and said, "Very well. Master, are you prepared? I shall employ the illusion technique immediately. Let's begin without delay." Hyuga replied eagerly. Hyuga Hinata refrained from further discussion and promptly began weaving hand signs, directing an E-rank illusion technique, binding technique, towards Hyuga Tianyun, ensnaring him within an illusory realm. Within the illusion, Hyuga Tianyun found himself exasperated by the technique employed by Hyuga Hinata. It was clear that she possessed little aptitude for illusion, as the ropes she conjured appeared as thin as a twist of dough, lacking any semblance of authenticity. shaking his head in resignation. Hyuga Tianyun paid no heed to her shortcomings in illusion and opted to enhance her technique using a sum of 100,000. Almost instantly, he sensed the illusion's effect dissipating. What just happened? Hyuga Tianyun pondered, surprised to find the 100,000 had been refunded. Upon further examination of the system, he discovered, much to his dismay, that it offered no explanation, indicating that his enhancement had seemingly failed. Furrowing his brow, he spent 2 minutes contemplating in the room and arrived at a plausible conclusion. Although he could choose to enhance the illusion since it was within his grasp, it did not belong to his essence, leading to the failure of the enhancement and the subsequent disappearance of the illusion. Chapter 047. Earning money, having unraveled the mystery behind enhancing an enemy's illusion. Hyuga Tianyun felt a sense of satisfaction that he realized that if someone were to use an illusion against him in the future, he could simply choose to enhance it, causing the illusion to unravel. The only requirement would be to have a substantial sum of money on hand, ensuring he could afford enhancements when confronted with advanced illusions. Discovering a useful bug within the system lifted Hyuga Tianyun's spirits. He approached Hyuga Hinata, who had been waiting patiently, and patted her shoulder, saying, "All done with the experiment. Now we can return home to rest." Hyuga Hinata appeared somewhat bewildered. She had come to test ninjutsu. Yet she had only employed one illusion, while Hyuga Tianyun had not utilized any ninjutsu at all. Thus, she asked in a dazed manner, "Master, is that all there is to it?" "Indeed, it is finished. Let us go." Hyuga Tianyun replied, leading the way towards the door. Hyuga Hinata, initially taken aback, shook her head and snapped back to reality, following Hyuga Tianyun outside, contemplating that her breakfast might still be warm, and she could hastily return to enjoy it. Unbeknownst to Hyuga Hinata, the pat on her shoulder from Hyuga Tianyun had inadvertently enhanced one of her ninjutsu techniques, serving as a token of gratitude for her assistance. When Hyuga Hinata employed that technique again, she would discover that she had mastered it. Departing from Hyuga Hinata's residence in high spirits, Hyuga Tianyun made his way to the smithy owned by the Tianyun family, intending to discuss increasing their output to augment his finances. Since the third Hokage had mandated that all weapons be procured by Konoha village, business at the Tianyun family's ninja tool shop had diminished significantly. However, due to the village's acquisition, they ended up earning more than before, avoiding the hassle of dealing with customers directly. Upon arriving at the ninja tool shop, Hyuga Tianyun found Taisheng leisurely resting while 2 hired hands managed the store. "You seem quite relaxed. Don't you have anything to do?" Hyuga Tianyun remarked, glancing at Taisheng, who lay with his eyes closed on a rocking chair. Startled by Hyuga Tianyun's voice, Taisheng opened his eyes and immediately admonished the 2 employees, "You didn't call me when young Master Tianyun arrived? Is that not deserving of a beating? You are permitted only 1 bowl of rice for lunch today." Hyuga Tianyun looked on in bemusement as Taisheng scolded the 2 employees, who wore exasperated expressions. "Quit pretending. Even if you starve them, they wouldn't leave. Don't think I'm unaware of how much you pay them," Hyuga Tianyun pointed out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Taisheng acknowledged Hyuga Tianyun's astute observation. Indeed, he was quite affluent and paid his staff generously. Even without providing them free lunch for a month, the 2 employees would likely remain, as their salaries were sufficient for their needs, even leaving them with extra money for personal indulgences, being an experienced figure in the business. Taisheng quickly recovered from his moment of embarrassment and asked, "Tianyun, what brings you here? Do you need money? If so, I can't provide it for a while. You'll have to wait 2 months for the fund from Sand Ninja Village." Tianyun waved his hand dismissively. "That's not the issue. I need a quiet place to discuss something without others overhearing." Taisheng grew serious. "Let us head to the back room. It's currently unoccupied." "All right, lead the way," Hyuga Tianyun replied. The back room was situated behind the ninja tool shop, separated by a storage area. After entering and taking a seat, Taisheng asked, "Tianyun, aside from financial matters, what else do you wish to discuss?" "I will assist in any way I can." Hyuga Tianyun shot Taisheng a glance. "Do I seem like someone who craves money? Have you forgotten how to speak? Truly a miser." Taisheng could only disdainfully scoff inwardly at Hyuga Tianyun's words. Suppressing his urge to retort, "Tianyun, please, just tell me what you need. You do seem quite busy, don't you?" Hyuga Tianyun acknowledged, "Here's the matter. I would like you to sell a batch of ordinary enhanced ninja tools. While the profit may be modest, It can accumulate over time into a substantial sum. So is still about the money, Taisheng lamented, shaking his head. Tianyun, ordinary ninja tools, once refined by you, would merely match the price of our mid-tier supplies. They cannot compete with high-end tools, yielding only around 50,000 per unit. If you require a significant amount of money, it will take quite some time to accumulate. Hyuga Tianyun waved his hand again. That is of no concern to you. Just tell me how many you required. I can secure 1 billion, and then you can prepare them. After a moment's consideration, Taisheng replied, we have 3,000 ordinary ninja tools in stock. If we can sell them all, it would yield around 200 million. I could deliver them to your home for you to refine at your leisure, and then we can sell them together to the Hokage. Do not waste time. I urgently need the funds. Where is the warehouse? I will handle everything today. Also, prepare some high-grade soldier pills for me, Hyuga Tianyun insisted impatiently. Taisheng stared at Hyuga Tianyun, as if seeing him for the first time, internally cursing Hyuga Tianyun for previously deceiving him with claims of being able to refine only 10 tools a day. Now, with 3,000 weapons, Hyuga Tianyun claimed he could manage them all in a single day, suggesting he could have done so all along but had merely feigned limitations. Truly cunning. However, as Taisheng contemplated further, he realized that if Hyuga Tianyun could refine more, it meant greater profits for him as well. He should be pleased to collaborate with Hyuga Tianyun. In fact, Taisheng began to entertain the notion that if he managed to marry his daughter to Hyuga Tianyun, his ninja tool shop would become the premier establishment in Konoha village. No, it would be the foremost ninja tool shop in the Land of Fire. Scratch that, it could be the finest in the world. The more Taisheng envisioned this, the more exhilarated he became, his smile distorting with glee. Stop grinning like a fool and lead the way. Hyuga Tianyun snapped, shattering Taisheng's grand aspirations. Glaring at Hyuga Tianyun in annoyance, Taisheng obediently guided him to the ninja tools warehouse. Now, Taisheng was eager to discover whether Hyuga Tianyun could truly refine 3,000 weapons in a single day. After escorting him to the warehouse, Taisheng instructed Tianyun, wait here while I procure special soldier pills from the Akimichi clan that I guarantee they will be 10 times better than the ordinary ones. Make haste. Time waits for no one, Hyuga Tianyun urged. Hinata Tianyun waved goodbye to Taisheng, locked himself inside the warehouse after closing the door. Chapter 048, Picking Up People. In the ninja tool shop's warehouse. After Taisheng departed, Hinata Tianyun began to enhance the ninja tools. The enhancement of these ordinary tools typically cost around 10,000 each, so enhancing 3,000 would amount to approximately 40 million. Originally, Hinata Tianyun possessed 100 million, but after spending 40 million on the exquisite weapons gifted by Taisheng, and now another 40 million, he was left with merely 20 million, a sum too meager for him. After an hour and a half, Taisheng returned with military rations. By this time, Hinata Tianyun had already completed the enhancement of over 3,000 weapons. However, he did not wish for Taisheng to learn of his swift progress. So he instructed Taisheng to wait outside while he pretended to take a nap in the warehouse. Awakening naturally, he noticed it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. After a moment's contemplation, he employed a transformation technique to appear somewhat haggard before stepping out of the warehouse. Taisheng was still waiting on the bench outside. Upon seeing the weary-looking Hinata Tianyun, he hurried over and inquired, "How are you, Tianyun? Do you need me to arrange for you to rest a bit?" The weariness exhibited by Hinata Tianyun was merely a fade, so he replied directly, "I need to go to school to wait for someone to finish class. The tools inside have all been enhanced. Please take care of them and send the money to me. There are still 2 hours until school is out. Would you like to rest a bit first?" Taisheng expressed concern for Hinata Tianyun's health, urging him to take a break. However, Hinata Tianyun was reluctant to maintain the guise any longer and shook his head, saying, "All right, you go about your business." With that, Hinata Tianyun made his way towards the ninja tool shop, passing through it and heading in the direction of the ninja academy. Along the route to the school, he found a secluded spot and reverted to his original form, feeling quite satisfied as he headed toward the Itchara Ramen shop, planning to enjoy a hearty meal to make up for lunch. The reason for Hinata Tianyun's satisfaction lay in the effectiveness of his transformation technique. Even the retired Nin Taisheng had failed to detect any flaws, indicating his skills had significantly improved. After indulging in a meal at Itchara Ramen, Hinata Tianyun sauntered to the entrance of the ninja academy, joining the throng of parents awaiting the student's release. Naturally, he refrained from mingling with the young mothers nearby, instead choosing to sit alone on a swing beneath a large tree at the school entrance, idly swaying as he awaited Naruto Uzumaki's dismissal. Renowned as a prodigy, having become a genin at the tender age of 6 and graduating under the mandate of the third Hokage, Hinata Tianyun attracted considerable interest from the young mothers. Yet, his aloof demeanor deterred them from approaching. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to shower him with affection. As time passed, they could only observe him swinging, whispering among themselves about his exploits. Indifferent to their gossip, Hinata Tianyun's attention shifted as he noticed a concerning absence. No parents from the Uchiha clan were present to pick up their children. Last year, during his time at the academy, there had been several Uchiha children, and their parents frequently came to escort them home. This year, however, not a single one appeared. From his observations, Hinata Tianyun deduced that the Uchiha clan's perilous fate was imminent, prompting him to furrow his brow in contemplation on how to benefit from this unfolding situation. He had no intention of involving himself in the Uchiha affairs, as he currently lacked the strength to confront formidable adversaries like Itachi Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, or Danzo Shimura. What he desired was to procure a pair of Sharingan. With sufficient funds, he could enhance them multiple times to obtain the immensely powerful Rinnegan, an ambition that thrilled him. As he envisioned the possibilities, his excitement gradually transformed into a serious mindset, recognizing the need for careful planning. After 20 minutes of contemplation, he was startled by the commotion at the school entrance. Raising his gaze, he saw students from the Konoha Ninja Academy beginning to emerge, their parents eagerly greeting them, which created a lively atmosphere. And no longer preoccupied with the Uchiha situation, he stood up from his swing to await Naruto's arrival. Moments later, he spotted the spirited Naruto Uzumaki peering through the crowd, seemingly searching for someone. Hinata Tianyun called out, "Over here, Naruto!" Upon hearing his voice, Naruto quickly spotted him and excitedly scampered over, exclaiming, "Bro, I was just about to head to your house to find you." Hinata Tianyun chuckled, "I happened to be out for an errand this afternoon and thought I can pick you up. How was school?" "Not bad. I made a few good friends, but there's this one jerk," Naruto replied, visibly annoyed when mentioning the latter. What's the matter? Did he bother you?" Hinata Tianyun inquired. "It's this idiot named Sasuke Uchiha. He actually looked down on you and acted all high and mighty. Just seeing him makes me want to beat him up," Naruto stated, his frustration evident. "Did you fight him?" Hinata Tianyun asked, amused that we're classmates, so how could I? Naruto replied, his expression betraying his embarrassment. From Naruto's demeanor, Hinata Tianyun could easily infer that a confrontation had indeed occurred, likely because Naruto felt he couldn't best Sasuke Uchiha. Shaking his head, Hinata Tianyun said, "Forget about that Uchiha brat. Let's go celebrate at Itchara Ramen." Naruto's spirits lifted immediately. "Can we go to the barbecue place instead? I think the atmosphere there is better for celebrating." With a sidelong glance at Naruto, Hinata Tianyun replied leisurely, "Only if you're paying, then we can go to the barbecue place. What do you think?" I think Itchara Ramen is more suitable for celebrating." Naruto quickly changed his tune, eager to head to the ramen shop. Once Naruto finished speaking, he took the lead toward Itchara Ramen, seemingly anxious that Hinata Tianyun might insist on a visit to the barbecue place. Chapter 049, Military Rations. While enjoying their meal at Itchara Ramen, Hinata Tianyun's mind remained occupied with thoughts of the Uchiha clan. His lack of enthusiasm for conversation with Naruto led to a hasty dinner, after which he sent Naruto on his way. Upon returning home, Hinata Tianyun continued to ponder the Uchiha situation. His primary need was to gather intelligence on the clan to ascertain the exact timeline of their impending doom. This task seemed relatively straightforward, as his transformation technique had become quite adept. He could utilize shadow clones to take on the form of small birds, surveilling the Uchiha vicinity to glean valuable information. Next, he needed to prepare for the possibility of acquiring a pair of Uchiha eyes under the scrutiny of Itachi Uchiha, Danzo Shimura, and Obito Uchiha. This endeavor wasn't excessively complicated, as he aimed to obtain merely a standard Sharingan, which were plentiful among the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, the most daunting challenge lay in how to extricate the eyes once acquired, as both Itachi and Obito, along with Danzo, were formidable foes. Securing the Sharingan might be feasible, but successfully departing with them would prove far more difficult, especially considering that Danzo was also in pursuit of Sharingan. Thus, Tianyun resolved to thoroughly strategize this aspect. As he lay in bed, contemplating until the early hours of the morning, a promising idea finally struck him that he decided to commence sending shadow clones to the Uchiha classroom starting tomorrow, while simultaneously seeking ways to earn money to bolster his strength in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Money, after all. Neon Tank let out a sigh, closing his eyes to rest. The avenues for earning money had become quite scarce, and the prospect of quick wealth seemed utterly impossible, and no amount of contemplation would change that fact. It was far better to indulge in rest and seek opportunities anew on the morrow. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, he suddenly sat up with a start, delivering a sharp slap to his own face, exclaiming, "How foolish of me! How could I overlook such a matter?" Having uttered this, he rummaged through his bedside and retrieved a box of military rations he had purchased from Taishing, gazing at them with eyes alight, as if they were a trove of riches. Indeed, in the eyes of Neon Tank, those military rations represented a fortune. With a bit of enhancement, he could sell them at a premium price. His earlier self-reprimand stemmed from the realization that weapons and medical supplies were fundamentally similar, a thought he had regrettably neglected. Holding the military rations in his hand, Neon Tank examined them closely, discovering that Taishing's offerings were indeed superior to the average military rations, worth approximately 100,000 each, placing them in the mid-tier category. After inquiring about the enhancement costs, which also hovered around 100,000, he found that he had sufficient funds at his disposal. Without hesitation, he reinforced all 10 rations in the box, spending a total of 1 million. That once the military rations were enhanced, Neon Tank decided to sample one for experimentation. Merely 5 seconds after consumption, he felt the chakra within him surge, his chakra level, previously at the Ch-Nin rank, skyrocketing until it reached double its original strength. Elated, he mused that the extraordinary efficacy of these military rations was worth every penny of the million. The profit from selling them would far surpass that from weapons. This revelation stirred an excitement within him that rendered sleep elusive, prompting him to sit by the bed and contemplate how to capitalize on the military rations. 10 minutes later, he despondently recognized that his only option for securing a substantial sum of money in a short time was to negotiate with the third Hokage. Other clans and individuals would be unable to muster such funds. With a resigned sigh, he laid down to rest, planning to procure 1,000 military rations for enhancement the next day before approaching the third Hokage for business. His reluctance stemmed from the knowledge that the third Hokage was notoriously difficult to negotiate with, and he anticipated a rigorous bargaining session. Aware of the challenges that lay ahead, Neon Tank promptly fell asleep to gather his strength. Within Konoha village, military rations were among the essential supplies for ninjas. Acquiring 1,000 was a simple task, yet securing 1,000 mid-tier military rations necessitated a trip to the Nara clan. As only their apothecary boasted sufficient stock to procure these mid-tier rations, Neon Tank did not venture alone, but dispatched dozens of shadow clones to transform and purchase the rations from the Nara shop, ensuring that each identity bought no more than 20. After 2 exhaustive hours, he successfully gathered the required military rations and made his way toward the Hokage Tower with 1,000 in tow. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was grappling with the ongoing issues surrounding the Uchiha clan, which had become a source of considerable distress. He had intended to engage in a constructive dialogue with them, but to his dismay, not a single child from the Uchiha clan had attended school, and those who had enrolled had all withdrawn. This blatant refusal to negotiate with Konoha left him at a loss. Faced with such a predicament and under pressure from Danzo Shimura, who insisted on taking charge, the third Hokage reluctantly handed the troublesome matter over to him. Although Danzo's methods were often aggressive, he was nonetheless acting in the interest of Konoha. With the Uchiha clan now at odds with the village, the third Hokage could only hope that Danzo would resolve the situation and prevent Konoha from descending into weakness once more. Just as he pondered these issues, the office door swung open, and he turned to see Neon Tank rushing in. "What is it? After finally enjoying 5 days of respite, you can't sit still and want to take on a mission?" The third Hokage inquired directly. Neon Tank scoffed dismissively as he walked, muttering, "Who would want to undertake your trivial missions? I have come with business to discuss." The third Hokage sighed in exasperation, casting a glance at the self-important Neon Tank, and took a puff from his pipe. "Such a lack of decorum. Do you not have a shred of respect for your Hokage? Are you even a citizen of Konoha?" Neon Tank plopped himself down in a chair beside the desk, rolling his eyes. "Today, I come as a merchant to conduct business with you. Spare me the pleasantries." "Very well. Speak your piece quickly and leave me be," the third Hokage replied, a note of frustration in his voice. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense as the third Hokage wished to dismiss Neon Tank. Undeterred, Neon Tank tossed a military ration onto the desk and said, "Give it a try, Hokage-sama. This is a special military ration I have painstakingly crafted." The third Hokage examined the dark military ration skeptically. It bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary mid-tier ration. Unconcerned that Neon Tank intended to poison him, he picked it up and scrutinized it, finally asking, "What makes this military ration so special?" Neon Tank shrugged. "I spent $1 million crafting this. Once you taste it, you will understand its true value. $1 million. The third Hokage was taken aback, but promptly consumed the ration, closing his eyes as he assessed the changes in his body. 5 seconds later, a slight change in his complexion became evident, and within 10 seconds, astonishment washed over his face as he realized the ration had remarkably increased his chakra by 1/5. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage opened his eyes, calmly stating, 50,000 each. I will take as many as you have." Neon Tank slammed his hand on the table in outrage. "Old man, did you not hear what I just said? The manufacturing cost is 100,000. You think I'm a fool to sell at a loss?" The third Hokage, unflappable, tapped the table and offered, "At 5,000, absolutely not. At least 95,000. Neon Tank retorted angrily. 60,000, and we can discuss future collaborations." The third Hokage countered. 90,000, a concession for the Hokage. Neon Tank replied, feeling aggrieved. 65,000. It cannot be higher. If it were, Konoha could not afford it. The third Hokage sighed, a hint of defeat in his tone. 80,000, a friendship price. It truly cannot go lower. Neon Tank lamented. As Neon Tank remained steadfast, the third Hokage, weary of the negotiation, slammed his hand on the table, declaring, 70,000, take it or leave it. "Very well. For the future of Konoha, I shall suffer this loss." Neon Tank sighed heavily, tossing a large bag of military rations onto the desk. "In total, there are 999, plus the one you just consumed, making it a total of 7 million. Hurry and pay up. My heart aches from this transaction. I wish to leave." The third Hokage stared incredulously at the hefty bag of military rations, then shot Neon Tank an incredulous look. "Are you jesting? You think you can produce 1,000 and demand 7 million? Do you take me for an ATM?" The third Hokage's fury was of little concern to Neon Tank, who simply replied, "If you do not wish to buy, then so be it." With that, he reached out as if to reclaim the military rations. The third Hokage recognized the ruse, but understood that those rations would dramatically enhance the survival rate of Konoha's ninjas. Fearing Neon Tank might actually withdraw them, he swiftly grabbed the bag. Stowing the rations away in his drawer, the third Hokage glared at Neon Tank. "Now, be gone. Return in 3 days for your payment. And that ration you consumed does not count. You must sample one if you wish to purchase." "How stingy. 70,000 is hardly generous," Neon Tank protested. "Are you leaving or not? If you linger, I will deduct another 1 million. The third Hokage snapped. "Fine, I shall take my leave," Neon Tank replied, exasperated. Hinata Tianyun felt a twinge of apprehension as he hurriedly departed from the Hokage's office, fearing that the third Hokage might become indignant and withhold funds from him. However, he was not particularly concerned about the third Hokage's reluctance to pay, as he was well aware that the third would never be able to produce such a substantial sum all at once. The 3 days that lay ahead would provide ample time for the third Hokage to distribute the military rations among the various clans, after which they would naturally reimburse him, possibly even yielding a profit for the Hokage. Yet, the thought of having borrowed 200 million from Hinata Rizu earlier that day to procure military rations and enhanced military rations weighed heavily on his mind. leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened and troubled. In the Hokage's office, upon witnessing Hinata Tianyun's departure, the third Hokage summoned a member of the and informed the heads of the various clans that I have something of great interest for them to appraise, and request their presence here at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Once that is settled, investigate the source of Hinata Tianyun's substantial military rations, ensuring that no attention is drawn to him. Understood, the ninja replied, promptly executing the mission. Meanwhile, Hinata Tianyun sauntered away from the Hokage building, feeling a sense of ennui as he made his way toward the Nara clan shop. He resolved to explore what medicinal herbs might be enhanced for profit. Earlier that morning, he had frequented the Nara shop numerous times, but at that moment, his sole focus had been on gathering 1,000 military rations, leaving him no time to scrutinize the shop's offerings. Now, with a lighter heart, he entered the apothecary, only to find the herbs available for sale rather ordinary. After experimenting with an enhancement, he discovered that the cost was only a few hundred to a few thousand. And even after enhancement, their value would likely not amount to much. Consequently, after an hour of browsing, he lost interest and departed the shop, anticipating the tedious rank missions that awaited him starting tomorrow. Hinata Tianyun felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him, but he resolved that once he secured the 700 million from the third Hokage, he would petition to undertake higher-level missions. Otherwise, he feared he might perish from boredom. Moreover, upon leaving Konohagakure, he would be free to pursue wealth without restraint. Although some dangers might accompany this decision, he could accept a modicum of risk in exchange for financial gain. Unlike in Konohagakure, where any hint of disturbance would attract attention, such scrutiny did not align with his character of quietly amassing wealth. With a hint of melancholy, Hinata Tianyun decided to return to the Hinata clan, intending to impart some knowledge to Hinata Hanabi, who had already paid for her training. Otherwise, if Hinata Rizu observed him idling without teaching Hanabi, his reputation would surely suffer. Of course, this line of thought was merely a fade. The true reason for his visit was the discomfort of owing 200 million to Hinata Rizu, and since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he figured he might as well assist Hanabi. Chapter 051. The Great Thief at the Hinata Residence. Hinata Hanabi was taken aback by Hinata Tianyun's unexpected arrival, as he never personally requested to train her. It was usually she who sought him out for instruction. Yet, true to her nature, she concealed her bewilderment and obediently followed Hinata Tianyun to the training ground, where he instructed her in some very basic ninjutsu techniques. After an hour of training, Hanabi felt as though she had transformed into a prodigy. She could grasp techniques after merely one demonstration and was astonished by her remarkable progress. Could it be that Hinata Tianyun was indeed a master capable of rapidly enhancing one's abilities? After he departed, she stood in a daze, staring in the direction he had gone, lost in thought. Hinata Tianyun, however, paid no heed to her confusion, having spent 200 million to enhance several of the ordinary ninjutsu she had learned. He considered it a fair exchange for the interest on the 2 billion he owed Hinata Rizu. Having assisted Hanabi, his earlier discontent had diminished slightly. Upon returning to the estate, he exchanged a few words with Hinata Matsuen, who was busy training. However, upon encountering her incessant chatter, he made a hasty retreat to his room for some well-deserved rest. After lying quietly in bed for 16 hours, Hinata Tianyun awoke feeling refreshed at 7 in the morning. He bid farewell to Hinata Matsuen and set off to enjoy breakfast within Konohagakure. Word of Kakashi's habitual tardiness was already known to him, Hinata Hanabi, and Mukimura Shinmei, so he leisurely wandered through the village. Eventually finding a CAF where he enjoyed a modest breakfast before ambling toward the village gates at T840. He spotted Mukimura Shinmei and Hinata Hanabi, who had arrived early and were engaged in conversation about women's topics. He approached the two well-known gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai, intending to strike up a conversation with them. The two Chunin were familiar with Hinata Tianyun, although they had never spoken with him before. Upon seeing him approach, Gongzi Tai, who was seated closest, inquired, "You are Hinata Tianyun, correct? What brings you here?" Since they had initiated the conversation, Hinata Tianyun wasted no time and asked directly, "Do you two have any money? If you possess 500,000, I can assist you in refining your weapons. Are you interested?" Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi were momentarily taken aback. The IT wasn't that they lacked 500,000. But rather that Hinata Tianyun's question had caught them off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless and staring at him blankly. Gongzi Tai was the first to regain his composure, recalling the legends surrounding Hinata Tianyun and his ability to refine weapons. He hesitated, contemplating whether to accept his offer. As the price was within his means, he glanced at Kamizuki Izumi, seeking her opinion, only to find her visibly excited, which made him realize she was already intrigued by the proposition. Kamizuki Izumi wielded a sword, while Gongzi Tai carried a large hammer. Both their weapons were of considerable size, distinct from small kunai. The price Hinata Tianyun proposed was not exorbitant and seemed quite reasonable. Promising a significant enhancement to their abilities that I will pay 500,000, Kamizuki Izumi declared eagerly that I, too, am willing. Gongzi Tai chimed in. With a potential profit of 1 million in sight, Hinata Tianyun was naturally pleased and promptly stated, "Then hand over the money. I will refine your weapons right away." Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai exchanged awkward glances. Finally, Gongzi Tai hesitantly suggested, "We don't have that much money on us. Could we perhaps owe you and pay you back when you return? How can you agree to something without the money?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, his displeasure evident, leaving Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi feeling rather helpless. Just as he finished his protest, he shifted to a calm demeanor and remarked, "Very well, since I am in a good mood today, I shall refine your weapons for you. However, I must charge an interest of 20,000, meaning each of you will owe me 520,000. Is that clear?" While Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai were pleased that Hinata Tianyun was willing to refine their weapons, they were taken aback by the added interest. Nevertheless, having already committed to the 500,000, they were unconcerned about the additional 20,000 and quickly produced their weapons to hand over to Hinata Tianyun in front of Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi. Hinata Tianyun did not immediately begin the enhancement. Instead, he took the weapons and pretended to examine them for a minute, feigning exhaustion before returning them and saying, "All done. I exerted considerable effort on this. When I return tonight, ensure you have the payment ready. Otherwise, each day of delay will incur an additional 20,000, but upon receiving their weapons back, Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai were far too excited to pay attention to Hinata Tianyun's words. They eagerly examined their weapons, discovering that their power had more than doubled compared to before, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to test them out. Noticing that Gongzi Tai and Kamizuki Izumi were not listening to him, Hinata Tianyun shrugged and returned to Hinata Hanabi and Mukamura Shinmei, unwilling to waste further time with the gatekeepers. After lingering with them for a while, it was already 9:10, yet Kakashi had yet to arrive. Thus, Hinata Tianyun leaned against the village gate, listening to Mukamura Shinmei and Hinata Hanabi discuss trivial matters. To pass the time point 20 minutes later, Kakashi finally arrived. Offering no explanation for his tardiness, he simply waved a hand and stated, "Let us go. Today I have an excellent mission for you all," Kakashi announced as Hinata Tianyun. Hinata, and Kimura Shime couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Hinata Tianyun then inquired, "Kakashi, what exactly is this mission? Is it far from Konoha?" Kakashi, indifferent to their opinions, replied nonchalantly, "Recently, a notorious thief has emerged in Ungshi town of the Land of Fire, having stolen from several affluent families there. Those wealthy individuals have now placed a bounty of 30 million for capturing this thief, and we are tasked with apprehending him." For Hinata Tianyun, this was his first venture into a town in the Land of Fire, and he felt a surge of excitement, contemplating the possibility of discovering a lucrative opportunity to enrich his pockets. Hinata also felt a thrill, as it marked her first journey away from home, nervously clutching Kimura Shinmei's sleeve. Kimura Shinmei, on the other hand, found herself exasperated. She had little interest in the notion of venturing far, considering the task merely involved capturing a thief, which hardly constituted a significant undertaking that in her mind. Her primary responsibility was to protect Hinata and Hinata Tianyun, and all other tasks seemed trivial. Of course, she was well aware that Hinata Tianyun did not require her protection. The only one she could assist was Hinata. Chapter 052. The notorious thief Ungshi town was quite renowned within the Land of Fire, primarily due to its proximity to Konoha, as various supplies destined for the village had to pass through this bustling town. This made Ungshi town prosperous, resulting in a significant increase in the number of wealthy individuals. making it an ideal target for the thief. What puzzled Hinata Tianyun was the thief's apparent fixation on Ungshi Town. After robbing one house after another, he showed no inclination to leave, seemingly inviting capture. However, Hinata Tianyun merely entertained fleeting thoughts about the thief. He had no intention of personally pursuing him, planning instead to send a shadow clone to handle that while he sought out opportunities for profit in Ungshi Town. After following Kakashi for 4 hours, the four of them arrived at a hill overlooking the town. For both Hinata Tianyun and Hinata, this was their first sight of such a place, and they were captivated by the town's ancient charm and the cacophony of bustling vendors in the streets. Their spirits lifted. Their excitement, however, stemmed from different sources. Hinata was thrilled by the novelty of it all, while Hinata Tianyun was motivated by the prospect of wealth, anticipating that a crowd would mean ample opportunities for profit. Ungshi Town held significant importance to Konoha, which was why ninjas were stationed there year-round, ensuring it was a relatively safe place. Kakashi was unconcerned about any potential danger to Hinata Tianyun and the others, confidently announcing from the hilltop, "All right, your task today is to gather information on the thief's whereabouts. I've already informed you of the addresses of those wealthy individuals offering bounties. You three are to investigate on your own." Afterward, Kakashi pointed to the tallest and most opulent building in Ungshi Town, stating, "We shall reconvene there at 7 this evening to discuss our findings and formulate a plan for the capture." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "It's merely a D-rank mission. I doubt the opponent will be formidable. He probably just excels at hiding that I won't be joining you in this endeavor. Hinata and Shinmei, you can go on your own." Before Hinata and Kimura Shinmei could respond, Kakashi immediately reprimanded Hinata Tianyun. "No, that won't do. This is about developing your teamwork. You must accompany them that don't think you can slack off." With a sigh, Hinata Tianyun reluctantly produced a shadow clone, instructing it, "You follow Hinata and Shinmei. I'll explore the streets." Kakashi was at a loss for words, merely shooting a glare at Hinata Tianyun, warning, "If anything happens to Hinata or Shinmei, you'll have to explain it to the third Hokage." "What? Are you kidding me?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed. "Kakashi, you're the one responsible for their protection, not me. How can you blame me if something goes wrong?" Kakashi, without turning around, retorted, "They are girls. Can't you at least look after them? Besides, didn't you accept money from Hinata's father? You are obliged to protect her." Hinata Tianyun felt an urge to spit at Kakashi in frustration. The 5 million given by Hinata Hisashi was merely an educational fee, not a protection fee. By his rank, a proper bodyguard's fee would be at least 100 million a month. However, with both girls watching him, he refrained from arguing and shot Kakashi a fierce glare, stating, "Rest assured, if anything happens to them, I will take responsibility. We don't need your help." Kimura Shinmei replied flatly, "I don't need it either," Hinata added. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke so softly that only those within a meter could hear. The three of them each had their own personalities, and Kakashi was unsure how to encourage their collaboration, ultimately shaking his head and stating, "Do as you please. Just remember, you have only 3 days for this mission. If you fail, you won't be allowed to leave the vicinity of Konoha again." "Understood? That's clearly a threat," Hinata Tianyun replied, dissatisfied. "I am indeed threatening you. After all, it's your inability to cooperate that necessitates it." Kakashi acknowledged with a nod. "Tish," Hinata Tianyun scoffed, turning to Hinata and Kimura Shinmei, saying, "Let's go. We'll discuss other matters once we enter the town." Kimura Shinmei glanced at the shadow clone of Hinata Tianyun beside them and remarked, "What about that clone? I assent it inappropriate to enter the town like this." Bang! Before she could finish her statement, Hinata Tianyun transformed into Kakashi, declaring, "This should be acceptable, right? Now, let us hurry along, with no further objections." Kimura Shinmei and Hinata followed the Kakashi impersonation of Hinata Tianyun as they ventured towards Ungshi Town. Observing them depart, Kakashi shook his head in resignation. However, his intention was not to capture any thief, but rather to meet with the Konoha ninjas responsible for Ungshi Town security, ensuring they monitored and protected Hinata Tianyun and the others from potential danger. They could see the entrance of Ungshi Town, where carriages, pedestrians, and cargo trucks continuously flowed. Hinata Tianyun led Hinata and Kimura Shinmei to a discreet spot near the entrance, instructing them, "All right, you two follow my clone to gather information on the thief. while I will remain hidden in the shadows." Kimura Shinmei scoffed. "You make it sound so noble. You just want to ditch us." "How could I? I am truly hiding to protect you," Hinata Tianyun fervently assured. Yet, Kimura Shinmei remained skeptical, though she chose not to voice her doubts. After all, Hinata Tianyun usually sent shadow clones to complete tasks. And this time was no different. She simply took Hinata's hand and said, "Let us go. Pay no mind to that fellow." Hinata Hyuga hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Hyuga Tianyun. Yet before she could utter a word, she was swiftly pulled away by Kimura Kokomi onto the main road, hastening towards the streets of Ungshi town. As Hinata and Kimura departed, Hyuga Tianyun directed his shadow clone. "Just follow them. Your sole responsibility is to monitor their movements. That if anything arises, simply dispel yourself." Assigning tasks to a shadow clone was a reluctant necessity, for as the sole possessor of the system, he alone could partake in the endeavor of enhancing and profiting. After sending the clone away, Hyuga Tianyun transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man, blending seamlessly with the throngs of travelers as he strolled towards Ungshi town, adopting the guise of an ordinary wanderer to avoid drawing attention from any extraordinary individuals. Chapter 053. The Great Thief 3. The streets of Ungshi town were bustling with a myriad of establishments: kabuki theaters, gambling houses, brothels, taverns, restaurants, snack shops, general stores, and more. Hyuga Tianyun sought the weapon and medicinal shops, dedicating a full hour to explore Ungshi town, ultimately discovering 3 weapon shops and 2 herbal stores. He returned to the first weapon shop, embarking on his path to financial gain. His method involved purchasing a plethora of ordinary weapons, enhancing them, and subsequently selling them at the other 2 shops to profit from the price differential. This business model was second nature to Hyuga Tianyun, having engaged in similar ventures in the Hidden Leaf Village. Thus he encountered no difficulties. Moreover, his frequent changes in identity ensured that the merchants at the 3 blacksmith shops remained oblivious to the fact that they were all dealing with the same individual. While the method of earning was sound, Hyuga Tianyun felt dissatisfied with the limited funds at the 3 blacksmith shops. Collectively, he earned only 130 million, which barely sufficed for his needs. In truth, he could have profited more. But his limited time and reluctance to haggle with the cunning shop owners resulted in a diminished sum. After 3 hours, he had drained the coffers of all 3 blacksmith shops and proceeded to the 2 herbal stores, depleting their funds by 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The capital from the 2 herbal stores was roughly equivalent to that of the 3 blacksmith shops, bringing his total earnings in Ungshi town to 270 million. As for the remaining small change, he deemed it not worth his time to calculate. Having amassed a considerable fortune, Hyuga Tianyun promptly invested 200 million into enhancing his chakra and soul, an endeavor he had long desired. Upon completion, his chakra had significantly increased, yet he felt no discernible change regarding his soul, leaving him with a sense of having spent money without reaping the expected benefits. With a resigned shake of his head, he observed his chakra levels, noting they had doubled, though he could not ascertain if this was sufficient to qualify as a jonin. This ambiguity stemmed from the fact that a ninja's rank is not merely determined by chakra quantity, but rather a composite of will, intellect, and strength. Even a genin with substantial experience could ascend to jonin status. As a capable team leader, of course, a greater chakra reserve would enhance the likelihood of promotion, as the ninja world fundamentally respects strength. Where even the most astute individuals may encounter insurmountable power, he pondered the intricacies of chakra. Hyuga Tianyun noticed the dusk settling in, indicating that the time to meet Kakashi was drawing near. He made his way to the highest casino in Ungshi town. Upon arrival, he found Hinata and Kimura waiting at the entrance. After dispelling his disguise, he approached them, smiling as he inquired, "How did the reconnaissance fare? Have you uncovered any traces of the thief? Is he a skilled adversary?" Kimura shot him an unimpressed glance, her expression flat as she replied, "What thief? He is nothing but a novice. The 5 wealthy individuals were robbed entirely due to their own folly." What do you mean?" Hyuga Tianyun asked, confused about Kimura's implication. She continued dismissively, "Those 5 rich men converted all their hard-earned money into gold bars and displayed them in the hall for all to see. It's no surprise they were robbed. They brought it upon themselves." Hyuga Tianyun found himself speechless. The absurdity of the 5 wealthy men was indeed striking. Showing off their wealth in such a manner made him almost tempted to steal from them as well. His curiosity piqued, he pressed on. But why did all 5 of them choose to display their gold bars? One person might make sense, but 5 together raises questions. Kimura nodded. I share your curiosity, yet when I inquired, they were tight-lipped. However, from their expressions, it was evident they had conspired to display their wealth. The reasons remain a mystery to me. With a resigned shake of his head, Hokage Tianyun decided to focus on the critical matter at hand. Asking, Kokomi, you mentioned that the thief is a novice. Does that imply you have some leads or have tracked his whereabouts? Regarding the thief, Kimura furrowed her brow. There are indeed some clues, but the identity remains unclear. The thief entered by scaling the walls, leaving very distinct footprints. Yet, I can't fathom how he managed to carry away such a substantial amount of gold, something an ordinary person would struggle to move. Hokage Tianyun began to understand Kimura's confusion. The clear footprints suggested the thief lacked the stealth of a ninja, yet the ability to abscond with a large quantity of gold implied considerable strength. An odd contradiction. After a moment of silence, he asked, do you have any further clues? Kimura replied, there are some leads. The thief is likely still within Ungshi town. Once the 5 wealthy men discovered their gold was missing, they immediately instructed their guards to block the routes out of town, preventing the gold from being transported away. You saw the guard stationed at the entrance when we entered the town. They were dispatched by the 5 wealthy men to investigate. Hokage Tianyun was taken aback. He had presumed the guards of the town's entrance were part of the local defense, tasked with preventing smuggling of contraband. Not realizing they were the personal guards of the 5 affluent individuals. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, Ungshi town is quite large. Finding that stash of gold will not be an easy task. Kimura smiled. We already have some leads. The thief is a novice, and the footprints are clearly marked along the path. Following them, I am certain they lead to the northern civilian district. However, the terrain there is complex and densely populated, making it challenging to identify the individual. Nevertheless, I have a plan to investigate thoroughly tomorrow, and I'm confident I will locate the thief. Hokage Tianyun, intrigued, inquired, what plan do you have in mind? I would like to hear it and gain insight. Kimura glanced down the street before turning to Hokage Tianyun. Kakashi-sensei is here. We can discuss this tomorrow. Are you doing this on purpose? Kimura's withholding of her plan frustrated Hokage Tianyun, who felt a strong urge to express his annoyance towards her. Yet, Kimura remained unfazed by his displeasure. In her mind, Hokage Tianyun had been persistently dragging her and Hinata into labor while he lounged about, so giving him a taste of irritation seemed a fitting response for past grievances. Chapter 054. The great thief wore the entrance of the Ungshi town casino. Kakashi soon approached, gathering the trio. Even before getting close, he called out, you all, come with me. I have arranged for a hotel to rest. As Kakashi approached, he immediately expressed his intention to leave without inquiring about the thief, which made Hinata Tianyun acutely aware that Kakashi had been keeping a close watch on them, that it was possible that his actions had also been observed by Kakashi. However, Hinata Tianyun believed he was being quite cautious. The enhanced herbs and weapons he possessed were rather ordinary. Even if Kakashi discovered them, he felt it wouldn't pose any problem. Thus he remained indifferent to Kakashi's scrutiny. After giving a brief command, Kakashi crossed the casino and headed toward a modest 3-story building adorned with a sign bearing the name of Anji Inn, leading Hinata Tianyun and the others to realize where they would be staying that night. Following Kakashi to the inn, Hinata Tianyun did not leave immediately. Instead, he found himself gazing vacantly at the casino, pondering why he lacked gambling skills. If he were to master the art of gambling, he could enhance his abilities and possibly make a fortune at the casino. Hinata Tianyun, why are you still here? The voice of Mukamura, Shinmei, jolted him from his reverie. He had momentarily been lost in thought about the potential profits from gambling, which rendered him somewhat dazed that it was only natural for Hinata Tianyun to be momentarily distracted. After all, what could possibly yield money faster than gambling? Given his financial needs, the sudden realization that casinos could be profitable was bound to leave him astonished. Regaining his composure, Hinata Tianyun glanced at the dazzling casino before turning to follow Mukamura Xene. He would still be at a loss in gambling. Entering the casino would likely result in losses. If he wished to profit from the casino, careful planning was essential. The inn Kakashi had chosen was merely a rather ordinary establishment, its accommodations lacking in luxury. This caused Hinata Tianyun to look down upon Kakashi. Deeming him a miserly individual. Of course, Kakashi was indifferent to Hinata Tianyun's disdain, as he believed that Hinata Tianyun was the truly stingy one, and he considered himself quite generous in comparison. After distributing the rooms, Kakashi ceased to engage with Hinata Tianyun and the others, dismissing them to find their own dinner, exhibiting an attitude that suggested he had no desire to accompany them. Hinata Tianyun had initially hoped to share a meal with Kakashi, but upon perceiving Kakashi's unwillingness to treat them, he shifted his attention to Mukamura Shinmei and said, "Shinmei, I heard you've saved quite a bit of money. Why don't you treat us to dinner tonight?" Mukamura Shinmei retorted with a snort, "Sorry, but I already had dinner with Hinata. If you want to eat, you'll have to go out on your own. You two actually hid it from me and dined without me. That's quite against the rules." Hinata Tianyun expressed his dissatisfaction, reprimanding Mukamura Shinmei. Unlike Mukamura Shinmei, Hinata immediately lowered her voice upon witnessing Hinata Tianyun's anger, saying, "If master wants dinner, I can treat you. I still have some money left." Hinata was indeed considerate, and Hinata Tianyun cast a satisfied glance at her before turning to scorn Mukamura Shinmei. However, what he saw was Mukamura Shinmei's disdainful expression directed at him, as if to say, "How dare you let Hinata treat you? Do you possess any shred of male dignity?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Mukamura Shinmei's gaze, Hinata Tianyun cleared his throat and told Hinata, "Forget it. You and Shinmei go back to rest. I will handle dinner on my own. You need not concern yourselves with me." With that, he turned and left the room. Hinata Tianyun's sudden departure prompted Hinata to consider following him, as she was no fool and had noticed that his previous words were clearly provoked by Mukamura Shinmei. However, just as she took a step forward, Mukamura Shinmei pulled her back into the room, saying, "What are you doing? Do you really want to treat that jerk to dinner?" Pressured by Mukamura Shinmei, Hinata felt too embarrassed to chase after him and could only silently follow Mukamura Shinmei back to their room to rest. Upon leaving the inn to find a place for dinner, Hinata Tianyun reflected on his own inadequacies in training. The disdain for Mukamura Shinmei had made him feel too embarrassed to allow Hinata to treat him. Sighing, he randomly selected a restaurant and ordered the establishment's specialty dish, black fish, and began to eat slowly. During his meal, his thoughts had shifted away from concerns about his own pride and were now fixated on the matter of earning money through gambling. After all, what he truly needed was money, not a sense of dignity to learn the art of gambling. Entering a casino would undoubtedly be the quickest path, but it was certain that he would waste a considerable sum of money during the initial learning phase. After some contemplation, Hinata Tianyun concluded that it would be wiser to return to Konoha and seek a gambling enthusiast there to learn from, as it would not require much expenditure. He could then return to the casino to earn, reaping pure profits. The thought of such a scenario made him eager to return to Konoha, prompting him to hastily finish his dinner and return to the inn to rest, preparing to resolve the thief issue on the morrow. At precisely 5 o'clock the following morning, Hinata Tianyun was the first to rise, knocking on the doors of Mukamura Shinmei and Hinata's room, exclaiming, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time to get to work." No more sleeping in. His shouts stirred a commotion within the room, and a minute later, the door opened to reveal Mukamura Shinmei's furious face as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? You usually shirk your tasks, and now you're so eager. Mind your own business. Hurry up and get dressed," replied Hinata Tianyun. Mukamura Shinmei was so enraged by him that she trembled, wishing to punch that arrogant face of his. Ultimately, upon realizing that she might not be able to defeat Hinata Tianyun, she merely huffed and closed the door. 5 minutes later, Mukamura Shinmei emerged from the room, her face set in a cold expression, refusing to greet Hinata Tianyun as she strode directly towards the inn's main entrance, clearly ignoring him. Following closely behind, Hinata quickly explained, "Master, Shinmei is in a bad mood, let's hurry and catch up. She said she doesn't want breakfast and wants to find someone right away." "Tch, what a troublesome little brat." Hinata Tianyun sighed as he followed Hinata in pursuit of Mukamura Shinmei down the way to the commoner district of Ungshi Town. Hinata Tianyun casually purchased some food and shared it with Hinata, eating as they followed Mukamura Shinmei, who was increasingly irritated by Hinata Tianyun's failure to buy anything for her to the entrance of the commoner street in Ungshi Town. Mukamura Shinmei, in a foul mood, shot a fierce glare at Hinata Tianyun and Hinata behind her, stating, "Hinata is coming with me to find someone. You can do whatever you want. Don't you need my assistance?" Hinata Tianyun asked in astonishment. "We can handle it ourselves. We do not require your interference," Mukimura Kokomi replied with a disdainful expression. "Fine. Do as you wish," Hinata Tianyun shrugged, indifferent as long as they could catch the thief and return to Konoha quickly. Upon hearing Mukimura Kokomi's name, Hinata cast a glance at the idle Hinata Tianyun and obediently followed Mukimura Kokomi into the commoner's street. After Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata departed, Hinata Tianyun found himself with nothing to do. For he had never studied how to investigate such matters. Even if he wished to pursue it, he would achieve little. It would be more prudent to leave it to the professionals from the route. Like Mukimura Kokomi did as for any danger that might befall Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata, he had dispatched shadow clones concealed in the shadows to report back to him, allowing him to respond promptly without wasting much time. Thus, with little to occupy him, Hinata Tianyun began to stroll through the commoner's street. In fact, he had visited this area the previous day, but he had been in a hurry to locate a blacksmith and an apothecary. Upon discovering that neither establishment could be found there, he had left without properly observing the surroundings. Today, with time to spare, Hinata Tianyun wandered through the commoner's street and concluded that it was indeed a commoner's street. The shops lining the street were all small vendors selling items of little value. The pedestrians he encountered appeared lethargic, their clothing often tattered, presenting a stark contrast to the opulence of the noble district of Ungshi Town, which felt like two entirely different worlds. As Hinata Tianyun meandered through the commoner's street, he attracted the attention of passers-by. Firstly, his attire was quite extravagant. Secondly, his age was notably young. Lastly, the ninja headband of a leaf village hanging from his clothing caught the eyes of many. Speaking of the headband, when he first received it, he felt it was unflattering, so he decided to tie it, like an ornament, to his waist with a string. These three factors combined made Hinata Tianyun exceptionally conspicuous. Simultaneously, his identity as a ninja deterred anyone from approaching him, as they would merely glance before hastily averting their gazes, after completing his circuit of the commoner's street and finding little of interest. He retraced his steps to a shop he had passed earlier, which had emitted an enticing aroma. That he entered, seated himself, and requested the proprietor to serve him a meal. The establishment was quite small, with only 10 seats, all simple wooden stools, and the decor was rudimentary, consisting merely of a layer of paper pasted on the walls, an exceedingly shabby place, had it not been for the tantalizing smell of the food. Hinata Tianyun would have exited immediately. He ordered a plate of roasted chicken and some vegetables, settling down to savor the meal and alleviate his boredom. At 9:30 in the morning, an hour not typically designated for breakfast or lunch. The establishment was devoid of other patrons, allowing for swift service. Within 3 minutes, 2 plates of food were served, and Hinata Tianyun promptly began to eat. "Owner, please pack 2 portions of your best dish for me," he requested. Just as he took his first bite and found the flavor somewhat lacking compared to the aroma, a loud voice interrupted him. Looking up, he saw a young man, clad in tattered clothing and sporting a short hairstyle, whose demeanor was somewhat arrogant, likely around 20 years of age. Hinata Tianyun held little interest in the man, casting a cursory glance before returning his focus to the food. 5 minutes later, he noticed the young man departing with bags of food and thought little of it, merely assuming he was a young individual who had suddenly come into some money and was treating himself. However, just a minute later, his thoughts shifted as he spotted Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi appearing at the entrance of the shop, speaking with the young male server. "Hinata, Kokomi, over here," Hinata Tianyun called out to the 2 women. Upon hearing his voice, Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata turned and saw him seated inside, eating. Mukimura Kokomi immediately scoffed. "You seem quite comfortable, sitting here eating while we don't have time to chat. We need to catch a thief." Hinata wanted to enter the restaurant, was promptly pulled away by Mukimura Kokomi, leaving her to offer Hinata Tianyun an apologetic glance. Upon hearing Mukimura Kokomi's mention of a thief, Hinata Tianyun recalled the arrogant young man who had just purchased food and quickly stood up, tossing some money onto the table, abandoning his meal, and hastily following Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata. 5 minutes later, Hinata Tianyun caught up with Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata, and the 3 stood behind a dilapidated wall. peering through a hole at the young man who had just entered a rundown building. After 30 seconds, Hinata Tianyun could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly inquired of Mukimura Kokomi. "Is that guy suspicious? How did you find him?" Mukimura Kokomi did not respond, fixated on the movements inside the wall, while Hinata answered in a hushed tone on her behalf. "Master, Kokomi and I investigated the entire commoner area, looking for anyone who has suddenly changed, and we found this Yamamoto Uemura, whom we have been following to is Yamamoto Uemura acting strangely recently." Hinata Tianyun continued to probe. Hinata nodded. "He used to wander the streets daily, tricking people into giving him food and rewards, but lately he's been hiding at home. Moreover, he has been quite extravagant when he does venture out to buy things. Kokomi believes he must be the one who took the gold." Hinata Tianyun pondered for a moment about the arrogant man he had encountered at the restaurant and frowned. Didn't T. Kokomi say that the thief had considerable strength and could steal a large amount of gold? I saw that man struggling to carry food. How could he possibly have the strength to run off with gold? I don't know about that. Anyway, he asked the most suspicious person in the whole commoner street. Hinata shook her head, unable to clarify, and seeing that Mukimura Kokomi would not enlighten him either, Hinata Tianyun decided to leap over the wall and charge into the dilapidated house, leaving Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata dumbfounded, ultimately compelling them to follow suit. Chapter 056. The Great Thief 6. Hinata Tianyun was not inclined to wait for too long. He was eager to return to Konoha village as soon as possible to learn gambling skills and make a fortune. Now that he had identified a suspect, he was determined not to linger. He wanted to capture the suspect and interrogate him swiftly, thus resolving the matter quickly and gaining the opportunity to return home to study gambling techniques. At present, Hinata Tianyun possessed the strength of a jonin. Upon entering the rundown house, he shattered the decrepit wooden door with a single punch and laid eyes on the young man seated in the main hall, holding chopsticks and staring at him in disbelief. Yamamoto Uemura, as described by Hinata. Casting a glance at the food laid before Yamamoto Uemura, Hinata Tianyun prepared to apprehend him when the furious voice of Mukimura Kokomi reached his ears from behind. Hinata Tianyun. "What on earth are you doing? Have you ever learned the fundamentals of tracking?" Glancing back at the exasperated Mukimura Kokomi, Hinata Tianyun replied nonchalantly, "I couldn't care less about your so-called principles. My principle is brute force, and that is the quickest way." With that, he stepped on the splintered wooden debris from the shattered door and approached Yamamoto Uemura, stating, "I have but one question, and if you fail to answer correctly, you shall face dire consequences." Yamamoto Uemura, startled by the sudden intrusion into his home, had not yet registered his anger when this little brat appeared before him, which incited his wrath that he stood up, intending to retaliate, but as he did, the sight of Hinata Tianyun's Byakugan extinguished his fury. The residents of Ungshi Town, even among the common folk, were largely employed by the Leaf Village. Yamamoto Uemura undoubtedly recognized the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. He knew that if he dared to provoke a member of the Hyuga clan, regardless of whether he could defeat his opponent, he would find no refuge in the land of fire, and would likely be pursued by the Hyuga clan. Upon standing, Yamamoto Uemura towered over Hinata Tianyun by a half a head, forcing Hinata Tianyun to look up at him, whose expression shifted from anger to trepidation, seizing the moment while Yamamoto Uemura's mind was still in disarray. Hinata Tianyun employed a small illusion technique to bewilder him before asking, "Now, speak. Are the gold bars in the homes of the 5 affluent families taken by you? If you are lying, you know the consequences." Yamashita, being merely a commoner in the wilderness, could hardly withstand the illusions cast by Hinata Tianyun. Moreover, he harbored ulterior motives in his heart. Upon questioning by Hinata Tianyun, he promptly knelt and bowed, exclaiming, "Ninja Master, I indeed stole the gold from the 5 wealthy families, but those gold bars are hardly worth anything." "What do you mean by the gold being worthless?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, puzzled. Yamashita, still on his knees, hastily explained, "Those gold bars are merely a thin shell. Inside, they're filled with a heap of useless pills that I discarded all the pills and sold the gold shell for a mere 3 million. I was truly deceived." Deceived? Hinata Tianyun's confusion deepened, for it seemed that someone had indeed compelled Yamashita to steal the gold. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed further, "Clarify this matter, and let me inform you of something. Lord Hokage is already aware of the situation. Should you speak carelessly, death shall be your fate. Yamashita, terrified at the mention of the Hokage's name, divulged every detail he knew. Once he finished, both Hinata Tianyun and Komura Kanami were left baffled, as the situation exceeded the scope of their investigation. After a moment's thought, Hinata Tianyun activated his Byakugan and scanned the surroundings, quickly identifying over 20 hidden figures lurking near the dilapidated buildings, evidently lying in wait for them to emerge. Damn it. This is serious, Hinata remarked, retracting his Byakugan. You have activated your eyes, Hinata exclaimed, astonished, her expression betraying her shock. Hinata had no time to address Hinata's surprise. He turned directly to Komura Kanami, saying, "Be cautious. There are 23 individuals lying in ambush outside. Once we step out, we are likely to be attacked by the enemy. You should keep Hinata on guard while I search for what I need. Battle will likely ensue shortly." Battle? Hinata's astonished expression returned, replaced by a mix of surprise and trepidation. Komura Kanami, having harbored doubts about Hinata Byakugan, was not overly surprised by its activation. However, upon hearing that there were 23 enemies, she frowned and queried, "This is troublesome. If there are ninjas among them, the three of us should avoid direct confrontation. It would be more prudent to take Yamashita and seek out Kakashi-sensei." Hinata shook his head, asserting, "They are merely rabble. Among them, there are only a dozen ninjas, and their chakra levels are likely that of genin. However, there are two ninjas whose chakra levels should be at the Hunin level." Komura Kanami looked at Hinata exasperated. Despite the presence of two Hunin, Hinata dismissively referred to the others as rabble, displaying an astounding level of contempt for Hunin. She herself was merely a genin. Not wishing to dwell on Hinata arrogance, Komura Kanami promptly asked, "What should we do now? Should I take Hinata and leave this place?" Hinata contemplated for a moment before replying, "That could work. But let's first locate the pills that fellow discarded. The 5 affluent families have schemed to have those pills stolen, and they must be valuable items. If we can obtain evidence, it will be easier to explain things to Kakashi." "All right, I trust your judgment," Komura Kanami conceded, recognizing the reasonableness of Hinata words without further objection. Then, Hinata glanced at Yamashita, who lay motionless on the ground, and stated, "You now have an opportunity to atone for your crimes. Come with us to meet Lord Hokage and repeat what you just told us. He may spare your life." Upon hearing that he might survive, Yamashita regained some of his spirit and asked, "Really? Will Lord Hokage truly spare me?" Hinata pointed to his Byakugan, asserting, "This is my guarantee. You doubt the words of the Hyuga clan?" Yamashita finally took the matter seriously, hastily rising to bow to Hinata stating, "Lord Hyuga, I will follow your orders without question." Hinata replied with satisfaction, "Now, first lead me to where you buried the pills, and we shall proceed together to find Lord Hokage." "Yes, my lord, please follow me." Yamashita complied, now obedient and eager to serve. Chapter 057. The Great Thief 7. Yamashita recounted his tale. He was originally an unemployed drifter, thriving on deception and trickery in the common streets. One evening, after acquiring some money, he ventured into a secluded tavern to drink. Indulging until he fell into a stupor, in a half-conscious state, he overheard 2 individuals at a nearby table discussing something peculiar. Though somewhat inebriated and unable to grasp the details, he caught snippets about the 5 affluent families, mentioning that they would be unguarded the following night and plotting to steal the gold they had displayed in their homes. Initially, Yamashita dismissed the notion. The gold had been on display for some time, and while he had never seen it himself, many had spoken of it, describing the numerous guards protecting the treasures. However, upon returning home and reflecting on the allure of that vast wealth, he became increasingly restless and ultimately resolved to investigate the vicinity of the 5 affluent families' homes, hoping to find them unprotected. The following night, with a heart full of trepidation, Yamashita approached the walls of one affluent family's estate and was pleasantly surprised to find no guards in sight. Unable to contain his excitement, he climbed into the residence and made off with all the gold displayed in the grand hall. Subsequently, he pondered whether the other 4 affluent families were similarly unguarded. Proceeding to rob them of their gold as well. Caught up in the thrill of thievery, He had not considered the strangeness of the gold until he returned home, realizing the sheer weight of the gold far exceeded his own strength. He took one gold ingot to examine. Upon investigation, he discovered the weight was inconsistent. After breaking it open, he found a stash of pills hidden within. Yamashita had no interest in the pills, nor did he dare to show them to anyone or taste them. Instead, he dug a hole and buried all the pills, smashing the gold wrappers and exchanging them through his dubious friends for 3 million in the days that followed, as he witnessed the underlings of the 5 affluent families patrolling everywhere. He was too fearful to act recklessly. Yet, with his gluttonous nature, he could not resist for long and eventually ventured out to buy some fine food, which ultimately led to his discovery by Komura Kanami. Once Yamashita finished recounting his story, both Hinata Tianyun and Komura Kanami immediately sensed inconsistencies. Being astute individuals, they quickly discerned that the simultaneous withdrawal of guards by the 5 affluent families was a deliberate act to facilitate theft, and Yamashita had merely stumbled upon the opportunity before others could act. With the knowledge gained from his Byakugan scan, Hinata Tianyun surmised that the 5 affluent families would not give up on retrieving those pills and would likely send someone to follow them. Having grasped the sequence of events, Hinata Tianyun instructed Yamashita to lead the way to the location where he buried the pills, eager to uncover the truth behind their significance and why the 5 affluent families had gone through such elaborate measures to have them stolen. Yamashita's burial site was conveniently located at his home, as he had been too frightened to stray far upon acquiring the stolen goods. In just 3 minutes, Hinata Tianyun unearthed a jar buried against the wall of Yamashita's yard, filled to the brim with pills. Observing the jar in Yamashita's hands, Hinata Tianyun remarked, "Why, it appears you've preserved them quite well. Were you planning to sell them at a later time?" The notion of ascending the mountain was, of course, in alignment with what Hinata Tianyun had in mind. Thus, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly handed the jar to Hinata Tianyun. With a smile, Hinata Tianyun accepted the jar, opening it to reveal a collection of pills, each about the size of a little finger. Although he was unfamiliar with these pills, he felt no concern, for as long as he held them, the system would automatically identify them without any need for worry. Extracting a jet black pill and placing it in his palm, the system immediately prompted Hinata Tianyun, inquiring whether he wished to enhance the Suede pills in his possession, pills designed to strengthen the body. Hinata Tianyun had encountered similar ones in Konoha village, priced at an extravagant 2 million each, far rarer than the regular military rations. With at least 500 pills in that jar, their total worth was approximately 10 billion. A wave of elation surged through Hinata Tianyun. He had no intention of returning these treasures to the 3rd Hokage. Instead, he planned to enhance them and sell them, anticipating a profit of at least 20 billion, which greatly lifted his spirits. Producing a sealing scroll, Hinata Tianyun decisively sealed away the entire jar of pills, leaving behind a mere handful as evidence for Kakashi, causing Mukimura Kokomi to twitch her lips in dismay. Mukimura Kokomi was well aware of the Suede pills, for her current prowess was built upon them. Otherwise, she would not have achieved the level of an elite genin at the tender age of 9. Understanding the value of the Suede pills, Mukimura Kokomi knew Hinata Tianyun would never relinquish them, as the entire Konoha was aware of his notorious stinginess. Extracting a tooth from his mouth would be a Herculean task. However, this was inconsequential to her. Mukimura Kokomi merely held Hinata Tianyun in disdain within her thoughts, choosing not to pay further attention to his actions. With a significant fortune in his grasp, Hinata Tianyun turned to Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata, saying, "Now is your moment to shine. As we depart, we are bound to be confronted by ninjas that I shall dispatch for shadow clones to assist you in dealing with them. So do not abandon me. Understand? Master, aren't you going to intervene?" Hinata inquired, her heart fluttering with trepidation as it was her first experience in a life-or-death battle. She gazed at Hinata Tianyun, hoping for his support. Hinata's reasoning was simple. Given Hinata Tianyun's formidable strength, if he were to engage, the enemies would be easily dispatched. Unfortunately, in response to her expectant gaze, Hinata Tianyun remarked nonchalantly, "My shadow clones are solely for support. If you're not in danger, they will not assist you." Hinata gasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Mukimura Kokomi shot a disparaging glance at Hinata Tianyun and approached Hinata, offering words of comfort. Do not worry. They are merely ordinary ninjas. Nothing like us. Together, we shall handle them effortlessly. Mukimura Kokomi's assertion held merit, as typical rogue ninjas possessed limited jutsu, primarily relying on physical combat. In contrast, the prestigious Hinata and the elite Mukimura Kokomi were well-versed in a plethora of jutsu, far surpassing the skills of wandering ninjas. Chapter 058. The Great Thief ate Hinata. Hinata's strength, having been enhanced multiple times by Hinata Tianyun, was, in fact, now superior to Mukimura Kokomi's. Yet her timid disposition allowed her to only unleash 60% of her potential, which was already commendable. The emergence of adversaries presented an opportune moment for Hinata Tianyun to expose Hinata to the harsh realities of combat, fostering her growth. Mukimura Kokomi, perceptive as ever, seemed to grasp Hinata Tianyun's intentions and took the anxious Hinata by the hand. Leading the way as they stepped outside the courtyard, prepared to take the lead. Observing that Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi had forged ahead, Hinata Tianyun dispatched 4 shadow clones to accompany them, assigning them the task of eliminating the foes defeated by Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi while ensuring the latter two remained unharmed as from minor injuries. Hinata Tianyun was indifferent to such matters. Upon exiting the mansion's entrance, they found themselves on a straight path overgrown with wild grass. Traversing the 200 meters of this grassy route would lead them to the main road of the civilian district. However, the ambushing ninjas would not allow Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata to reach the civilian street unimpeded, emerging from the dilapidated houses on either side to corner the 4 of them in the middle of the grassy path. Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi led the charge while the opposing ninjas numbered around 16, with Hinata Tianyun and the others trailing behind, facing merely 7 adversaries. Yet Uemurayama had never encountered such a scenario. Upon seeing the ninjas emerge, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, burying his head in the grass, attempting to hide like an ostrich. Before Mukimura Kokomi stood a masked ninja who coolly addressed her. Surrender the person behind you, and I may allow you to leave unharmed. Otherwise, your lives will be forfeit today. Unfazed by the rogue ninjas, Mukimura Kokomi retorted, Enough of your rambling. If you wish to capture him, show me your strength. The masked ninja cast a glance at Mukimura Kokomi, disinterested in further conversation, and gestured to his comrades. Attack! At the command of the masked ninja, a flurry of shuriken hurtled toward Mukimura Kokomi. Yet to everyone's astonishment, none struck her or Hinata. Instead, they veered off course, embedding themselves in the foliage lining the path. It's an illusion. Be cautious. The masked ninja realized the shuriken had missed their mark and promptly warned his companions. They swiftly struck themselves to dispel the illusion, and as the veil lifted, they found their intended targets charging toward them. Mukimura Kokomi led the charge, with Hinata following closely behind. Once they breached the enemy ranks, the effectiveness of the shuriken diminished, forcing the opponents to resort to close combat with their weapons. Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata, both super elites among the genin, were far beyond the capabilities of the disorganized rabble they faced. Unfortunately, that was merely a figment of imagination. For Hinata's battle hesitance compelled Mukimura Kokomi to divide her focus to support her, resulting in a fierce entanglement with the 16 ninjas that in the rear. Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at the skirmish involving Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi, shaking his head in exasperation before turning to the 7 approaching adversaries, stating, Your opponents are not me. They lie behind you. Do not disturb my observation. Damn it, what a cocky little brat. A ninja wielding an iron rod could no longer restrain himself and lunged towards Hinata Tianyun with the weapon raised. However, before he could even take a single step, darkness enveloped him, and a sharp pain pierced his throat, rendering him devoid of sensation as he plummeted into a deeper abyss of darkness. In a mere 5 seconds, 6 of the 7 ninjas surrounding Hinata Tianyun fell silently, with only one Chunin clutching his throat as he retreated, hastily fleeing towards the residence of Kamiyamaya. Observing his handiwork, Hinata Tianyun felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The B-rank ninjutsu, shadow illusion technique, was beyond the capacity of those ordinary ninjas to resist, as they were swiftly dispatched with slashed throats by his shadow clones. As for the escaping Chunin, Tianyun was indifferent, for his shadow clones were already in pursuit. An escape was not an option for him. Indeed, mere 10 seconds after the masked Chunin reached the Kamiyama residence, a scream echoed forth, signaling his demise. The nature of a ninja's battle is to be resolved in an instant. Prolonged conflicts spanning hours are reserved for samurai, not ninjas. Tianyun had eliminated 7 ninjas in under 40 seconds, achieving a complete massacre, which left the combatants in the forefront trembling in fear. No longer daring to engage with Kimura Shinbai and Hinata Hanabi, instead seeking to retreat towards the civilian streets. Yet, as they turned, they were met by 2 identical figures of Hinata Tianyun, blocking their path to safety. The situation had shifted. These ninjas found themselves encircled by Hinata Tianyun and his companions, mirroring the earlier instance when they had surrounded him. The masked Chunin, the leader of the remaining ninjas, recognized the overwhelming strength of the enemy and disregarded the other, straggling ninjas, leaping onto a dilapidated wall by the roadside to escape towards another residence. Upon witnessing the Chunin's flight, Hinata Tianyun addressed Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Shinbai, stating, "You handle the remaining ones. If you fail to do so, do not blame me for abandoning you in the future." With that, he paid no further heed to Kimura Shinbai and Hinata Hanabi, hastily pursuing the fleeing masked Chunin. Observing Hinata Tianyun's departure, Kimura Shinbai cast a glance at the pale-faced Hinata Hanabi and said, "Hanabi, if you do not take this seriously, I fear Tianyun may no longer acknowledge you in the future. Ponder that carefully." This was Hinata Hanabi's first encounter with true combat, her inherently gentle nature, combined with the brutal scenes of those eliminated by Hinata Tianyun, nearly caused her to regurgitate her breakfast. However, upon hearing Kimura Shinbai's words, she was reminded of her father's expectations, who had invested a significant sum for Hinata Tianyun to mentor her. The thought of being sent back by Hinata Tianyun filled her with dread at the prospect of facing her father. "Hanabi, take action," Kimura Shinbai urged, unable to contain her concern as the enemy scattered chaotically. It was impossible for her to address the 15 fleeing ninjas alone. Regaining her composure, Hinata Hanabi observed Kimura Shinbai pursuing the ninjas and, steeling herself, began to chase after them, albeit lacking the courage to deliver lethal blows, merely inflicting serious injuries upon them. Hinata Tianyun, unaware of his surroundings, had utilized wind technique and, within a minute, caught up to the fleeing masked Chunin. The sight of Hinata Tianyun's bulging white eyes sent chills down the Chunin's spine, rendering him too terrified to approach, for all ninjas knew that once a member of the Hyuga clan activated their eyes, engaging them in close combat became an exceedingly perilous situation. "Let me go. Friend of the Hyuga clan, I am willing to surrender," the masked ninja declared after 10 seconds of tense standoff. Hinata Tianyun smirked, "I have a penchant for wealth. If you wish to leave, bring me the fortunes of those 5 wealthy individuals in exchange. As you have served them, you should be able to catch them off guard, correct?" A chill crept through the masked ninja as he realized the audacity and cunning of the young Hyuga. He was being asked to eliminate his own employers, a request that would render him an outcast in the ninja world. The masked ninja had no desire to tarnish his reputation or become a rogue ninja. So after a moment of contemplation, he resigned himself to the situation. "It appears that unless I reveal my true abilities, I will not be leaving here today." "Oh, you still possess a secret technique?" "Show it to me," Hinata Tianyun replied, feigning surprise. The masked ninja, perceiving Hinata Tianyun's arrogance, immediately formed a series of intricate hand seals. Earth release, swamp technique. Upon unleashing the ninjutsu, Hinata Tianyun observed the dilapidated building beneath him beginning to sink. Looking up, he realized the masked ninja had vanished from the rooftop, having evidently utilized the earth release technique to burrow underground. This fellow is no ordinary rogue ninja. Such ninjutsu is typically mastered only by ninjas from the land of Earth. It seems the 5 wealthy individuals may have been smuggling goods with the land of Earth. Hinata Tianyun mused briefly before leaping to the ground to employ the earth release technique himself and pursue the masked ninja underground. Having trained alongside Kakashi, he had acquired an array of ordinary ninjutsu techniques. including the earth release technique, of which he had learned over 100, even B-rank ninjutsu, had been part of his studies. Despite his vast repertoire, he still felt Kakashi had not been sufficiently generous, as the famed copy ninja had mastered over 1,000 techniques, while he had only managed to learn a little over 100. Previously, Hinata Tianyun had hesitated to invest in enhancing his skills, but having recently spent 500,000 to strengthen his earth release technique, he was now in pursuit of the fleeing masked ninja underground. The masked ninja, lacking the advantage of Hinata Tianyun's white eyes, had activated the swamp technique and seized an opportunity to escape using the earth release technique, never contemplating a direct confrontation with Hinata Tianyun. As he traveled over 100 meters underground and felt secure, he emerged, intending to survey the surface situation. However, just as he surfaced, a shuriken suddenly pierced through his temple. The masked ninja's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hinata Tianyun standing above him. While he was aware that Hinata Tianyun's white eyes could pinpoint his location, he had never imagined that even from underground, Hinata Tianyun could track him accurately and deliver a fatal blow the moment he emerged. The complexity of the buildings and roads above made linear movement difficult, while his underground speed was significantly faster, leading him to underestimate Hinata Tianyun's pursuit. Hinata Tianyun, indifferent to the masked ninja's thoughts, dragged his lifeless body from the ground and sent a shadow clone to carry the corpse back to join Kimura Shinbai and the others. He asked for the body of the masked ninja. Hinata Tianyun intended to return it to Konoha village, delivering it to the research department to ascertain whether he belonged to the Earth Village Ninja Clan, potentially uncovering some secrets in the process. Upon returning to the grassy path, Hinata Tianyun found the battle had concluded. Hinata Hanabi was standing by the roadside, retching, while Kimura Shinbai stood beside her, offering comfort. Perched atop the crumbling wall, Hinata Tianyun surveyed the defeated ninjas below with satisfaction before jumping down behind Kimura Shinbai, remarking, "Not bad, right? With determination, you both performed admirably. Let us gather the bodies and depart." Kimura Shinbai turned to glare at Hinata Tianyun, pointing at the still retching Hinata Hanabi. "She is not like you, you cold-blooded killer. She is still young. Could you not employ a gentler approach?" As Hinata Tianyun gazed at Kimura Kokomi, feeling somewhat speechless, he remarked, "She is older than I am, for goodness sake. What is so strange about killing two people? If ninjas do not take lives, that would indeed be truly peculiar." Kimura Kokomi paused momentarily, suddenly at a loss for words in response to Hinata Tianyun. Her upbringing at the root was in alignment with his assertion. Indeed, it was the ninjas who refrained from killing that were genuinely odd. Finally, Kimura Kokomi sighed in resignation and said, "Forget it. You can handle the bodies of those ninjas yourself. I will take Hinata back to the inn to find Kakashi-sensei and report what has transpired here. Perhaps we will be returning to Konohagakure today." Noticing Kimura Kokomi's intention to leave, Hinata Tianyun hastily pointed at the unconscious Yamamoto, who had fainted from the shock of witnessing the dead, and said, "Take that fellow back to Kakashi. He is an important witness. I have matters to attend to. If Kakashi makes any decisions, he can relay them through my shadow clone, and I will receive the information when it is dispelled." "What are you planning to do?" Kimura Kokomi asked, frowning at him. "Mind your own business. Just focus on your tasks," Hinata Tianyun replied dismissively, ignoring her. "Oh, as you wish," Kimura Kokomi huffed, pulling Hinata away from Hinata Tianyun's side and moving toward Yamamoto, lifting him to carry him away, thus fulfilling Hinata Tianyun's request. Once Hinata and Kimura had departed, Hinata Tianyun instructed his shadow clone, which was burdened with the masked ninja's corpse, to follow Kimura Kokomi back, while he, along with the remaining 3 shadow clones, proceeded to scavenge the weapons and tools from the fallen ninjas. Chapter 060. The great thief Hinata Tianyun had deliberately separated from Hinata and Kimura Kokomi, as he intended to visit the residences of the 5 great tycoons to see if he could acquire some treasure. It had become increasingly clear that these tycoons were engaged in the illicit trade of the Swapin pills, a serious crime in the Land of Fire. The leaders of the Land of Fire were not keen on allowing their resources to be exploited by foreign entities, which could potentially turn against them. Thus, those caught in the act of smuggling Swapin pills faced execution. Furthermore, The five great tycoons had been known to sell batches of 500 pills at a time, and it was rumored they had sold far more in the past. Even 10 executions would not suffice for their crimes. Given that their fate was sealed, the remnants of their wealth would serve no purpose, and in a benevolent spirit, Hinata Tianyun decided to tidy up after them. Perhaps in the afterlife, they would express gratitude towards him. However, upon sending his 4 shadow clones, along with himself, to the residences of the 5 great tycoons, he discovered that they had already vacated, with all guards having disappeared. This led Hinata Tianyun to suspect that the true identities of the tycoons might be that of ninjas. With the tycoons gone, he entered the estates to rummage through, yet found nothing of value, leaving him in a state of frustration, wishing he could burn the 5 mansions down. But upon further reflection, he realized that these luxurious properties could also be sold. Thus, he refrained from destruction and hurried back to meet Kakashi, intending to suggest that Kakashi sell the 5 villas, allowing him to share in the profits. Otherwise, if the matter reached the 3rd Hokage, he would gain nothing at all, which made him anxious. Those 5 mansions must be worth over 500 million. Even if Kakashi took half, he would still make 250 million, a lucrative deal he did not wish to miss. However, as he was halfway back and had yet to reach the inn, he received a message from Kakashi through his shadow clone. Kakashi's message read, "Hurry back. The situation has already reached the 3rd Hokage. This mission is no longer under our purview. It has been taken over by the Umbu, and we must return to Konohagakure to report." Hinata Tianyun was quite disheartened, as selling the villas would require considerable time, which he did not possess. Nevertheless, he felt reassured at the prospect of returning to Konohagakure to learn gambling techniques from the master of gambling. He decided that losing out on the 250 million was inconsequential, especially since he still had approximately 1 billion worth of Sway-Pin pills. This mission had already yielded him a substantial profit, and his gloom dissipated at the entrance of the inn. Upon his return, he found Kakashi waiting for him alongside Kimura Kokomi, Hinata, and Yamamoto. He promptly joined Kakashi. Kakashi cast a glance at Hinata Tianyun and said, "Now that everyone is back, let us depart. We aim to return to Konohagakure before 5 o'clock, to report to the 3rd Hokage, after which you can all rest." Upon finishing, Kakashi created a shadow clone and swiftly ascended the rooftops with Yamamoto. Heading towards Konohagakure, Kimura Kokomi shot a glare at Hinata Tianyun, while Hinata discreetly glanced at him before following Kakashi without uttering a word. "I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why all the hostility?" Hinata Tianyun sighed, shaking his head as he followed suit. At T5:10 in the afternoon, before the Hokage's gates, the 5 of them arrived at the entrance of Konohagakure after 3 hours and 10 minutes. Pausing to rest before meeting with the 3rd Hokage, Hinata Tianyun felt no fatigue. Upon reaching the gates, his thoughts turned to Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Chushuan, who owed him 10.4 million. He hurriedly approached them and said, "Where's my money? You two should be ready by now." Gongzi Tai, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled and replied, "The money has already been delivered to your home and signed for by your mother that you'll find out when you return." "What?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in anger. "Are you doing this on purpose? Do you not wish to pay me?" Hearing his ire, Shunyue Chushuan mumbled, "If we hadn't given you the money promptly, you would have been the stingy one, charging us an additional 20,000 each day that we certainly did not want to part with 80,000 for nothing." Hinata Tianyun, overhearing Shunyue Chushuan's murmurs, now understood their reasoning. They likely knew he wouldn't return for 3 days, and, to avoid accruing extra fees, had decided to send the money directly to his home. Glaring fiercely at Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Chushuan, Hinata Tianyun coldly declared, "Fine, I will let you off this time for my mother's sake, but next time I will not offer you my enhancements." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Chushuan helplessly watching him depart. Pondering whether offending this young man had ultimately been a gain or a loss, he could see the entrance of the ninja gates. As Hinata Tianyun conversed with Gongzi Tai and Shunyue Chushuan, Kakashi had regained some energy upon seeing Hinata Tianyun's return and urged everyone to set off promptly. In the office of the 3rd Hokage's building, Kakashi and his team hurriedly entered. Hinata Tianyun casually found a seat to rest, while Kakashi explained the situation to the 3rd Hokage. After Kakashi finished his report, the 3rd Hokage's brow furrowed, and after 3 minutes of silence, he instructed Kakashi, take the body of that Chunin to the intelligence department for examination and arrange for Yamamoto to be temporarily housed. Kimura, Hinata, you two may return to rest," he added. Once the arrangements were made, the third Hokage turned his gaze towards Hinata Tianyun, who was sitting drowsily to the side, and calmly said, "Do not pretend to be asleep. Boy, do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. Those Suipin pills belong to Kanagakure, so hand them over." Having been caught by the third Hokage, Hinata Tianyun sat up and began to dig in his ears, feigning ignorance. "Huh? Old man, what are you talking about? My ears are not well today, and I did not hear you. Are you telling me to go home and rest? Well then, I shall take my leave." Upon concluding his words, Hinata Tianyun attempted to slip away. "Halt! If you dare to leave, I shall withhold the payment for those 1,000 military rations." The third Hokage immediately threatened him. "What the hell, old man? That money is hard-earned. How dare you attempt to embezzle it?" Hinata Tianyun retorted angrily as he turned around. Chapter 061. The transaction in the Hokage's office within Konoha village. Kakashi, Konoha Shinbai, Hinata Hanabi, and Yamashita Yato were dismissed by the third Hokage, who then fixed his unwavering gaze upon Hinata Tianyun. Aware of the Hokage's determination to not let him go without acquiring the sway pill, Hinata Tianyun could only huff and toss 2 sway pills towards the Hokage, stating, "Old man, why don't you try eating those 2? If you desire that ordinary sway pill, I shall return it to you today, but do not expect me to provide you any more fine goods in the future." Previously, the third Hokage had investigated the matter of the military rations for an extended period without any results, only to discover that 1,000 medium military rations had been sold from the Nara family shop that morning, which were not the reinforced military rations in Hinata Tianyun's possession, although he could not prove that Hinata Tianyun was behind it. The third Hokage, with his astute intellect, could surmise who was responsible. After all, Hinata Tianyun had a history and had demonstrated the ability to enhance weaponry. Now he was capable of augmenting the potency of pills, which was hardly implausible. As Hinata Tianyun revealed the 2 pills, it was clear that he was acknowledging his capacity to enhance their efficacy. Unable to resist, the third Hokage picked up the 2 pills and tossed one into his mouth. 3 minutes later, having swallowed both pills, the look in the Hokage's eyes toward Hinata Tianyun softened, adopting a pitiful demeanor as he implored, "Tianyun, you see, our Konoha village is quite impoverished that I struggled for a long time to gather the funds for the military rations. And now I shall forego the sway pills that is there any chance you could sell them to us at a more reasonable price?" Having tested the effects of the reinforced sway pills, the third Hokage realized that possessing just 2 could elevate a non-ninja human's physical strength to that of a genin, making it an extraordinary asset for augmenting their military force. The only drawback was that the effects of the sway pills were prolonged, with an ordinary individual requiring approximately 6 months to achieve such enhancement. However, this minor flaw was insignificant to the third Hokage, who was eager to procure the reinforced sway pills from Hinata Tianyun. Once he finished speaking, he noticed that Hinata Tianyun's expression remained impassive, internally berating Tianyun for his lack of empathy towards the elderly. He nevertheless maintained a facade of cordiality, saying, "Tianyun, if you are willing to sell at a lower price, I could arrange for the sway pills from Konoha to be entrusted to you for refinement, allowing you to earn 5 million per pill. What do you think?" Hinata Tianyun's eyes lit up immediately, shedding his earlier languid demeanor, and he sat up straight, proclaiming, "You truly embody righteousness, Hokage-sama. It is no wonder you are the pillar of Konoha. No, of the land of fire. Very well, I shall comply with your request, Hokage-sama." The reinforced sway pills required 2 million, and with the Hokage offering 5 million in commission, Hinata Tianyun stood to gain 3 million per pill. An immensely profitable venture. Presently, he regarded Konoha as the foundation for his future conquests, recognizing that the Hokage's distribution of the sway pills to Konoha's ninjas would ultimately serve his own interests. Truly a win-win situation. The third Hokage gazed at Hinata Tianyun, who was now flattering him, feeling frustrated as he internally chastised Tianyun for referring to him as old man in the absence of benefits, while suddenly calling him Hokage-sama when there was profit to be gained. Such shamelessness was astonishing. Nonetheless, the third Hokage merely scolded Hinata Tianyun in his thoughts, aware of Tianyun's growing importance to Konoha He harbored a desire for Hinata Tianyun to marry 100 wives within the village, ensuring his loyalty was firmly anchored to Konoha. Unfortunately, given that Hinata Tianyun was merely a little over 6 years old, the Hokage refrained from meddling in the child's lifelong affairs, as for compelling Hinata Tianyun to work. The third Hokage deemed it a poor trade-off, for he could not ascertain whether Tianyun might engage in any trickery with the weapons and pills. Thus, collaboration remained the primary approach. In fact, the Hokage was already contemplating whether to groom Hinata Tianyun as a successor, believing that with Tianyun's valuable resources, he would not dare to extort money from subordinates. Lost in these thoughts, the third Hokage suddenly heard the sound of Hinata Tianyun slamming his hand on the desk, prompting him to cough and inquire, "What is it, Tianyun? Do you have further matters to discuss? We have already reached an agreement, have we not?" Hinata Tianyun pouted, "I wish for you to assign my mother to a safer department, lest she constantly seeks to undertake missions." The third Hokage immediately shook his head. "This matter is rather complicated. Your mother is a member of the Hyuga clan, and I must consult with the Hyuga elders. Please allow me a few days to address it." "Fine. I only care about the outcome," Hinata Tianyun nodded. The third Hokage then glanced at the sealing scroll at Tianyun's waist. "When can we expect those sway pills?" "Konoha village is in dire need of them." With a helpless shrug, Hinata Tianyun replied, "I cannot assist with that at the moment. I require a substantial sum to acquire raw materials, and currently, I possess insufficient funds. I can only proceed once Hokage-sama provides the money for the military rations. In this regard, Hinata Tianyun was truthful. He indeed had only tens of millions, far from enough to reinforce the 500 sway bills. However, the third Hokage clearly doubted his words, scrutinizing Hinata Tianyun for a considerable time before conceding. "Very well, I shall not prolong this matter. The fund for the military rations have arrived. You may collect them from the finance department. I will notify the major clans to raise funds, and in 3 days, they should be able to gather around 1 billion AT that time. Please deliver 200 of those reinforced sway pills." Eager for profit, Hinata Tianyun immediately assured, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I shall diligently work from home over the next 3 days to produce 200 reinforced sway pills for Konoha village. I trust you as far as I can throw you." The third Hokage cast a sharp glance at Hinata Tianyun and said, "Get lost quickly. Your presence annoys me. You are not to undertake any missions for the next half-month. Instead, remain in Konoha and rest." Hinata Tianyun, eager to delve into the study of gambling techniques, found the Hokage's decision fortuitous. After bowing respectfully, he hurriedly exited to collect his funds, preparing to embark on his money-making endeavors. Once Hinata Tianyun departed, the third Hokage rubbed his aching head, contemplating the most suitable arrangement for Hinata. He understood that if the arrangement did not meet Hinata Tianyun's expectations, the mischievous boy would certainly stir up trouble, ultimately causing distress for himself. Hence the need for careful consideration as for whether Hinata Hisashi would permit Hinata Matsuen. The third Hokage felt no concern. Once he relayed the events of the day to Hinata Hisashi, he was confident that Hisashi would be even more eager to curry favor with Hinata Tianyun, given that Tianyun belonged to the esteemed Hinata clan. Moreover, the benefits that Hinata Tianyun possessed would also accrue to Hinata Hisashi, and such advantageous circumstances were not lost on him. Chapter 062. The Transaction 2 at the Hokage building. Hinata Tianyun rushed out of the Hokage's office and proceeded to the finance department to collect 700 million in funds, a revelation that filled him with elation. Upon exiting the Hokage building, he noted the late hour and began to ponder how to utilize the 700 million while making his way back to the Hinata clan. Half an hour later, Hinata Tianyun leisurely approached his home. Contemplating further how to best employ the recently acquired funds out of the 700 million, he intended to allocate 300 million towards enhancing the body replacement technique, curious about the unique contributions that further refinement might yield. The remaining 400 million was earmarked for upgrading the essence pills, ensuring he had something to report back to the third Hokage. Thus avoiding any tedious lectures, upon returning home, Hinata Tianyun did not immediately commence his enhancements. Instead, he sought to converse with Hinata Matsuen, only to find her mysteriously absent. Recently, Hinata Matsuen had been tirelessly honing her skills, eager to undertake missions to bolster her combat experience. However, Both the third Hokage and Hinata Hizashi were well aware that Hinata Tianyun wished to shield her from perilous assignments, thus providing only mundane tasks. This left Hinata Matsuen with pent-up energy, prompting her to frequently assist her friends with their missions. The outcome was that her friend, too, began to engage in tedious tasks daily, while Hinata Matsuen, unaware of the dealings between Hinata Tianyun and the third Hokage, erroneously believed her misfortune had shifted to her friend. Consequently, she took to the forest to engage in combat training, seeking to alleviate her boredom. Recognizing that Hinata Matsuen had likely ventured to the training forest, where only the wild beasts could provide her with a worthy challenge, Hinata Tianyun dismissed further concern for her. He began to enhance the body replacement technique in the open space of his estate. With 300 million invested, he commenced experimenting with the newfound powers of the technique. Half an hour later, the results of his test revealed body double technique. The current iteration of the technique demonstrated some combat capability, but was limited to physical techniques, unable to utilize ninjutsu. Despite its imperfections, the ability of the doubles to remain unscathed and not dissipate, while allowing for seamless body transitions within them, was commendable, leading Hinata Tianyun to deem this technique quite remarkable. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment that he could only produce 5 doubles, deeming the number somewhat lacking. Substitution technique. The enhancement of this technique left Hinata Tianyun bewildered, following its last upgrade. The substitute had gained physical form and blood, and now, astonishingly, he could control its explosive detonation. Moreover, the force of the explosion was formidable, requiring nearly half of Hinata Tianyun's strength to withstand. Even more troubling was the aftermath, where blood and flesh would scatter violently, likely leaving timid foes in sheer terror. Transformation technique. The upgraded transformation technique had begun to exhibit certain animalistic abilities, such as the capacity for long-range vision when transformed into an eagle, burrowing capabilities as a mouse, and swiftness akin to a leopard. Yet the glaring flaw remained unchanged from the last enhancement. It could neither initiate attacks on foes nor absorb enemy strikes, or else the transformation would dissipate. A significant drawback indeed. Nevertheless, Hinata Tianyun knew that with continued refinement, these weaknesses would gradually fade, thus he refrained from further complaints, satisfied with its current marvels and efficacy in surveillance and deception. After concluding his studies on the body replacement technique, he noted that it was already 7 in the evening. Hinata Matsuen had returned, but she refrained from interrupting Hinata Tianyun's training in the kitchen. Hinata Matsuen awaited him for dinner. As they dined, Hinata Tianyun shared thoughts on various missions and minor matters. He, of course, omitted any mention of the 10 million received from Shun Yuechun and Gongzi Tai, nor did he touch upon his dealings with the third Hokage, instead opting for casual conversation. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga main house, upon receiving a message from the third Hokage, Hinata Hizashi promptly summoned Hinata before him, meticulously inquiring about every detail of her recent mission, leaving no stone unturned. After hearing Hinata's report, Hinata Hizashi probed further. Hinata, you mentioned that Tianyun has become proficient in using the Byakugan, correct? Hinata considered for a moment before nodding. He merely glanced once and assessed the enemy's numbers, surpassing even Uncle Hizashi in prowess. Hinata's affirmation prompted Hinata Hizashi to marvel at the depth of Hinata Tianyun's concealment. Such proficiency with the Byakugan could not have been achieved overnight, indicating that he must have awakened it long ago and diligently trained thereafter. A prodigious talent from the Hyuga clan, coupled with Hinata Tianyun's remarkable financial acumen, was undoubtedly a boon bestowed upon the clan. After considerable reflection, Hinata Hizashi suddenly lowered his gaze to Hinata and asked, Hinata, do you harbor feelings for Tianyun? What is the nature of your relationship with him? Hinata's face flushed crimson at her father's inquiry, and she hastily shook her head. I hold great respect for him. He possesses formidable strength. However, the respect Hinata spoke of subtly implied her lack of romantic interest in Hinata Tianyun, an inference readily grasped by Hinata Hizashi. Yet for the sake of the clan's future, Hinata Hizashi declared, regardless of your past feelings, from this moment forth, you must develop an affection for him. When he turns 16, you shall marry him. It is for the benefit of our Hyuga clan. Hinata Hizashi's authoritative command left Hinata stunned, her mind racing to rebut his assertion, Yet words eluded her, rendering her speechless as she stared blankly at her father. Unperturbed by Hinata's inner turmoil, Hinata Hisashi prioritized Hinata Tianyun's affairs, summoning Hinata Hisashi to instruct Hisashi, take 500 million and procure 100 essence pills from Hinata Tianyun. Additionally, inform him that I will arrange a light assignment for his mother. Having been informed about the essence pills functions through Hinata Hisashi inquired with some confusion, why not acquire more? Is it not true that Tianyun possesses 500 essence pills? Hinata Hisashi shook his head. We cannot request too many. It would incite the Hokage's dissatisfaction towards our Hyuga clan, and other families are also awaiting their share. Tianyun is within our clan, and we will have ample opportunities to obtain essence pills for enhancement in the future. Why risk souring our relationships with the various families of Konoha over a mere handful of pills? Hinata Hisashi, quick to grasp his father's intent, replied, Understood. I shall promptly seek out Tianyun to handle this matter. Go forth. As Hinata waved goodbye, he allowed Hinata Ritsuzumi to depart. Chapter 063. The casino scheme fails at the Hinata Tianyun residence. Hinata Tianyun had just finished dinner with Hinata Maitsuan and was preparing to rest when Hinata Ritsuzumi arrived to convey a message from Hinata Ritsuzumi along with a sum of 500 million. Hinata Tianyun was rather indifferent to the enthusiasm displayed by Hinata Ritsuzumi. As long as there was profit to be made, he did not mind selling a few more Swaitai pills to the Hinata clan. After all, the ordinary Swaitai pills and enhancement fees were provided by the Hinata clan, so he was essentially lying back and profiting. Thus, in response to Hinata Ritsuzumi's enticing offer, Hinata Tianyun stated that he would handle the Swaitai pills for the Hinata clan, even offering a 10 discount, which greatly pleased Hinata Ritsuzumi. He praised Hinata Tianyun profusely and promised to speak favorably of him to Hinata Ritsuzumi upon his return. After handing over 100 enhancement Swaitai pills to Hinata Ritsuzumi and sending him on his way, Hinata Tianyun returned to his room in high spirits, contemplating how to spend the 500 million, whether to enhance his ninjutsu or save it for further enhancement of his Byakugan abilities. After an hour of contemplation, Hinata Tianyun concluded that there was unlikely to be any immediate danger, so it would be prudent to conserve the funds for a more necessary occasion. His current focus should be on mastering gambling techniques to earn money at the casino. While Hinata Tianyun's thoughts were quite sound, the following day, just as he was rising to seek out a gambling expert, Hinata Maitsuan informed him that the stewards of various clans had arrived with significant gifts, expressing their desire to purchase items from him. Upon hearing this news, Hinata Tianyun could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, Damn it, these fellows are truly wealthy. They have already managed to procure 200 from the old man, and now they still have the leisure to come and buy more. After venting his frustrations, Hinata Tianyun donned a smile and proceeded to meet the stewards, for he would not refuse an opportunity to earn money. Despite his disdain for those affluent individuals, upon entering the main hall of the Hinata residence, he found that the stewards had already been seated by Hinata Maitsuan, waiting for his arrival as soon as they saw Hinata Tianyun. They stood up, eager to speak. With a wave of his hand, Hinata Tianyun interjected, I am already aware of your requests, so allow me to be direct. The Hinata clan has taken 100. I must hand over 200 to Lord Hokage, and I am left with 186. You may discuss amongst yourselves how to distribute them. I will merely await my payment. Having spoken, Hinata Tianyun took his seat at the head of the hall, while the stewards began to converse quietly amongst themselves, creating an atmosphere of remarkable tranquility and harmony. Just as Hinata Tianyun finished a cup of tea, the stewards had reached an agreement on the distribution plan, deciding that each clan would receive 10, while the remaining would be evenly divided among the smaller clans. Once the stewards concluded their discussion, the steward from the Sarutobi clan collected the money and placed it before Hinata Tianyun. Smiling as he said, Young Master Tianyun, this amounts to 930 million. Please count it. Young Master. Hinata Tianyun had no intention of wasting time conversing with such stewards, for they were not the heads of their respective clans. He set down his teacup and replied, Enough. You wouldn't dare to deceive me. Return and report is needed. I have other matters to attend to. With his Swaitai pill sold out, the stewards had no reason to linger. After praising Hinata Tianyun, they promptly departed from his residence, Having dispatched those bothersome individuals, Hinata Tianyun gazed at the sum that had increased to over 600 million, feeling satisfied as he bid farewell to Hinata Matsuin and ventured into Konoha Village in search of a gambling expert. Konoha Village boasted 3 casinos, albeit none of significant size. However, where there were casinos, there must also be gambling experts to manage and counteract the cheaters. Given that there were indeed such experts, Hinata Tianyun had no difficulty affording their services. In a modest inn, he engaged in discussions with a middle-aged man sporting a ponytail. The man, named Nagano Ishishi, was a manager of one of Konoha's 3 major casinos, the Tianyun Casino, and had been hired for 10 million to teach Hinata Tianyun the art of gambling. Hinata Tianyun conversed with Nagano Ishishi throughout the day, and by evening, as Nagano Ishishi took his leave, Hinata Tianyun finally grasped the essence of his gambling techniques, which revolved around card counting and keen observation of opponents' expressions to discern whether they were bluffing or deceiving. Although this sounded manageable, executing it proved to be another matter entirely. Hinata Tianyun felt that his chances of mastering gambling were exceedingly slim, given his average intelligence. Mastering the craft would likely take years of dedication. In several years, he mused, he could potentially dominate the Hokage world without needing to rely on gambling for income. He could simply print money. Thus, he deemed his 10 million wasted. Naturally, Nagano Ishishi also imparted another gambling strategy involving the use of ninjutsu to cheat. However, this technique required exceptional skill, and most casinos had mechanisms to detect chakra flow to prevent such cheating, rendering its practicality rather limited. With the gambling scheme deemed a failure, Hinata Tianyun felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Lying in bed, he pondered how to earn money swiftly to enhance his strength, so he could soon conquer the Hokage world. Ultimately, he realized that possessing his own influence would facilitate more lucrative opportunities. For instance, if he were to control the entirety of Konoha Village, earning money would become significantly easier, potentially yielding him hundreds of billions. With a sigh, Hinata Tianyun buried himself under the covers to rest. Resolving to venture out the following day to undertake endeavors that would benefit Konoha Village while also generating profit, in doing so, he could enhance his reputation in the village while also earning a little extra. After a night of rest, Hinata Tianyun arose early to stroll through Konoha Village, investigating ways to generate income while simultaneously boosting his reputation. After half a day's exploration, Hinata Tianyun finally discovered an excellent method to enhance his reputation while also earning a fair amount of money. It is often said that the money of women and children is the easiest to earn. As long as they are happy, the entire family tends to be content. Consequently, there would be no need for Hinata Tianyun to promote his exploits, as his deeds would be disseminated by the gossipy women of the village. Moreover, Konoha Village was predominantly populated by women and children enjoying leisure time, while the adult men were typically occupied with work to provide for their families. Thus, Hinata Tianyun firmly resolved to capitalize on the women and children of Konoha Village. With a plan in mind, Hinata Tianyun spent the afternoon purchasing a large plaza capable of accommodating 2,000 people and set about constructing 2 small wooden houses on the vacant land to serve as profitable ventures. After investing a substantial sum of 100 million, he spent the entire afternoon preparing the plaza and wooden houses before making his way to Naruto Uzumaki's residence. Chapter 064. The Beauty Salon Training Class. Recently, Naruto Uzumaki had been faring well at school, although there were still a few individuals he found detestable. Nonetheless, he had managed to make a few good friends, which allowed him to almost forget about his older brother, Hinata Tianyun. When Hinata Tianyun came to visit Naruto, he found Naruto just returning home after a hearty meal, ready to rest before heading to the secret training base. After having lost to that scoundrel, Sasuke Uchiha, he decided he needed extra practice to continue competing with him. Lying on his bed, Naruto heard Hinata Tianyun calling from outside and quickly jumped up to open the door, puzzled as he looked at his brother holding a stack of papers. "What do you need, big brother? I still have training to do, and I was just about to rest," he inquired. Without hesitation, Hinata Tianyun delivered a light punch to Naruto's head, glaring at him as he stated, "What's this? You're acting quite arrogant now. Have you forgotten that I am the elder brother? Not convinced? Let's have a little spar." Hinata Tianyun's prowess was something that Uzumaki Naruto had witnessed numerous times, and he dared not provoke him. Instead, he cradled his somewhat aching head and said earnestly, "Big brother, please assign me a task. I assure you I will complete it all." Nodding in satisfaction, Hinata Tianyun handed Naruto a stack of papers and instructed, "Tomorrow, distribute these flyers to the students of the Ninja Academy, and then escort them to the designated location indicated on the paper." As Naruto took the flyers and glanced at them, he discovered they announced the opening of a temporary training class for children in Konoha. Personally instructed by the genius Hinata Tianyun, the training would take place every day from 6 to 7 in the evening at a training ground located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage building. Astonished, Naruto looked at Hinata Tianyun, fully aware that training under him would lead to rapid improvement in strength, given that he had previously experienced such accelerated growth after being subjected to Hinata Tianyun's rigorous training. Excitedly, he asked, "Big brother, may I join the training? I am your loyal little brother." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "It seems you've forgotten about me. Your elder brother, I have no desire to teach such a rascal." Naruto grew agitated. Training with Hinata Tianyun would yield swift enhancements to his abilities. If denied this opportunity, he would have no chance to surpass Uchiha Sasuke. He immediately pleaded, "Big brother, I admit my fault. I will remember you in my heart from now on. Please, I beg you, let me participate in the special training." Having achieved his objective, Hinata Tianyun maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Since you are so sincere, I shall forgive you this time. However, you must understand that my tuition fees are exorbitant. If you don't believe me, just look at the text on the back of the flyer, and you will see that it is not easy to secure my instruction." Releasing Hinata Tianyun, Naruto turned the flyer over in confusion, only to find a prominent line stating a training fee of 5 million per person, followed by a smaller print declaring that the training would last for 10 days, with a full refund if strength did not improve. Naruto, uninterested in the fine print, was dumbfounded by the 5 million, as he certainly did not possess such an amount to give to Hinata Tianyun. He could only ask in disbelief, "Is there no way to make it cheaper?" In response to Naruto's dismay, Hinata Tianyun pondered for a moment before saying, "It is not impossible that I will assign you 2 tasks to complete, and if you succeed in both, I will waive the tuition fee." "What tasks could exempt me from the fee?" Naruto asked, instantly alert. Hinata Tianyun pulled out another large stack of flyers and handed them to Naruto, stating, "Post these flyers on every street in Konoha tonight. And tomorrow, bring 50 students to my location for training that if you accomplish this, you may receive my teachings for free." Ecstatic, Naruto accepted the flyers, but nearly dropped them upon noticing a striking image of a beautiful woman on one of them, with a face and figure that could only be described as perfect. Even he, a seasoned admirer, found himself captivated by her allure. "Who is this enchanting lady?" he murmured to himself, clutching the stack of flyers tightly. Hinata Tianyun, of course, would not disclose to Naruto that the image was a youthful rendition of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, which he had artfully crafted over the course of an hour. Additionally, he had cleverly noted that anyone wishing to retain their youth, much like the woman depicted, should visit the beauty salon located 1 kilometer southeast of the Hokage building, where the genius ninja Hinata Tianyun had invented a beauty technique that could make anyone appear a decade younger, except for little brats. Of course, with this image, Hinata Tianyun was confident that anyone familiar with Tsunade would recognize her, leading middle-aged women to flock to the salon, thus providing him with a substantial financial windfall. So, Naruto, will you take on this task, or should I enlist someone else? Hinata Tianyun roused the dazed Uzumaki from his reverie. Coming to his senses, Naruto immediately declared, "Leave it to me. I will complete the task. Tomorrow, big brother, just wait and see." "Very well, I shall leave it to you," Hinata Tianyun remarked, giving Naruto Uzumaki a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He continued, "I must return to renovate my residence in preparation for tomorrow's guests. If I find myself without visitors, I shall certainly come to trouble you. Do you understand? Rest assured, I will handle it." Naruto responded with a confident thump on his chest. "Then I shall take my leave." Hinata Tianyun bid farewell to Naruto. He entrusted the promotional task to Naruto. Feeling quite at ease, he believed that Naruto, in his pursuit of strength, would diligently undertake the work. However, Hinata Tianyun's assumption was slightly misguided, for after he departed, Naruto, instead of working, spent a full 2 hours engrossed in studying the beauty salon flyer, featuring a youthful Tsunade. Before finally stepping out to distribute the pamphlets. Of course, Naruto was not engaged in any nefarious activities. He merely found the beauty depicted in Hinata Tianyun's illustration to be even more enchanting than his beloved Sakura, and thus spent an inordinate amount of time comparing the two that ultimately, while he concluded that the beauty in Hinata Tianyun's artwork was indeed the fairest, his heart still belonged to Sakura. Unbeknownst to Hinata Tianyun, after leaving Naruto's home, he returned to his own abode for a well-deserved rest, even indulging in a few delightful dreams of a prosperous opening day, envisioning earnings in the hundreds of billions, a notion that filled him with boundless joy. Alas, such dreams were likely to be a stark contrast to reality, and thus he had celebrated prematurely. Chapter 065. Beauty at the break of dawn the following day, Hinata Tianyun arrived at his newly constructed training ground, brimming with excitement to welcome his prospective clientele. However, he had arrived rather early, and the streets of Konoha were notably devoid of pedestrians. Upon reaching the training area, he could do little but wait in anticipation for the arrival of guests. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed a ninja stationed at the entrance as he tore down a flyer from the Hokage building's door, a twitch of irritation flickering at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade, being the apprentice of the third Hokage, was unmistakably recognizable, even with Hinata Tianyun's attempts at altering her image. He could not possibly overlook it, especially since Hinata Tianyun had largely retained Tsunade's likeness. He surmised that nearly everyone in Konoha over the age of 40 would recognize her. Upon gazing at the alluring depiction of Tsunade on the flyer, the third Hokage couldn't help but wonder how she would react upon seeing this image. Perhaps she would turn that young rascal, Hinata Tianyun, into a mere pulp. Eventually, the third Hokage composed himself and began to scrutinize the text on the flyer, discovering it to be merely an advertisement for a beauty salon. Of course, the third Hokage was already aware of Hinata Tianyun's recent acquisition of land for construction. Having received reports about it, he had simply been unaware of Hinata Tianyun's intentions. Now understanding his objectives, the third Hokage found himself puzzled. The report indicated that the parcel of land was vast enough to accommodate not just 2 small cabins, but potentially 500, far more than what was necessary for a beauty salon. Pondering this, the third Hokage directed an Umbu ninja concealed outside the room, Anki, investigate what Hinata Tianyun intends to do with such a sizable plot of land. Is he planning something dubious? As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, an Umbu ninja appeared in the office and reported, "Hokage-sama, the ninja who was tracking Naruto Uzumaki has returned with news. Naruto possesses 2 types of flyers. One is the same as the one you hold, while the other is a flyer that Naruto has yet to distribute, though he is aware of its contents." "Oh, what does the other flyer entail?" the third Hokage inquired, intrigued. The Umbu ninja replied, "It is a flyer for a training class. Naruto is likely planning to distribute it at the academy today, announcing the opening of Hinata Tianyun's genius training class, with a training fee of 5 million for 10 days, guaranteeing a refund if one does not see improvement." The third Hokage felt a sense of exasperation. It appeared that the miserly Hinata Tianyun had reached the extent of exploiting every opportunity to earn money, even targeting children and women, which was a source of irritation for the third Hokage. However, his frustration was not directed solely at Hinata Tianyun's endeavors. He anticipated the ensuing complications. Families would undoubtedly send representatives to inform him that they wished to enroll their children in Hinata Tianyun's training class. Hinata Tianyun was no longer an obscure figure. Those who had undergone his training had at least attained the rank of genin. Moreover, word had spread among the clans that Hinata, a girl previously lacking in talent, had achieved the rank of chunin through Hinata Tianyun's training, which had been funded by her family at a rate of 5 million a month. Now that Hinata Tianyun was openly recruiting students, families were eager for him to continue his training indefinitely, hoping their children would excel and even the less gifted could secure a future. Finally, the third Hokage waved his hand dismissively at the Umbu ninja, instructing, "Inform all the clans that they may enroll their children without needing to report back to me. I've already given my consent." "Understood," the Umbu ninja replied before departing. The third Hokage sighed, uncertain whether to chastise or commend Hinata Tianyun. After all, while his actions brought certain inconveniences, they also yielded benefits for Konoha. With a decisive thought, the third Hokage chose to declare a day of leave, intending to enroll his 3-year-old grandson, Kanomaru, in Hinata Tianyun's training class, believing that perhaps his grandson could learn something valuable, an opportunity for which he, as a grandfather, could contribute. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, Hinata Tianyun sat, somewhat disheartened, at the edge of the training ground. Having waited since 6 in the morning, he had yet to see a single customer, which greatly dampened his spirits, especially considering the exorbitant sum of 100 million he had spent on the land. If he could not recoup his investment swiftly, it would be a tremendous loss. Thus, Hinata Tianyun began to devise strategies to attract a large clientele. As he contemplated promotional efforts, he noticed a group of women approaching, accompanied by children. Upon seeing them, it was as if a light bulb had lit up in his mind. The parents of these children appeared to be of considerable age, their years of child-rearing having transformed them into figures resembling middle-aged women. In a modern context, they would be merely 25, yet in this ninja world where strength reigned supreme, they scarcely had time for cosmetics or grooming, leading them to gradually adopt the appearance of middle-aged women. If Hinata Tianyun could offer them a means of enhancing their beauty without the need for makeup, he was confident they would not refuse. His immediate task was to entice that first customer. Once he secured the initial patron for promotional purposes, he believed that subsequent customers would flock to him, drawn by the allure of those transformed by his beauty treatments. Thus, Hinata Tianyun sprang to his feet and approached the mothers with their small children, greeting them warmly. "Are you ladies here for beauty treatments? You are our first customers, and we are offering a half-price discount. I assure you, you will emerge looking splendid." The 5 mothers chuckled at his words. Yet mindful of Hinata Tianyun's status, they refrained from being disrespectful. One of the mothers explained, "We are here to enroll our children, that we merely brought them to familiarize them with the place, as we will return to pick them up later." Hinata Tianyun feigned a serious demeanor, asserting, "If you are not customers, then please feel free to explore on your own. I have no time to entertain you. Do not interrupt my business." The 5 mothers were taken aback by Hinata Tianyun's abruptness, fearing they may have offended this esteemed figure. They worried that he might refuse to teach their children, leaving them in a difficult position upon returning home. Finally, one timid mother ventured, "Boss Tianyun, may I have a beauty treatment?" Having successfully secured a customer, Hinata Tianyun immediately donned a beaming smile and replied, "Then let us step into the room to discuss further. This place is not suitable for beauty treatments, by the way. Miss, you have yet to reveal your name to me. My name is Meihua. You may call me Aunt Meihua." After the anxious mother uttered these words, she was promptly pulled inside the small wooden cabin by Hinata Tianyun. As for Meihua's thoughts, she was determined to allow her child to undergo Hinata Tianyun's training, even if it meant stepping into a veritable pit of fire herself. After all, it was hard to believe that a child like Hinata Tianyun could perform beauty treatments. Thus, before entering the cabin, she wore a sorrowful expression as she bid farewell to the 4 mothers waiting outside, making it seem as though they were parting for life and death. Chapter 066. Beauty treatment 2. The 2 small cabins constructed by Hinata Tianyun were rather rudimentary. One served as a waiting area for guests, furnished with a cluster of long benches capable of accommodating 200 people. The other was the beauty treatment room, which was equally simplistic, containing merely 2 wooden beds and an oversized mirror, devoid of any beauty products or cosmetics. Upon entering the room and observing its emptiness, Meihua inwardly lamented her misfortune at being intimidated by a mere child, now subjecting herself to the whims of this young one. Hinata Tianyun paid no mind to Meihua's thoughts and pointed to one of the beds, instructing, "Aunt Meihua, please lie down in 5 minutes. I shall complete your beauty treatment. This is a special ninjutsu beauty technique, and the results are exceptional." Meihua harbored no belief in Hinata Tianyun's claims of remarkable results. Her only hope was that he would not disfigure her. Thus, when she lay upon the wooden bed, her expression conveyed a sense of resignation, eliciting a twitch from the corners of Hinata Tianyun's mouth. Deciding not to dwell on Meihua's thoughts any further, Hinata Tianyun positioned himself at her head and began to massage her face, employing techniques akin to a standard massage. Upon realizing that it was merely a massage, Meihua breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Hinata Tianyun had not taken a knife to her face. She resolved to accept this as a massage beauty treatment. Hinata Tianyun's massage technique was, In fact, nothing more than a haphazard application of pressure. The 5-minute time frame served only to mask his enhancement technique. At the 2-minute mark, while Mei Hua remained oblivious, he utilized his technique to enhance her facial skin, expending 20,000 yuan to render her complexion instantly smooth and radiant, as if she had transformed into a youthful maiden in an instant. Once the enhancement was complete, he casually applied a few more touches before releasing her, smiling as he proclaimed, "The beauty treatment is finished, Aunt Mei Hua. You may rise and behold the results in the large mirror. They are indeed exceptional." Mei Hua remained skeptical about Hinata Tianyun's claims, feeling utterly unremarkable and believing his massage skills to be lacking, having even pressed on her nose several times since the treatment had concluded. She had little inclination to critique his methods. She felt fortunate not to have been disfigured. Thus, she sat up and inquired, "So, how much do I owe for this treatment?" Just as she began to ask about the cost, she stumbled over her words, unable to suppress a sudden scream. The reason? Upon sitting up and facing the large mirror, she was astonished to see her face had seemingly reverted to its appearance from a decade prior, prompting her to exclaim in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection while murmuring to herself, "Is this really me? Am I truly myself? This cannot be real. Can it? This is not an illusion. Is it?" Hinata Tianyun, witnessing Mei Hua lost in her daze, attempted to cough discreetly to regain her attention, but she was entirely oblivious to her surroundings, fixated on the mirror, and unresponsive to his attempts to alert her. Outside the beauty room, Mei Hua's sudden scream startled the 4 mothers, leading them to wonder if Mei Hua had met with some dire fate. What should we do? Should we go in and check? That may not be wise. Hinata Tianyun is not someone we can provoke. But what about Mei Hua? We brought her here. If something were to happen, how could we explain it to her husband? Perhaps one of us should go and take a look. I am too afraid. As the 4 mothers deliberated, the child accompanying Mei Hua could no longer contain himself. Having heard his mother scream and worried for her safety, he dashed toward the beauty room. With one child leading the way, the other mothers quickly followed suit, and they all arrived at the door of the beauty room, knocking fervently. The loud knocking, coupled with the children crying out for their mothers, finally roused Mei Hua from her reverie. She hurried to the door, flung it open, and scooped up her weeping child. In her haste to comfort her child, she failed to notice the bewildered expressions on the faces of the other mothers and children, who regarded her as though they no longer recognized her. In that moment of stillness, the child in her arms began to cry out and struggle, exclaiming, "Who are you? Let me go. My father is a jonin." Mei Hua glared at the squirming child, indignantly retorting, "What do you mean? You don't recognize me. How dare you?" Mid-sentence, she paused, realizing the truth of her transformation. Just moments ago, even she had difficulty believing her own eyes. Now, it seemed entirely plausible that her child would not recognize her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mei Hua's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. She released the struggling child onto the ground and excitedly proclaimed to her astonished companions, "Elian, Huyin, Shimizi, it is truly me, Mei Hua. I have been transformed by Master Tianyun's beauty treatment." The 4 mothers, who had grown up alongside Mei Hua, were stirred by her words. Upon closer inspection, they recognized that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the Mei Hua of 10 years ago, which ignited their excitement as they gazed at Hinata Tianyun with eyes aglow. Recalling that Hinata Tianyun had promised them a 50% discount, they became even more elated, surrounding Mei Hua with questions and admiration, entirely disregarding the bewildered children trailing behind them. Even the child left on the ground moaned, rubbing his backside while muttering, "She is definitely not my mother, and my mother would never treat me this way. She must be a villain in disguise." Inside the beauty room, Hinata Tianyun observed the jubilant interaction between Mei Hua and the 4 mothers, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction that he knew that in the days to come, he would attract women over the age of 20 from Konoha, and the prospect of earning substantial profits filled him with glee. As he contemplated this scenario, Hinata Tianyun could no longer suppress his laughter within the confines of the room. Envisioning the moment he would amass a fortune of 100 billion. Chapter 067. Beauty Treatment 3 within the training grounds, the five mothers, having momentarily abandoned their children, turned their attention to Hinata Tianyun after inquiring about Meihua's beauty treatment. Now emboldened, Meihua directly addressed him, asking, "Master Tianyun, how long will the effects of my beauty treatment last? And is the half-price offer truly valid?" Hinata Tianyun had been anticipating this inquiry. With a smile, he replied, "This ninjutsu is permanent. The results will revert you to your appearance from 10 years ago, and while you will age as time passes, you will always retain the visage of someone 10 years younger. I can guarantee that .as for the price. I trust you're fully aware that such beauty treatments are not easily attainable without considerable funds. As a member of the Hidden Leaf Village, I charge the residents a fee of 10 million, which translates to a mere 5 million after the discount. It is crucial to note that should women from outside villages wish to seek my services, I would not entertain any requests unless they can present 30 million that the mothers who bring their children here are predominantly the wives of elite ninja. A mere 5 million is something an elite ninja can earn in a month." Thus, Meihua promptly produced 5 million and addressed Hinata Tianyun, stating, "This is not exorbitant. I am willing to pay. However, I hope that if any issues arise, Master Tianyun will assist us free of charge." Hinata Tianyun swiftly accepted the payment, thumping his chest and assuring, "Within 5 years, should any problems arise, I, Hinata Tianyun, will compensate you threefold. I believe you are all aware of my earning capabilities. This sum is trivial for me, and there is no reason for me to deceive you." It was common knowledge among the villagers that Hinata Tianyun was adept at making substantial profits, often engaging in transactions worth hundreds of millions. Thus, deceiving them over 5 million was unnecessary. With this in mind, the five mothers were convinced of the efficacy of Hinata Tianyun's beauty treatments, and the four mothers yet to experience it could no longer contain themselves. Rushing into his beauty parlor, they asked for the children they brought along. They were left bewildered, standing outside as their mothers indulged inside. 20 minutes later, the four mothers emerged from the beauty parlor, radiant and animatedly discussing their newfound feelings with their friends. Having completely forgotten that the 5 million they brought was intended for their children's tuition, now redirected for beauty treatments. Inside the parlor, Hinata Tianyun could hardly contain his elation. This beauty business was indeed lucrative, converting 200,000 into 5 million, and potentially even exchanging 200,000 for 10 million later. The thought thrilled him immensely. After securing the funds, Hinata Tianyun exited the beauty parlor, only to be met with a comical sight. The five mothers were chatting animatedly as they strolled back into the Hidden Leaf Village, while their children trailed behind at a distance of 5 meters, looking perplexed, as if wanting to approach but hesitating. With a chuckle, Hinata Tianyun dismissed the departing mothers and children, realizing he needed to grab a bite to eat, for he anticipated that within an hour, his beauty parlor would be overwhelmed by affluent clients. Summoning a shadow clone to procure food, Hinata Tianyun began crafting beds from leftover wooden planks from the previous day. Otherwise, if too many clients arrived, he would be swamped until the afternoon. His foresight proved accurate. Just as he completed 3 beds and consumed the food brought by a shadow clone, a horde of women came rushing from afar. In response, he quickly dispatched 6 shadow clones. His organization dictated that 5 clones would handle massages. 1 would manage payments, and he could merely pretend to inspect and enhance the treatments while the clones worked, thereby expediting the process and maximizing profits. Hinata Tianyun busied himself. The men of the Hidden Leaf Village found themselves in a state of helplessness, as their wives stormed into their workplaces, brandishing flyers for Hinata Tianyun's beauty parlor, demanding funds for treatments. Some women even resorted to dramatic displays, refusing to leave without money, creating chaos throughout the village. With excited women and men scurrying around seeking loans in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage received reports from the Umbu regarding the frenzy among the women of the Hidden Leaf Village, which left him quite troubled. Inquisitively, he asked the reporting Umbu, "Is that young lad's beauty technique truly that remarkable? The effects are indeed exceptional, capable of making one appear a decade younger. My wife's taken 1 million from our household to visit the parlor," replied the Umbu ninja, his tone tinged with resignation despite his masked visage concealing any expression. The third Hokage, astute as ever, caught the nuance in the Umbu's voice with a twitch of his lips. The third Hokage began to ramble. That young lad truly knows how to make money. It seems the women of the Hidden Leaf Village are on the verge of bankruptcy. I estimate he will earn at least 100 billion from this venture. Do you think we could acquire his essence pills without payment? The Umbu ninja, wary of the third Hokage's musings, remained silent, merely listening until the Hokage concluded his tirade. Ultimately, the third Hokage issued a directive to inform the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village that loans would be available, provided they were repaid within 3 months without interest. However, any extensions beyond that would incur a daily interest fee of 10,000. This maneuver was a clever way for the third Hokage to augment the village's finances. Knowing full well that for those without families, repaying such sums in 3 months would be a formidable challenge, thus ensuring some profit from interest. After delegating these tasks, the third Hokage could no longer resist the urge to leave work early. Eager to witness firsthand the prowess of Hinata Tianyun's beauty techniques. Meanwhile, at Hinata Tianyun's beauty parlor, he was inundated with clients. The various clans of the Hidden Leaf Village were not lacking in wealth, and upon learning of the remarkable results of Hinata Tianyun's treatments, the women from these clans flocked to his establishment. The reception area, accommodating 200 individuals, was overflowing, compelling later arrivals to queue outside. Hinata Tianyun devoted a full 3 hours to treating the women in line, ensuring those who could fit in the waiting area were attended to. Following that, he spent an additional hour and a half dispatching the women from the various clans. Over the course of that 5 hours, Hinata Tianyun encountered women from every clan in the Hidden Leaf Village, including numerous from the Uchiha clan, despite their historical rivalry with the Hyuga clan. Underscoring the allure of beauty, Hinata Tianyun's beauty treatments continued until 5:30 in the afternoon, at which point he announced a break, instructing those who had not yet been served to return the following morning. The remaining women awaiting treatment were few, primarily those who had just managed to gather enough funds. Unfortunately for Hinata Tianyun, his assumption was flawed. The women with cash were unwilling to wait, insisting they would remain at the parlor until after training concluded. Claiming they could not return home without having undergone treatment. This left Hinata Tianyun exasperated, compelling him to assign 5 shadow clones to continue their beauty treatments, while the shadow clone responsible for payments prepared to welcome the children arriving for training. Chapter 68. Beauty treatments. 4 at 4:40 in the evening, a large group of students, led by Naruto Uzumaki, arrived at the training ground, exceeding 200 in number, including several toddlers. Naruto was particularly animated today, relishing the feeling of being in charge, as all the children were required to heed his commands. Upon reaching the training ground, Naruto eagerly approached Hinata Tianyun, exclaiming, "Boss, did you see that? I've exceeded my task. Shouldn't I receive a reward?" Hinata Tianyun, fully understanding Naruto's excitement, smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you have performed admirably. I can reward you with a role of training coordinator. From now on, you will oversee the nightly training sessions. Teach me the methods you employed. I trust you haven't forgotten them." Instantly, Naruto was invigorated, envisioning the grand scene of commanding 200 to 300 little followers, and he couldn't help but leap in excitement, declaring, "Don't worry, boss. Training is easy. It's just running and jumping. All right, I will accompany you as a shadow clone. You handle the training while I supervise," Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile. "Wait, you're a shadow clone?" Naruto exclaimed, bewildered. Hinata Tianyun pointed towards the entrance of the beauty parlor, where a crowd was gathered around the sign indicating fees, explaining, "The real me is over there. He is solely responsible for collecting payments. While we do the work." Naruto pouted, "You're so lazy, letting your clones do all the work. I genuinely feel sorry for you. Should we prank him?" Hinata Tianyun's shadow clone smirked. "Remember what you just said. Once I disappear, the real me will know what you've said. Are you sure you want to prank him?" Naruto paused, then quickly feigned ignorance. "Did I say anything? I remarked that the leader unexpectedly undertook the arduous task of collecting payments himself, which left me genuinely concerned for his well-being." Hinata Tianyun's shadow clone delivered a swift blow to Uzumaki Naruto's back and said, "Enough of the idle chatter. Hasten to direct those students in their training. My role is merely to supervise, and if you cannot command them, I shall appoint another instructor." Just as Uzumaki Naruto was relishing the feeling of being in charge upon hearing Hinata Tianyun's intent to reclaim the responsibility, He immediately responded with grave determination. "Leave it to me. I assure you, I will accomplish the task successfully." In the ensuing time, Hinata Tianyun witnessed Uzumaki Naruto's rather inept teaching abilities. Fortunately, the children who came to train were predominantly future ninjas. Although they were quite dissatisfied with Naruto's guidance, they nonetheless trained earnestly, refraining from whining or fleeing, of course. Another reason for their compliance was that most parents were observing from outside the training area, and the children were reluctant to face reprimands upon returning home. From 6 to 7 in the evening, the hour largely unfolded with the children's self-directed training, during which Uzumaki Naruto played a minimal role, merely bouncing around to direct those younger than himself, while those older paid him no mind. Among the observing parents, the third Hokage discreetly blended in to observe, yet he found nothing particularly remarkable, which led him to question whether Hinata Tianyun could indeed facilitate any progress in the children within 10 days. However, considering Hinata Tianyun's newfound wealth, having earned over 100 billion in the afternoon alone, the third Hokage chose to refrain from further interference, content that Hinata Tianyun could afford any potential losses. At precisely 7 o'clock, the parents, somewhat disheartened, took their children home, as they had not witnessed any notable differences in the training nor any tangible results. However, having already paid, they prepared to continue bringing their children for training over the next 10 days. Otherwise, they would have no grounds to seek compensation from Hinata Tianyun, leaving them all in a state of frustration as they return home. Hinata Tianyun, however, had no time to regard the departing parents, as the beauty salon continued to welcome women seeking treatments. These were often the wives of men returning home from work, or the female ninjas who, after finishing their duties, rushed over to pamper themselves, leaving Hinata Tianyun as busy at night as he had been the afternoon. The salon's activities persisted until 11:40 in the evening, and after sending the last woman on her way, Hinata Tianyun stretched and prepared to head home for some much-needed rest. Upon dispelling the shadow clone, Uzumaki Naruto immediately felt the aches in his body. But now that he was wealthy, he promptly spent 30 billion to enhance his body, soul, and chakra, restoring some of his stamina and even lifting his spirits. After spending 1 billion to strengthen his soul previously, Hinata Tianyun had been diligently researching the effects of the soul. Ultimately, he discovered that ordinary D-rank Jinjutsu had no effect on him, and he possessed a formidable resistance to C-rank Jinjutsu, with only B-rank Jinjutsu inflicting any harm. Furthermore, the enhancement of his soul allowed his mental state to remain stable for extended periods, preventing fatigue from causing errors in battle, thereby enabling him to maintain a state of alertness for longer durations. After fortifying his body, soul, and chakra, Hinata Tianyun unhesitatingly invested 50 billion to enhance his Byakugan. After completing the enhancement, he gazed into the mirror, noticing no change in his eyes, and immediately activated his Byakugan to test its newfound capabilities. To his astonishment, he discovered that his visual range had expanded from 1 kilometer to an impressive 10 kilometers. Additionally, the closer the distance, the sharper his observational skills became. He could even see ants and small insects scuttling beneath the leaves, as well as little mice burrowing underground. The 50 billion spent was undoubtedly worthwhile. Satisfied, Hinata Tianyun glanced at the remaining 70 billion, shook his head, and chose not to expend it further, intending to save until he reached 100 billion to enhance his soul's capabilities again. The rationale behind this was his imminent involvement in matters concerning the Uchiha clan, renowned for their Jinjutsu, necessitating his ability to resist such techniques to ensure his safety. Having determined how best to allocate his funds, Hinata Tianyun contentedly closed the door behind him as he returned home, ready to indulge in a restful night before continuing his pursuit of wealth the following day. However, his plans for a peaceful night's sleep were thwarted upon his arrival home, where he found Hinata Tianyun sitting in the hall, her expression decidedly displeased. "Mother, it is already past midnight. Why have you not gone to bed?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before quickly seeking to comfort Hinata Tianyun. So you do remember to come home. I thought you had grown so engrossed in tending to those women's beauty needs that you had forgotten about your own mother." Hinata Makura displayed an air of indifference. Upon hearing her words, if Hinata Tianyun remained oblivious to the reason for her ire, it would indeed be a testament to his foolishness. Thus, he hastily proclaimed, "Mother, Your beauty is as radiant as a blooming flower, requiring no enhancements. I find you to be the most exquisite in your current state. Flattered by her son's commendation, Hinata Mikura's expression softened slightly as she replied, that scoundrel Mikio flaunted her beauty after undergoing a makeover. Though I do not think she is particularly remarkable, I cannot allow myself to be outdone. You must assist me in enhancing my appearance as well. Mikio was a close friend of Hinata Mikura, and it seemed she had been provoked by her friend's transformation, feeling too embarrassed to seek her son's help directly, leading to her vexation while waiting for Hinata Tianyun's return home. Realizing this, Hinata Tianyun rushed to his mother, assuring her, "Rest assured, dear mother, I did not exert my full effort on Mikio's makeover. This time, I shall provide you with a complete transformation, ensuring that Mikio will be envious come morning." Hinata Mikura's excitement surged as she grabbed her son and hurried back to her room, insisting he commence her full beauty treatment immediately. Although somewhat exasperated, Hinata Tianyun could do little but comply, ultimately investing a significant sum to restore his mother's beauty to that of her 18-year-old self. Chapter 69. 10 days. In the ensuing 10 days, Hinata Tianyun's beauty business flourished, adversely affecting the commerce of shops in Konoha village. The reason was clear. Hinata Tianyun had thoroughly drained the ninjas of their funds, compelling them to economize and refrain from purchases. Nevertheless, the villagers of Konoha found themselves in a bittersweet predicament. Although their finances were depleted, they were nonetheless pleased to behold a stunning wife each day, leading them to harbor no resentment towards Hinata Tianyun, but rather a desire to earn more to replenish their pockets. Consequently, tasks issued by the Hokage began to be snatched up with fervor, resulting in a situation where for 3 hours, all missions in Konoha had been claimed, leaving no assignments for the ninjas. Faced with such an unprecedented scenario, the third Hokage found himself at a loss, torn between laughter and tears, as it was the first time in his life that he encountered a ninja village devoid of tasks, leaving him to marvel at Hinata Tianyun's peculiar prowess. Among the training class of 232 children, the third Hokage felt both satisfaction and perplexity. With his own grandson among the students, he visited the training class nearly every evening. Yet he failed to discern any significant difference in Hinata Tianyun's teaching methods, which led him to initially believe that Hinata Tianyun would incur losses. However, on the final day, he discovered that the children over the age of 8 had achieved the physical capabilities and skills of a lower-ranked ninja, while those under 8 had successfully learned the basic transformation techniques, and to a commendable degree. Thus, the 500,000 provided by the children's parents seemed well worth it in the third Hokage's eyes. Though he could not fathom how Hinata Tianyun accomplished this, he was nonetheless pleased with the enhancement of Konoha's strength. The only source of his dissatisfaction lay in the fact that Hinata Tianyun had still collected the fee for the Sway-Pin pills, displaying a lack of consideration for the elder's plight, prompting him to wish he could wield a few canes against the impudent youth. That scoundrel had earned over 300 billion in just 10 days. Yet he still sought even the smallest amounts, leading the third Hokage to feel a sense of disdain for Hinata Tianyun. Hinata Tianyun, however, was indifferent to the third Hokage's sentiments, for he found himself devoid of money. All he had earned over the past 10 days had been invested in enhancing his abilities, leaving him with merely 10 billion as a reserve. The enhancements he undertook included spirit power, 10 billion. Hinata Tianyun could now resist B-rank illusions and had developed some capacity to withstand A-rank and S-rank illusions. Physical qualities, 10 billion. He believed his physical prowess now rivaled that of the third Hokage, if not exceeding it, given the latter's advanced age compared to his own youth. Shadow Clone Technique, 1 billion. His mastery of the Shadow Clone Technique had progressed to the point where he could now utilize chakra and ninjutsu, though their strength only equated to half of his own. Substitution Technique, 1 billion. The explosive power of the substitution technique had significantly increased, capable of unleashing a terrifying force akin to a full-strength blow from Hinata Tianyun. Should one be caught in its blast, they would likely meet their demise. Transformation Technique, 1 billion. When transforming into animal forms, he had acquired the traits and abilities of the respective animals, though his sole weakness remained vulnerability to attacks. Miscellaneous, 3.6 billion. Hinata Tianyun had learned numerous ninjutsu from Kakashi, and with his newfound wealth, he had taken the opportunity to acquire them all. Among those he found particularly useful, he had also invested in further enhancements, such as the shadow illusion technique, which he deemed exceptionally beneficial, spending 20 million to amplify its power. Additionally, he perceived the shadow clone technique as invaluable and similarly invested 20 million to enhance it, resulting in his newfound ability to control the personalities of his clones. Previously, some of his shadow clones had been rather disobedient, occasionally voicing complaints. However, following the enhancements, he could now select the desired personality for his clones based on the task at hand. As the 10 days drew to a close and the students graduated successfully, Hinata Tianyun felt a sense of relief, preparing to close the beauty parlor for a well-deserved respite, as the 15-day holiday granted by the third Hokage had come to an end. Over the course of those 10 days, approximately 1 million women in Konoha had undergone beauty treatments, and now only a few sporadic visitors trickled in, rendering any further profits negligible. Hence, he decided to hang a sign at the entrance, declaring that beauty treatments would henceforth occur on the 5th of each month, with adjustments made in the event of mission assignments. With his newfound leisure, Hinata Tianyun resolved to seek out Hinata and Kimura Shinmei, as the two women had seemingly vanished during this time, leaving him with a sense of longing. As he strolled through the streets of Konoha, he greeted passersby, to the point of feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. However, he felt compelled to reciprocate the respect shown to him. This unusual phenomenon stemmed from two recent actions he had undertaken, which had led the women of Konoha to address him as master, while the younger children referred to him as teacher. Eventually, feeling somewhat exasperated by the constant addresses, he sought refuge in an unoccupied alley, transforming into an ordinary Konoha resident before exiting onto the street and making his way to Hinata's home. Hinata, recently troubled by her father Hinata Hisashi's insistence that she marry Hinata Tianyun upon turning 16, had been in a perpetual state of distraction, lacking the inclination to seek out Hinata Tianyun. Now, she found herself too intimidated to face him, and even the thought of him evoked anxieties about marriage, resulting in her absence from his training class. Upon arriving at Hinata's residence, Hinata Tianyun noticed the guards casting peculiar glances in his direction, some even enthusiastically calling him young Master Tianyun, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Though intrigued, he chose not to dwell on the odd behavior of the guards, as he was in high spirits and wished to disregard their strange attitudes. Proceeding directly to Hinata's room. "Open up, Hinata," he called, knocking on the door. Inside, Hinata hesitated, her expression shifting as she grappled with whether to answer. If she chose not to open the door, she feared angering Hinata Tianyun. Yet if she did, she worried about what to say. Caught in this internal conflict, she stood frozen at the door, her hand poised above the knob, uncertain of her next move. Chapter 70. The marriage proposal after waiting for 2 minutes without a response. Hinata Tianyun grew increasingly dissatisfied. He had clearly heard footsteps approaching the door moments earlier, yet now Hinata remained unresponsive. "Hey, Hinata, are you going to open the door or not? If you don't, I am leaving," he issued his ultimatum at last. Hinata opened the door, unable to bring herself to refuse entry to Hinata Tianyun. As the door swung open, she found herself looking down, silent, and avoiding eye contact. "What is the matter? You're home, but one T opened the door. Come on, let us go find Shinmei. That woman is acting strangely, and I can't seem to locate her," Hinata Tianyun pressed. Noticing her silence, Hinata said nothing, merely stepping out of her room and following him, still avoiding conversation. While she typically preferred quiet, her demeanor was uncharacteristically subdued in Hinata Tianyun's presence. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What is going on today? You seem off. If something's bothering you, just share it with me." Yet Hinata continued to keep her gaze lowered, responding softly, "Don't ask me. Let us just hurry and find Shinmei. I'm aware of her residence, but will take some time yet." Hinata refrained from speaking, and Hinata Tianyun, too, chose not to press further, allowing Hinata to lead the way toward the abode of Kimu Shinmei. As they departed from the Hinata estate, Hinata Tianyun once again experienced the peculiar gazes of the guards and the warm greetings of the servants. Hinata appeared oblivious to it all, hastening her steps as if eager to escape her own home. Once they exited the estate, Hinata's pace returned to normal, After walking 2 kilometers toward the southernmost part of Konoha village, they arrived at a modest apartment complex. Standing before the entrance, Hinata finally lifted her gaze to Hinata Tianyun and said, "This is where Shinmei resides. I hear it is a communal dormitory, and she lives in the 5th room on the 4th floor. She resides in such a dilapidated place?" Hinata Tianyun exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the wooden 5-story building, which seemed to be the most unattractive and aged structure in Konoha village. In his recollection, Kimu Shinmei was of a wealthy lineage, and it was entirely incongruous for her to dwell in such a shabby abode. Hinata explained. Shinmei mentioned that her funds are intended for the director of the orphanage. She only needs a place to live and does not require anything extravagant. That's so. How remarkably kind of her. Hinata amused before stating, "Let us proceed to converse with her. If she is in need of funds, I would not hesitate to offer her a sum of 1 or 200 million. As Hinata followed behind Hinata Tianyun into the building, she remarked, "Shinmei would not accept your money. She insists on earning her keep through her own efforts. It would be best if you refrained from such gestures. Refuse wealth is rather peculiar," Hinata Tianyun retorted, shaking his head. "Who are you calling peculiar?" Kimu Shinmei suddenly appeared at the top of the staircase, glaring at Hinata Tianyun. "Of course. Wealth is impressive. One can do as one pleases," he countered defiantly, aggravating Kimu Shinmei further. After she caught her breath, Kimu Shinmei suppressed her displeasure and shot a glare at Hinata Tianyun, asking, "What brings you here? Surely, you are not merely here to flaunt your earnings." Hinata Tianyun, with a broad grin, replied, "If that is how you wish to interpret it. I merely came to touch base with you. We have a mission tomorrow, do we not? Let us gather for a meal. It is on me." Kimu Shinmei cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Tianyun and shook her head, saying, "It seems you have become quite forgetful. It has been some time since you sought out Lord Hokage, has it not? Our mission has been cancelled, and we are to remain in Konoha village for an additional 5 days. You should return home promptly. That old man, how could not inform me of such a significant matter? Is it merely because I accepted a small sum from him?" Hinata Tianyun fumed, feeling that the 3rd Hokage had intentionally kept him in the dark. At that moment, Hinata, standing behind him, suddenly said, "Master, Lord Hokage asked me to inform you that in 5 days, the wife of the daimyo of the Land of Fire will visit you for a beauty treatment. And you're to rest in Konoha for a few days. I forgot to relay this to you." Hinata Tianyun was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Hinata's face flushed crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. "Enough of your couple-less affairs. Discuss them at home, if there is nothing else. Do not interrupt me while I am working to earn a living," Kimu Shinmei interjected, prompting Hinata Tianyun to question, "What do you mean by couple? Hinata and I have no such relationship, so do not speak carelessly." Kimu Shinmei scoffed. "It seems the clan is unaware. The Hyuga clan has already decided to arrange for Hinata to marry you once she comes of age, binding you, this genius, to the Hyuga clan." Hinata Tianyun was genuinely taken aback, inwardly cursing Hinata Hizashi, as he wondered why that old man felt entitled to meddle in his marriage. It was no wonder Hinata had been acting so strangely today. He considered confronting Hinata Hizashi to refuse the marriage proposal, but when he glanced at Hinata, whose face was beet red and head bowed low, he decided it best not to bring it up in her presence. However, a thought crossed his mind. Hinata would only be 16 in 8 or 9 years WY then. He anticipated he would have dominion over the entire ninja world, and he could dictate his own path without concern for a minor like Hinata Hizashi. With this in mind, Hinata Tianyun regained his composure and said to Kimu Shinmei, "Very well, let us revisit this matter later. Today, I am in a generous mood and will treat you both to a splendid meal." Kimu Shinmei shook her head, stating, "I have work to attend to and will not join you." "Enjoy your meal." You two, as Kimu Shinmei prepared to leave, Hinata Tianyun seized her arm, exclaiming, "What work? If you wish to work, come and assist me. My beauty salon is in need of a waitress. I assure you the pay will be superior to your current wage." Hinata Tianyun's proposal piqued Kimu Shinmei's interest, given that he was now recognized as the wealthiest individual in Konoha. She realized that working for him would not compromise her finances. However, recalling Hinata Tianyun's frugality, she retorted, "That may be the case, but my salary is 20,000 per day. if you are unwilling to pay that. I will not work for you. 20,000? Do you underestimate my financial capacity? I will pay you 200,000 a month, with meals and accommodation included, Hinata Tianyun proclaimed assertively. Deal. Kimushinmei agreed without hesitation. At this point, Hinata Tianyun regarded the previous trifling amounts with disdain, as his financial needs now began in the millions. 200,000 was but a small favor to aid Kimushinmei, sparing her from undue hardship. Chapter 71. Yuhi Kurenai having secured Kimushinmei's employment, the trio set off toward Konoha Village's pastry shop, eager to indulge in a delightful feast. Originally, Hinata Tianyun had intended to dine at a barbecue restaurant, but Kimushinmei adamantly refused, insisting on maintaining a perfect physique. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to her choice of the pastry shop. In truth, Hinata Tianyun couldn't help but scoff inwardly at Kimushinmei, recalling that pastries often contained even more calories than meat. And her claims of maintaining her figure seemed merely a guise for her desire to indulge in confections. Konoha Village boasted but a single pastry shop, known for its reasonable quality. Hinata Tianyun had visited once before, though on that occasion, he had been a freeloader rather than the one footing the bill. It was now 2 in the afternoon, and the shop was not overly crowded, predominantly filled with women. Hinata Tianyun paid them little mind as he found a table for 4 and waved the waitress over, ordering one of those massive rose special cakes and one of those strawberry flame cakes, along with 3 glasses of ice blue raspberry juice. After placing his order, Kimushinmei looked at Hinata Tianyun with disapproval, saying, "Shouldn't you order what we like to eat? You have only chosen some visually appealing but insubstantial pastries. I chose the most expensive options. Are you suggesting they won't taste good?" Hinata Tianyun replied, bewildered by Kimushinmei's reaction. With a dismissive glance, Kimushinmei retorted, "Who told you that the most expensive is also the best? It seems you are merely trying to show off. Withdraw those selections, and I will order something more suitable." Hinata Tianyun immediately protested. "No, I never retract my orders. If you wish to return something, you may do so yourself. I still have some pride." "Very well, I shall do just that," Kimushinmei shot back, rising to pursue the previous waitress. Hinata Tianyun shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore her as he was about to engage Hinata in conversation when he suddenly noticed a woman entering through the door. He immediately stood and waved, calling, "Beautiful lady, come sit with us." The woman paused momentarily, casting a glance in Hinata Tianyun's direction before swiftly making her way to his side, smiling as she said, "Ah, so, is the master here? Are you treating your girlfriend to a meal? What does it matter whether one has a girlfriend or not? I'm still quite far from the time to seek a girlfriend. However, if a beautiful lady were willing to be my girlfriend, I might just consider finding one earlier," said Hinata Tianyun with a playful grin. The beauty who entered the pastry shop was Shiri Hong, who knew Hinata Tianyun because she had sought his beauty treatments, accompanied by her mother. Hinata Tianyun held a certain admiration for Shiri Hong, as the image of her in his memory was that of a virtuous and graceful woman, and she possessed an appealing appearance, making her quite suitable for the role of a wife. Shiri Hong merely smiled at Hinata Tianyun's teasing, recognizing that taking the words of a 6-year-old seriously would be rather foolish. She then took a seat beside Hinata Huina and remarked, "Is your girlfriend still around? You shouldn't be here flirting with other women." Hinata Huina, already feeling quite embarrassed, nearly blushed to the point of combustion upon hearing Shiri Hong's words. She quickly grabbed a glass of water from the table and gulped it down, a sight that left Shiri Hong somewhat speechless. Observing Hinata Huina's state, Hinata Tianyun shook his head in exasperation, deciding to cease his playful banter with Shiri Hong and instead inquired, "You are quite the busy person. What brings you back to Konoha Village?" Shiri Hong replied with a smile, "I returned upon hearing of your remarkable beauty treatments. I thought I might take the opportunity to rest for a while. But it seems you have attracted the attention of the daimyo's wife, leading the Hokage to assign me to defense duties in the village." Curiously, Hinata Tianyun asked, "It's merely the daimyo's wife. Does it require such grandeur?" Shiri Hong shook her head. "Don't be mistaken. While the 3rd Hokage speaks of the daimyo's wife, there are numerous noble ladies accompanying her, all drawn by your beauty treatments. I dare say you could earn around 5 billion from this endeavor." "Is that so?" Hinata Tianyun's spirits lifted immediately at the prospect of profit. Gratefully, he responded, "Thank you for the information. Allow me to treat you today. You stingy fellow, treating others is no easy task. I shall indulge in a grand meal today. Shiri Hong accepted Hinata Tianyun's invitation. As they engaged in light conversation about the happenings outside of Konoha, it wasn't long before Mukamura Shinmei returned with an array of pastries, and they all began to feast. Coming from Root, Mukamura Shinmei was familiar with Shiri Hong, the daughter of the former Konoha Yase, and they shared a pleasant conversation, making for a delightful meal. The only one feeling out of place was Hinata Huna, who was struggling with her emotions, and the others chose not to comment. The entrance of the pastry shop. After bidding farewell to Hinata Tianyun and the others, Mukamura Shinmei stated, "I need to return and move my belongings to the beauty salon. You should take Huina home. She needs to rest, or she might face some issues." Hearing Mukamura Shinmei's words, Hinata Huina quickly shook her head, insisting, "I'm fine. There's no need for my master to escort me. I can go back on my own." Mukamura Shinmei, who had a good rapport with Hinata Huina, was willing to converse with her. Observing the situation, Hinata Tianyun decisively suggested, "How about this? I will arrange for a separate room at the beauty salon. And Shinmei, you can stay in a single room .as for Huina. She can accompany you to move your belongings. I believe it would be easier for her to be with you, and you can have a good chat." Mukamura Shinmei understood Hinata Tianyun's intent was to comfort Hinata Huina, so she nodded in agreement. "All right, then Huina will come with me. You go find someone to fix the room that I shall take my leave then." Hinata Tianyun concluded before departing. As he left, Mukamura Shinmei glanced at Hinata Huna, who was lost in thought, staring at Hinata Tianyun's retreating figure. She gently pulled her away, saying, "All right, enough of that. You both are still quite young. There's no need to overthink things. Just let nature take its course." The comforting presence of Kimura Mikami eased Hinata Hanabi's mood slightly. She no longer gazed at the retreating figure of Hinata Tianyun. Together with Kimura Mikami, she departed to return to the collective dormitory to retrieve her belongings. Chapter 072. Sure sway in the residence of the beauty salon, Hinata Tianyun had generously hired Fortunen, paying a handsome sum. And within 2 hours, everything was completed. As for the furnishings within the room, they were lavishly plentiful, far exceeding the opulence of the beauty salon, costing Hinata Tianyun a staggering 5 million. Upon arriving with their luggage, Kimura Mikami and Hinata Hanabi were met with a splendid sight, which prompted Kimura to express her satisfaction and commend Hinata Tianyun, who was soon to be her employer. Presently, Hinata Hanabi found herself unable to face Hinata Tianyun, as their encounter made her exceedingly anxious. After exchanging a few words with Kimura Mikami, Hinata Tianyun instructed her to escort Hanabi home before he hastily made his way to the Hokage building. Hinata Tianyun's reason for visiting the third Hokage was to inquire about the matter concerning the daimyo's wife. He wished to ascertain the number of affluent ladies accompanying her and the potential fortune he could glean from the situation. As he strolled toward the Hokage building, upon reaching the office door, he was taken aback to find 2 Umbu ninjas stationed as guards. This unexpected sight sparked a profound curiosity within him. In his previous visits, the Hokage's office had never been under such vigilant protection, indicating that the third Hokage was certainly engaged in discussions of great significance. Eager to uncover the nature of these discussions, Hinata Tianyun discreetly retreated to the lobby, seeking a secluded spot. There he summoned a shadow clone and transformed it into a mosquito, commanding it to infiltrate the Hokage's office and gather intelligence. After dispatching the mosquito clone, Hinata Tianyun exited the Hokage building and aimlessly wandered the nearby streets. Half an hour later, he received a sudden influx of information in his mind, intelligence relayed by the disappearing shadow clone. The mosquito clone had entered the Hokage's office through a crack in a door, taking refuge on a leaf within a vase, observing the proceedings within. Inside the office were the third Hokage and a masked Umbu ninja. The mosquito clone had arrived too late to catch the initial conversation, but began listening from midway through. The dialogue revolved around the Uchiha clan. The Umbu ninja expressed concern that Shimura Danzo's actions had already begun to impact the Uchiha clan, and he could no longer manage Danzo's affairs, necessitating his full attention to the Uchiha issue. The third Hokage, however, remained silent, puffing on his pipe for an extended period before finally stating that he would discuss forthcoming matters with Danzo, while the Umbu ninja should handle the Uchiha situation. Throughout this eavesdropping, The mosquito clone gleaned only one pertinent piece of information. Just as the Umbu ninja was about to depart, the third Hokage addressed him, saying, "Shursui, take care. The Uchiha matter may only be resolvable by you." Having pieced together the gathered intelligence, Hinata Tianyun lost interest in discussing the daimyo's wife with the third Hokage, based on his recollections. He knew that this was likely about Shimura Danzo's theft of one of Uchiha Shursui's eyes, which Shursui had subsequently gifted to Uchiha Itachi. Following Shursui's tragic demise, Itachi had awakened his Mangeki Sharingan in grief, foreshadowing the eventual massacre of their clan. Contemplating the impending calamity, Hinata Tianyun dismissed the triviality of the 50 billion issue. He resolved to increase his surveillance of the Uchiha clan through shadow clones, preparing to insert himself into the events surrounding their annihilation in order to secure the greatest benefit for himself. As for why he had no intention of saving the Uchiha clan, it was simply because they were markedly different from the other families in Konoha. They were resistant to external control. Thus, he chose not to intervene in their downfall, instead seeking to extract some profit from the Uchiha clan. Lost in thought, he strolled back home, promptly creating 3 shadow clones that transformed into various small animals, infiltrating the Uchiha clan in preparation for the inevitable events to unfold in the subsequent 5 days. Until the third Hokage summoned Hinata Tianyun regarding the daimyo's wife from the Land of Fire, he remained sequestered at home, prompting Hinata Mimura to express her growing concern and inquire if something was amiss. Naturally, Hinata Tianyun refrained from disclosing his daily studies of the Uchiha clan, instead fabricating a vague excuse to dismiss Mimura. When he was called to the Hokage's reception room, Hinata Tianyun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. The audacity of a daimyo's wife from the Land of Fire, demanding that he, the future ruler of the world, come to report in person, irked him greatly. Thus, he arrived at the Hokage building with a decidedly sour expression. The third Hokage, observing Hinata Tianyun's demeanor, sighed in exasperation and admonished him, "They are your patrons. What is with that attitude? Do you not wish to earn any money?" Hinata Tianyun, dismissing the Hokage's reprimand, arrogantly retorted, "It is they who seek my services, not the other way around, that you've truly grown complacent, dismissing billions in revenue." The third Hokage lamented before issuing a firm command. "Regardless of your thoughts, you are to provide them with beauty services. Otherwise, the daimyo's promise of an additional 30% funding this year will not be allocated to Konoha." With a disgruntled huff, Hinata Tianyun stood up and replied, "Very well. Even for the sake of Konoha's interests, I shall offer some beauty treatments to those portly ladies. However, their unappealing appearances dampen my spirits, and I demand an additional 10 million in compensation for emotional distress." Humph. The third Hokage, who was peacefully sipping tea, found himself spluttering upon hearing Hinata Tianyun's words. In a fit of rage, he hurled his teacup at Hinata Tianyun, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! You think you deserve compensation for emotional distress? I am tormented by you daily, and I wish to collect some damages myself. Now, get out and get to work." Upon witnessing the third Hokage's fury, Hinata Tianyun quickly rose, placed the teacup on a nearby stool, and hastily exited the office. For the next 2 hours, Hinata Tianyun diligently accepted payment and provided beauty treatments to the affluent ladies, refraining from causing any further trouble. Once the treatments concluded, he departed with a staggering sum of 6,900,000,000. Without uttering a word to the ladies, in truth, the noble women of the Land of Fire were not exceedingly unattractive. After all, it would be implausible for anyone deemed too unsightly to marry into a noble family. However, a few daughters of the aristocracy were inherently plump, which significantly lowered the overall attractiveness of the noble women by 50%. Yet for Hinata Tianyun, the haughty demeanor of these ladies made it difficult for him to regard them favorably. And he found it particularly vexing that a few elderly women attempted to approach him inappropriately. It was quite a feat that he had not lashed out in anger. Chapter 073. The Roots having completed the task assigned by the third Hokage, Hinata Tianyun found himself at leisure once more, meandering through the streets of Konoha. As he wandered, he noted a peculiar atmosphere enveloping the village, for the Uchiha clan's Konoha Guard had effectively ceased operations. The streets were devoid of any Uchiha patrols, leading to frequent loud arguments and even outright duels. Just a month prior, the presence of Uchiha patrols would have swiftly quelled such disturbances, ushering the disputants away for a chat over tea. It seemed the third Hokage, that old man, had refrained from appointing anyone to assume the duties of the guard, perhaps hoping to retain the Uchiha for when the situation calmed. Little did he know that the true perpetrator behind the Uchiha clan's downfall was the enigmatic Obito Uchiha. With Danzo Shimura and Itachi, Uchiha merely pawns in his grand scheme that to restore peace to the Uchiha clan, one would first need to deal with Obito, but given the current capabilities of the third Hokage, such a task appeared utterly unattainable. Obito's space-time ninjutsu was far too formidable. The third Hokage stood no chance of vanquishing him, unless, of course, Obito chose to meet his demise willingly, lost in a whirl of chaotic thoughts. Hinata Tianyun eventually made his way to the beauty salon, intending to converse with Kimura Kokomi. Recently, Kimura had been quite satisfied, as Hinata Tianyun had made her tasks exceedingly light. She found herself with ample free time to train. Thanks to her private quarters, when Hinata approached, he discovered Kimura engrossed in practicing jinja. Unable to contain herself, she unleashed a terrifying illusion upon him. To her astonishment, Hinata Tianyun seemed oblivious to her technique, casually walking up to her and saying, "Enough with these trivial antics. I came here to talk." Kimura, taken aback, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Did my jinjutsu fail? You seem unaffected by it." Hinata Tianyun scoffed dismissively. "Your meager illusion is of no consequence to me. Perhaps try honing your skills for another decade or two." Frustrated, Kimura, who prided herself on her prowess in jinjutsu, felt disheartened that it proved ineffective against Hinata. She glared at him and asked, "What do you want?" Kimura had always maintained a rather unfriendly demeanor toward Hinata, but he remained unfazed and stated, as a member of the Roots, "Could you take me to see them?" "I wish to speak with Advisor Danzo." Kimura, surprised, knew that almost no one in Konoha harbored fondness for Danzo, given his lackluster appearance and cold demeanor, coupled with his domineering nature. After a moment of contemplation, she asked incredulously, "You truly wish to meet with Lord Danzo? Aren't you afraid of him?" Hinata shot her an incredulous look. "Advisor Danzo is a respected elder of Konoha. Surely he would not harm a talented ninja, such as myself." "I suspect your reasoning is somewhat flawed." Kimura, pondering this, recognized that as a cherished asset of Konoha, Lord Danzo would have no reason to lay a finger on Hinata, even going so far as to assign numerous Root members to protect him. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Kimura replied, "Fine, I shall report to Lord Danzo if he declines to meet with you. That is beyond my control." "Then hurry along," Hinata urged, "lest I fear that old Hokage will assign us yet another task." Hinata exhibited no respect for the third Hokage, prompting Kimura to roll her eyes in response. "Wait here for an hour, and I will return with an answer after consulting with Lord Danzo." "Please make haste," Hinata insisted. As Kimura departed for the Roots, Hinata remained at the beauty salon, reflecting on how he would not have dared to meet with Danzo in the past. However, having recently amassed a significant fortune and experienced a remarkable increase in strength, he felt confident that he could escape even if Danzo intended him harm. He sought a business opportunity with Danzo. Given the current circumstances in Konoha, Hinata struggled to devise methods to generate additional income. Relying solely on weapons, various pills, and the beauty salon, none of which yielded substantial profits. This predicament could not solely be attributed to Konoha, but rather to its limited size. After Hinata's thorough exploitation, the village had little cash left to procure his wares, tea, or more. Hinata contemplated either waiting for Konoha to regain its vitality or seeking to expand outward. The prospect of expansion appeared challenging due to his current capabilities. However, leveraging Danzo's influence would simplify matters, as Root ninjas were scattered throughout the ninja world, wielding power across various nations. Hinata contemplated how to broker a lucrative deal with Danzo. An hour swiftly passed, and Kimura returned to the beauty salon, stating, "Follow me. Lord Danzo is willing to speak with you." Hinata rose, saying, "Then let us proceed. I am curious to witness the essence of the Roots, if it be filled with demons and monsters." "Demons and monsters?" Kimura shot him a look of exasperation. "Do you think the Roots are some chaotic realm?" It is merely an office, devoid of any peculiarities. In Hinata's mind, the roots were a dark, foreboding place, filled with silent, cold ninjas and adorned with the corpses of various creatures, evoking a sense of dread. However, upon hearing Kimura's words, it appeared the roots were akin to the Hokage's office, leading him to feel a sense of disappointment and mutter, "I see no reason to regard the roots as anything remarkable. They seem quite similar to the Hokage's office." Understanding Hinata's implication, Kimura retorted, "The terrifying visions of the roots you conjured are solely your imagination. I assure you, no one has ever described it in such a manner. Do not indulge in baseless thoughts. Our roots merely lie underground, not in some terrifying place. Forget it. I am too lazy to explain. You will understand when you arrive at the roots." Mukamura Kokomi, without further ado, led Hinata Tianyun toward the outskirts of Konoheke. It appeared that the base of the roots was not located in the heart of the village, but rather in a more secluded area. Chapter 074. The roots. The location of the roots was near the Uchiha clan's residence in Konohagakure. Hinata Tianyun surmised that Shimura Danzo's actions were a means of surveilling the Uchiha clan, which might explain their lack of affection for the village. After all, no one appreciates being watched incessantly. That feeling is quite unpleasant. Accompanying Mukamura Kokomi through 3 layers of ninja defenses, they finally entered an underground passage. Arriving at the Roots office, just as Mukamura Kokomi had stated, aside from being underground, the workspace at the Roots was similar to that of the Hokage's office building, bustling with ordinary staff organizing resources and documents. The only stark difference was the multitude of mysterious rooms beneath the Roots, each door adorned with various seals. Hinata Tianyun found himself intrigued by those rooms. Regrettably, no matter how much he inquired, Mukamura Kokomi remained tight-lipped, persistently urging him to meet Shimura Danzo. After advancing approximately 500 meters through the underground corridor, the passage abruptly inclined, akin to climbing a slope. Finally, after ascending over 200 steps, they arrived at a spacious hall. Upon entering the hall, Hinata Tianyun could not suppress his astonishment. He discovered a large glass panel on the right wall, through which one could observe the entirety of Konohagakure. This indicated that the headquarters of the Roots had the capability to monitor the entire ninja village. Indeed, Shimura Danzo was quite meticulous, earning his title as the Shadow of Konohagakure. How does it feel? Hinata Tianyun, the environment of the Roots is quite different from what you imagined, isn't it? Just as Hinata Tianyun was marveling, Shimura Danzo approached, leaning on his cane, speaking in a calm yet proud tone. Hinata Tianyun turned and gave Shimura Danzo a thumbs up, replying earnestly, "Your efforts are truly commendable, advisor. With your presence in Konohagakure, I believe peace will endure forever. Your hard work is greatly appreciated." Shimura Danzo positioned himself before the glass window, gazing out at the village, stating, "A bit of hardship is inconsequential, yet I fear the potential for disruption of this peace. Alas, I lack the capacity to prevent it." Hinata Tianyun stepped closer to Shimura Danzo, observing the village alongside him. "How could that be? Your prowess is on par with that of the Hokage. How could you lack the strength to protect Konohagakure?" Shimura Danzo turned to glance at Hinata Tianyun, shaking his head in resignation. "Even the strongest individual encounters unavoidable peril at my level. Further advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. I can only cultivate more ninjas to safeguard Konohagakure at this juncture." Shimura Danzo paused and added, "I have high hopes for you that if you are willing to join me in protecting Konohagakure, I could groom you to be the successor of the Roots." Hinata Tianyun was somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated Shimura Danzo's directness. Did he not consider the opinions of the third Hokage, or Hinata Hizashi, truly a unilateral individual? Noticing Hinata Tianyun's silence, Shimura Danzo chuckled. "Forget it. If I were to recruit you to the Roots, Hizashi and Hizashi would likely trouble me daily. Why not share what brings you to me?" As the conversation turned to business, Hinata Tianyun composed himself and stated, "Advisor, do you not think the Roots' power is too weak and in need of enhancement? I can offer some assistance." Shimura Danzo shot a sidelong glance at Hinata Tianyun, shaking his head. "The strength of the Roots cannot be excessive. Otherwise, Hizashi would be dissatisfied. Moreover, my current manpower is already sufficient." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, Do not concern yourself with that obstinate old man. He's merely a traditionalist. I believe Konohagakure should strive for greater strength, ideally to dominate the entire ninja world. Shimura Danzo regarded Hinata Tianyun with a peculiar expression, cleared his throat, and remarked, I did not expect you, Tianyun, to hold such ambitions. Truly, heroes often emerge from youth. I find your perspective agreeable. However, I am not the Hokage. I am merely an advisor and cannot make decisions on behalf of the Hokage. Then let us collaborate to strengthen Konohagakure. Let us disregard the old man, Hinata Tianyun declared directly. After all, he is the Hokage. Shouldn't you show him some respect? Shimura Danzo shook his head, somewhat exasperated with Hinata Tianyun. Nevertheless, in Shimura Danzo's heart, he appreciated Hinata Tianyun for his thoughts aligned with his own. Both aspired for Konohagakure to dominate the entire ninja realm. Hinata Tianyun smirked, Advisor, just give me a straightforward answer. Do you wish to cooperate with me or not? I am in urgent need of funds. Shimura Danzo shook his head once more. You little rascal, you've recently amassed hundreds of billions, yet you claim to be short on money. It seems you are wealthier than Konohagakure itself. Hinata Tianyun chuckled. Surely, advisor, you do not believe that my extraordinary abilities are conjured from thin air. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Shimura Danzo was taken aback momentarily. Hinata Tianyun had inadvertently revealed that his miraculous skills were somehow related to money. This left Shimura Danzo, who had been keen to uncover the origins of Hinata Tianyun's abilities, in silence. After a prolonged pause, Shimura Danzo fixed his gaze on Hinata Tianyun and said earnestly, All right, we can cooperate. Please outline the details of our collaboration. Hinata Tianyun responded, Enhanced weapons, fortified soldier pills, and various medicinal supplies. Whatever the advisor desires, I shall provide. The profits will be split 60-40. What do you think? 60-40 in your favor? Shimura Danzo inquired. How could that be? It must be I who receives 60, and you, advisor, shall have 40. Hinata Tianyun asserted. You little rascal, you remain as miserly as ever, Shimura Danzo remarked, shaking his head. Alas, I have no choice. My need for funds compels me, Hinata Tianyun explained. Shimura Danzo fell silent for a moment before saying, Very well, I accept your terms. However, consider this. If Hizashi discovers our dealings and seeks trouble with you, do not come to me for assistance. Rest assured, I will handle that old man myself, Hinata Tianyun said confidently. Shimura Danzo, no longer needing to be courteous, directly stated, All right then, I happen to have a batch of supplies that require your assistance in refining. However, I cannot provide the full payment immediately. I will settle it within 2 months. Surely you will not refuse? Hinata Tianyun nodded. No problem. I trust the advisor's integrity. Moreover, this is a long-term transaction, and I believe the advisor would not jeopardize our friendship over trivial gains. Shimura Danzo shook his head. You little rascal are quite astute. Very well. I will have Kokomi escort you to the supply depot. In due course. She will also escort you away, that I shall ensure that the subsequent funds are delivered to you by her. And she will also inform you of our transactions. Very well. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration, esteemed advisor. Hinata Tianyun held a favorable impression of her, and after bidding farewell to Shimura Danzo, he departed the hall alongside Kimura Kokomi. Chapter 075. Departure from the village. Upon exiting Danzo's office and entering the corridor, Kimura Kokomi, her countenance pale and shaken, remarked, Tianyun, you possess quite the audacity to speak so impolitely to Lord Danzo. I feared he might eliminate you on the spot. Hinata Tianyun replied nonchalantly, He is an advisor of Konoha, while I am a prodigy of the village. How could he possibly act against me? Kokomi, you are overthinking. It seems you are merely being overly cautious. Kimura Kokomi pursed her lips, unconvinced that Shimura Danzo could be so accommodating. Having spent many years in a route, she had garnered a substantial understanding of Danzo's character. If not a complete one, while Kokomi doubted, Tianyun remained indifferent. He could hardly disclose to her that he had already engaged in a clandestine confrontation with Danzo, who had ultimately been unable to subdue him, thus agreeing to collaborate. Earlier, when Tianyun revealed a secret concerning money in Danzo's office, Danzo had discreetly attempted to ensnare him with genjutsu. However, Tianyun's soul strength was now extraordinary, Danzo's rank jujutsu merely caused a flicker in his eyes before it was dispelled. When Danzo's initial ploy failed, and he sought to employ other ninjutsu, Tianyun swiftly transformed his body into a shadow clone position just outside the root, thereby evading Danzo's grasp. That peculiar exchange had transpired entirely in secret. Though Kokomi was present in the office, she could not possibly discern the covert battle between Danzo and Tianyun. Tianyun and Kimura Kokomi proceeded to the warehouse to work. Danzo sat in his office, brow furrowed in contemplation. The recent covert skirmish had illuminated Tianyun's enigmatic capabilities. Not only did he remain unfazed by Danzo's rank jinjutsu, but he could also instantaneously switch his true form with a clone, rendering direct control over him impossible. Once Danzo's ambush faltered, Tianyun resumed his true form, leaving Danzo devoid of confidence in capturing him. The extraordinary nature of Tianyun's abilities made it exceedingly difficult for Danzo to ascertain whether he had indeed apprehended the real Hinata Tianyun. After half an hour of deep thought, Danzo realized his previous understanding of Tianyun had been overly superficial. He had been oblivious to Tianyun's formidable strength. Consequently, he resolved to have a thorough discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen to clarify matters regarding Tianyun. In the root warehouse, having reinforced the supplies, Tianyun instructed Kimura Kokomi to accompany him out of the root. He was unconcerned with Danzo's intentions. His current strength was sufficient for self-preservation. Should Konoha wish him harm, he could simply depart without fear for his safety, rendering him unafraid of exposing his strength to anyone. Nevertheless, Tianyun understood that the third Hokage would not act against him, even if he appeared somewhat enigmatic. He was ultimately beneficial to Konoha. The third Hokage, though not lacking in wisdom, would not force Tianyun into opposition. Upon returning to the beauty salon, Tianyun advised Kimura Kokomi to rest at home while he leisurely made his way back to the Hinata clan's residence. Presently, there were no lucrative ventures for Tianyun within Konoha, prompting him to contemplate how to exit the village and procure funds before returning to, of course, he did not wish to stray too far, as he needed to obtain what he desired from the Uchiha clan's affairs. Sauntering back to the residence, he found that Hinata May was still absent. He settled beneath a large tree in an open area to rest and enjoy the cool breeze. For the next 5 days, the third Hokage continued to refrain from assigning any tasks to Tianyun, leading him to grow somewhat bored. He began to ponder whether he should approach the third Hokage to request a mission outside the village to alleviate his ennui. As for the Uchiha clan situation, Tianyun believed there would be no immediate developments. Moreover, he had already arranged contingency plans to address any issues that might arise. Having made up his mind, Tianyun rose early the following day and headed to the Hokage Tower, prepared to seek out the third Hokage for a higher-level mission. During this time, the third Hokage had also been contemplating the matter of Tianyun, prompted by Danzo's notification that Tianyun had already attained Genin's strength and recommended stricter oversight. Additionally, Danzo had disclosed to the third Hokage the details of his dealings with Tianyun, leaving the Hokage feeling somewhat at a loss regarding how to manage him. Thus, he had opted to allow Tianyun to rest within Konoha. However, the third Hokage recognized that this was not a long-term solution. The spirited youth would undoubtedly not remain complacent in the village. Upon seeing Tianyun arrive to seek him out, the third Hokage understood that Tianyun could no longer contain his desire to venture outside. Entering the Hokage's office, Tianyun bypassed pleasantries and took a seat, stating, "Old man, do you have any missions available? I wish to go out for a while," he promptly added, "but I don't want any tasks below B rank. Those do not interest me." The third Hokage glanced at the impudent Tianyun, tapping his pipe, and replied, "Kakashi is still out on a mission and has yet to return. Can't you remain quiet for a couple of days?" "He will be back in 3 days." Tianyun scoffed. "Kakashi? I'd rather he not be involved. IT makes no difference to me whether he is present or absent. I can handle missions on my own. You've heard that you've already attained Genin's strength, and now you want to tackle missions solo." "Huh," the third Hokage remarked. With a chuckle, Tianyun responded, "It's all just rumors, mere rumors. How could someone as young as I possibly possess Genin's strength? Don't try to mislead me. Danzo has already informed me about your situation, including the dealings." The third Hokage glared at Tianyun. Upon hearing this, Tianyun inwardly cursed Danzo for revealing such information, especially after the latter had claimed that the third Hokage would not hold him accountable upon discovering the transactions. After a moment of silent frustration, Tianyun said, "Old man, consider this an enhancement to Konoha's strength. Why must you be so particular? If you'd like, I could sell you a portion of my gains, and we could split it evenly." "Humph. As if I have any money left for you to exploit, you little rascal." The third Hokage shot him another glare. "If you are willing to split 50-50, I will grant you more freedom, allowing you to choose tasks below S rank." "All right, old man, it's a deal," Tianyun eagerly agreed. For Tianyun, sacrificing a bit of money in exchange for personal freedom was not a considerable hardship, especially since he was currently earning around 20 million daily. A small loss was inconsequential. Chapter 076. Mission in the Hokage's office. Tianyun felt elated as he reached an agreement with the third Hokage. "All right, old man, now that we have an accord, I shall seek out an A-rank mission to undertake," he declared, preparing to leave. However, the third Hokage interjected, "I only agreed to let you select missions. I did not say you could work alone. Wherever you go, you are to bring Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi along with you." Tianyun turned back, disgruntled. "Are you not asking me to bring along 2 dead weights? Old man, are you doing this on purpose?" The third Hokage nodded and replied, "Indeed, I would rather you not wander off without knowing when to return. Otherwise, who shall I turn to for the fulfillment of our agreement?" Hinata Tianyun furrowed his brow, coming to understand the third Hokage's intentions. He aimed to tether him to Konoha by assigning him 2 burdensome companions, preventing him from running amok. However, having 2 companions was certainly preferable to being confined alone within the village. Thus, with a reluctant nod, Hinata Tianyun conceded, "Very well, I shall heed your wisdom and take them with me." Departing in a huff, Hinata Tianyun noticed that the third Hokage refrained from further obstruction in the Hokage's mind. As long as Hinata Tianyun was accompanied by Mikura, Shinmei, and Hinata Hanabi, he would remain under the village's jurisdiction and refrain from undertaking excessively perilous missions, thereby indirectly enhancing his safety. Regarding the potential dangers Hinata Tianyun might face during missions, the third Hokage had already gleaned from Shimura Danzo's words that his strength was certainly not inferior to that of Kakashi Itachi. Moreover, with Hinata Tianyun's astute nature, the likelihood of him encountering danger was reduced to a mere 10%, an exceptionally low probability in the realm of high-level ninja missions. Lastly, the third Hokage recognized that Hinata Hanabi was destined to be Hinata Tianyun's future wife. Even if he wished to leave Konoha without marrying her, he would at least refrain from causing her harm, thereby maintaining a connection to the village. After leaving the Hokage's office, Hinata Tianyun promptly made his way to the mission assignment area, where he greeted the station ninja, Naka, with a smile. "Naka, please find me an A-rank mission, preferably one that takes me to a big city." Nakuta, well acquainted with the frequently visiting Hinata Tianyun, who referred to the third Hokage as old man, was nonetheless hesitant to assign an A-rank mission to a mere genin. Shaking his head vigorously, he replied, "Hinata Tianyun, you should leave at once. I will not assign you an A-rank mission." Understanding Nakata's concerns, Hinata Tianyun chuckled and assured him, "You needn't worry. Lord Hokage has already approved my undertaking of A-rank missions, and if you don't believe me, feel free to inquire. I would never lie." "That is impossible," Nakata firmly retorted. "Then go ask the old man," Hinata Tianyun replied, somewhat exasperated. Resolute, Nakata stood up, intending to seek confirmation from the third Hokage. However, just as he rose, he noticed a member of the Umbu nodding at him from a distance, signaling him with a gesture, which instantly made Nakata realize that Hinata Tianyun was indeed telling the truth. Casting a bewildered glance at Hinata Tianyun, Nakata sat back down and remarked, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Although Lord Hokage has permitted you to take on A-rank missions, couldn't you opt for a B-rank mission instead?" Hinata Tianyun, having observed the Umbu's gesture, responded nonchalantly, "Why should I care? If the old man hasn't stopped me, I would even consider taking on an S-rank mission. 2 measly A-rank missions are nothing to me." Left speechless, Nakata handed Hinata Tianyun a piece of paper and a pen, stating, "Please sign here to acknowledge that you have accepted both missions." Taking the pen, Hinata Tianyun signed his name on the document, tossed the pen back to Nakata, and waved him goodbye as he departed. Once outside the Hokage building, feeling quite pleased, Hinata Tianyun began to examine the two mission orders he had received. The first A-rank mission was set in the town of Pingliang in the Land of Fire, where a rogue ninja from the Land of Water named Chongfong had been causing disturbances. The Lord of Pingliang had requested assistance from Konoha to deal with this troublesome ninja. The second A-rank mission involved a wealthy individual in Ueno City, also in the Land of Fire, who required protection due to threats from his enemies. After studying both missions, Hinata Tianyun bought a map of the Land of Fire and noted that he needed to prioritize protecting the wealthy individual in Ueno City. Lest the protection deadline expire and his A-rank mission be revoked, AS for the rogue ninja in Pingliang, he could afford to remain at large for a few days while he completed the protection task. With the missions and routes clearly mapped out in his mind, Hinata Tianyun headed straight to the beauty salon, intending to inform Mikura Shinmei and Hinata Hanabi of their departure the following day to tackle the two A-rank missions before returning to Konoha. Upon arriving at the beauty salon, he found Mikura Shinmei leisurely reclining. Upon noticing Hinata Tianyun's arrival, she quickly stood up and inquired, "Is there something you need? You seem rather excited." Hinata Tianyun took a seat beside her and replied with a grin, "I've accepted two missions, allowing us to leave Konoha. Please inform Hanabi that we shall gather at the village exit tomorrow morning at 8. There's a mission, but isn't Kakashi-sensei still away?" Mikura Shinmei expressed her surprise. Hinata Tianyun scoffed. "Who cares about Kakashi? From now on, I shall be your captain. Your task is to follow my orders. Hurry and notify Hanabi. We mustn't waste any more time." Mikura Shinmei did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she countered, "How long will we be away? If it's for an extended period, I need to report back." Understanding that Mikura Shinmei's report meant informing Shimura Danzo, Hinata Tianyun nodded, "We should be gone for about half a month to a month. You can decide whether to report or not." "Then I'll need to report back," Mikura Shinmei stated. "Fine, just let Hanabi know we'll meet at the village entrance tomorrow at 8, Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile. Mikura Shinmei shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Aren't you going to Hanabi's house anyway? Why do I have to convey the message?" Hinata Tianyun shook his head. "No, I think it's best to avoid provoking her for now. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a predicament." Mikura Shinmei chose not to comment further, casting a disdainful look at Hinata Tianyun, as if to imply that he couldn't even manage a girl, which left him feeling quite vexed. Hinata Tianyun was certainly capable of winning over Hinata Hanabi. It was simply that he had no romantic inclinations towards her, hence his reluctance to engage. If he truly wished to, he could easily win her over in no time. Chapter 077, Mission 2 at the entrance of Konoha. Hinata Tianyun was not one to mimic Kakashi's tardiness. He had departed by 7 in the morning. After enjoying breakfast, he arrived at the meeting point just 5 minutes before 8. Mikura Shinmei and Hinata Hanabi were already there, each carrying a backpack and waiting at the village entrance. Upon seeing Hinata Tianyun approach, Mikura Shinmei rushed over and asked, "You didn't tell us yesterday what exactly our mission is." Hinata Tianyun nonchalantly replied, "Just a trivial A-rank mission. No need for elaborate details. Let us get moving." "A-rank mission?" Mikura Shinmei couldn't help but exclaim. Hinata Hanabi appeared equally bewildered, staring at Hinata Tianyun in confusion. After her initial shock, Mikura Shinmei charged at Hinata Tianyun, exclaiming, "Are you serious? We're only genin. What A-rank mission are you taking on? Are you trying to get us both killed?" Hinata Tianyun smiled and said, "What is there to fear? It's merely an A-rank mission, and with me here, it will be effortlessly resolved. You can consider this as a delightful excursion." Kimura Kokomi felt somewhat helpless. Hinata Tianyun's eagerness to undertake the A-rank task left her at a loss for a rebuttal. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, "Fine, but you must train us along the way. I don't wish to meet an untimely demise due to overstepping my capabilities." Kimura Kokomi's request was quite reasonable, and Hinata Tianyun, having the intention to enhance their abilities, acknowledged that both would be accompanying him in the future. It would be troublesome if they lagged behind. "All right, I agree to your terms," Hinata Tianyun declared decisively. After a brief discussion with Kimura Kokomi, he announced their departure for Ueno Castle, disregarding Hinata Hanabi's opinions, as both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Tianyun knew that Hinata Hanabi would not voice any thoughts of her own. On the journey to Ueno Castle, Hinata Tianyun urged Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi to advance at their utmost speed, claiming it to be his training method, which they had no choice but to accept. In truth, Hinata Tianyun was merely eager to reach Weno Castle to earn some money. Any mention of training was just a pretense. However, it wasn't entirely deceptive, as he had resolved to enhance both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi's physical abilities upon their arrival, ensuring they both attained the physical prowess of a chunin. Weno Castle, an ordinary town in the Land of Fire, was bustling despite its classification. The population and number of buildings far exceeded that of Konohagakure, ranking among the top 10 thriving towns in the Land of Fire. After 2 days and nights of relentless travel, Hinata Tianyun, along with Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi, finally reached the outskirts of Weno Castle by 5 p.m. on the third day. Except for Hinata Tianyun, both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi were utterly exhausted, showing no interest in the town scenery. Observing their fatigue, Hinata Tianyun found lodging at the first inn they came across, allowing Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi to rest. While they lay in bed, he feigned checking on their consciousness, but his true intent was to covertly enhance their physical strength while patting them. Returning to his own room, although not feeling fatigued, Hinata Tianyun couldn't leave Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi asleep in their room. Therefore, he dispatched 8 shadow clones, equipped with money, to seek out blacksmiths and apothecaries in Weno Castle to profit from weapon and medicinal herb trading, while his original self remained at the inn to focus on reinforcement. Following the same strategy as in Ungshi Town, Hinata Tianyun began accumulating wealth through his shadow clones while Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi slept. Weno Castle, however, was unlike Ungshi Town. Here, there were 5 blacksmiths and 5 apothecaries, with each shop significantly larger than those in Ungshi Town. Throughout the night, Hinata Tianyun's 8 shadow clones flitted between 10 stores, continuously profiting from the price differences through the reinforcement system. The owners of these 10 establishments, eager for profit, cooperated with the clones, keeping their shops open late into the night, in this mutually beneficial arrangement. Hinata Tianyun amassed a staggering 5.4 billion in funds out of course. While both Hinata Tianyun and the shop owners were satisfied, one individual initially was not. However, after Hinata Tianyun offered 1 million, that person quickly changed their tune. This individual happened to be the owner of the inn where Hinata Tianyun and his companions were staying. The shadow clones, disguised as different individuals, continuously moved in and out of the inn, delivering and collecting goods, leaving the innkeeper too anxious to rest, fearing that the next visitor might be a thief or a robber. Finally, overwhelmed with fatigue, the innkeeper decided to close at 2 a.m., preventing Hinata Tianyun's clones from entering. Reluctantly, Hinata Tianyun offered 1 million to the innkeeper, who then readily agreed to keep the inn open all night. At 6:30 a.m., Hinata Tianyun's profitable venture came to an end. Listening for any sounds from Hinata Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi's room, he heard nothing and decided to dispel the shadow clones before lying down for a brief rest, just as he began to doze off. A sudden scream from Kimura Kokomi abruptly jolted him awake. Checking the time, he saw it was just past 11 a.m., but he promptly got up and approached the door of their room, knocking and calling. Open the door, let me in." 30 seconds later, the door swung open to reveal Kimura Kokomi's excited face, who immediately exclaimed, "Guess what? I'm now a chunin. Soon I will surpass you, but how boastful. If I hadn't spent 10 million to enhance you, you wouldn't even stand a chance of becoming a chunin," Hinata Tianyun thought derisively, though he maintained a calm facade. "Oh, is that so? Congratulations, then." Noticing Hinata Tianyun's indifferent demeanor, Kimura Kokomi couldn't hold back a huff, retorting, "What do you want from us? If there's nothing, then leave quickly. We need to change and get ready for lunch. If it weren't for your scream waking me up, do you think I'd come looking for you?" Hinata Tianyun shot her an exasperated glance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kimura Kokomi promptly shut the door, leaving Hinata Tianyun outside with a parting remark. "Give us 5 minutes. We'll meet for lunch. Today I'm treating." Upon hearing her words, Hinata Tianyun shook his head and returned to his own room to organize his belongings. Chapter 078. Task 3. Inside a modest restaurant on the streets of Weno Castle. Kimura Kokomi, being frugal, insisted on treating but chose a very inexpensive eatery. Although Hinata Tianyun was dissatisfied, Kimura Kokomi retorted that if he wasn't pleased, he didn't have to eat. Thus, he reluctantly accompanied her and Hinata Hanabi to dine at the small restaurant. The food was rather unpalatable, and after just a couple of bites, Hinata Tianyun leaned back and shared a rest, feeling weary from the previous night's exertions and longing for a brief nap. Meanwhile, Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi animatedly discussed their newfound strengths, leaving no opportunity for Hinata Tianyun to participate. Seizing the moment, he closed his eyes for a quick rest while they chatted over their meal. He was abruptly awakened half an hour later by Kimura Kokomi's loud call as she banged on the table. Blinking awake, he noticed that their plates were empty and everything had been cleared away. "Did we finish already? Then let us find a client for the mission." Hinata Tianyun stood up, ready to leave the restaurant, only to realize that both Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi had not followed. Turning around, he saw Kimura Kokomi glaring at him. Is there a problem?" Hinata Tianyun asked, puzzled. Kimura Kokomi glared back, stating, "We need to investigate the client's situation before seeking them out." Hinata Tianyun scoffed, "For a trivial A-rank mission. Why make it so complicated? We could just go find a client directly." With a huff, Kimura Kokomi replied, "We don't possess your skills. This is an A-rank mission. There's a risk to our lives. We must first ascertain the client's enemies and their circumstances." Firm in her stance, Kimura Kokomi's resolve prompted Hinata Tianyun to concede. "Fine, you two can investigate that. I'll go find the client myself. And you can meet me there later, as you wish." "Let us go, Hanabi," Kimura Kokomi said, dragging Hinata Hanabi past Hinata Tianyun as they departed. Hinata Hanabi, feeling somewhat guilty, shot Hinata Tianyun an apologetic glance as they left. As Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi exited, Hinata Tianyun followed suit, and the three parted ways at the restaurant's entrance. The residence of the affluent client was located in the northernmost area of Ueno Castle, featuring a mansion sprawling over 50,000 square meters. The mansion, while not densely built, boasted various pavilions and a rich assortment of flora. Constructing such a place would require at least 10 billion, affirming the client's status as a wealthy individual. Upon arriving near the mansion's entrance, Hinata Tianyun noticed the absence of any guards. Using his Byakugan, he scanned the premises, discovering that all individuals were gathered at a 3-story pavilion, with no one else in sight. Could it be that the wealthy client has been attacked, forcing everyone to congregate for protection? As Hinata Tianyun engaged in a soliloquy, he decisively crossed the grand entrance and made his way towards the 3-story loft. However, to his dismay, upon leaping into the opulent mansion, a multitude of mechanisms sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of shurikens, iron spikes, and flying needles that hurtled towards him at breakneck speed, resigned to the fact that he had fallen victim to a trap devised by the affluent owner. Hinata Tianyun remained unimpressed by these contrivances. With a single leap, he evaded all incoming attacks and continued his advance towards the 3-story loft. It appeared that the wealthy taskmaster was indeed fearful for his life. For along the path to the loft, an array of traps had been set. Boulders, colossal logs, explosive talismans, and more, each more treacherous than the last. Yet, these traps proved futile against Tianyun, who effortlessly sidestepped them and arrived at the entrance of the loft. Poised to enter and investigate, as he prepared to step inside, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. It seemed a ninja had unleashed a fiery jutsu, raining down countless small flames that encircled him from all directions. Tianyun, glancing disdainfully at the thumb-sized flames above him, could not help but smirk, dismissing them as mere flickers rather than the so-called meteor flames. With such a paltry display of ninjutsu, he surmised that his opponent was at best a mid-level ninja, and thus he promptly formed a series of hand seals to conjure a tempest. Wind release. Hurricane technique. This B-rank jutsu obliterated the tiny flames overhead, sweeping them away while sending gusts crashing against the wooden walls of the loft, causing them to creak ominously in response. Those within the loft, fearing their structure would collapse, hastily fled, revealing their identities to Tianyun. They belonged to the Hinata clan. Among the fleeing figures was a particularly rotund, middle-aged man who, upon spotting Tianyun's Byakugan, exclaimed in alarm. Tianyun cast a brief glance at the corpulent man and spoke in a nonchalant tone, "I am here to protect you, do not provoke my ire. Otherwise, I shall deal with both you and your subordinates." The rotund man had witnessed Tianyun's prowess and realized that he surpassed his lackeys. It was common knowledge that the Hinata clan wielded formidable strength, indicating that the man before him had yet to reveal his full potential. Recognizing this, the corpulent man dared not underestimate the youth before him. He stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Ninja-sama, I am Nakajima Aiku. Please forgive our earlier actions. We were left with no choice." As enemies could arrive at any moment, Tianyun, disinterested in Nakajima Aikuru's apology, inquired directly, "Have the enemies attacked yet?" Aikuru shook his head. "Not yet, but I estimate they will arrive within the next couple of days. I have heard that they have employed foreign ninjas, and it will take some time for them to reach Ueno Castle." "Foreign ninjas?" Tianyun felt a flicker of surprise. "I am the land of fire." The towns were predominantly under the control of Konohagakure ninjas. The audacity of these foreign ninjas to disrupt the peace was tantamount to courting death, unless they believed themselves strong enough to evade pursuit by the Leaf Village ninjas. Both scenarios were plausible, yet Tianyun remained uncertain as to which was true. Since he could not deduce the answer, he pressed on. "Who exactly wishes to take your life? Are they also present in Ueno Castle?" Aikuru hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge the name of his adversary. However, under the weight of Chinyun's piercing gaze, he eventually conceded. "That individual is a relative of the castle lord. I cannot retaliate, for if I endure this trial, he will not dare to act against me further." Tianyun, perplexed by Aikuru's logic that evading this encounter would ensure his safety, queried bluntly, "1 billion that I will eliminate your enemy, provided you pay me 1 billion. Chapter 079. Collaboration at the entrance of the three-story loft. Nakajima Aikuru and his subordinates stared in astonishment at Tianyun, as if he were a madman. Eventually, Aikuru could no longer contain himself, stating, "Ninja-sama, my enemy is a relative of the castle lord. Even if I were to kill him, the lord would surely retaliate. I believe it would be best if you simply helped me endure this impending attack." Tianyun scoffed inwardly at Aikuru's cowardice, remarking, "If you were to offer 30 billion, I would eliminate the castle lord as well, thus resolving the matter once and for all." Aikuru felt as though he had lost his mind, if he could not even muster the courage to confront the castle lord's relative. How could Tianyun suggest eliminating the lord himself? This led him to question whether the ninjas of Konohagakure had forsaken the land of fire, daring to assassinate even its important figures, stunned by Tianyun's bold declarations. Aikuru quickly shook his head. "No, Ninja-sama, I shall pretend I did not hear your previous words. Please, remain here to protect me instead." "What a troublesome affair. I have other tasks to attend to. Can you not be more agreeable?" Tianyun expressed his dissatisfaction. Aikuru, wishing to rid himself of Tianyun's presence, felt trapped by the youth's status as a member of the Hinata clan and his formidable strength. Reluctantly, he replied, "Ninja-sama, please, have mercy on a mere merchant like myself." Despite his disdain for Aikuru's pitiful demeanor, Tianyun shook his head. "Very well. Arrange for me a place to rest. I require your assistance with a matter shortly. Of course, I shall arrange it immediately." Aikuru acquiesced. Eager for Tianyun to settle down and cease his alarming proclamations, he hurriedly instructed 2 guards to prepare a room for Tianyun. The guards, now acutely aware of the danger posed by Tianyun, were hesitant to provoke him that it was not merely his terrifying strength that intimidated them, but also the audacity he displayed by declaring he would kill even the castle lord. After Aikuru led Tianyun to a room on the 2nd floor of the loft, he intended to depart and rest. Not leave. "Did I not mention that I have matters to discuss with you?" Tianyun called out, halting Aikuru in his tracks. Aikuru was reluctant to attend to Tianyun, but dared not refuse him. He feigned a pitiful expression. "My lord, given my current situation, I have little time to assist others." Tianyun, understanding Aikuru's apprehension regarding being put in a difficult position, smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. The matters I require your assistance with are trivial and will not impose upon you unduly. All I need is for you to introduce me to a few individuals." Relieved by the simplicity of the request, Aikuru responded, "Please, my lord, tell me what you need, and I shall oblige." "Excellent. If you can assist me, I am willing to offer you a reward of 10 million. Surely, that should satisfy you." Upon hearing the mention of monetary compensation, Aikuru's demeanor shifted. He became noticeably more alert and replied eagerly, "Please, my lord, what sort of individuals should I introduce you to? If I am acquainted with them, I shall gladly provide their names." Aikuru's keen understanding pleased Tianyun, who continued, I have heard that you have conducted business in Ueno Castle for over 30 years. Dabbling in various trades, I would like to inquire as to who the foremost iron merchant and herbal merchant in Ueno Castle are. That Ikaru's expression suddenly contorted, and he gazed at Tianyun with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. My lord, regarding the incidents involving the 5 major blacksmiths and the 5 major herbalists last night, you did not have a hand in that, did you? Ah, are you not hiding here? How do you know of events within the castle? Tianyun responded, taken aback by Ikaru's knowledge. Ikaru forced a wry smile. To be honest, 2 of those shops were mine, but they were seized by another. The employees there have been with me for years, and they discreetly report any developments to me. Ikaru's words triggered a realization in Tianyun, prompting him to exclaim, the individuals who seize your shops must be the very ones seeking your life. Ikaru sighed in resignation. Indeed, they're the ones who wish to kill me. You have certainly attracted the ire of someone ruthless, Tianyun lamented. Ikaru, suddenly filled with indignation, retorted, if it were merely a matter of normal business competition, I would not fear him. However, he has despicably used the Lord's authority to usurp my shops, and I cannot abide by such treachery. Tianyun cast a sidelong glance at Ikaru, and noted, he has successfully taken your shops. So why then does he still attempt to kill you? There must be a reason behind this. Itchara Ramen suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, he admitted, that day I simply could not contain myself. I ended up striking the other party and then stormed off. Tianyun Hinata shook his head in disbelief. That it was astonishing that Itchara Ramen would resort to physical violence in front of someone. If the other party chose not to retaliate, outsiders might assume they were easy to intimidate, which could explain why they sent someone to eliminate Itchara Ramen. Had Tianyun been in Ichiro's position, he would have discreetly dispatched someone to deal with the adversary after leaving, thereby not only avenging himself, but also reclaiming his rightful business. A truly advantageous strategy. Uninterested in Ichara Nakajima's tale, Tianyun stated bluntly, enough of your trivial matters. Please answer the question I posed earlier. Ichara Nakajima felt somewhat helpless. After finally finding someone to vent his frustrations to, this person was utterly disinterested, given that he could not afford to provoke Tianyun. He was left to bottle up his grievances. With a sigh, Itchara Nakajima explained, Sir, the largest blacksmith and apothecary shops in Ueno Castle belong to the Lord's estate, and why 2 shops were not so much taken by the Lord's relatives as they were seized by the Lord himself. For that relative merely manages the business on the Lord's behalf. The ultimate decisions rest with the Lord. Itchara Nakajima's response placed Tianyun Hinata in a quandary. While he could collaborate with an ordinary merchant, doing business with the Lord of Ueno Castle posed a significant risk, leaving him in a less than pleasant mood. After a moment of silence, Tianyun observed Itchara Nakajima's dejected expression and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He turned to Ichiro and inquired, May I ask you a personal question? If I could provide you with that kind of weaponry on a long-term basis, could you reclaim all the business in Ueno Castle? When it came to business, Itchara Nakajima was still quite confident in his abilities that he replied resolutely, as long as no one employs underhanded tactics, I could expand that business throughout the entire land of fire with the merchandise from last night. Excellent. I admire your ambition. I have decided to partner with you in this venture, Tianyun declared with satisfaction as he regarded Itchara Nakajima. In the attic room, Itchara Nakajima looked at Tianyun Hinata with a perplexed expression. It was baffling that someone from the esteemed Hyuga clan, a ninja no less, would seek to engage in commerce for profit. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, Ichiro said, Sir, to be frank, I'm left with nothing but this unsellable residence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hired only this few guards. Besides, with the Lord of Ueno Castle looming over me, it would matter little how successful my business becomes. A single word from him could result in my entire fortune being confiscated. Tianyun smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I can arrange for 4 elite jonin to safeguard you, and I'll provide you with 1 billion ryo as startup capital. You need only focus on making profits for me. All other matters will be taken care of. Itchara Nakajima was taken aback and asked, Are you implying that I would be working for you? Precisely, Tianyun nodded in affirmation. Itchara Nakajima, who had once been his own boss, was accustomed to making his own decisions. Although he found himself in a difficult situation now, he was still reluctant to be subservient, which left him momentarily speechless. Noticing Ichiro Nakajima's hesitation, Tianyun directly addressed his concerns. Take your time to consider it. Even if you evade this immediate threat, there will surely be more in the future. You cannot forever wait for your assets to be seized, can you? If you collaborate with me, I can guarantee that you will be free from threats beyond commercial competition. You can dedicate yourself entirely to your business. Furthermore, if you require funds, I will give you 5 million Rio for every 1 billion Rio in profits you generate. How does that sound? As a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Tianyun held considerable prestige in the Land of Fire. Although the Lord of Ueno Castle wielded power, he would not dare to bully Ichiro if he knew he was working for the Hyuga clan. He would only resort to conventional business competition. Thus, after much contemplation, Ichiro Nakajima realized that partnering with Tianyun was his only viable path forward. Relying solely on himself to regain his footing seemed implausible. Additionally, the generous commission of 5% was a substantial incentive. Especially without the fear of losing money. Truly an enticing offer. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, Ichiro Nakajima finally lifted his head and replied earnestly, "Very well, as long as you can fulfill your promises. I shall work for you and complete all tasks you assign." Finding a subordinate capable of conducting business outside of Konoha was a source of great satisfaction for Tianyun, who smiled at Ichiro Nakajima and said, "You will not regret this. There are certainly benefits to following me." Ichiro Nakajima, however, remarked with resignation, "Sir, let us first address the imminent threat. I have heard that the scoundrel has summoned a highly renowned jonin, which is why I have exhausted my last savings to dispatch someone with an A-rank mission to Konoha." Surprised by the mention of a highly esteemed jonin, Tianyun inquired, "Do you happen to know who it is? What does he look like?" Nakajima Ichiro shook his head and replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I do know he is an incredibly formidable jonin, rumored to be a judge from the Mist Village." The mention of a judge from the Mist Village left Hinata Tianyun perplexed, as he could not fathom who it might be. Ultimately, he decided to abandon the inquiry and said, "Regardless of who he is, you can rest assured with my presence. Please arrange for someone to wait at the entrance of the residence. 2 young ladies will be arriving shortly. One is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, while the other has quite a temper that if you do not treat them well, you will find it quite bothersome." The mention of the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan instantly brightened Nakajima Ichiro's eyes. The daughter of the Hyuga clan is no ordinary individual. Even if she is merely a child, Nakajima Ichiro believes she must possess extraordinary abilities or be accompanied by powerful guardians, which alleviated his concerns for his safety significantly. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Please wait here, my lord," Nakajima Ichiro said excitedly as he bid farewell to Hinata Tianyun and hurried out of the room. Once Nakajima Ichiro departed, Hinata Tianyun began to contemplate a pressing issue. The distance between Ueno Castle and Konoha Village is quite vast, and he could not possibly expect Nakajima Ichiro to transport goods to Konoha. The only feasible solution would be to leave a shadow clone in Ueno Castle to accompany Nakajima Ichiro. This way, he could seamlessly shift his consciousness whenever necessary without burdening Nakajima Ichiro with the task of delivering goods to Konoha. However, this clone would possess little intelligence, relying solely on instinctual combat abilities. Should it fall in battle, it would take considerable time for him to reappear. After much deliberation, Hinata Tianyun glanced at his recent earnings of 12.3 billion and reluctantly decided to invest 10 billion to enhance his shadow clone technique. Once the enhancement was complete, Hinata Tianyun immediately summoned a clone to observe. After a series of experiments, he concluded that the clone could exhibit 100 of his abilities, albeit lacking intelligence, and operating purely on instinct. He deemed that the clone could achieve about 70 of his fighting prowess, which he considered the upper limit. Nonetheless, Hinata Tianyun felt satisfied, for even at 70, typical ninjas would find it challenging to inflict harm upon him, provided they were not of the caliber of a Kage-level master. Leaving a clone behind would also allow him to monitor Nakajima Ichiro for any signs of betrayal, as well as facilitate the enhancement of items without the oversight of Konoha, effectively yielding 3 benefits from this single investment of 10 billion feeling content. Hinata Tianyun summoned 2 more shadow clones, ensuring that they would collaboratively manage Nakajima Ichiro's lucrative endeavors. Once all matters were settled, he turned his thoughts to Nakajima Ichiro's 2 shops. Allowing Nakajima Ichiro to embark on a new venture would undoubtedly consume considerable time. However, reclaiming those two shops would enable him to commence earning money immediately, thus bypassing the startup phase. After 5 minutes of contemplation, Hinata Tianyun resolved to deal with the judge from the Mist Village first before approaching the insufferable lord of Ueno Castle, should that lord dare to refuse. Hinata Tianyun would ensure he comprehended the meaning of lawlessness, rendering any appeals to the daimyo or Hokage futile. With these thoughts concluded, Hinata Tianyun cast a glance at the armchair in the room before standing up and comfortably reclining to rest. Having exhausted himself the previous night and awakened early due to the shrill screams of Kimura Kokomi, he found himself quite fatigued and succumbed to sleep within minutes, as for concerns regarding safety. With 2 shadow clones and 1 clone present, he felt no apprehension, allowing him to sleep soundly. Chapter 081. Zabuza Momochi in Nakajima Ichiro's residence. Hinata Tianyun was roused from his slumber by the calls of Kimura Kokomi and Hinata Hanabi. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Kimura Kokomi's disgruntled expression. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, Hinata Tianyun exclaimed, "What is all this noise? Do you not see that I'm trying to sleep? Have you completed your investigation? You still have the nerve to sleep. Do you have any idea who we are about to face?" Kimura Kokomi glared at Hinata Tianyun, her fury palpable. "Oh, you've discovered who the enemy is? That is indeed commendable. Pray tell, who is this individual?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, feigning surprise before smiling. "Smile? What is there to smile about?" Kimura Kokomi retorted angrily. "The enemy is none other than the assassin who has targeted the Mizukage." Zabuza Momochi. Do you think this is trivial? At the mention of Zabuza Momochi, Hinata Tianyun's interest was piqued. However, it was not Zabuza himself that intrigued him, but rather the presence of Haku, who accompanied him. That captured his attention. "Oh, you are familiar with him?" Kimura Kokomi, noticing the excitement in Hinata Tianyun's expression, looked on in astonishment. Hinata Tianyun chuckled. "To say I know him would be an exaggeration. However, I do find him somewhat fascinating. Leave the matter of this individual to me. I will handle it." Kimura Kokomi, visibly displeased, replied, "I cannot comprehend your reasoning at all. Regardless of your thoughts, I intend to report this to Lord Hokage and request his intervention. Even if we defeat him, he remains a judge from the Mist Village. We have no authority to intervene. It must be handled by Lord Hokage," she asserted. Kimura Kokomi's stance caused Hinata Tianyun's demeanor to grow cold. He replied flatly, "Very well. Go report to your Hokage. Upon your return, do not come back, that I shall discuss this with that old coot, Danzo." Kimura Kokomi was taken aback, momentarily speechless. The implications of Hinata Tianyun's words were crystal clear. Either she feigned ignorance regarding Zabuza Momochi, or she would forever distance herself from him. As Kimura Kokomi grappled with her options, Hinata Hanabi, who stood behind her, gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Kokomi, Master S temperament is quite domineering. If you do not acquiesce, he may indeed send you back." Having trained with Hinata Tianyun, Hanabi was well aware of his disposition. His earlier cold demeanor signified his displeasure, and it was wise not to oppose him. Encouraged by Hanabi's words, Kimura Kokomi realized it would be prudent not to defy Hinata Tianyun. For if it were to send her away, she would face severe repercussions from Shimura Danzo. Nonetheless, Kimura Kokomi's previous assertions were made with the group's best interests in mind. Now, being met with Hinata Tianyun's indifference and Hanabi's urging to comply, her heart felt heavy, and her eyes brimmed with tears as she said, "Fine, I will heed your wishes. Do as you please. I shall no longer concern myself with you." With that, Kimura Kokomi turned and stormed out of the room. Seeing her leave in a huff, Hanabi could no longer contain herself and addressed Hinata Tianyun. "Tianyun, Kokomi acted out of concern for us. Your attitude is truly problematic. You ought to apologize to her." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment after speaking, Hanabi flushed and quickly followed Kimura Kokomi out of the room. Hinata Tianyun was momentarily taken aback by Hanabi's sudden outburst, but as she fled, he called after her, "Hanabi, well done. You should possess such courage henceforth." As Hanabi hurried away, her foot nearly stumbled, but she managed to steady herself against the door before quickly exiting. With both Hanabi and Kimura Kokomi gone, Hinata Tianyun reclined once more to rest. Eagerly anticipating the arrival of Zabuza and Haku, he found little motivation to wander around Ueno Castle. However, just as he lay down, Ichiro entered the room, compelling him to sit up once more. "Speak quickly if you have matters to discuss. I have other affairs to attend to," he said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Ichiro internally scoffed at Tianyun, having clearly seen him sleeping, yet he merely replied, "My lord, you requested the presence of 4 jonin to protect me. It seems you have yet to make arrangements. Are you so terrified of death?" Tianyun scoffed at Ichiro. "Of course not. Your strength is unparalleled, my lord, so fear of enemy attacks is unwarranted. I am but a mere mortal, unable to compare to your might, that I merely feel safer with protection." Ichiro replied with a chuckle. "Very well. I will make the arrangements. You may leave now and do not disturb me any further. Shortly, 3 jonin will come to see you. Simply organize matters accordingly," Tianyun said with a dismissive wave of his hand, urging Ichiro to depart. As for the 3 jonin that Tianyun had arranged, there were naturally 2 of his shadow clones and 1 transformed clone. Otherwise, he would have to spend money in Konoha, as he was unfamiliar with any jonin in Ueno Castle. Receiving Tianyun's response, Ichiro ceased to disturb him and left cheerfully after bowing in respect. Once Ichiro was sent away, Tianyun finally had a moment of peace to rest. When he woke again, it was already past 4 in the morning. With his slumber interrupted, he felt no desire to continue resting. So he left his room on the 2nd floor and descended to the hall on the 1st floor, intending to take a stroll. However, upon reaching the hall, he noticed 10 guards seated on tatami mats, their eyes closed in meditation. The moment Tianyun appeared, the chunin who had attacked him the previous day stood up, accompanied by 4 others who opened their eyes and approached him with utmost respect. "Boss, Yamamoto Roka's wishes to pay his respects." Tianyun glanced at Yamamoto Roka's and, halting his exit, said coolly, "Speak your mind. I have no time for games." Yamamoto Roka's awkwardly smiled and replied, "Then I shall be straightforward. We 10 wish to follow young Master Tianyun in his endeavors." Tianyun raised an eyebrow at Yamamoto Roka's, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, "You should understand that Konoha does not accept ninjas of unknown origin. It will not be easy for you to accompany me." Yamamoto Roka's shook his head repeatedly, saying, "We do not intend to go to Konoha. We wish to remain with Mr. Nakajima. He has shown us kindness, and we do not wish to abandon him." Tianyun frowned, puzzled. "If you wish to follow him, then do so. What does it have to do with me?" With a wry smile, Yamamoto Roka's explained, "Mr. Nakajima told us yesterday that we have repaid our debt of gratitude and encouraged us to find our own paths henceforth." Chapter 082. No longer Zabuza 2, with Yamamoto Roka's suddenly seeking to ally with him. Tianyun pondered for a moment before deciding to accept their proposal, allowing them to continue following Ichiro. The fact that they had not abandoned Ichiro during such perilous times spoke volumes of their integrity, and Tianyun felt assured in utilizing their skills. After all, Ichiro's business endeavors would require more protection in the future, and Tianyun could not conjure hundreds of shadow clones to assist. Thus, Yamamoto Roka's and his companions would indeed prove beneficial. After careful consideration, Tianyun declared, "Very well, you may continue accompanying Ichiro. Your remuneration will be based on your abilities. 50,000 for Genin, 300,000 for Chunin. Go seek out Ichiro yourselves." Yamamoto Roka's was overjoyed, bowing deeply as he expressed, "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Now, go find Ichiro. I wish to take a walk," Tianyun replied, not wishing to prolong the conversation, and promptly dismissed them before stepping outside the estate. Upon entering the estate's courtyard, Tianyun observed the pitch-black night sky beginning to light up with the first glimmers of dawn. However, along with the light, a thin mist began to swirl about, obscuring the full shape of the estate from his view board. Tianyun took a deep breath of the crisp morning mist, shaking off the remnants of sleep, and began practicing Tai Chi to pass the time. After a spell of Tai Chi, Tianyun suddenly sensed something amiss. The morning fog, which should have dissipated gradually, was instead thickening, rendering the sunrise invisible. This was peculiar. Frowning, Hinata Tianyun quickly deduced the reason. Mist Ninja Village. Hidden mist technique. Realizing this, he understood that Momochi Zabuza had arrived, although he found it perplexing that Zabuza had not launched a direct assault on the estate. Hinata Tianyun's awareness of Zabuza's non-appearance stemmed from his initial feeling that the fog outside had been somewhat unusual, though at that moment, it had been too faint for him to pay much attention. Now, however, the fog was so dense that it obscured even the golden rays of morning light. Had he failed to notice the problem now, it would have been sheer folly. Although aware of the situation, Hinata Tianyun refrained from immediately activating his Byakugan to investigate. Instead, he continued his Tai Chi practice as if oblivious to the unfolding events, though he was mentally prepared for battle. Just as Hinata Tianyun sought to feign ignorance towards Momochi Zabuza, a man's voice suddenly pierced through the thick fog. "Kid, stop pretending that you've noticed me, haven't you? Your tense muscles have betrayed you." Discovered. With a slight grimace, Hinata Tianyun activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings, only to find a humanoid chakra signature standing 30 meters to his right, seemingly perched atop a tree. Locking onto the enemy's position, Hinata Tianyun spoke in an unusually calm tone. "Momochi Zabuza, I initially believed you to be a formidable adversary, one who would not resort to ambush tactics. Yet, I did not expect you to expend so much time ensuring I remained unaware of the fog's true nature." Seeing that Hinata Tianyun had activated his Byakugan, Zabuza realized that his assassination plan had been thoroughly thwarted. However, given the current density of the fog, he retained a measure of advantage in the battleground. "Humph. Knowing a member of the Hyuga clan is present, how could I possibly launch a brazen assault? I merely did not anticipate your heightened vigilance. Your luck is truly unfortunate," Zabuza retorted, advancing towards the estate as he spoke. "Oh, you say my luck is unfortunate?" Hinata Tianyun inquired, somewhat baffled. "If you had not discovered me, you would have met your end quietly and without pain. Now that you are aware of my presence, I can only ensure you die in agony. I ask that not a stroke of bad luck for you," Zabuza replied, closing the distance to within 5 meters of Hinata Tianyun, rendering himself visible. Hinata Tianyun chose to ignore Zabuza, continuing to scan the surroundings with his Byakugan. To his dismay, he found no sign of the individual he sought within the estate's confines. Noticing Hinata Tianyun's distracted demeanor, Zabuza, visibly displeased, remarked, "Kid, do you look down upon me? How dare you glance around so carelessly?" Turning to face Zabuza, Hinata Tianyun directly asked, "Where's that kid who follows you? Did you not bring him along?" Zabuza paused, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Since you look down on me, I shall let you perish here, and it shall be a painful demise." With that, Zabuza swung the decapitating knife. One of the 7 mist ninja swords, aimed at Hinata Tianyun's head. Zabuza's blade sliced through the air. Hinata Tianyun's body transformed into a mist and vanished, leaving Zabuza astonished. Hidden mist technique. Zabuza hesitated for a moment before realizing that the fog around him had taken a turn for the worse. His earlier hidden mist technique had merely rendered the surroundings slightly blurry, but now it had morphed into a dense, white haze, obscuring everything and indicating that the young Hyuga had also employed the hidden mist technique, and one that surpassed his own. Zabuza's expression darkened. In this thick fog, no matter how skilled his silent assassination techniques were, they could not compare to the prowess of the young Hyuga's Byakugan. He had now become the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, his water clone technique, which he prided himself on, held no value against the Byakugan, as his water clones lacked chakra pathways. Zabuza's mind raced as he recalled the layout of the estate, and he swiftly dashed towards its direction, believing that if he could enter the estate, he could turn the tide and engage in close combat with the young Hyuga, a proud member of the Hidden Mist. He refused to believe that his physical prowess could be outmatched by a mere child, even one from the Hyuga clan. Though the thought was appealing, the reality was starkly different. Just as Zabuza had charged forward a meter, a dark figure appeared before him, compelling him to halt abruptly as he swung his decapitating knife towards the shadow. Bang! As the blade neared the shadow, it was abruptly stopped by some unseen force, producing a sound of clashing metal. What is happening? Why is that kid so strong? Is he truly just a child? After a moment of hesitation, summoned all his strength, attempting to push his decapitating blade against his opponent. However, the other party remained steadfast, and he could vaguely sense that his blade was being pushed back. Chapter 083. Rebuttal 3 during the battle between, and, lasting merely a minute, had already begun to appreciate the latter's formidable prowess. Yet he was unwilling to concede that his strength paled in comparison to's. Thus he exerted all his might to forcefully advance his decapitating blade, aiming to push back the oppressive presence of, "You little brat, I will not be defeated by you," declared, his voice strained. This entertaining." A voice echoed from behind him, belonging to startled, turned around only to find another shadow of a child behind him, which prompted an immediate desire to retreat. To do so, he would need to retract his blade for just a moment, but upon attempting to do so, he realized he was unable to withdraw it. It felt as if his decapitating blade was being gripped by the opponent. "Let go," shouted, channeling every ounce of his strength to finally reclaim his blade. However, the immense recoil propelled him backward 5 steps, nearly causing him to collide with the shadow that had spoken. Possessing a wealth of battle experience, swung his decapitating blade backward as he continued to retreat, hoping to eliminate the shadow before he could crash into it. "That's impossible," exclaimed in disbelief as he swung out, for he found that the shadow he had assumed was merely a clone had once again seized his weapon, halting his retreat and forcefully flinging both blade and body away. Flung over 2 meters, managed to brace himself with one hand before hitting the ground, quickly springing back up in an attempt to distance himself from the 2 shadows. However, just as he stood, he discovered 2 shadows flanking him, swiftly immobilizing his arms, and in an instant, they struck several points on his chest, causing his chakra to dissipate entirely. The secret technique of the clan, the pressure point technique. Realized he had become a captive of that white-eyed brat, which darkened his expression as he struggled futilely against their grip, finding their strength overwhelmingly superior to his OWT that moment, noticed yet another shadow materializing before him. And suddenly a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dense fog to leave only a thin haze. Now, could clearly see the 3 figures surrounding him, all of which were the same child from the clan. Shadow clone technique. No, this cannot be. Shadow clones do not possess such strength. What kind of clone is this? Pondered, utterly perplexed by the situation, approached with a faint smile, commenting, "You don't seem very frightened. You still have the composure to think about other matters." "Humph," retorted, Meetings gazed defiantly. A ninja. I have long since cast aside the notion of life and death. Someone like you would never comprehend this, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am quite afraid of death, that I have many responsibilities, a family to care for, and I certainly do not wish to perish now. Upon hearing this, cast a scornful glance at, turning away to avoid further conversation, finding it a disgrace to engage with someone as trivial as him. The mention of family made him scoff, did truly believe he was a fool. Unperturbed by his contempt, chuckled. All right, as a captive, you ought to adopt the demeanor of one if I were to deliver you to the Hidden Leaf Village and subsequently send you back to the Hidden Mist Village. You surely understand what fate awaits you, and what will become of your companion. I imagine you are well aware that the fourth Mizukage is not one to be trifled with, not lacking in intelligence. Immediately grasped the insinuation behind words, he glared down at him, his tone icy. Speak plainly. My affairs are none of your concern, smirked, looking down on. The latter's earlier words had clearly hinted at a desire for survival. With a disdainful glance at, stated, Fine, let me be straightforward. You are a rogue ninja, after all, driven by monetary gain, that if you choose not to accompany me, you might as well shout for help. I have plenty of money, and I need someone to protect my business out here. You, alongside that little one from the clan, have decent strength. You can work for me and earn a living. Upon hearing the mention of the clan, fixed a cold stare on. You seem to have done your research quite thoroughly. Did you know I would come here all along? Shrug. Please, pay attention when accepting jobs. The person who commissioned you has already exposed your identity. Do you think we are foolish enough not to find out? Seethed with anger, realizing the absurdity of the situation. How could such a foolish task give or reveal information before the mission even commenced? It was tantamount to ensuring the enemy was fully prepared. Frustrated, glared at, Don't think that by threatening me, you can dictate my fate, smiled nonchalantly. All right, Then just wait here. I shall hang you at the entrance for all to see. And let's see if that little brat will come to rescue you." As chest began to heave, trembling with rage, its despicable nature continued to smile. "So, have you made a decision? After all, we are all just doing jobs for others. Why not work for me? I can guarantee the hidden mist village will not dare to trouble you. Regarded with disdain, you truly believe you are the Hokage, able to make such guarantees?" "Ha ha ha," laughed. "Do you think the fourth Mizukage is still the same? That man has long been under someone else's control, that if he dares to provoke me, I will expose his name and show him the consequences of offending a genius ninja like myself." The notion of the Mizukage being controlled left in a state of shock. He had never considered such a powerful figure could be subjugated, leading him to doubt claims. However, observing the disdainful expression on his face, realized that the latter was likely not lying, causing an odd sense of unease within him. His audacity was astonishing, even dismissing the Mizukage with such contempt. Chapter 084. Rebuttal 4 bound and conversing with, as thoughts began to waver as he contemplated abandoning his desire for death. Yet his internal struggle persisted. Surrender was not in his nature, leaving him in a state of indecision. The hearing's assertion that the fourth Mizukage had been controlled ignited a spark of determination to survive within him. Had initially sought to assassinate the Mizukage due to the chaos he had wrought upon the hidden mist village, with the intention of usurping the position to restore order according to his vision. Now, learning of the Mizukage subjugation, he resolved to uncover the truth behind it. After a moment's hesitation, inquired, "You claim the fourth Mizukage is under control. What evidence do you have? Why should I divulge anything to you?" Hinata Tianyun remarked disdainfully. Peach Lan Zabuza observed Hinata Tianyun's infuriatingly contemptuous expression, wishing he could land a punch that would obliterate Tianyun's face. Unfortunately, he found himself on the losing end, significantly outmatched in strength. Even if a battle were to ensue, he doubted he could stand against that little brat. Thus, Peach Lan Zabuza could only endure the humiliation and retorted, "Tell me the truth, and I will serve you for a year." Free of charge, Hinata Tianyun chuckled lightly, dismissing Zabuza entirely. He had no intention of casually discussing matters concerning Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito unless Zabuza could earn his trust. After his laughter subsided, he glanced at Zabuza and stated, "It appears you have no intention of surrendering, that I cannot be bothered to persuade you further. Frankly, I have no interest in a mediocre jonin like you. My curiosity lies solely with your subordinate-s bloodline limit." Initially, Zabuza was incensed by Hinata Tianyun's insult, but his anger was swiftly replaced with shock at the latter's next words that he began to struggle, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, you shall not claim him. He belongs to me for life. Seal him and hang him at the entrance of my residence." Hinata Tianyun, uninterested in negotiation, commanded his two shadow clones directly. Zabuza was taken aback by Tianyun's words and coldly declared, "If you dare to do that, I will end my own life." "In your own life?" Hinata Tianyun was momentarily taken aback, then nonchalantly replied, "Very well, do as you wish, as long as your head remains attached. That individual will undoubtedly come for you, that if you wish to die, then die." Peach Lan Zabuza was utterly flabbergasted by the audacity of the young boy. He could not fathom such shamelessness. As he felt the two clones begin to pull him forward, he finally conceded, "Fine, I agree to work for you, but I have my own matters to attend to and cannot follow you everywhere." Hinata Tianyun waved his hand, signaling for the clones to cease their grip on Zabuza. He smiled and said, "It would have been much better to come to this agreement sooner. It's truly a waste of everyone's time. Extend your arm. I need to place a tracking seal on you." The tracking seal, common in Mist Village, was merely an ordinary C-rank technique, with a tracking range of 100 kilometers. Upon hearing that Hinata Tianyun intended to place a tracking seal upon him, Zabuza could not help but chuckle internally, extending his arm before Tianyun. However, his expression quickly soured when he realized that the seal being inscribed on his arm was not a mere tracking seal, but rather a high-level tracking seal imbued with a soul mark. Such a soul mark would allow Hinata Tianyun to locate him at any time, even if he were to flee to the ends of the earth. Unless he could find a means to dispel the seal, Zabuza's face was obscured by bandages, preventing Tianyun from discerning his expression. Yet from the flickering gaze that peeked through, Tianyun understood his thoughts and chuckled. Surely, you cannot believe I would be foolish enough to inscribe a mundane tracking seal on you. This is an S-rank technique. If you wish to break it, you might as well sever a part of your own soul. Once the seal was complete, Zabuza recognized the futility of the situation and coldly remarked, "Will you not release me? Are you so afraid I might flee?" "Very well," Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile. Instructing his clones to release Zabuza while also alleviating the pressure points that had restrained him, allowing Zabuza to move freely once more. After stretching his limbs, Zabuza calmly regarded Hinata Tianyun and stated, "Tell me about the fourth Mizukage, and I will work for you. Otherwise, I will take my leave." Hinata Tianyun shook his head and replied, "You're not yet privy to such information. If you possess strength on par with Hokage, I might consider sharing it with you. Otherwise, knowing this will not aid you. Do you have any means to defeat him?" Zabuza fell silent, realizing that strength ultimately prevailed. After a minute of contemplation, he finally spoke, "I can work for you, but I will not roam aimlessly. I require a quiet place to train." Hinata Tianyun nodded, gesturing to the villa behind him. "No problem. You may reside here, tasked with safeguarding my partner. In truth, there is no need for you to venture out." Zabuza pondered for a moment before asking, "But if he needs to go out on business, do I not accompany him? Can you truly trust your own words?" Hinata Tianyun chuckled. "Do you not have a little brother following you? I find him quite talented. With some training, he could serve as a bodyguard, protecting my partners in your absence." He then mentioned Mizuki Bai, to which Tao D. Zabuza retorted with displeasure, "Do you truly believe his strength surpasses mine?" Hinata Tianyun laughed. "Currently, you are undoubtedly stronger. However, in the future, your potential pales in comparison to his at your current level. I fear you have reached your peak, with little opportunity for further advancement. He, on the other hand, possesses the power of a bloodline limit that will allow him to swiftly surpass you. Tao D. Zabuza listened to Hinata Tianyun. He felt a wave of frustration. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Hinata Tianyun's words. After all, he had taken Mizuki Bai under his wing precisely because of his formidable bloodline limit. Believing that with proper guidance, Mizuki Bai could surpass him. Together, they would return to Mist Shadow Village to confront the Water Shadow and subsequently create a prosperous Mist Shadow Village. Of course, this idyllic vision of Mist Shadow Village existed solely in Tao D. Zabuza's mind. Whether others would share his sentiments was of little concern to him, as he merely wished to act according to his own desires. Chapter 085. Zabuza's submission. Tao D. Zabuza's capitulation brought great satisfaction to Hinata Tianyun. At last, he had a capable ally by his side, alleviating his immediate concerns and sparing his shadow clones from constant labor, despite Tao D. Zabuza's arrogant demeanor and disdainful attitude towards him. He was left with no choice but to begrudgingly accept allegiance to Hinata Tianyun, recognizing his current inferiority in strength. Nevertheless, in the depths of his heart, Tao D. Zabuza harbored intentions of using this period of leisure to cultivate his skills, planning to eventually turn the tables on Hinata Tianyun, whom he viewed as a mere nuisance. Hinata Tianyun and Tao D. Zabuza conversed at the entrance of the estate. Yamamoto, Rokazu, and his companions finally emerged from within, hastily making their way towards Hinata Tianyun. Following them were Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata, who joined Hinata Tianyun's side. They had heard the sounds of battle outside the estate, but had refrained from venturing out due to the dense fog, waiting until it dissipated to offer their assistance. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, it seemed they were a tad late. Tao D. Zabuza had already surrendered, leaving them no choice but to remain close to Hinata Tianyun. Keeping a wary eye on the imposing figure of Tao D. Zabuza, Tao D. Zabuza cast a glance at the approaching individuals but paid them little mind. In his eyes, only Hinata Tianyun was worthy of his attention, regarding the others as insignificant. Upon seeing Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata approach, Hinata Tianyun gestured towards Tao D. Zabuza, stating, "This is Tao D. Zabuza. You must have heard of his name. From now on, he will serve as the captain of the estate's security team, responsible for all matters concerning the safety of this residence." Standing behind Hinata Tianyun, Yamamoto, Rokazu hesitated before leaning in to whisper, "Is this wise, boss? He is our enemy. Who knows if he might rebel?" Hinata Tianyun shook his head, reassuringly replying, "Do not worry. There are 3 elite jonin on my side responsible for protection, and you need not interact with him extensively. He is simply in charge of the estate's security. Just follow my lead." With Hinata Tianyun's authoritative words, Yamamoto Rokuzu had no choice but to accept the situation, stepping aside to keep a watchful eye on Tao Di Zaibuzan. While Hinata Tianyun placed his trust in Tao Di Zaibuzan, Yamamoto Rokuzu remained cautious and unconvinced. Disregarding Yamamoto Rokuzu's wariness, Hinata Tianyun turned to Tao Di Zaibuzan and said, "Very well, you may leave. You have 1 day to attend to your affairs. Make sure to bring that little brat of yours here to begin work." With a disdainful huff, Tao Di Zaibuzan shot a glance at Hinata Tianyun before vanishing in a swirl of mist. Once Tao Di Zaibuzan departed, Hinata Tianyun addressed Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi, saying, "You two may continue to rest. I shall visit the Lord of Ueno Castle. We will set off for Pingliang City tomorrow." Due to the events of the previous night, both Mukimura Kokomi and Hinata regarded Hinata Tianyun with a cold demeanor. Upon hearing his instructions, they turned without a word and retreated into the estate. The aloofness of Hinata and Mukimura Kokomi left Hinata Tianyun with a sense of resignation as he shrugged and shook his head. He then instructed Yamamoto Rokuzu and the others, "Return to Nakajima Ikaru and inform him that I am reclaiming his shop. Tell him to prepare to resume his business." After relaying his orders to Yamamoto Rokuzu, Hinata Tianyun made his way towards the estate's entrance. Determined to speak with the Lord of Ueno Castle and ensure that the old man would no longer set his sights on Nakajima Ikaru, the Lord of Ueno Castle, Noda Masanobu, had recently found himself increasingly content. This satisfaction stemmed from the fact that he had spent 5 years consolidating the profitable enterprises of Ueno Castle under his control, even managing to neutralize the troublesome Nakajima Ikaru through the influence of his relatives. At 6:30 in the morning, Noda Masanobu had just finished a lavish breakfast and was preparing to stroll through the garden to exercise his portly physique so as to avoid constant criticisms from the 3 women in his household. Just 5 minutes into his training, a servant rushed in to report, "My lord, a child from the Hyuga clan has come to pay his respects, requesting that you personally greet him." Before the servant could finish, Noda Masanobu interrupted, visibly displeased. "It's just a child. What does it matter if he is from the Hyuga clan? Find a suitable place for him to wait, and I shall see him when I am free." The servant, clearly anxious, implored, "But my lord, it is not as simple as that. As I initially intended to send him to the side hall for a rest until the adults finish their training. That little rascal insisted on having the adults come to greet him immediately. Naturally, I was opposed to this, yet the child from the Hyuga clan swiftly incapacitated over 30 guards at the entrance, declaring that if the adults did not come to welcome him, he would directly confront them. Noda Masanobu was momentarily taken aback. The guards of the Lord's residence were no mere rabble, aside from a contingent of elite soldiers. There were also 2 chunin and several genin stationed at the gate. T.O. dispatched the guards so effortlessly indicated that this child from the Hyuga clan was no ordinary opponent. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Noda Masanobu instructed the messenger servant, "Come with me. I wish to ascertain the audacity of our visitor." Upon hearing this, the servant hurriedly led the way. Noda Masanobu, his face flushed with anger, followed the servant to the main hall. Halting approximately 30 meters from the entrance of the residence, where he found himself utterly stunned, at the threshold of the residence lay no fewer than 80 guards, all seemingly defeated by the enemy. Motionless on the ground. "What on earth is happening?" Noda Masanobu inquired of the messenger servant. The servant, with a wry smile, replied, "My lord, when I came to inform you, the guards were advancing towards the main gate. It appears they have all succumbed to the adversary's jinjutsu." His response only deepened Noda Masanobu's confusion that in his mind, the Hyuga clan was renowned for their taijutsu. Yet here was a mere child, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, employing jinjutsu to vanquish foes. He found it utterly perplexing. However, contemplating further yielded no clarity. What was certain was that the child at the entrance was far from an ordinary figure. Noda Masanobu was acutely aware that among the guards within the Lord's residence, 3 were jounin, and now they lay incapacitated, clearly under a spell. He dared not confront this child directly. Noda Masanobu's intention was to swiftly dismiss the child from the Hyuga clan and report to the daimyo in the capital, urging him to send someone to Konoha to manage this audacious Hyuga child. Chapter 086. Reclaiming the shops at the entrance of the Lord's residence in Ueno Castle. Noda Masanobu finally encountered Hinata Tenkyumo. Given Tenkyumo's ruthless disposition in dispatching the guards, Noda Masanobu refrained from provoking him and calmly inquired, "Who are you, and what business do you have with me?" Hinata Tenkyumo, preoccupied with swiftly resolving the matter concerning the shops, had arrived at the Lord's residence and, finding the guards unwilling to announce his presence, resorted to creating several shadow clones, employing a combined genjutsu to incapacitate all the guards that he was determined to compel a response. Upon meeting Noda Masanobu, who remained composed rather than furious, Tenkyumo directly stated, "I have come to inform you that Nakajima Aikir is under my protection from this day forth. You are to return his 2 shops immediately. Otherwise, I assure you, there will be consequences. Do you understand my intent?" Tenkyumo's brazen tone incited a surge of indignation within Noda Masanobu, yet he could only suppress his fury, knowing well the strength Tenkyumo had displayed in overcoming the entire guard. "I'm unaware of what you speak. Should you continue this nonsense, I shall report you to your Hokage," Noda Masanobu retorted, daring to threaten him. Tenkyumo, unfazed, shot back, "If you have the courage, go ahead and seek out the Hokage. I wonder what that old man can do to me. If he chooses not to intervene, you shall soon learn the meaning of treachery and disgrace." Noda Masanobu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Tenkyumo would exhibit such disdain for the Hokage, referring to him as an old man, implying a peculiar relationship between them. While Noda Masanobu pondered how to handle Tenkyumo, someone came barreling into the Lord's residence, disregarding the incapacitated guards, and rushed to Noda Masanobu's side, clinging to his leg and crying, "Uncle, my father has been killed by a ninja wielding a large blade." The sobbing figure was the child of a relative whom Noda Masanobu had dispatched to deal with Nakajima Aikir. His sudden arrival with news of his father's death instantly shifted Noda Masanobu's gaze to Hinata Tenkyumo. Since Tenkyumo had come to advocate for Nakajima Aikir, the death of his relative was undoubtedly connected to him, which incited Noda Masanobu's anger towards Tenkyumo. Tenkyumo remained speechless as he recognized that the ninja with a large blade referred to none other than Momochi Zabuza. Based on Tenkyumo's deduction, it was likely that Zabuza, feeling slighted by his prior encounter, had sought out the task's informant and eliminated him to vent his frustrations in the face of Noda Masanobu's furious glare. Tenkyumo chose not to offer any explanation, as Zabuza was, after all, technically under his command, and he could not simply hand him over. Noda Masanobu, seething, glared at Tenkyumo for an extended moment before kicking aside the nephew clinging to his leg and, in a restrained tone, declared, "Very well, I shall notify the individuals in those 2 shops to vacate." With that, Noda Masanobu strode away, his robes billowing behind him. In his heart, he was loath to relinquish the shops. However, Tenkyumo's blatant disregard for his men left him no choice but to avoid further conflict with the unpredictable youth. Noda Masanobu was certainly not frightened of Tenkyumo, but he resolved to prepare adequately before confronting him, opting to bide his time until he could devise a strategy to reclaim what he had lost. Watching Noda Masanobu depart, Tenkyumo understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. However, he was unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation. For the larger Nakajima Aikir's enterprise grew, the stronger the guards would become, rendering Noda Masanobu increasingly incapable of dealing with Aikir, let alone confronting him. Having settled the matter regarding the shops, Tenkyumo returned to Nakajima Aikir's residence, planning to meet with Mizunashi by the following day before embarking on his next mission to eliminate the rogue ninja SH in Eri Castle. Upon entering Nakajima Aikir's residence, Tenkyumo discovered Aikir engaged in conversation with several individuals he did not recognize, which left him feeling quite dissatisfied. Sensing Tenkyumo's displeasure upon his return, Aikir quickly excused himself from the group and approached Tenkyumo with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Boss, these individuals are the former managers and staff of my shops. I have summoned them back to ensure we can promptly reopen once we reclaim the shops." With this revelation, Tenkyumo visibly relaxed and responded with satisfaction. "In that case, proceed with the arrangements. The Lord has consented to the withdrawal of the 2 shops' personnel. Take them with you to assume control." Noda Masanobu was overjoyed. He had initially thought it would take another 2 days to reclaim his shop. To his astonishment, Within less than an hour of Hinata Tianyun's departure, the shop was already back in his possession. This significantly bolstered his confidence in Hinata Tianyun's influence, reinforcing his belief that aligning himself with Hinata Tianyun was indeed a prudent choice. The boss is magnificent. Nakajima Ichiro couldn't help but exclaim in enthusiasm. Hinata Tianyun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the flattery. Get back to work. From now on, any medicinal herbs and weapons you purchase will be stored here. This villa will serve as the warehouse." Nakajima Ichiro was taken aback. "What do you mean?" he stammered. Hinata Tianyun, uninterested in his surprise, continued on his way to the second floor, leaving Ichiro's words stuck in his throat. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ichiro lamented that this residence was something he had painstakingly acquired over the years, only for Hinata Tianyun to repurpose it as a storage facility. He yearned to express his willingness to purchase land for a warehouse instead. But Hinata Tianyun was already ascending to the second floor, leaving Ichiro's thoughts unvoiced. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Ichiro realized that with the enhanced weapons and herbs provided by Hinata Tianyun, recouping the cost of the villa would be a simple matter. He could always build another one later, and his spirits naturally calmed. Upon returning to the second floor, Hinata Tianyun did not recline to rest, but rather sat in his room, contemplating a crucial decision: whether to invite some ninjas from Konoha village to safeguard Nakajima Ichiro's business. If he were to engage Konoha's ninjas, the third Hokage would inevitably learn of his activities, potentially leading to complications. Conversely, should he choose not to hire them, Ichiro's business would struggle to expand into other cities due to insufficient protection, a significant flaw indeed. After lying in bed and pondering for quite some time, Hinata Tianyun ultimately resolved to enlist Konoha's ninjas, reasoning that he could always offer some benefits to the third Hokage. Once he gained control over Konoha, any advantages given would ultimately revert to him. Chapter 087. By 80 kilometers outside Ueno City stood an uninhabited, somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin, serving as a temporary residence for Mizunozuki, Bai, and Momochi Zabuza. Initially, Momochi Zabuza had been approached to eliminate Nakajima Ichiro because his whereabouts had been compromised, leading to his identification. Although Zabuza had intended to relocate immediately, the promise of 5 million to assassinate Ichiro lured him into attempting one last job, with hopes of securing funds for a better living situation afterward. However, Zabuza never anticipated being captured by a mere child during this assignment, marking it as the most humiliating experience of his ninja career. In his fury, he eliminated the task's client before returning to the shabby cabin to reunite with Mizunozuki Bai. Pushing the door open, Zabuza glanced at Mizunozuki Bai resting by the bedside and ordered, "Pack your things. We are leaving at once." Without inquiring further, Mizunozuki Bai noted Zabuza's irritated demeanor and began to gather their belongings. Having accompanied Zabuza for several years, Bai was well aware of his temperament. It was wise to comply when Zabuza was in a foul mood, lest he face consequences that Bai wished to avoid. Both Mizunozuki Bai and Momochi Zabuza were rogue ninjas, and their possessions were not extensive. They finished packing within 3 minutes. Zabuza remained silent, and upon seeing Bai ready, he turned and swiftly made his way toward Ueno City, Tianyun, and Nakajima Ichiro's residence. Hinata Tianyun dispatched a shadow clone to Konoha village to request the assistance of 6 elite ninjas to safeguard Ichiro's business, which also served as a notification to the third Hokage that by Y4 in the afternoon. Yamamoto Rokas reported that Momochi Zabuza had arrived at the main hall of the residence accompanied by a child. Intrigued by Mizunozuki Bai's presence, Hinata Tianyun followed Yamamoto Rokas to the hall. From the staircase, Hinata Tianyun spotted Mizunozuki Bai, whose skin was as pale as snow, with long, silky hair cascading over his shoulders, coupled with an undeniably adorable appearance that made it difficult to discern his gender. Upon entering the residence, Hinata Tianyun disregarded Momochi Zabuza and approached Mizunozuki Bai directly, inquiring, "Are you male or female? And may I see your bloodline limit?" Having been brought here by Zabuza, Bai was perplexed, as their identities as rogue ninjas put them at risk of revealing their whereabouts. Now confronted by a child even shorter than himself, Bai could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Zabuza, asking, "Sir, what are we doing here? Is this a mission?" Zabuza replied nonchalantly, "The individual before you is our future employer, Hinata Tianyun. We are here to accept his commission." You will answer his questions, and do not concern yourself with anything else. Mizunozuki felt somewhat bewildered, hesitating to voice his confusion as he looked at Zabuza for reassurance. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to turn to Hinata Tianyun and stated, "I am a boy. Please do not mistake me." "Boy," Hinata Tianyun replied. A hint of disappointment in his toned-up boy's mouth twitched in irritation. He found Hinata Tianyun's fixation on his gender absurd. The fact that Tianyun displayed disappointment only added to his frustration. Nonetheless, Mizunozuki was not one to engage in lengthy conversations and preferred to avoid interactions with anyone outside of Zabuza. He simply retreated behind Zabuza, choosing not to face Hinata Tianyun any longer. Observing Bai's retreat, Hinata Tianyun did not press further. There would be ample time in the future for him to cultivate Bai's potential. Turning his attention back to Momochi Zabuza, he smiled and remarked, "Since you have reported in, I shall refrain from saying much more. This will serve as my warehouse, and you shall remain here to protect it. There is no need for you to roam about, which aligns perfectly with your preferences. As for the rooms you two will occupy, choose whichever you like within the estate. That I will ensure that food is delivered on schedule, allowing you to train without concern for disturbances." Momochi Zabuza felt a sense of disdain toward Hinata Tianyun and was reluctant to engage in further conversation. He took Mizunozuki and headed up to the second floor to find a room to rest, adopting an attitude of indifference toward Tianyun. "Look at that. Just look at that attitude, boss." Yamamoto Rokas expressed his dissatisfaction after Zabuza departed. Hinata Tianyun cast a sidelong glance at the irate Rokas and patted him on the shoulder, smiling softly as he replied, "If you possessed his strength, you too could afford to be arrogant. Focus on your training." Yamaguchi Rokuzu was somewhat taken aback. Once Hinata Tianyun stepped out of the residence, he returned to his seat in a rather dispirited manner to rest. He understood, of course, what Hinata Tianyun had said. However, he realized that his talent was rather limited. Achieving the rank of Chunin had nearly reached his limit, and advancing to Jonin seemed a daunting challenge. Hinata Tianyun paid no heed to Yamaguchi Rokuzu, instead heading directly to the garden of the residence to seek out Kimura Kokomi and Hinata. Preparing to inform them that they would be departing for Pyongyang City the following morning to undertake a mission. After activating his Byakugan to scan the area, Hinata Tianyun quickly located Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi, who were resting in a pavilion on the left side of the garden, seemingly engaged in conversation. Walking along the wooden path and passing through clusters of small trees, Hinata Tianyun finally spotted Kimura Kokomi and Hinata conversing in the pavilion. Upon noticing Hinata Tianyun's approach, the two immediately ceased their discussion, turning away and ignoring him entirely. Hinata Tianyun chuckled softly, hastening to sit beside Hinata, and addressed the two sulking girls. "The matter is settled. Tomorrow we shall set off for Pyongyang City to capture rogue ninjas. Make sure to prepare yourselves well." "Capture rogue ninjas? What about Momochi Zabuza? Isn't he a rogue ninja as well? Why don't you go after him?" Kimura Kokomi retorted disdainfully. "He is a useful individual and thus cannot be apprehended," Hinata Tianyun replied. Finally turning to face him, Kimura Kokomi coldly questioned, "What use is he? All he does is bring you trouble. When the Umbu of Kirigakure come after you, what will you do then?" Hinata Tianyun replied with a smile, "Rest assured, this is the land of fire. The ninjas of Kirigakure would not dare act brazenly here. If a few come, I shall send them back." "You," Kimura Kokomi huffed, turning away in irritation, pulling Hinata along as she attempted to leave. Chapter 088. Pyongyang City. Kimura Kokomi led Hinata away, and Hinata Tianyun did not pursue them. His purpose was solely to inform them of their departure the next day, and having done so, there was no need to chase after them. Moreover, these two young girls would surely forget their petty grievances in a few days. It was best he refrained from speaking to them now, for it would only remind them of yesterday's events. After resting in the garden pavilion for a while, Hinata Tianyun returned to the hall of the residence, where he awaited Nakajima Ikuru's return to discuss financial matters. He was eager to ascertain how much income Nakajima Ikuru could generate in a month, so he could plan accordingly. After dinner, around 8:30, Nakajima Ikuru returned alongside Hinata Tianyun's two shadow clones. Upon seeing Hinata Tianyun still waiting in the hall, Nakajima Ikuru hurried over and bowed, saying, "Boss, is there anything else you need me to handle?" Leaning back in his chair, Hinata Tianyun lazily inquired. How did the shop transfer go? Did the lord of the city give you any trouble? Nakajima Ikaru shook his head. No, the shop was returned intact. And all the supplies remain untouched. At least he knows how to be reasonable. Hinata Tianyun nodded, continuing his inquiry. Now that we are operational, how long do you estimate it will take to earn 10 billion monthly? I need the funds. 10 billion. Do you think it grows on trees? Nakajima Ikaru muttered to himself, somewhat troubled, and replied, Boss, we currently lack sufficient manpower. Even with supplies, selling them will be challenging to achieve 10 billion in daily revenue. We must first monopolize the medicinal and weapon businesses in Weno City. Hinata Tianyun, too, faced a shortage of manpower. Furrowing his brow, he asked helplessly, how long do you need to monopolize Weno City's business? Provide me with a precise timeline so I can make arrangements. After pondering for a moment, Nakajima Ikaru said, 2 months should suffice. But during this period, I will need unlimited supplies of high-end weapons and medicinal herbs to establish dominance. Hinata Tianyun nodded. As long as you have enough regular medicinal herbs and weapons, I can provide high-end items. Just bring them to the residence for processing. You need not worry about that. All right, then you can count on me. Boss, Nakajima Ikaru replied confidently. After finishing inquiries regarding business matters, Hinata Tianyun contemplated before saying, Nakajima, during this period, find me some orphans to bring back that I want to build a residence for them, aiming for around 300 individuals. Regardless of gender, as long as they are under 7 years old. Nakajima Ikaru appeared somewhat hesitant. You are only responsible for finding the children and constructing the residence. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Just remember to keep it confidential, Hinata Tianyun instructed. That's feasible. Orphans are quite easy to find. Nakajima Ikaru nodded in agreement. Although the Land of Fire is relatively affluent, the noble class has become entrenched, resulting in a considerable number of impoverished individuals. Thus, locating orphans should not pose a challenge. Over the years, Nakajima Ikaru has traveled extensively and knows several human traffickers. Once the matter of the orphans was settled, Hinata Tianyun waved Nakajima Ikaru away, wishing to continue pondering how to amass more wealth. Pingliang City, an ordinary town in the Land of Fire, is at least 2 tiers lower than Weno City. However, despite its small size, Pingliang City is situated at the intersection of the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Rain, attracting a considerable number of visitors. Additionally, being on the border of the Land of Fire, its security is naturally inferior to that of other cities. Coupled with the frequent disturbances caused by ninjas from the surrounding 3 small nations, it is not regarded as a peaceful location. The rogue ninja, Juhu from Kirigakure, operates along the trade routes between Pingliang City and the 3 small nations, robbing passing merchants and causing significant headaches for them. Ultimately, the merchants had to unite to pay a high price to employ ninjas from Konoha to deal with Ju. Regarding this Juhu rogue ninja, the information provided by the merchants indicates that his strength is not particularly formidable. However, his ninjutsu is exceptionally skilled, allowing him to flee whenever he cannot win a fight, as no one can keep up with him. With just this ninjutsu, Juhu has robbed over 20 merchants with weak escorts, causing merchants from the 4 nations to avoid that route altogether, opting instead to take longer detours to the other 3 countries. Eventually, they concluded that the costs of detours were not worth it compared to the high payments required to resolve Juhu's issues, which led them to collectively issue an A-rank mission to Konoha. Hinata Tianyun, Hinata, and Kimura Kokomi rested at Nakajima Ikaru's residence for a night. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, they set out for Pingliang City, traversing mountains and rivers for a day and a half without rest. Finally arriving at Pingliang City, a town even more dilapidated than Konoha. What a wretched place. After exploring Pingliang City, they found no decent hotels or inns, only a series of dilapidated lodgings, which greatly displeased Hinata Tianyun, prompting him to voice his discontent on the street. Just find a place to stay. Why do you insist on finding such a fancy hotel? Kimura Kokomi, who had rested in 2 days and was now quite fatigued, complained upon seeing Hinata Tianyun still searching for a place to sleep. Hinata Tianyun scoffed. When one has money, one should enjoy it. You want me to stay in those crumbling inns? You are a ninja. What enjoyment is there in that? Kimura Kokomi derided. What is wrong with being a ninja? Can a ninja enjoy life? Your logic is truly flawed, Hinata Tianyun countered disdainfully. Kimura Kokomi, somewhat speechless, chose not to argue further. Glancing around, she spotted a shabby three-story inn and promptly dragged Hinata towards it. "Wait for me." Seeing Kimura Kokomi pulling Hinata away, Hinata Tianyun had no choice but to follow. The inn chosen by Kimura Kokomi was indeed run down. Upon entering, Hinata Tianyun immediately sensed the environment was quite poor. The lobby of the inn featured only a lecherous old man at the front desk speaking with Kimura Kokomi, and there were no chairs for guests to sit on, making it exceedingly rudimentary, far below even a one-star hotel standard, resembling merely a dilapidated lodge. However, since Kimura Kokomi had already paid, Hinata Tianyun found it inappropriate to suggest checking out, so he followed Kimura Kokomi and Hinata to a room on the second floor. Entering a space of less than 10 square meters, to his astonishment, the room contained 2 sets of bunk beds, leaving Hinata Tianyun somewhat speechless as he looked at Kimura Kokomi. "What? Are you planning for the 3 of us to stay here? What is wrong with that? It's just sleeping. Why does it need to be so extravagant?" Kimura Kokomi replied dismissively. "I assent it inappropriate for a man and 2 women to share a room," Hinata Tianyun cautioned. Kimura Kokomi turned to glance at him and scoffed. "What is inappropriate about it? Do you think you pose any threat?" Hinata Tianyun has completely forgotten, as he is merely 6 years old, a stage where he has yet to grow any hair. After a moment of bewilderment, he decided to climb up to a top bunk and rest. Chapter 089. Sack in Pingyang City after a night of rest. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Hinata Tianyun rose and began a discussion with Kimura Kokomi and Hinata about how to capture the formidable opponent. Kimura Kokomi earnestly suggested we should first thoroughly investigate his whereabouts and then look for an opportunity to apprehend him. Hinata Tianyun immediately shook his head and replied, "What a hassle! I believe it would be more convenient to pose as merchants and lure him out ourselves, thus resolving the matter in one fell swoop." Kimura Kokomi firmly opposed, stating, "That won't do. While your strength is undoubtedly impressive, Hinata and I still